I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Han Sen watched the scorpion for a while as it continued to dig. It kept on digging until it vanished from sight, and all Han Sen could see was the remaining presence of a hole. Han Sen summoned his wings and flew up high to get an aerial view of the hole. Upon inspection, he noted that the hole was a dozen meters deep and it eventually opened up into a cave or cavern of sorts. There has to be something special down there. Han Sen was surprised, and so he summoned his super armor and ventured inside with his silver fox in hand. Once he had dropped down into the cave, he noticed the presence of an opening in one of the walls. He ventured closer to have a look, and what he saw surprised him. There was a further cavern inside, one that was massive. He couldn't even begin to predict how large it was. It was decorated in bamboo-like fauna and flora, many of which reached up to the cavern ceiling. It was an incredible sight. The twin-tailed scorpion was inside, snapping the bamboo-like plants. The shoots were hollow inside, but many of them contained big white bugs, not too dissimilar to silkworms. They were only about 10 centimeters long, but they looked juicy and fat. The scorpion ate the white bugs and bamboo together, which produced an echoing munching sound. Are those white bugs creatures, by any chance? If the scorpion is eating, that most likely means it is pregnant. Han Sen reviewed the situation and asked himself a number of questions. The bamboo and the white bugs in the cave were eaten in droves by the hungry scorpion. Eventually, it looked to be full and wanted to leave, and so it started to return in Han Sen's direction. Han Sen quickly made his exit and evaded the scorpion's sight. It wasn't long before the scorpion itself re-emerged, and when it did, it went up the mountain. Han Sen did not give the scorpion chase. If it really was pregnant, he knew it'd be a waste to kill it now. He much preferred the idea of waiting until it had given birth before slaying it and the baby. But Han Sen still had a strong interest in the bamboo he had observed down below, and the white bugs they seemed to contain. He waited until the scorpion was long gone and then, with a command for the silver fox to stand guard, ventured back inside. He didn't want to risk having the scorpion return and corner him. There were many bamboo-looking plants in the cavern, and they were about 30 centimeters in diameter. Many of them had already been snapped in two by the scorpion, following its visit, so there was a lot strewn across the ground. This included many of the white bugs the scorpion had missed. The white bugs were pale and semi-translucent, and you could see the blood vessels inside them. The bugs that were on the ground were wriggling around. They tried slithering back into the broken bamboo shoots, but they had some difficulty. They couldn't enter the perfect bamboo. Han Sen picked up a broken shoot of bamboo and tried to crush it in his hands but could not. He had to amp up his strength and exhaust all the power he could to eventually do so. That's some tough bamboo. Han Sen threw the bamboo on the floor and then summoned his peacock crossbow. He loaded it with a steel bolt and fired it at one of the bugs that was trying to crawl its way into one of the broken bamboo ends. The steel bolt pierced through the white bug's body, which made it squeal and release a white fog. The temperature began to drop, and the little area around the bug got all frosty. The bug then froze, as if it had just been taken out of the freezer. Mutant creature hunted. Dark silkworm. The beast soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. The voice rang in Han Sen's head, which surprised Han Sen. It's a mutant creature, but how can a mutant creature release frosty air? This is strange. I thought only super creatures could wield elemental attacks. Han Sen was curious, and so he summoned his flaming Rex spike to kill more of the silkworms on the ground. Over and over, the announcement continued to pop. When the dark silkworms were killed, they each let out a frosty air. The creatures were weak and unable to fight, so Han Sen was able to hack them up casually and without worry. Mutant creature hunted. Dark silkworm. The beast soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. After Han Sen hunted 30 silkworms, he finally heard the announcement that indicated ownership of a dark silkworm. Han Sen then quickly looked up the beast soul's info, keen to learn what type it was. Mutant dark silkworm. One-time use hidden weapon. Han Sen was pleasantly surprised, as it had been a long time since he had last seen a one-time use beast soul. It was rare to find hidden weapon beast souls, and he wondered which one that might have been. Han Sen summoned the mutant dark silkworm, which sprouted a big, white, and fat bug on the palm of Han Sen's hand. It was rather heavy. He looked at it for a while, unsure of what it did. After some thought, he threw it at the cavern wall. Pang! The fat bug hit the wall and exploded. It unleashed a heavy, white mist. The fog's radius was about a meter, and the stone wall it had been thrown upon was caked in a layer of ice. This is interesting. Han Sen was rather shocked while looking at it. It was just a mutant-class beast soul, yet it could unleash a certain frosty power. This was not normal at all. I wonder if there are any Sacred Blood class dark silkworms here. If I can get a Sacred Blood class dark silkworm, it might come in handy. Han Sen killed all the silkworms he could see but was mildly disappointed to learn that each one was a mutant class variant. No matter how many he killed, it didn't seem as if Sacred Blood types existed. There were 60 dead silkworms on the floor by now, and after a moment of thinking, he used the flaming Rex spike to strike the bamboo. He watched how many of the silkworms came flying out of the bamboo. After killing 100 more of the wriggly silkworms, he managed to obtain another 2 mutant beast souls. But still, no Sacred Blood types. Never mind, let me pack up the ones I've already killed and vacate the area. If I dry them up and grind them into powder, people who eat them will be able to increase their mutant genopoints with ease. That's not too bad. Han Sen used a bag to collect the 100 frozen silkworm bodies and turned around to go outside and dry them. There were many silkworms in that subterranean forest, and there seemed to be at least 10 of them in every single shoot of bamboo. If he wanted to harvest them all, he couldn't imagine how long that might have taken. Han Sen planned to temporarily give up killing the silkworms, wanting to wait until the scorpion came back, ate its fill, and gave birth. Once the scorpions had been dealt with, Han Sen had the idea of returning here to harvest and collect the rest of the silkworms, free from possible intrusion. After Han Sen picked up all the silkworms he had killed, Han Sen suddenly heard a noise come from deeper within the bamboo forest. It seemed that something was emerging from further within. Chapter 740, Ice Silkworm. Han Sen put away his energy and immediately retreated, and then used his Jadeskin to unlock his gene lock. Although Dongshuan Sutra and Jadeskin were comparable after opening the gene lock, there were still some notable differences. Jadeskin also focused on enhancing the seventh sense, although it wasn't as detailed as the Dongshuan Sutra, it had a greater range. The range of the Dongshuan Sutra's enhancement to the seventh sense was limited to the length of the Dongshuan aura. Han Sen scanned the bamboo forest with alertness, as if he had activated God mode. With his senses, he was able to determine that something was traveling towards him at a rapid pace. It was currently 3 miles away, but that distance was sure to close fast. Han Sen could sense its approximate size, and deduced it was around the size of an average household cat. Its shape was circular, like the grubs he had just harvested. What it wasn't, was slow. Unlike said bugs, what was coming towards him was very fast. Like a mad rabbit, it came running. Is it a Sacred Blood dark silkworm? The thought of this made Han Sen quite happy. As time ticked by, the unseen menace closed the gap between them. When it emerged, Han Sen was finally able to see that it was an extra-large grub. Its body glistened like ice. A frost aura encompassed it, and it left a trail of ice in its wake. Han Sen switched his gene lock over to Dongshuan Sutra and took a reading of the icy fiend that had approached. Its life force was far stronger than mutant, and was indeed most likely a Sacred Blood class silkworm. The happiness in Han Sen's heart had taken root, and so he retrieved his peacock crossbow and loaded it with a steel bolt. He took aim at the bamboo forest, and when it was close enough, he'd pull the trigger and swiftly end its life. More than anything, he wanted to see if there was a beast soul to be obtained from it. As the distance between Han Sen and the ice silkworm got smaller and smaller, however, he started to feel as if something wasn't quite right. The closer it came, the stronger the life force of the silkworm became. It soon exceeded the measure of any Sacred Blood creature he had dealt with before. Is it a super creature? Han Sen's face changed. He scanned it multiple times to gain a more accurate reading, but it still left him as puzzled as ever. It was definitely not a super creature. Berserk Sacred Blood, perhaps. Han Sen squinted his eyes. He rarely encountered Berserk Sacred Blood creatures out in the wild, so he was surprised at his discovery of one here, of all places. Watching the ice silkworm draw nearer and nearer, it had now come within 1,000 meters of Han Sen. He refocused his peacock crossbow, but then heard more noises from the bamboo forest. Rustle, rustle. It now seemed like an entire choir of creatures were frantically racing through the forest. At this, Han Sen's face changed. Now, he was seeing a large number of icy silkworms emerge from somewhere in the bamboo woods. From his quick, initial tally, he managed to count 100 of them. Impossible. How can there be so many berserk sacred blood creatures in one spot? Han Sen was rightfully shocked. They didn't frighten him, as he knew they were of no match for him. He just thought the number of them was scary. Han Sen could accept the presence of a dozen sacred blood creatures, but berserk sacred blood creatures were far rarer. The ratio of sacred blood to berserk sacred blood was somewhere in the ballpark of 100:1. But now, berserk sacred blood creatures were emerging as a massive group. If there were that many berserk sacred blood creatures, then there had to be thousands of ordinary sacred blood silkworms someplace in the area, as well. Still, such an occurrence had to be impossible. The ice silkworms he was currently sensing were stronger than most sacred blood creatures. The strength of their energy flow was not too far off the bloodhorn Shira he had encountered not too long ago. One silkworm was ahead of the rest, and the gap between it and Han Sen was now under 500 meters. He pulled out his peacock crossbow, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Instead of guessing, Han Sen wanted to kill one and find out the truth. The hard light string moved and the Z-steel bolt took flight. It was like a beam of light, traveling 500 meters in the blink of an eye. It pierced through the ice silkworm's body and pinned it to the ground. Han Sen was delightfully surprised, thinking the silkworms were easier to kill than he initially imagined they would be. If it was a berserk sacred blood creature, he expected it would be able to react or even evade the bolt. But it didn't. It was struck and it died, simple as that. Mutant creature hunted. Dark silkworm. The beast soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Han Sen suddenly froze with his jaw agape. He was like that for quite a bit. This isn't right. That can't be right. How can that be a mutant silkworm? How can a mutant class creature possess such a high life force? Han Sen couldn't believe the fat ice silkworm was the same creature as the dark silkworms from earlier. But the announcement in his head could not be incorrect. It was a rule of the world he inhabited. If it said he killed a mutant creature, then he did indeed kill a mutant creature. Seeing more and more silkworms approach, Han Sen ran ahead to kill them all. They were mutant-class dark silkworms, same as the ones he had killed inside and outside the bamboo shoots earlier. Han Sen was perplexed, and not yet able to think of a reason why their bodies would be so vastly different. The life force in their bodies was far stronger, and there was no discernible reason why these mutant creatures could possess such strength. This isn't right. It really isn't right. This is strange. It's crazy. These things are weird. How can the silkworms inside the bamboo breathe ice, too? Even sacred blood creatures can't do something like that. There must be an external force affecting these little icy blobs, one that I have not yet been made aware of. Whatever it is, it's imbuing them with frightening strength. Han Sen killed the 100 big silkworms that approached and managed to obtain one additional beast soul. Han Sen quickly summoned it to take a look. Its definition was the same, but its physical appearance was different. The head was bigger and the body was practically ice. Han Sen threw it at a wall like before to check it out. It was much more powerful than the others, and the icy fog it unleashed had a radius of 3 meters. The frosty air itself was far more powerful, too. If they are both mutant dark silkworms, why is there such a clear difference between the two? If I killed baby ones earlier, and mature ones just now, it shouldn't affect the beast soul I just received. Beast souls do not factor in the age of a creature. This mystery is getting deeper. I wonder, what is the cause for this curious anomaly? Han Sen observed the bamboo stalks with a bewildered face and inquisitive heart. I have to examine and analyze this further. I need to go deeper and I need to find out what is affecting these strange silkworms. Silkworms have great genes, but it is a large race and they cannot all be mutant class, surely. There have to be ordinary ones out there, too. The fact that all these are mutant class dark silkworms is nigh unbelievable. Han Sen pondered the matter a little more, but then decided to hail for the silver fox to come down and join him. With the silver fox, he traveled deeper into the bamboo forest. In fear of the silver fox, all the silkworms went into hiding. If they couldn't escape, they'd hide in their bamboo shoots and shiver, which even made the stalks themselves quiver, producing noise like the rustle of leaves in the wind. The subterranean bamboo forest was enormous, but it had no stone pillar or significant stalagmites to support it. Supporting this humongous cavern was the bamboo itself, as the countless bamboo shoots rose from the ground and supported the ceiling. Han Sen had traveled 30 miles through this subterranean kingdom, but he had yet to see an end. It looked mostly the same, as well. The only difference he noticed was in the temperature. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature seemed to tick. The thickets of black bamboo all around him grew denser, and after another 50 miles, the bamboo stalks were as thick as the trunks of trees. Frost covered the ground and the temperature had dropped to what would be an insufferable level for most people. Han Sen proceeded, unfazed and unchilled, and it wasn't long before he ventured into a wholly ice-veiled area. The bamboo there was thicker than ever, and it would take 3 grown men, with their arms outstretched, to circle just one shoot. If there are dark silkworms in here, I wonder how big they are. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to investigate but could not see through the black bamboo to tell whether or not there were silkworms inside. Deeper in this wondrous bamboo forest, however, Han Sen managed to detect one particular life force. This force was like a babbling brook of spring water, and he was curious what manner of creature would possess such an enticing life force. Han Sen approached it with moderate alertness and strode through the bamboo forest with a little more care and caution. He came across an empty meadow amidst the bamboo shoots. The meadow was skirted by the thick bamboo, but not a single one of the shoots grew atop the field. Despite possessing Jadeskin, this frosty area and the icy life force that swirled around it had Han Sen shivering with the cold. The energy he had followed was strange, indeed. As he drew closer to the sparse meadow, Han Sen's eyes remained fixed upon it in deep observation and contemplation. It was thickly iced and in the center was a chilly but not totally frozen lake. In the lake, a plant that looked like a narcissus rested. The flowers were white. Han Sen had seen his fair share of strange flora before, and although the narcissus was strange to see there, it didn't stand out or even unnerve him. If there was a super creature guarding the narcissus, Han Sen would be glad. But that wasn't so, as he couldn't espy the presence of any super creatures around the lake. What Han Sen did see, however, was a man sitting beside the still waters. He stared at the narcissus without moving, and this surprised Han Sen. Han Sen could tell that he was a human due to his attire. He was wearing a human battlesuit. Creatures and spirits wouldn't wear what this man was currently geared in. Why are there other people here? Han Sen used Dongshuan aura to observe the fellow and the results surprised him. He had quite the life force, one that was far from weak. This place having an actual living person surprised Han Sen, as he believed himself to be the first person to ever set foot here. After all, the only entrance he knew of was the one that the twin-tail scorpion had made. But it wasn't as if he had reached the end of this place, and perhaps further ahead was another more accessible entrance. "Friend, what is your name?" Han Sen carefully walked across the ice and tried greeting the man. Provided there was no conflict of interest, Han Sen was not willing to make another enemy. After all, meeting others of the same kind in a place such as the Black Desert was a delightful thing. And even a simple correspondence or dialogue with someone of your own kind was nice enough. The man did not respond to Han Sen, though, and it looked as if he was sleeping. Of course, Han Sen couldn't properly tell, as the man was facing away from him and toward the narcissus. His position was set to suggest he had been observing them, but with his back towards Han Sen, he couldn't quite be sure. Neither could he wholly deduce what the person looked like. "Friend, I come without cause for alarm. I mean you no harm and have found myself wandering here of my own accord and curiosity. Would you like to have a chat? If not, I'll be happy to move along." Han Sen continued talking as he approached the man. Still, there was no response. He didn't turn around or give any reaction. All he did was continue gazing at the narcissus in the lake. Han Sen continued his approach, despite the lack of engagement from the other person. By now, it was starting to be a little unnerving, and Han Sen felt as if something wasn't quite right. Han Sen got closer but did not go near the man. He didn't approach him head-on, and instead walked around him a bit, so he could get a look at him from the side. When he saw him more clearly, Han Sen was shocked it wasn't a living man. The man's clothing was fine, but the body inside had been frozen solid. It was like an ice statue. The fact that only his flesh had been frozen was strange, indeed. His clothing didn't even have a speck of frost upon them. Also, he did not understand why the life force inside him seemed to swirl and suggest that he was a living person. Han Sen's face quickly became grim. The man before him wore a battlesuit, but its model was something that hailed from the previous century. It seemed to be a relic from over 100 years ago. How can this man be frozen here? Is he dead or alive? Han Sen's heart had been given a shock, and as he inspected the person, he noticed something in his pocket. Judging from its shape, it appeared to be a notebook or wallet. Han Sen came a little closer and attempted to take it out of the pocket, as he was direly interested in a clue that would tell him who this person was. Suddenly, Han Sen's heart leapt inside his chest and the silver fox on his shoulder stood up in alarm. Its hair was all standing up, and it made grunts of caution towards the water of the lake. Han Sen retreated without falter and stared at the frosty lake. Splash! The water in the lake suddenly arose into 1,000 airborne threads with Han Sen as the target. Han Sen attempted to evade them, but the crystal threads were faster than Han Sen was. He summoned his flaming Rex spike and swung it towards the crystal threads that came towards him. Pang! The flaming Rex spike smacked against the threads like burning charcoal tossed into water. Many of the icy threads evaporated into steam, but there were too many, and they came from every direction. They quickly wrapped around Han Sen and became entangled like a spider web. Han Sen felt as if a frosty air was beginning to invade his body. There were too many threads, and no matter how much he swung his flaming Rex spike, the threads he smacked weren't enough. More and more threads wreathed their way around him, draining him of warmth. It wasn't long before the threads had wrapped him up completely, encasing him in a cocoon of sorts. His hands were tied up and he could no longer lash out with the flaming Rex spike. The silver fox wasn't doing very well, either. He kept blasting the threads with his silver lightning as much as he could. It did nothing to end their unceasing advance. Boom! A black smoke burst from Han Sen's body like fire. It instantly incinerated the icy threads that had trapped him. The flaming Rex spike in his hand was swung madly towards the remainder, burning more threads into steamy bygones. Silver Fox, this way! Han Sen shouted at the silver fox, and it quickly returned to his shoulders. Without delay, Han Sen got back to swinging his Rex spike with ferocity at the icy threads. He ran in front of the frozen man and quickly grabbed something out of his pocket. He turned, knocked out more of the threads, and hastily retreated in the direction of the bamboo forest. The threads still coursed after Han Sen, and regardless of how many he destroyed, more and more were generated by the icy lake. They were endless. The blazing fire of the flaming Rex spike was the perfect countermeasure to obliterating those he could strike down. And fortunately, the devil unicorn beast soul was able to withstand the threads he could not react to in time. Without too much trouble, he was able to keep them at bay as he advanced towards the forest. Once he was inside the bamboo forest, the threads no longer followed, and the stringy, frosty hairs returned to the lake. It's lucky I had the devil unicorn beast soul. Who knows what might have happened, had I not. Even if I summoned the little angel, I am unsure whether or not she could withstand those things. Han Sen pondered what he had just encountered, as he had no idea what the living ice threads were. Han Sen looked out towards the lake for a while but nothing seemed disturbed. Then, he lowered his head to take a look at what he was clutching in his hands. Han Sen had taken a wallet out of the man's pockets, and it had many cards inside. They looked very old, too. They were much bigger than modern cards, and thicker. They weren't as light as the current cards were, where 100 of them could be folded together and still be really thin. There were 30 of the cards, and their thickness and number filled up the entire wallet. It looks like that man really was over 100 years old. It's possible that he spawned in a shelter somewhere in the Black Desert, stumbled into this place as I have, and fell prey to the icy threads. Han Sen observed the cards and contemplated the identity and possible story of the frozen man he had found. They were old cards, and aside from some cards that belonged to a few interstellar banking firms, Han Sen had no idea what the majority of them were for. Suddenly, Han Sen's pupils went smaller. He found a card which bore a familiar symbol. 9 Life Cat. Han Sen was shocked, not expecting to see this symbol here. That meant this man who had died near the lake may have been a member of their organization. It looks like that organization has been around for a long time. Does it really have a connection with Blood Legion? Han Sen continued to examine the rest of the cards. Then, Han Sen's eyes stretched wide. Within the cards was a working license, and on the front was something he saw clearly. Secret Service, Team Number 7. Investigator, Qin Bai. This working license was the exact same as a relic Han Sen once received after someone died. The only difference being the name. Qin Bai. Could he be from the Qin family? Han Sen remembered Qin Zhan once told him she had an elder who worked in the Secret Service's 7th team. Han Sen gave a strange look to the man who was sitting near the lake. If he was a member of the Qin family, what may have led him to die all the way out here? Wait a minute, is he really dead? He still has a powerful life force swirling inside him. It's not something you can fake, so, is he really dead? Han Sen looked hopeful while staring at the man. Han Sen wanted to know what might have happened to the 7th team. If that man really was an elder of the Qin family, and he was still alive, Han Sen was keen to finally learn the truth. With great interest, Han Sen turned his whole body towards the man on the lake. There was a big chance he was still alive, and cryogenic technology had matured quite a bit even back then. Many people went into cryogenic sleep to be defrosted and awoken sometime in the future. It wasn't a difficult process, but it required modern technology. Straight up freezing yourself dealt tremendous damage to the body, and simple defrosting rarely led to survival. Han Sen did not know if the man could survive after being defrosted. There were no tools readily available for him, and he'd have to bring him back to the Alliance if he wanted to guarantee his survival. Han Sen thought it over quite a bit, but then settled on returning to the lake. He really wanted to know what had happened to the 7th team, and it looked as if this might be his best and only chance. After all, almost all members of the 7th team had died. Finding one of them who was half alive was too good of an opportunity to let pass by. Han Sen emerged from the bamboo forest again, and he was greeted with the sudden reappearance of the icy threads. But to Han Sen, who owned 3 super creatures, they could do little to stop him. Han Sen annihilated the threads and arrived at the shore of the lake without trouble. As he went to pick up the man, he suddenly heard the sound of an explosion from the waters of the lake. Amidst the soaking turmoil and tossed water, a jellyfish-like creature arose from the waters. Under its control, the water of the lake threaded once more and viciously went after Han Sen. In addition to the icy threads, the jellyfish's tentacles now also joined the fray. With the flaming Rex Spike and Devil Unicorn, Han Sen was able to withstand and repel the icy threads well enough, but his movement was restricted quite a bit. After slashing a number of threads, however, a crystal tentacle writhed its way around Han Sen to ensnare him. Han Sen felt his waist drop in temperature as a strong power began to grow and pull him towards the lake. Han Sen was infuriated, so he raised the Rex Spike to bring it down on the tentacle. But before he could strike, another tentacle grabbed a hold of his arm. The silver fox was spitting its bolts of lightning in a raging fury, doing its best to break the grip of the tentacles. But soon after, it too was grabbed. Another tentacle wrapped it up and began dragging it towards the water with its master. The silver fox's body unleashed as much silver lightning as it could, but still, it wasn't enough to break the hold the tentacle had on it. Little Angel. Han Sen, unable to fight back, summoned his aid. The little angel appeared from the sky, swooped down, and with her greatsword, sliced the tentacles that had grabbed a hold of the duo. The jellyfish creature thrashed around in pain, letting out a shrill shriek amidst the chaos. Little Angel, great work. Go and kill that asshole. Han Sen was extremely happy, and gleefully issued the little angel the order. Then, he swung his Rex Spike towards the icy threads that had amassed and were coming towards him like a tidal wave. The little angel's cold face was like that of a goddess. Her blonde, flowing hair danced around as her body broke the air with her attacks. The greatsword slashed countless icy threads, as if she was tearing the seas asunder to get at the jellyfish-like creature. The little angel's greatsword delivered a great cut to the blobby jellyfish. But in the next second, the wound it suffered was immediately healed. The tentacles reached out towards the little angel, but she swung her greatsword and cut them down before they could get too close. Han Sen was relieved after seeing this, but it didn't last. The tentacles regenerated into their prior shape in less than a second. The jellyfish was most certainly a super creature, for it could regenerate at an incredibly fast pace. The little angel's greatsword sliced and diced countless encroaching tentacles and delivered a number of 1-meter-deep wounds to the primary host, but seemed to be to no avail. Within seconds, all the damage dealt would be nullified through the rapid regeneration and recovery of the jellyfish. They weren't getting anywhere like this. Seeing this made Han Sen nervous, and there could be little hope for victory if things continued this way. Han Sen looked at the flaming Rex Spike in his hand and acknowledged that the fire element was what was needed to bring down the jellyfish. But the little angel was just a pet and aside from pet armor, could not make use of ordinary beast souls. Therefore, He was unable to give her his Rex spike. Han Sen continued slashing the icy threads that wove across the battlefield, all the while observing the jellyfish. He was looking for a window of opportunity in which he could safely deliver an attack of his own. With good fortune, the flaming Rex spike's fiery elements would be enough to kill it. The jellyfish was enraged, however, and it did not seem afraid of getting injured. Even when the tentacles were cut, or a number of abrasions and lesions had been delivered to its body, it did not slow down in its attack of the little angel. Han Sen frowned. The little angel had slashed everywhere on the jellyfish by now, and they had not yet discovered a weakness. Nothing seemed to halt the recovery of its wounds. Does it really not have any weaknesses? If that is true, then it might very well be invincible. Han Sen frowned. He had previously thought something like this was impossible, but here it was, happening right before his eyes. It was at this time that the eyes of the little angel flashed. She rose up into the air, holding the greatsword with both hands, and delivered a flurry of strikes onto the jellyfish with ferocity. Boom! Under the fierce barrage of attacks the adorade unleashed, the jellyfish's body was torn apart. After being cut in half, it dropped into the waters it had previously emerged from. Little angel, nice work! Han Sen shouted, with a voice brimming with excitement. But right after he said this, the jellyfish that had been cut in half reconnected and regenerated its lost tissue. It re-emerged from the water and grabbed a hold of the little angel with its tentacles. Han Sen froze in surprise and said to himself, "Holy smokes! This guy really is invincible. How is it still not dead yet?" The little angel's attacks were powerful, but they were seemingly useless against the jellyfish. Han Sen went back to trying to observe the jellyfish and discover whether or not it had a weakness. While Han Sen was having trouble, his attention was brought back to the narcissus that decorated the disturbed waters of the lake. His heart was shaken. Amidst all this fighting, the flowers had not been affected one bit. Not a single petal had been damaged or fallen. Strange. The lake isn't all that big, so how has it not been affected amidst the absolute chaos that has transpired here? Han Sen thought to himself, as he checked the narcissus out. Han Sen observed it for a while and noticed that the jellyfish was in fact protecting the narcissus. When the tentacles were cut down, they did not immediately fall into the water. When one was cut, icy threads arose from the water to carry it gently under. The jellyfish was preventing any sliced tentacles from falling on top of the flowers. Something is not right. Actually, I do not think it is the jellyfish controlling the threads, rather. It is the narcissus themselves controlling the threads. Han Sen had made a startling discovery. The icy threads that emerged from the waters continued their attacks on Han Sen and the little angel. If the threads were controlled by the jellyfish, then their organization ought to have been disrupted each time the monster was dealt damage. But throughout the entire fight, no matter how much damage was dealt to the jellyfish, the icy threads remained unchanged and continued their attacks without a moment of disruption. Because of this, Han Sen confirmed that the jellyfish and narcissus weren't related. Even when the jellyfish had been cut in half, nothing changed with them. Is this narcissus like the blood wasp lotus? Maybe there are super creatures inside the narcissus, and the jellyfish is just a proxy. The more Han Sen guessed, the more convinced he was of this. But the narcissus themselves had no movement, and they just continued to sit where they were. It was hard to believe that those things might have been the most frightening creature in the vicinity. Han Sen wanted to approach the ice lake and test out his theory. If things simply continued the way they were, he did not believe they could kill the jellyfish. When Han Sen approached the icy waters, he cast arrow. He used it to run across the water, get as close to the narcissus as he possibly could. The flaming Rex spike became a raging tornado of flame as he raced towards the flowers. The little angel struck at the same time. Her supreme greatsword tore the jellyfish in half once again, preventing it from protecting the narcissus. The narcissus that had been quiet and still the entire time suddenly turned to face Han Sen. Like a volcanic eruption, the icy threads arose en masse from the water, quickly rushing over to cover Han Sen's entire body. In a moment, the threads formed together to create an iceberg inside of which Han Sen was trapped. "Get out of my way!" Han Sen roared, as a black smoke erupted from his body. Inside his body a bell pulsed, which made the icy threads begin to shiver and shake. The flaming Rex spike drilled onwards, forming an exit from the ice. The twirling weapon now commanded wind and fire, and the narcissus was in its sight. Boom! The flaming Rex spike roughly drilled into the narcissus and drilled deep. The flowers let out strange screams of their own, as they suffered the wrath of the raging weapon. The petals abandoned their flowery ship as the roots of the plants were evicted and incinerated, which led to the release of a white fog all at the same time. Han Sen, who had a high frost resistance due to Jadeskin, felt as if he had fallen into an icy bath when touching the fog. His hair and eyebrows grew icicles of their own, even. Splash! When the narcissus was destroyed, the jellyfish and threads turned into water and fell down. The ice lake quickly froze over and provided an additional layer of frost to the areas surrounding it. From the perforated flower, a small body fell out. It was a beautiful woman whose body was naked. She had stunning butterfly wings attached to her back. She had long white hair and pupils that reflected the ice she governed. Snowflakes adorned her body, but the woman was tiny, no larger than the palm of a hand. She was like a fairy of myth. Han Sen did not hear an announcement, and when he looked at the fairy, he knew exactly what had happened. Without hesitation, Han Sen smacked the fairy's head with his flaming Rex spike. The palm-sized body looked as if it was going to be smashed into bits and pieces by the Rex spike. But the fairy lifted up a small fist and knocked the Rex spike away. A frosty air swiftly rose and doused the fire the flaming Rex spike commanded and froze the weapon completely. Pang! The flameless Rex spike was sent flying back with a force not even Han Sen could hold strong against. The weapon took off into the air as his hand bled. Han Sen clutched his injured hand and looked quite shocked. He thought to himself, so, this is the true body of the super creature that was birthed by this plant. Seeing the pretty yet scary fairy rise up and approach him with snowflakes around her, Han Sen summoned his peacock crossbow and fired 3 bolts. The fairy fluttered its wings like a butterfly and delicately danced away in evasion of the bolts. Then, she resumed her course and continued approaching Han Sen. Dong! The little angel rushed forward to slash the fairy, but the fairy managed to block the angel's attack with her fists, which was what produced the noise. Having her strike blocked rattled the little angel and made her fall back in a bit of a daze, but that wasn't to suggest the fairy was totally unfazed. The shock of the attack also shook the little fairy, too. The fairy had to fly in 3 circles before it could get its balance back. Dong! 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 The fairy flew to engage the little angel and quickly circled her. Her fists generated a flurry of ice shards against the angel's greatsword as they fought. Han Sen retreated to a corner. As his power and speed were far inferior to an adult super creature's, he had no hope of joining in their fight. The little angel and the fairy were fighting while airborne. The fairy had a strong control over the ice element, and every hit carried a grand amount of frosted air with it. The atmosphere around the two was almost frozen. The little angel's body was incredibly well balanced, and she had tremendous resistance towards every element. As such, the little fairy couldn't exert too much damage on the little angel with her focus on ice. The silver fox couldn't help out in this fight, either. It was still young, and was far from becoming an adult at the slow speed it was growing. It didn't have the power to compete with adult super creatures, either. Curiously, now that it was no longer fighting, the silver fox quickly approached the lake. It searched for the flower that Han Sen had destroyed and noticed it was in the water. It picked it up and began eating it. Silver fox, if you retrieve good loot, how about sharing? Han Sen pleaded as he ran over to his pet. The silver fox noticed its master approaching and scoffed the flower down even faster. When Han Sen arrived, the leaves and roots were all gone, there was nothing left. You selfish bastard! Han Sen angrily shouted. The silver fox returned to acting all cute and looked up at Han Sen. It jumped onto Han Sen's shoulder and no longer moved. The silver fox's fur was a light silver now, and it exuded a frosty air. Whatever. There was nothing Han Sen could do now. Watching the little angel fight the fairy, without anything he could do himself, he thought now was the time to do something with the frozen man who was sitting next to the lake. He ran towards him to see if he could move him out into the bamboo forest for now. In case the little angel was unable to defeat the little fairy, at least they could escape and bring the frozen man with them. When he approached the man, Han Sen was suddenly surprised. He appeared to be thawing. Is it because the narcissus was destroyed? Han Sen wondered, as he dragged the man into the bamboo forest. The ice on the man was thawing quickly. By the time Han Sen dragged him into the bamboo forest, the ice on his body was all gone. Will he survive such a simple defrosting process? Han Sen frowned. Humans required special equipment to aid their thawing after being frozen. Because of this, Han Sen doubted he would survive. Han Sen observed the man. He watched his life force grow stronger and muscles. Become firmer. Perhaps he was going to live, after all. Han Sen looked at the man nervously, not fully understanding how he had managed to defrost so quickly. The temperature where they were was still quite low. Han Sen could feel the frosty air inside the man slowly fade, as the thump of a slow heartbeat returned. In half an hour, the frosty air was all gone and the man's heart and organs returned to being fully functional. The man's eyes were still closed, but that was when Han Sen finally began to see movement underneath his eyelids. Nervously, he looked at the man. If he really was Qin Waijun, and if he woke up, the mystery would finally be explained. Then, suddenly, the man opened his eyes. The black eyes looked empty, but they were wide open. He was staring upwards. "Are you awake? Can you hear me?" Han Sen was not sure what to say, so he crouched near the man and asked these questions to see if he was fully conscious. The man moved his eyes slowly until his vision ended up on Han Sen. The moment he saw Han Sen, the man's face looked full of fright and shock. He grabbed Han Sen's arm and used all his strength in a struggle to say, "Be wary of Han, Jing, Ji, squelch." After the man spoke those few words, blood came out of his mouth and his body began to twitch and convulse. His eyes turned white. "Hey, is there something wrong?" Han Sen quickly held the man and put a recovery potion to his lips. But it didn't work, due to the constant spitting and oozing of blood. While the man twitched, he continued holding Han Sen's arms tight. His white eyeballs continued to stare at Han Sen, and it was as if he still wanted to say something. With a mouth full of blood, all he could do was gurgle on the claret and not speak an audible word. The man used the last of his power in a struggle with his hand, and pointed at his pocket. Before he made another move, he straightened himself out and coughed blood, splattering Han Sen. Then he stopped moving, his eyes still open and looking at Han Sen. Han Sen's face looked ghastly, and the life force of the man before him had all depleted. He was dead, but what the man said confused Han Sen greatly. "Be wary of Han Jingji." Why should I be wary of Han Jingji? Did he say that to me specifically, or were those words meant for someone else? Maybe he thought I was someone else. Han Sen's heart was confused. Han Sen was very confused, but the man had already passed away. His life force had extinguished, and he could no longer provide Han Sen with the answers he sought. Han Sen then reminded himself of the man's suggestion to look in his pockets, and so he rummaged through them in the hopes of finding another lead. The man's battlesuit had been crafted with a special material. Unless it was purposefully destroyed, it would resist deterioration and remain in perfect condition. Han Sen's hand found something inside the pocket, and from the touch, it felt like thin leather. It was soft and delicate, and he couldn't quite tell what animal's hide it might have come from. Han Sen pulled it out to reveal a 2-square-foot parchment of leather. It had yellowed somewhat in submission to time's advance. Curiously, words had been written upon the page, and it looked as if they had been inked in blood. On the left side of the parchment was a symbol of the 9-life cat. On the right side of the leather, there were 2 words written in a larger font like a title. It said, "Blood Pulse." The Blood Pulse of the Blood Legion. Han Sen was surprised. Blood Pulse was a tenet of the Blood Legion. Blood Pulse contained records of the Blood Legion's doctrine and some of the mythology that composed their organization. It was only in the future that the Blood Legion became recognized as a cult, and the texts of Blood Pulse were forbidden from sale. Most of the cultists only knew certain snippets of the text, as few had seen the complete work. Han Sen was disappointed. Blood Pulse was merely a religious document pertaining to a faith he had no interest in abiding by. Therefore, this leathery document was useless to him. Han Sen still failed to understand why the man's dying act was to point at his pocket, however. Is he just a fanatic cultist? Han Sen guessed, as he looked over the Blood Pulse. But when he looked a bit closer, he was surprised. It wasn't merely a religious text he was holding, it was a qigong. He could only view a part of it, but with his knowledge, he was able to tell it was a very mysterious qigong. It was almost up to par with his Jideskin. Taking a closer look, Han Sen noticed how the parchment simply explained how one might learn it. He folded it up carefully and then put it away. This was not the time to read, after all. He gave the man another search but was unable to find anything else of interest. The little angel was still fighting the fairy, and it was difficult to guess who the victor might be. Han Sen dug a 6-foot hole, placed the man in it, and covered it back up. If he brought the body out into the desert, it wouldn't be long before the body was just another dried-up pile of bones. Han Sen thought, when the next opportunity arose, he could tell Qin Zan about his experience with the man, and let the family determine whether or not he really was an elder of theirs. And also see if he truly was Qin Weijun. After burying the fellow, Han Sen turned his attention to the battle that was still ongoing. The little angel's greatsword, although powerful, was going up against a fairy that was no less of an opponent. It was rather strange to see a small body possess such wild power, as she bolted around with ice and snow. When her skills clashed against the greatsword, chips of ice and snowflakes would erupt with the sparks like frosty fireworks. Han Sen brought up his peacock crossbow and fired 2 bolts at the fairy. It was pointless for him to try, however, as she dodged them both with her wicked speed. But Han Sen then noticed that despite her speed and strength, she could only deal ice damage and ice damage alone. She wasn't really dealing any damage to the little angel. As a result, Han Sen saw that the peacock crossbow was not working, so he summoned his flaming Rex spike. He knew that this was the weapon that possessed the highest chance of destroying the fairy once and for all. If she was distracted enough for Han Sen to land a decent blow, he could deal her a mighty amount of damage. Han Sen's eyes observed the fairy's movements, activating his Dongshuan Sutra to analyze the energy flow inside her. She had a really clear energy flow, which wasn't blurry in the least. She had to be a second-generation super creature. Han Sen's interest in the foe catapulted to a far greater level, and he wanted to kill her right away to obtain the life geno essence she possessed. But his interest did hit a certain snag. He thought the fairy was quite cute and pretty, and she most certainly looked like something no one else would be willing to kill. The little angel didn't have the mind of a human, and so she just kept on swinging her greatsword fiercely in a bid to cut the fairy down. Han Sen then took to memorizing her energy flow and learning her every move. He hoped by doing the latter part, he could predict her future movements for a chance of landing the strike he needed to. It took him a whole hour to learn her complete energy flow. After trying it out, his energy became like ice. It was a pure ice power. But Han Sen couldn't be like the opponent he had copied and fire out the ice power as a long-range projectile. If he wanted to deal damage with these newly learned skills, he would have to get up close and personal. After another while of watching, the window of opportunity he had been searching for arose. The moment the fairy was smacked by the little angel's greatsword, Han Sen had his flaming Rex spike on a collision course with her, as well. The elephant's trumpeting sounded within, as the Rex spike now hosted a boundless power. The weapon became an inferno-born whip that struck the fairy. The fairy's small body was knocked away like a little ball, but she did not catch on fire. This was because of her icy powers, which managed to withstand the flames carried by the Rex spike. Pang! The fairy's body smacked into the iced earth to create a deep hole. It wasn't long before the fairy returned, however, with a fury Han Sen had yet to witness. The fairy was furious at Han Sen and soared over to him with rapid wing flaps. Han Sen turned around to run as he had just used Elephant Rex strike. Now that his body was drained of energy, he couldn't fight back. But knowing that move didn't kill the fairy, he quickly became aware that no matter what he tried, he'd be unable to defeat her. The little angel cut off the fairy's advance and Han Sen, with the silver fox, ran off through the bamboo forest. He was now well aware that there was no point in remaining where he was. He wanted to leave, recover, and later come back to try to fight her again. Fortunately, the little angel had come between them, which prohibited the fairy from following Han Sen. All the fairy could see was the aggravator fleeing into the bamboo forest and completely disappearing. But she wasn't keen to give up just yet. The fairy evaded the little angel's next couple of attacks, flew around her, and went to follow. Han Sen did not stop running, wanting to get outside as fast as he could. He rushed through the subterranean forest to where he had first descended, and as he neared the exit, he caught sight of the twin-tailed scorpion munching on bamboo and the silkworms within. Why am I so unlucky this time? Han Sen's heart sank. Chapter 746. Killing the purple scorpion. Despite the fact that the fairy continued to chase him, Han Sen still decided to push on and make his escape. After all, the twin-tailed scorpion was only a first-generation super creature, as opposed to the second-generation one that lusted for his blood. Han Sen wanted to escape the underground labyrinth, first and foremost. Despite being drained of energy, he still had to keep his gene lock open to enable his flight. He just hoped the twin-tailed scorpion would not be made aware of his presence. But Lady Luck did not smile on Han Sen, for the scorpion noticed him. With its gnashing pincers, it did not wait a single moment before racing towards him. Han Sen gritted his teeth as his heart kicked into overdrive. The power in his arms was focused. He leapt into the air like a sparrow in the breeze, and spun around doing loops to dodge the scorpion's tail sting and pincer snap combo. After launching right over the scorpion's head and successfully evading his foe's attack, Han Sen remained airborne in his flight towards the exit. As he flew, he returned and redeployed the little angel, hoping that the scorpion would turn its attention to her and engage her for a while. The scorpion, however, let out a wheezy shriek and turned around to continue its pursuit of Han Sen. The wag of its legs and pincers were incredibly fast, and it skittered so quickly, it might as well have sprouted wings. The fairy had caught up now, as well, and it didn't even blink at the scorpion. All she did was fly past it, wholly fixated on Han Sen. Today is not a good day. How can I be this unlucky? Han Sen's heart was sinking fast, but soon after, he was greeted with the open skies atop the slopes of the mountain. But Han Sen wasn't the only one keen to make an exit, as the fairy and scorpion quickly bolted out of the subterranean labyrinth, as well. Han Sen summoned and redeployed the little angel in response, hoping she could snare the fairy's attention for a time and keep her occupied. Han Sen, in the meantime, took off running in the direction of the Yellowstone City. Through the little angel's suppression of the fairy, Han Sen's gambit was a success, and his nemesis could no longer keep up with him. It was fortunate, for by now, he had slowed. The scorpion was still on him, though, and it managed to sting his buttocks more than a few times with its tail. Luckily, he was still clad in his berserk super armor, and this provided the protection he very much needed. Although the tail's stinger managed to pierce through the plate, the subsequent damage was significantly reduced and the literal pain in his ass just made him shout. The scorpion's tail was very sharp, and if it wasn't for the protection provided by the armor, it would have skewered his entire body. Han Sen's body was exhausted, but he had little time to pay his tiredness heed. On and on, he kept running in the direction of the shelter he had previously departed. It was now in sight, and just that mere glance perked up his rapidly declining spirits. Zhou Yume had waited 2 whole days for Han Sen's return, but he had yet to show up. She was as mad as she was sad, at his absence. Asshole, horny bastard, scumbag, I can't believe he just left me hanging like that. I curse him to be eaten by creatures. Zhou Yume's spirits had rarely dipped so low, and so she just lay slouched on the bench outside the shelter's gates. Being alone for over a year had taken its toll on Zhou Yume, and her brief interaction with Han Sen made her realize how afraid of being alone she now was. Meeting him was an extremely rare stroke of luck, and although she wasn't particularly fond of his character, his presence still enthused her. At least she did not have to remain under the desert's baking sun, alone. Even arguing with the bad guy was better than being alone, bored to death. What was worse was the fact he had just left without saying a single word. Her eyes were now swelling red at the thought of no goodbye. As Zhou Yume cursed him to high heaven, she suddenly saw the man running towards her with extreme speed. It made her overjoyed, and she immediately stood up and shouted to Han Sen, "Mr. Asshole. I thought you were gone for good, what brought you back?" Han Sen removed his armor and approached Zhou Yume like the wind. He didn't say anything to her, he just grabbed her by the waist and carried her inside the city. "You sick pervert, let me go." Zhou Yume was a little embarrassed and tried to shout as she struggled. "Take a look at what is following me. Do you really want me to leave you as their lunchtime snack?" Han Sen casually told her, as he continued to run forward. Zhou Yume then took a proper look, and she saw the twin-tail scorpion that ravenously followed. She also saw the little angel further behind, but not the fairy. The fairy was too small for her to see from that distance. But Zhou Yume quickly understood what was happening and her face changed as swiftly as one could turn a page. She said, "Big brother, run faster." The scorpion waved its tail as it approached, trying to sting them, and Zhou Yume's heart leapt at the creature's every attempted strike. With each dodge, a gasp and a tear or two would follow. Han Sen didn't have the time to respond, and simply rushed into the shelter. He turned around to take a look and noticed that only the scorpion had followed them inside the city. The fairy seemed wary of something and stopped pursuing them near the gate. She flapped her wings in the air but did not go inside. This turn of events made Han Sen happy. If he only had to deal with the scorpion, he could manage, and he would no longer be forced to run for his life. Han Sen ran towards the plaza and simply waited for his little angel to deal with the scorpion. Meow. Little Orange saw Zhou Yume getting chased by the scorpion, and it growled angrily in response. With rage, it rushed towards the creature to engage. Little Orange, Zhou Yumei worriedly called out. Although Little Orange had jumped onto the scorpion, the foul creature lived up to its namesake and spread its tail in two. With both ends, it stabbed Little Orange, making the cat cry out in pain. Please save him. Little Orange cannot fight the scorpion. He used to run off whenever we saw it in the past. Zhou Yumei was dribbling tears, as she pleaded for Han Sen's aid. Han Sen did not make a move, but the silver fox acted on his behalf and spat out a bolt of silver lightning to nastily strike the scorpion's head. Pang! The scorpion was shaken by the lightning, and Little Orange managed to free itself. But then, Little Orange sunk its teeth into one of the scorpion's tails and made a hissing sound. As it writhed in pain, the twin-tail scorpion raised its other tail and took aim at Little Orange's head. The silver fox jumped down near the scorpion and bit into the other tail, in a desperate bid to save Little Orange's life. When the little angel finally arrived, she swung her greatsword down on the scorpion's head under Han Sen's command. The shell of its head cracked open, as green fluid squirted out of the crushed carapace. Huzzah! The twin-tail scorpion hissed and squealed in immense pain. It wagged both of its tails, attempting to shake off Little Orange and the silver fox that clung onto it with their teeth. But it was to no avail, as their teeth had been driven deep and they had a firm grip. The little angel's face looked cold as she raised her greatsword. She brought it down again and lopped off the scorpion's pincers and claws to prevent any more possible attacks. Gotcha! The little angel brought the greatsword down upon its head continuously after that, which fully exposed the innards of its head. In one final attack, the little angel clutched the greatsword's hilt with both hands and drove it down right through the head of the scorpion, pinning it to the ground. Roar! The scorpion, as it slowly slipped into the embrace of death, waved its tails quicker than ever and managed to shake Little Orange and the silver fox off. With a few final twitches, it gave up the ghost. Super creature hunted. Twin-tailed purple scorpion. The beast soul has not been acquired. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Han Sen heard the announcement and felt a little disheartened. He wanted to wait until the creature gave birth, but now that he'd already killed it, he didn't even get the beast soul. All he got was a lousy life geno essence. The twin-tail scorpion disappeared and left behind a dark purple life geno essence on the ground where it once lay. But beside it was something else, a ping-pong-sized purple egg. This perked him right up. Seeing the silver fox with its jaws open, preparing to chow down on the egg, Han Sen commanded the little angel to grab the greedy bastard. The silver fox whined at the little angel in obvious anger. It didn't attack her, though, for it knew how powerful she was. The little angel delivered the purple egg to Han Sen and then returned to the Sea of Soul. The silver fox brushed its head against Han Sen's leg, and looked up at Han Sen adoringly, with its eyes wide open. It looked like it was begging. Get out of here, you already ate that narcissus earlier. This is mine. There was no chance he would give the egg to the silver fox, so for now, he just pocketed it. Han Sen could see right through the silver fox. When they first met, the silver fox had acted all adorable and elegant. But over time, after Han Sen had accepted him as a pet, its mouth was revealed to be a cruel, vicious, slobbering munching machine. It'd eat whatever delight it could find without reprieve, and not leave a single morsel for its master. The only reason it was acting cute was because it wanted something, and this was one act Han Sen was not willing to fall for. Han Sen thought the guy was a black hole for food, and no matter how much you fed it, it could always stuff in more. Zhou Yumei's heart appeared broken, as she tended to Little Orange's wounds. Her pet had been stung by the tail twice, and the places it had been struck were starting to look purple. It seemed as if it had been poisoned. This made Zhou Yumei look nervous, and tears started to well up in her eyes. Little Orange, hold on. I am going to save you, okay? Zhou Yumei said as she tended to his wounds, her cheeks submitting to a swamp of tears. But the wounds were deep, and it appeared impossible to separate the poison from the body. There was a chance the poison had already reached Little Orange's organs. I beg you, please go back to the Alliance. Return there and bring me back some antidotes. Do that and I will do anything. Zhou Yumei pleaded loudly, after running towards Han Sen. Anything. Han Sen gave Zhou Yumei a strange smile as he asked for confirmation. Zhou Yumei gritted her teeth and gave him the answer he desired, yes, anything. Sure. Just hang on a sec. Han Sen rummaged through his inventory for a pen and paper, and then wrote up a contract. After he finished, he presented it to Zhou Yume and said, "If you do indeed mean anything, then sign along the dotted line." "Is this a human trafficking contract?" Zhou Yume asked, as she scanned the details of the document. With wide eyes, she stared at Han Sen. If she signed it, she would become Han Sen's servant. And there was another condition listed on the paper, as well. She would also have to train Little Orange to adhere to Han Sen's commands. It was practically a buy one get one free contract, in which he'd obtain 2 new servants. "It's entirely up to you whether or not you want to sign it." "But that's the only deal," Han Sen casually told her. Little Orange really did look to be in a dire condition, but it was a second-generation super creature. Even if it didn't receive an antidote, it would eventually recover all by itself. Zhou Yume did not know this, however, as she had not learned much about the nature of super creatures. Her concern for Little Orange also clouded her judgment by a great deal. She worried greatly as she observed her suffering pet. Meow. Zhou Yume looked at Little Orange and saw how weak he was, meowing towards her, looking so pitiable. "I'll sign it." Zhou Yume ground her teeth, took the pen, and signed the contract. She didn't want Little Orange to suffer any more, after what it had done for her. If it wasn't for the pet's acceptance of her as its master, she wouldn't have been alive. Plus, Little Orange was only in this state because of its desire to protect her when it believed her to be in danger. "That's right." Han Sen reached out his hand to take back the contract, but Zhou Yume pulled away. "Antidote." Zhou Yume presented an empty hand to Han Sen. Then, he opened his inventory and placed a few antidotes on the pedestal of her palm. Clenching her jaw once more, she gave Han Sen the signed contract and quickly rushed over to Little Orange's side to give it the antidote. Han Sen was very satisfied with this result in his new contract. Zhou Yume and Little Orange now belonged to him. When he returned to the Alliance, he could make Zhou's family pay him a lot of money. Even though she was just the daughter of a councilman, the man would bend over backwards to get her back. Han Sen did not want to do anything bad to Zhou Yume, however. He was going to depart the area soon, and he planned to bring her with him. Han Sen made this contract to prevent any conflicts from arising out on the road. Every decision made would be his, and it'd prevent unnecessary arguments. If Zhou Yume behaved herself and did not cause any trouble, after leaving the desert, Han Sen would no longer keep her as a slave. And in the future, if he needed her help, he thought he might call upon her. Han Sen knew that if Zhou Yume brought Little Orange home, she'd become an important person. Making her a slave did not seem very realistic. The antidote worked, and after 2 days, the poison inside Little Orange had disappeared completely. Han Sen found himself a corner, away from the rest, and tried to cut the egg open. Super creature hunted. Uncompleted build. The beast soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 5. Han Sen had never heard of only 5 super geno points being up for grabs, and the announcement didn't even speak the creature's name. The egg had to be little more than a fetus, and the creature inside had yet to formulate. But a single super geno point was better than none. Han Sen cooked it on an open fire and added a number of spices before eating it. You have consumed the flesh of a super creature, your super geno point total has increased by 1. A weird sensation entered Han Sen's body, and his cells felt more energized. The announcement sounded 4 times, bringing his number up by 4 to a total of 36. Until Little Orange was healed, Han Sen gathered resources for the road ahead of them. He was ready to exit the shelter and try to find a way out of the Black Desert. Over the past few days, he hadn't found hide nor hair of the fairy around the shelter, so he assumed it had returned underground. But a little while after they left the shelter, the fairy appeared out of nowhere. It flapped its wings to produce snow and madly came at Han Sen. Han Sen hadn't thought the fairy could hold such a grudge. He had only hit her once, and still, she desired payback. Without a choice in the matter, Han Sen quickly brought Zhou Yume back to the shelter. Although the little angel could distract the maniacal fairy, the creature would not allow them a single break or moment's rest if they attempted the trip while it was after them. And this was a trip that would require stops, so they couldn't continue with the fairy on their heels. And Han Sen was responsible for the life of Zhou Yume right now, as well. So, he had to share concern for her, too. Therefore, Han Sen decided to return to the shelter and formulate a plan for how they might kill the fairy, or at the very least lose its pursuit. If they couldn't figure that out, they'd never be able to leave. After a few days, Han Sen had come up with a number of ways he might be able to fight the fairy. But if he could not kill her, he could not lose her. Does that thing really want to fight to the death with me? Han Sen thought it was an awkward predicament. Fortunately, the fairy did not dare to enter the shelter. As such, he planned to stay in the shelter for an even longer amount of time and see whether or not she would leave. No matter how much she despised Han Sen, she couldn't remain watching this place forever. There was nothing to do while staying in the shelter, however, so Han Sen returned to the Alliance and researched the sheet of leather and its scripture. He wanted to find whatever information he could on blood pulse in the army. Han Sen had seen the Blood Legion's blood pulse before, and it was little more than a religious doctrine that spoke of lore and mythology. He had never heard of them teaching skills before. The blood pulse he had in his possession now was completely different. What is all this about, huh? Han Sen mulled the questions he had for a while, but eventually decided to ask Qin Zan. He wanted to ask whether or not there was a person called Qin Waijun in the 7th team of the Secret Service. Han Sen called her up, after some time of deliberation and hesitation. He said, "Team Qin, I remember you once told me you had an elder in the Secret Service." "Yes, what about it?" Qin Zan looked a little confused when Han Sen asked her this. "I have recently heard of this man called Qin Waijun. Is that him?" Han Sen said. Qin Zan nodded and said, "There was a person called Qin Waijun in our family, so who did you hear it from? And why would someone mention his name? I was on my way to the Blue Crystal Shelter, when I happened to meet an old man on the road. He said he was a friend of Qin Waijun, one who used to travel around with him in the Second God's Sanctuary. He mentioned that his last contact with Qin Waijun was on a trip he took to the Black Desert. He never heard from him again, so it's possible that he died there. I just thought I should mention this to you, that's all," Han Sen said. Qin Zan laughed in response, saying, "You must have been told a tall tale. There was an elder of ours called Qin Waijun, but he was a member of the Secret Service's 7th team. He must have been amongst the very first people to ever set foot in this world. He died shortly after returning. How could he have died in that world? And how could it have been the Second God's Sanctuary? Back then, they had only just discovered the existence of God sanctuaries. When he was alive, they didn't even know about the difference in tiers between sanctuaries." Han Sen froze for a moment, having not thought of this issue before. When Han Jingji first entered, it was shortly after the discovery of the sanctuaries. Even he would not have known about the tiers that separated them. Even if they did know, they couldn't have been there long, and they most certainly couldn't have been in the Second God's Sanctuary already. After returning from the sanctuaries, people died one by one. They didn't return to the sanctuaries, so there was no way they could die there. And they especially couldn't return to the Second God's Sanctuary. But this only added to Han Sen's confusion. If that person was not Qin Waijun, who was he? Why would he possess Qin Waijun's working license? I must have been fooled then. I apologize. Han Sen coughed afterwards. Where are you now, anyway? Qin Zan smiled and did not press the issue further. I'm still in the Black Desert. Han Sen did not dare to say he found the body of that man. If it really wasn't Qin Waijun, telling her would only confuse her. After he ended the conversation with Qin Zan, Han Sen found himself trapped in a perplexing quandary. Identifying that person seemed hard, and trying to learn what may have transpired there seemed even more difficult. But Han Sen was not a truth-seeking person. If there was a puzzle that was proving too difficult to solve, he'd rather shelve the issue than continue confusing himself with it. Han Sen did not plan to learn blood pulse. After all, his Dongshuan Sutra was one of the best Qigongs. He didn't want to waste time teaching himself a new one that wouldn't produce further benefits. Han Sen was researching the blood pulse to see if there was anything particularly special about it. But after his time reading, Han Sen began to pick up on the fact that blood pulse had a greater depth to it than Jadeskin. While Han Sen had only unlocked one, Jadeskin had 9 tiers he could unlock in total. His Dongshuan Sutra had 10 tiers. Blood pulse also had 10 tiers of possible unlocks, which placed it on the same level as the Dongshuan Sutra. Through Han Sen's research, he came across the knowledge of a function of blood pulse he thought to be particularly remarkable. Practicing blood pulse could extend your powers with it. The powers you earned could also be genetic, and their traits and benefits could be passed down to your children when they were born. To put it more scientifically, after practicing blood pulse, it would be written down in your genetic code. The generation that followed the learner would be granted the powers when they were born. It was a scary thought. Technology had come so far, it had allowed humans to modify certain genes and cure genetic afflictions that carried across generations. But passing skills to children via their genes was supposedly impossible. Human genes were affected after a few generations or dozens of generations. It was something that humans referred to as evolution. This manner of evolution was rather slow, but the results were easier to see following the discovery of the god sanctuaries. Every new generation of the sanctuaries, inhabitants naturally possessed a greater fitness level. The increases weren't massive, however, and noticeable differences only arose after a few generations. But for the learning of blood pulse to become a natural, genetic gift to your children was quite a shocking aspect. A power like this was scarier than simple gene modification. Heirs of such a talent could be considered cheaters, even. For those who inherited the skill, it would undoubtedly prove to be a big leg up right from the moment they were born. It was like being a few generations ahead of your peers. The leather text Han Sen was reading said that the initiation of blood pulse practice required a blood pulse relic. If you obtained one, only then could you truly begin to learn the skill. Attempting to learn it before getting one of these relics would be a waste of time. Han Sen searched for more and more information concerning the Blood Legion and found a few topics pertaining to Blood Legion relics. Unfortunately, no one else knew what they were, either. The only information that was available stated that the Blood Legion relics were gifts given to humans by blood gods. They were typically handed down through the generations by ardent family followers of the Blood Legion. Outsiders were never privy to them, and not even low-level members of the cult could see them. They were reserved for high-ranking members of the Blood Legion only. Although Han Sen would have loved to give his future child a leg up, he had no idea where he might find a relic of his own. And being entirely truthful with himself, he was unsure whether or not this requirement that was stated on the leather parchment was true. He didn't think it was very credible. After showering, Han Sen fancied having some food. Before departing, however, he heard a knock on his door. It was Ji Yanran. "My captain, how have you found the time to visit me in my little cottage?" Han Sen jested, smiling. Ji Yanran looked strange on this day, though, and it didn't seem as if she was in the mood to play along with Han Sen's jokes. She eyed him weirdly, and it was as if she wanted to tell him something, but for some reason, a phantom force held her tongue. "Yanran, what has happened?" Han Sen rarely saw Ji Yanran in such a condition, and this worried him. He immediately held her hand and drew her in close. "What happened, baby? Don't scare me like this." Han Sen was panicking, having never seen Ji Yanran's face like so. Ji Yanran clenched her jaw. In response to Han Sen's pleading, she turned around, and said with a voice as quiet and strained as a mosquito, "My grandfather wants to see you." It was as if her voice hit a mute button, as her sentence trailed off. Her cheeks were red, as if they had been set ablaze. "Your grandfather? What does he want to see me for?" Han Sen was surprised. "Nothing. But if you don't want to go, that's fine. And if so, I will return." After Ji Yanran said that, she ran off in haste and did not look back. Han Sen watched her go in a daze, and he didn't even have the time to think about what just happened. What is going on? Her grandpa wants to meet me. Her grandpa is one of the few demigods. Why would he want to meet me? Is it because of the life Geno essence or my little angel? Han Sen mulled over these questions while he gave chase to Ji Yanran. But she was too quick, and after turning a corridor, she was too far ahead to catch up. "I feel so sorry for Ji Yanran, being with an asshole like you." Annie was standing outside a door, coldly looking at Han Sen as she spoke. "What does that mean?" Han Sen frowned and returned Annie's gaze. "What do you mean? What does that mean? You are a man, she is a good lady. She has been with you all this time and you have yet to propose. How is she supposed to explain this to her family?" Annie coldly explained. Han Sen's face turned red. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words departed his lips. "Or are you waiting for the lady to ask first?" Annie coldly said. "Her grandfather wants to talk with me about a proposal." Han Sen asked, shocked, as he had no experience in these sorts of things. "Discuss a proposal with him. He'll kill you." Annie looked at Han Sen as if she was observing an idiot. "Sister Annie, you know I have no experience with these matters. Why don't you offer me some guidance? If you do, I promise to repay your kindness. Han Sen quickly pleaded with Annie, due to his complete lack of knowledge of the subject. Annie's face looked calmer, but she still coldly said, if you continue being with Ji Yanran like this, with no indication of proper commitment, it won't just be the traditional old men who can't bear you. I won't be able to stand you. If you really want to be with Yanran, at least get engaged. Then, that would be a sign for her family. Have you ever stopped for 1 minute to think about how much pressure she has been put under, for being with you? Especially a family like hers. It is my negligence, Han Sen quickly responded. Old Ji really loves his children, and he's a very traditional old man. If you see him, you best suggest this matter of a proposal. If you instead talk more bullshit, he will kill you. Annie paused for a moment, but then went on to say, but before that, you owe Ji Yanran a proposal. If you don't have one in the cards now, then there is no reason for you to go visit her family. After that, Annie turned around, left, and ignored Han Sen. Han Sen's heart felt as if it was sweating. He was so free and relaxed, being with Ji Yanran before. He had never thought about the future much, or considered how things would eventually turn out. He used to think about these things, but he had assumed it was too early. He wished to complete his service first. The one thing he hadn't paid mind to was the pressure she might have been receiving from her family. This was my own fault, Han Sen blamed himself. He really did want to live and be with Ji Yanran. There were many pretty girls, but being with someone you could be yourself with and feel comfortable alongside, even if it was only a silence that was free of awkwardness, few girls offered this type of companionship. Sometimes, all it would take was a look or a slight movement to know what each other wanted. Han Sen liked Ji Yanran a lot, and he knew she loved him in return. There was nothing bad in that. Han Sen was positive in his desire to marry her. Even if the Ji family did not approve, he'd still find a way to marry her. Such a good woman like that, I should put my label on her first and not allow her to be stolen. Han Sen touched his jaw and thought about the best way to propose. And this proposal wouldn't just be about the two of them, they'd both need their parents to agree. Han Sen had to ask Luo Sulan. Han Sen did not know how to go about this proposal, so he called his mother. He told her about getting engaged to Ji Yanran. Han Sen used to talk about her with his mom, so it wasn't much of a surprise that he was bringing this up now. After Luo Sulan heard what Han Sen had to say, she was quiet for a moment. When she broke the silence, she said, "Are you sure this is the woman you want?" "Yes, I want to marry this woman," Han Sen said with assurance. "Then set a time and date to meet with her parents, so that you may settle this whole thing now," Luo Sulan said, with a smile. "Thanks, Mom." Han Sen was very glad. Although Luo Sulan and Ji Yanran had never met, she was quick to agree. She was a very understanding woman. Chapter 750. Proposing was not something that came easy to Han Sen. Killing a super creature was easier for him, because he at least had some experience with that, as opposed to marital duties and responsibilities. Proposal. Han Sen searched the word on the Skynet, and the term generated billions of results. All these different methods of doing so made him go cross-eyed. There were so many different ways, all great and romantic in their own way, but the sheer amount made it impossible for him to decide. For a time, anyway. Soon, he found one that suited him just fine. He ordered a ring, and while he waited for it to be delivered, he got around to formulating his plan. The next day, Han Sen visited Ji Yanran's office. "Baby, would you like to have dinner with me tonight? It's my treat. I'll cook," he asked, while blinking his eyes. "Sure," Ji Yanran answered, while she worked. She didn't know her true desire had been sold out by Annie, so she didn't suspect anything too strange. Han Sen used to have dinner with her frequently. Having dinner in the base's cafeteria was hardly private and romantic, so they often went to their own rooms. As such, they had dinner in their rooms together a lot. "Come sooner, I will be waiting for you," Han Sen said, having heard her reply. He then went back to his room and put his plan in motion. Han Sen's plan was simple. He was going to bake a few cakes and put the ring in one of them. When Ji Yanran found the ring in the cake, he could propose to her. It was a simple but charming method. He was still in the base, after all, and he didn't want to cause a big fuss or scene. He prepared the kitchen table in the evening, and just as he was putting in his final touches, she arrived. As usual, she waited on the couch until Han Sen finished making dinner. "I have baked a few cakes, you should try them," Han Sen brought forward a few cakes that had already been made. To enhance their appearance, Han Sen had shaped them with unique molds. The cakes were shapes like animals, flowers, and hearts. He brought the cakes in front of Ji Yanran, with the ring hidden in the heart one. On the tray he presented her, Han Sen had nudged the heart cake closest to her. He thought it would be easier for her to reach. "This is so cute. I never thought you could make something like this," Ji Yanran said to him with an upbeat tone, as she picked up the rabbit-shaped cake with a happy face. "There are many things I can do and make that you are not yet aware of. You will know of these in the future, I am sure." Han Sen didn't mind her incorrect choice. He knew she enjoyed her desserts, and because of their relatively small size, he knew Ji Yanran would end up eating a few more. "It's pretty good." Ji Yanran licked her fingers after eating the cake, showing that she really enjoyed it. Then, she reached her hand out and selected another cake. "This turtle looks so cute, as well." Ji Yanran picked her second cake, and it wasn't the heart again. "Yes, it is," Han Sen agreed, as the joy and anticipation in his heart fell back a notch. "What are you standing around watching me for? Shouldn't you be in the kitchen, finishing off dinner?" Ji Yanran gave Han Sen a strange look. "I'm waiting for you to review each of my cakes." Han Sen softly smiled. "They are sweet and soft. You should make a few more in the future," Ji Yanran said, after having a bite. "And?" Han Sen asked. "That's it. Now go make dinner. Once we're done, I still need to go back to work," Ji Yanran said, with a tone that suggested a bit of hurry. Han Sen did not want to spoil the hidden ring, since he wanted it to be a surprise. Quietly, he returned to the kitchen with disappointment in his heart. To himself, he said, "I really am inexperienced. Why would I create so many cakes for her? I should have only made 2. It was too late for him to regret it right now, however. Standing in the kitchen, he activated his gene lock to watch Ji Yanran. If she discovered the ring, he could run over there at once and pop the question. After eating the second cake, Ji Yanran reached for another one. As was stated previously, she really did love desserts even if they didn't follow dinner. The cakes only took 2 bites to finish, too, and it was easy for people to eat a few at a time, especially her. But this time, Ji Yanran did not pick one of her own choice. She had started reading a book, and she let her hand reach out for one. Heart, 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 get the heart, no. Han Sen prayed harder than he ever had, as sweat dripped from his forehead in anticipation. He tried willing her to go for the heart, but she ended up selecting the flower. When Ji Yanran finished that cake, her hungry hands slithered around the tray for more. He clenched his fist, foregoing a desire to pray. This time, he wanted to truly bend the will of her mind to his own. But Ji Yanran did not choose the heart again. Pang! Han Sen punched the sink as his heart started to tear in two. He thought, the odds are all wrong. How can she not have chosen it yet? What are you doing in there? Ji Yanran asked, after hearing a noise. Nothing. Continue to eat, my love. After covering his slip of the fist, he was doubtful that things were going to turn out the way he envisioned. There were 8 cakes in total, and if she didn't choose the right one soon, she'd be full before she could try them all. Han Sen wanted to slap himself silly. He questioned the decision that led to him making 8. I need to learn from my mistakes and do better next time. Han Sen changed his mind, opting to not do a proposal next time. If this happened again, things could only get worse. Han Sen was so nervous in the kitchen, watching Ji Yanran finishing her current cake. He had yet to come up with a solution. After she gobbled it up, Han Sen suddenly thought of a way. He quickly ran out and picked up the heart cake in front of her. Han Sen had no other choice. This was what he had to do. I can't, I'm so full. If I eat any more, I won't be able to fit in my dinner. Ji Yanran pleaded, as she rubbed her tummy. Han Sen felt doomed hearing this. His entire body froze stiff in front of her. Please, eat another one. Han Sen brought the heart cake in front of her mouth and told her, with a pitiable look. Ji Yanran, seeing Han Sen's face, would have felt bad rejecting it. She accepted the heart cake and had a tiny nibble. Eat it, eat it. Han Sen's heart was calling to the high heavens. He stared at her lips like he had a fever. The moment her teeth discovered the ring, he would drop down on his knees and propose. Ji Yanran really had eaten too much, though, and all she had was a rabbit-like nibble. She gnawed at the cake slowly, and it looked like it would take a while for her to reach the ring. Han Sen was growing impatient, and so he gulped his saliva. Ji Yanran noticed Han Sen's intense stare at her lips, and even the little swallows she made. Her face went red, thinking he was hungry himself. Not for food, but for sex. It had been a long time since they last did it, after all. She had been busily working in recent times, and not spent much time with Han Sen. Suddenly, Ji Yanran grabbed Han Sen by the neck and started kissing him. Han Sen was frozen, unsure what was going on. Seeing that the ring was close to being discovered, and having the situation suddenly turn to this was confusing. But Ji Yanran was on fire. Her hands wriggled their way into his pants and grabbed his Rex spike. It had been so long since Han Sen touched a woman. He wanted to push Ji Yanran away so she could finish the proposal, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Quickly, they both rolled onto the couch together. It was like a hurricane, or a strong tide. When things calmed down, Han Sen was holding Ji Yanran's body as they lay together on the couch. Ji Yanran was lying down atop Han Sen's naked body, with sweat running down her body. She was like a lazy cat, not wanting to move. Han Sen's mind finally returned to the heart cake. He grabbed it and took the ring out of it. Ji Yanran saw Han Sen take the ring out of the cake and looked at him in disbelief, with wide open eyes. She wasn't sure what expression she was supposed to have, but all she could display was a mixture of overwhelming joy and utter speechless shock. His plan had been ruined, so Han Sen just took the ring and placed it on her finger. Loudly, he proclaimed, "Ji Yanran, marry me. I want to have sex with you for the rest of my life." Pang! Ouch! Ji Yanran was so mad, she kicked Han Sen off the couch. The fall almost broke his buttocks. "You go to hell." Han Sen thought his brain had fried, or that something must have possessed him to make him say what he had. He had prepared a very touching speech, but somehow, his head just said those words for no reason. "I blame that beautiful night," Han Sen sighed. Ji Yanran was fuming mad, and she shouted at him with a blistering rage. Still, she was yet to give her answer. She had not said yes or no. Fortunately for him, when he saw her the next day, the ring was still on her finger. "Yanran, you said our grandfather wants to meet with me. When should I go and see him?" Han Sen said, as he inched closer to her with a smile on his face. "You have no shame. It's still my grandfather," Ji Yanran said, with a touch of shyness coating her words. "It's all the same. Anyway, when should we go?" Han Sen asked. "We'll go and see him in a couple of days, when I'm free. But whatever you do, don't talk your average bullshit nonsense when you're with him. He's a traditional, serious man. He respects others who are serious, just like him. Therefore, don't be yourself." Ji Yanran accompanied her words with a threatening face. Han Sen's face turned red. He promised and said, "Don't worry, I must have been sick last night. I don't usually say things like that. Therefore, you still owe me a true proposal," Ji Yanran said on the doorstep. Then, she spun around and took her leave. Han Sen sighed. In his heart, he thought, "I was sincere yesterday." He wouldn't say that to Ji Yanran, but as she left, he shouted, "Then give me back the ring, how else can I repeat it? Get another one." Ji Yanran did not turn around but lifted her arm for a backward wave. The ring fitted her finger perfectly. Although it was expensive, it was extremely pretty. It was made by Akado. It's shiny jewelry and was worth 100 million. Han Sen's heart went under. It wasn't the money he was sad about, but whether or not he could find a ring that looked as good. "Can I actually get 2 engagement rings?" Han Sen questioned. Before Han Sen could find another ring, Ji Yanran brought Han Sen to the Ji family house. It was a planet full of azure seas and still lakes. Forestry was in abundance, and mountain ranges coursed the continents like white threads. The air was clean and the environment was unspoiled. It was more than suitable for humans to live in. On this planet, there existed only one building, however. This building was made of wood, constructed so that it would blend in with the natural environment. Han Sen had no architectural knowledge, but Ji Yanran said the entire planet belonged to the Ji family. This house was where her grandfather lived. It was like an entire, exclusive planet had been reserved for her grandfather. Without permission, even other members of the Ji family would not dare to visit. Han Sen knew how rich the Ji family was. Without the wealth they had, it would have been impossible for Ji Ruijun to become president. As he stood in the middle of a pavilion, he breathed in the raw, virgin air that passed through the pines up high and the grass down low. It was incredibly refreshing, and the nature-scented atmosphere could not compete with any man-made air. "Miss Yanran, the master has requested that he meet with Han Sen alone." Outside the yard, Ji Yanran was stopped. Han Sen, you must be polite to grandfather, Ji Yanran nervously reminded Han Sen. Don't worry. Han Sen comforted Ji Yanran and followed the butler into the yard. Han Sen thought he'd see the house upon entering the yard, but instead he saw a lake. Its surface was like a mirror, with a pavilion at its center. They looked like one. The only way to go to the pavilion was across a bridge, and as he trod across it, he felt as if he was walking into a sublime painting. It looks like this grandfather is an elegant man, quite unlike me, it would seem. Although he thought the place was beautiful, Han Sen would not desire to live there. Technology in metropolitan locales suited him far more. Sir, Mr. Han is here. The butler led Han Sen to the pavilion and politely spoke. Greetings, Grandpa. Han Sen walked up and bowed, speaking with a soft tone of politeness. As he did so, he checked out the demigod legend. Ji Yanwu was the center of the Ji family. He was a demigod elite, and quite famous in the alliance. The Ji family's reputation in today's age was owed to this man. He was so well respected, even Ji Ruijun would not speak of him in vain. He was a remarkable and important figure in the Ji family. He did look different than what Han Sen had envisioned, however. He was a down-to-earth old man. His beard was white, but it was well kept and clearly groomed. He didn't use technology to dye his hair black, and you could even see the wrinkles on his skin. He looked very serious, though. His eyes stopped on Han Sen, but his emotions and thoughts were impossible to guess. That being said, there was nothing snobbish to feel when being in his presence. All that you felt while being in his presence was the need to revere him. You would feel compelled to listen to everything he said. Sit down. Grandfather Ji pointed at the cushion in front of him. He spoke with a calm voice. Han Sen was awash with relief, not hearing him comment on his calling him Grandpa. Han Sen was feeling more confident about things, and so he sat where he was bid to. Are you ready to marry Yanran? Han Sen had only just sat down, but such a question had already been asked. It came as quite the shock. Grandfather Ji looked at Han Sen, and his clear eyes looked as if they could read a person's mind. It made Han Sen feel as if he was naked in public, which made him a little nervous. Yes, Grandpa, I am going to marry her, and I have come here to request your permission to do so, Han Sen said, all without hesitation. Grandfather Ji looked at Han Sen, and then put away his scanner-like gaze. Then he said shortly, that is good. You are both still in service of the army. There is no rush to get married. Pick a date and bring your mother to Ruijun so you may discuss the event. Han Sen thought he'd have to say and do a lot more than that, but already, the talk had come to an end. He hardly spoke at all and already, Grandfather Ji had bid that he return and make the appropriate preparations at once. He felt as if he had wasted his time earlier, thinking of all the ways he might approach and explain stuff to the man. After Han Sen was led out by the butler, a man and woman approached from behind. It was Ji Ruijun and his wife. Father, what do you think about this kid? Ji Ruijun asked. Although Ji Yanran was their daughter, they would still listen to the opinion of Grandfather Ji. He is powerful. He is composed. In time, he can indeed become something, Grandfather Ji said. Mrs. Ji sighed and said, it is a shame he does not hail from a bigger family. Although Han Sen could get everything he wanted in the second god's sanctuary, amidst the rich families in the alliance, his influence was limited. He was just a young, smart guy, one without prior wealth. It is fine to be without a remarkable background. He will be given one, following his joining of our family, Grandfather Ji said. Han Sen never expected things to turn out so well, it was quite the surprise. When he returned, he contacted his mother. He hoped that she could rendezvous for a meet and greet with the Ji family. Luo Sulan did not object, and so Han Sen quickly brought her to meet the Ji family. Han Sen thought it would just be a discussion about an engagement, and all it would require was the simple forming of an acquaintance between the parents of the engaged couple. When he actually arrived, with his mother, he was surprised to see it wasn't only Mr. and Mrs. Ji there to greet them, but Ji Yanran's aunts and uncles, as well. Mrs. Han, our Ji family have many rules. I hope you do not take offense at them, Mrs. Ji explained politely, but her tone was stuffy and oozed arrogance. I know, security is a high concern when dealing with the marriage of a daughter. I have a daughter, too. I understand how you feel, Luo Sulan smiled and said. Please take a seat, Mrs. Han. Ji Ruijun looked at Luo Sulan with sudden surprise. The Han's family background was something they knew all about. But Luo Sulin's temperament and mannerisms were different than what they expected from a housewife. As they discussed the details of the engagement, Luo Sulin seemed quite understanding and appeared very polite towards the Ji family. Her manners were excellent. Han Sen didn't think it was anything surprising. From what he could recall, Luo Sulin had always been an elegant woman. When Han Sen was a kid, his mother was like a fairy to him. She always protected him, but after his father's accident, his mother's life was forced to change. Seeing his mom like this took Han Sen back to his childhood for a bit. In this event, however, Han Sen was a youngster, he had no place to interrupt and speak. Quietly, all he did was stand behind his mother and watch the conversation unfold. Ji Yanran was the same, standing beside her parents. She too just listened in on the conversation, without saying a word of her own volition. She would only speak when spoken to. Things were going very well, and Luo Sulin did not ask for much of anything. The Ji family all agreed she was a nice person and believed her to be a well-educated housewife. Mrs. Han, after they both get married, I would like them both to become part of the Ji family. I believe it would be easier for us to take care of them, but I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Mrs. Ji posed the question. Han Sen did not have a notable background, but if grandfather Ji thought he had a promising future, they thought it best nurtured within the Ji family. Through their influence, he could gain far more and his change of family name would reflect better on Yanran. Mrs. Ji also wanted to see her daughter, whenever she could. Therefore, this matter was a serious issue of discussion for her. This was a desire of grandfather Ji, too. The Ji family would allow the marriage, but only on the condition that Han Sen joined their family. I am sorry, Mrs. Ji. I only have one son, and I was hoping he could be by my side when I grow old, Luo Sulin responded. Coldly, she continued to say, he is still a man of Han. A man should make his own family, don't you agree? Mrs. Ji's face changed at those words. One of Ji Yanran's aunts chimed in to say, Mrs. Han, please reconsider your position on this. You are indeed correct in saying a man should create his own family. But one man's power is limited. If, in the future, he became Ruijun's son-in-law, that would make him the son-in-law of the president. If he did something inappropriate, it would shame our family. Yes, Mrs. Han, what year is this? Our Ji family is willing to help Han Sen, for with our power, he can become someone grand. He will make you prouder than you can imagine, another middle-aged woman joined in to speak. Mrs. Ji then rejoined the talk, saying, Mrs. Han, if Han Sen marries our daughter, he will be half my son. The Ji family will help him forge a legacy of his own and commit to fine, broad deeds. Isn't that what you desire? I don't have many expectations. I only want him to be with me. Carrying on the Han family legacy is more than enough for me, Luo Sulin replied to the criticizers. Mrs. Han, this is not right. How can you not share concern for your son's future? Do you know what he will receive when he joins us? What he will achieve and where he will go? Aren't you selfish for not allowing him to join our family? Mrs. Ji's tone was infected with undertones of anger now. Han Sen could not hold his tongue any longer. He could take all the pressure, if he was the one under the microscope, but he couldn't stand for his mother to be bullied anymore. Just as Han Sen was about to move, Luo Sulin's left hand stopped him. Although Luo Sulin did not turn to look, she held onto him really hard and prevented him from doing that which he wanted to. Ji Yanran quickly tugged at her mom's sleeves, as well. She wanted her to stop pushing with her dialogue. But Mrs. Ji was in no mood to stop her criticism, and she proceeded to say, Mrs. Han, the Ji family is large and rich. My husband, Ji Ruijun, is the president of the alliance. Do you really think I will allow my daughter to sink through the mud to be with you? When you get married, the woman tends to follow her husband. Yanran is a fine child, and I'm sure she will be just fine, Luo Sulin calmly responded. Just as Mrs. Ji was getting mad, prepared to say something else, a voice of someone annoyed came from further back, behind a screen. A housewife's opinion is one that allows their man to do everything. You are destroying his future. The voice was calm, but it was one that was drenched in intimidation. After the man spoke, everyone on the Ji's side quieted down. What can the Ji family provide him? Luo Sulin, as composed as ever, looked to the screen and spoke. A reputation within the alliance. One that will earn him the world. These words were spoken by grandfather Ji. They were commanding words, and they were spoken with power. If that is the future, Then I'd rather he stayed at home raising babies, Luo Sulan coldly scoffed in rebuttal. She was not spooked by the man that was now addressing her. The Ji family's face looked strange, as what she said seemed so lame. You woman, you really don't know your place. I am being nice to your son, and you suggest he raise babies. What is it that you think men should do? Grandfather Ji was furious. He stepped beyond the screen to see the woman that defied him, wanting to destroy her son's future. The people of the Ji family were shocked, witnessing Grandfather Ji reveal himself. He looked mad, and not a single other person was willing to speak while he did so or try and usher calmness into him. Grandpa, all apart from Ji Yanran, that was. She ran forward and tried to stop her grandfather's advance. Grandfather Ji coldly said, "Do not worry. I am not planning to do anything, I just want to see who this disrespectful woman is." As he talked, he walked in the direction of Luo Sulan. He took a look as he went, and his face entirely changed when he saw her. He then quickly ran directly in front of her, which shocked the Ji family audience. They believed his wrath had been incited so much, he was running forward to do something. But this was not so. Grandfather Ji looked nervous, and he reached out his hand to her. He wanted to grab her, but he pulled back as his body shivered. "Lady Lan, you are Lady Lan, do you not remember the Ji's third brother?" Grandfather Ji's vocal cords were trembling. His knees went soft, and he knelt in front of her with tears rolling down his cheeks. Everyone was still. The entire living room was silent and dead, you could hear a pin drop. The Ji family was very noble and very religious. Grandfather Ji possessed the highest authority and governance. No one could quite believe they were watching this revered figure kneel in tears before Han Sen's mother. And despite her defiance, he called her lady. Even Han Sen was petrified. He did not expect the head of the Ji family would cry in front of his mother like a child. "Who are you?" Luo Sulan looked a little worried, with the man in front of her. She reached out her hand and tried to raise him up. Her lips lifted a little when she spoke, which indicated to Han Sen that she was lying, and she did in fact know who he was. "Lady Lan, I am Ji Yanwu. I am the third brother. 34 years ago, I was fortunate to encounter you in the Sky Water Pavilion. You were only 11 years old, and you were beside Mr. Haitang. If you weren't wearing the Saint Heart Haitang brooch right now, I would have almost been disrespectful to you. Please forgive me." Grandfather Ji still would not stand up. "Ah, it's third Uncle Ji. Get up, I can't accept such reverence towards me. I apologize for not recognizing you, for back then you were still a young man with black hair. I cannot believe, in the advent of all these years, I am now a middle-aged woman. Furthermore, time has robbed your hair of its color." Luo Sulan helped raise Grandfather Ji up. Grandfather Ji, back on his 2 feet, excitedly asked, "Lady Lan, how is Mr. Haitang doing?" "Grandpa's body is still healthy, but he is getting old and does not go out much." Luo Sulan smiled faintly as she spoke. Seeing Grandfather Ji chat up, Luo Sulan bewildered the Ji family, and they suddenly did not understand what was going on. Even Han Sen was puzzled, his mouth was wide open in awe. "Why does my mother's family suddenly seem so powerful? Do I actually hail from a rich family? No way, if I was, why would I grow up in such poverty? Numerous times, we almost lost our home." Han Sen's heart was now brimming with countless questions. "Is this kid your son?" Grandfather Ji looked at Han Sen with exuberantly kind eyes. He looked at him more brightly than he did his own sons. "Yes, this is my son. His name is Han Sen." Luo Sulan smiled and gave Han Sen another introduction. "It is no wonder he is your son. He is such a smart kid, and he has achieved so much at his relatively young age. His future is bound to be one of greatness, and it is of magnificent fortune that Ji Yanran is to marry him." Grandfather Ji complimented Han Sen as if he was the smartest person in the universe. "Father, who is this?" Ji Ruijun could no longer stay silent. He wanted to get a better understanding of the family his daughter was marrying into. It wasn't just Ji Ruijun who wanted an explanation, it was everyone who was present. They all stared at Han Sen and his mother in perplexity, as what had just happened in the past few minutes was too difficult to believe. Now, they really wanted to know who Han Sen's mother was to make Grandfather Ji behave like that. "Ruijun, we are to become a family with Lady Lan. You should all be nice to each other." Grandfather Ji looked utterly delighted, and he continued on by saying, "We are so lucky." "Father, who is Mr. Haitang?" Ji Ruijun knew his father well, and his behavior wouldn't be so ebullient if this was just anyone. To incite such a reaction, the person he was referring to would have to be someone of legendary or mythical status. Grandfather Ji's eyes seemed complicated now, as if they were peering off into his own distant past. It was like he was on a blissful reverie, taking a trip down the lane of his memories. His name may not be one to spark the imagination, but you know who he is. He has long protected this family. Solo, he reached the fourth shelter and even claimed a shelter for himself in a realm of demigods. Godslayer Luo, Ji Ruijun's face suddenly changed. Before he could say anything more, screams were already erupting from various corners of the Ji audience. Everyone looked at Han Sen and his mother with tremendous shock. The fourth shelter was not a place for ordinary humans. Demigod elites could only scratch an existence for themselves there. In the fourth shelter, throughout history, humans had only managed to claim 10 shelters for themselves. Demigod-class humans only used such places as safehouses, so they could remain alive. 9 human demigod shelters were the fruits of a cooperative effort between many different factions of the Alliance. But one of these shelters was claimed solo, by a human demigod. He fought for it for 4 days and 4 nights. This person was an enigma, and most people only knew his surname. He preferred to go solo, and he loved nothing more than slaying beings that were greater than him. Over time, this earned him the title, Godslayer Luo. Although Godslayer Luo was a violent person with a strange personality, he was a protector. And those who swore their allegiance to him would receive his guardianship. Back in the day, we went out on a hunt. We went to take out a royal shelter in the Third God's Sanctuary, me with a few uncles. We were victorious, but only for a brief while. Our claim was staked in that place for 10 days before the most wretched thing happened. A beast descended from the skies and laid waste to our new home. It overwhelmed the forces of our shelter, and so foul was this creature, it didn't seem likely our combined might could slay or even stay its attack. Me and 2,000 family members looked likely to be killed by that thing, but that was when Mr. Haitang appeared. He came alone and with a single strike, he lopped the head of that monster clean off. The Ji family was saved. Without Mr. Haitang, there would be no Ji family. I wouldn't be alive right now, if it wasn't for that man. Grandfather Ji looked upon the faces of his family and said, Mr. Haitang saved our family. If someone here does not treat Lady Lan with the respect she deserves, they will be subject to family discipline. Ji Ruijun and everyone else quickly agreed, but in their hearts, they thought, weren't you the one that came forward, seething with rage at first? Han Sen felt like he was dreaming. 10 minutes ago, the Ji family was bullying his mother. Now, they were all praising her. Seeing his mom suddenly surrounded by people who looked on her like a goddess, he didn't think what he was seeing was real. Is my mother really the child of Godslayer Luo? Han Sen's head was stuffed with questions. The discussions regarding the engagement resumed, and they seemed to go well. Grandfather Ji stood to the side, listening intently. In the end, Luo Sulin had the final say on everything. The Ji family didn't object to a single desire of hers. She was given an invitation to stay over, by Grandfather Ji, but she turned the offer down. So, later, Han Sen and his mother left the Ji family household together. Grandfather Ji made sure all the family members bid them a fond farewell as they entered their ship. Mom, you have been hiding a lot from me. Now, when it was just the two of them, Han Sen started his interrogation. Luo Sulin simply smiled in response, saying, What did I hide from you? You never told me that my grandfather was Godslayer Luo. Han Sen was eager to know more. I didn't hide it, I guess I just never spoke about it. If you wanted to know, I would have told you. Luo Sulin blinked. Han Sen did not know what to say in response. After a few moments of silence, he had a question he wanted to ask. If your family is that powerful, how can we be bullied by our second uncles and aunts? Luo Sulin smiled and said, Technically, there are 2 problems. First, I was exiled from my family for running off to marry your father. As such, I can hardly be considered a part of the Luo family. Second, you're asking why we were bullied by our second uncles and aunties. That's a little harder to explain. We owe them, let's leave it at that. We owe them, what is that supposed to mean? Han Sen didn't expect that answer, and he ended up looking at Luo Sulin with surprise. I'm not sure, but that is what your father told me, actually. He never told me the details, however. Luo Sulin smiled as she spoke. My father, did he really die? Han Sen's heart always held onto the glimmer of hope his father might still be alive. Following his accident, no body had actually been retrieved, after all. Honestly, I don't know. I have spent many years investigating his death myself, but I have yet to unearth another truth. Still, I do believe your father is alive. Luo Sulin's eyes displayed certainty in this belief. Han Sen moved his lips as if to say something, but those words never came. Instead, he ended up saying, "Mom, your fighting skills must be powerful." "They're okay. Your grandfather taught me fairly well," Luo Sulin smiled and said. "Then why don't you teach me what grandfather taught you?" Han Sen asked Luo Sulin with vibrant eyes, that possessed a hint of disappointment he hadn't been offered such teachings before. Luo Sulin smiled at Han Sen and suggestively asked, "Are you sure I did not teach you?" "Of course, I think I would know if you had taught me something," Han Sen said. Luo Sulin reached out her hand to grab Han Sen by the ear and said, "My stupid son, I cannot believe you have no clue about what I taught you. Do you think your decision-making abilities, fighting abilities, learning abilities, timing abilities, predictive abilities, thinking abilities, your worldview, your attitude to do things, the principles of being a human, and your reactive abilities were self-taught or natural attributes which you were born possessing?" Han Sen was shocked, having always believed himself to be supremely talented through self-education. Now he understood that ever since he was small, the reason his mother left him to his own devices often was so he could become more independent. Even when it came to playing games, she had trained his abilities on the sly. Han Sen then remembered the game of Red Hands, which he frequently played with his mother. They played it more than anything together, and only now did he realize that this was what had enabled him to have such good timing in reactions, and also allowed him to read other people so well. There were a lot of other similar things. And he was now flabbergasted to realize that throughout his childhood, his mother had taught and guided him seamlessly, without making the training an apparent chore. Luo Sulin had a great influence in his youth and had a bigger hand in shaping his personality than he had previously given her credit for. But still, these powers she had taught were fairly ordinary. There was nothing special or exclusive about what she had taught him, yet it was his excellence in these departments that allowed him to later stand out amongst others. "But you never taught me the Luo family's hyper-geno art." Saying this, Han Sen sounded upset again. "In this world, what makes you strong? If you are powerful enough, it does not matter which hyper-geno art you learn. If you are strong, you are strong. If I instead opted to teach you the most powerful Qigong there is, it wouldn't have mattered. With low base traits, you'd be a noob no matter what. Who you are as a person is what defines your ultimate power, and you have done just fine without that hyper-geno art. I taught you the necessities for becoming a powerful figure in this crazy world, and from what I can tell, it paid off. That was the task I gave myself, and teaching that hyper-geno art was not in my interest." Luo Sulin stopped talking for a brief moment. She sighed, then continued to say, "And I left the Luo family, anyway. I have no association with them, if you disregard my name. The last thing I wanted was you getting involved with them, needlessly." Han Sen noticed Luo Sulin had no desire to talk about the Luo family she had left behind, so he didn't push the subject further. Instead, he asked, "Are these really the relics from my great-grandfather?" Luo Sulin nodded and said, "Yes. Your father gave them to me." "So, great-grandfather really is Instructor Han?" Han Sen went silent after asking the question, and simply stared at his mother. Luo Sulin had a wry smile and responded by saying, "I would like to know this, too. I thought your father was just an average, funny guy. He doesn't quite seem so average anymore, does he?" Han Sen found it difficult to believe that she knew so little about his father. If she did know more than she was letting on, he suspected there was something she thought best not to mention. But Han Sen knew he wasn't going to get any answers, so he didn't ask anything else about him. "Mom, do you know what super geno points are?" Right now, they were back home. And feeling like a door-to-door, sleazy salesman, Han Sen popped the sneaky question. Luo Sulin gave Han Sen a complicated look and said, "I have taught you many things. But what I have taught you all goes to aid you in achieving an easy life for yourself. Your cleverness and abilities have exceeded all my wildest expectations. As good as this may be, it is not without its downsides. If you were merely an ordinary person, you'd be safe. By being someone special, more often than not, you may find yourself facing death." Han Sen wasn't quite sure what she was getting at, so he just looked at her. If you have willingly selected the road you currently tread, then by all means advance and keep going. But it is a lonely road, a less traveled path that only holds room for one. Even your dearest person in this world will be unable to help you. But if you think you cannot go any further, then by all means stop. At least that way you'll live longer. Luo Sulan stroked Han Sen's head with love and said, I wish you the best of luck, my son. Perhaps one day you will indeed become someone of much renown. Mom, I never studied much. Could you say what you just said in a simpler way? Han Sen's face looked very embarrassed, as he couldn't understand a thing. There is no need for you to understand. Just be who you are. You have always followed your heart, in the deeds of the past and present. Adhere to this simple philosophy as you continue your march, now and into the future. Luo Sulan ruffled Han Sen's hair into a mess, pinched his cheek, smiled, and then said, I actually have high expectations of you. Han Sen felt so helpless. His mother was overall reluctant to say much and didn't provide many answers to the questions for which he sought resolution. All he had learned was how powerful his mother's family had actually been, but it did not help. The details were scarce, and in regards to his father, Han Sen was still unsure whether he was dead or alive. He ended up with more questions than answers. But the engagement plans went well, and that took a load off Han Sen's shoulders. Now, he could finally place his name on Ji Yanran. Next up, how do I get rid of this troublesome fairy? Han Sen had been kept busy for 2 weeks. When he returned to the shelter in the desert, the fairy was still vigilant outside the walls of the Yellowstone city. It looked like he had no choice, and they'd have to fight each other until one of them dropped, no matter what. Han Sen couldn't think of a solution to the predicament he was in, so he thought about sending his mother a message. He had hoped to maybe receive some help from his mother, and perhaps get a glimpse of the true extent of her power. Figure it out yourself. The text reply was those 4 simple words. Han Sen shook his head and gave a wry smile. His hopes were quickly dashed, so he gave up on the idea of consulting his mother on this. Now, he knew he had to sort it out himself. I doubt I can outrun it. It really seems the only way out of this is to kill the thing. But the fairy's body is so strong that not even my Elephant Rex strike was able to damage it. How on earth can I kill something that strong? Han Sen thought to himself. While Han Sen was still in the midst of these thoughts, his communicator rang. There was a message. The message came from a number that was unknown to him. Alongside the text there was a video, and it was showcasing a Hyper-Geno art. But this Hyper-Geno art did not have any instructions, and its ending was cut off. Even its title wasn't there. That being said, the explanation was very detailed. Wrong number, maybe. Han Sen took a peek and was quickly attracted by its contents. Giving it a proper read, he was shocked at what it contained. If this Hyper-Geno art was genuine, it supposed that you could unleash your elemental powers before achieving the rank of a celestial being. Such a power would unleash massive damage. A Hyper-Geno art of this magnitude was sent to the wrong number. That's a little hard to believe. There has to be more to this than meets the eye, Han Sen thought, so he decided to reply to the message. Hello, how are you? I think you sent this to the wrong person. If the person really did send it to an incorrect address, it would be easy for them to learn who the recipient was. It would be impossible for Han Sen to hide or deny the fact he had received the message, so there was no point in lying. No, I was correct, the person quickly replied. Han Sen was surprised. He frowned and sent another message. You know who I am. Han Sen. The person on the other end sent those 2 measly words. Who are you? Why are you providing me with this Hyper-Geno art? Han Sen was intrigued, and so he responded with haste. You deserve it. If there is anything you do not understand during its training, feel free to message me. It wasn't the answer Han Sen wanted, but at least the person on the other end was now typing complete, lengthy sentences. Han Sen sent another message, but he received no response. What does a bright day mean? Han Sen read the Hyper-Geno art, selected the 2 words and messaged the person on the other end. To this, the person on the other end instantly replied and explained its meaning. Who are you? Han Sen asked again, but like before, this question went unanswered. It was fairly obvious by now that this person was only willing to talk about the Hyper-Geno art. Anything else was met with silence. But Han Sen himself now went quiet. The Hyper-Geno art appeared strange, and it was delivered by a person who seemed quite fishy. Anyone would have exercised caution if they were in Han Sen's boots right then. Han Sen looked over the Hyper Geno art quite a few times and came to understand that it was indeed quite a powerful skill. The details were very well explained, so it didn't seem possible for it to be a knockoff. Han Sen believed it to be the real deal. If he successfully learned this Hyper Geno art, it might be what was needed for the little angel to wipe out the little fairy. The only problem was the way in which it had been delivered. It came into his possession quite strangely, and Han Sen wasn't sure why anyone would be willing to send him such a special Hyper Geno art willy-nilly. Han Sen wondered what the person sought to achieve by giving it to him. At this time, on another planet, a middle-aged man had a cruel expression on his face. He sat inside a pavilion, drinking tea. All the while, he watched fish swim about in a pond. In the center of the pavilion was a stone table, and sitting near it was a beautiful woman. She was engaged with a laptop. She put it down and said with a smile, "Do you think that guy will go ahead and learn it? He has to." The man did not move his head or avert his gaze from the fish. "What if he doesn't?" the beautiful woman asked, with some excitement over the entire affair. "He will. He may not be Luo in name, but he still shares our blood. He is carrying our genes and so, he will learn it," the man explained, without lifting his head. His voice was calm and composed, and it oozed confidence. "But his body's blood isn't solely from the Luo family." The beautiful woman squinted her eyes and continued by saying, "Lady Lan has been gone for many years. She tried everything she could to get away from us. Why bother them now? This is the fate of the Luo family. It is not something we can escape." The man's eyes looked strange. I was just saying, if he did not learn it." The woman increased her tone of voice deliberately. The man now slowly turned around. He stared at the woman for a while and then said, "He will learn it. No ifs, no buts. If he does not learn it, then that means he is not one of ours." The beautiful woman was silenced and she did not say anything else. She maintained the silence between them in the pavilion, and simply listened to the gentle wind that caressed them both. On planet Roka, Luo Sulin placed her hands on her cheeks and daydreamed in front of her desk. She sighed and thought, "I can only suppose they are aware of Han Sen's existence by now. The falsified Sky Sutra is in Han Sen's hands by now, most probably. Can he resist the temptation of its learning? It is difficult to say." Inside the base headquarters, Han Sen turned his communicator off and stopped reading the Hyper Geno art. The falsified Sky Sutra was not enough to draw Han Sen in yet, as Dongshuan Sutra was not inferior to it. The skill was presented to him out of nowhere, and he was still not sure who had given it to him and for what purpose. He wasn't quite willing to accept a skill he had no prior knowledge about. And he still had blood pulse to learn in the near future, too. That wasn't any worse than the falsified Sky Sutra, either. This was one aspect of his personality that Luo Sulin made sure to train into Han Sen as he grew up. There were some self-serving modifications, however. Luo Sulin formulated a base for Han Sen's personality, and it was only after he had been living in the shelter that it started to complete. It even had his own style. Even Luo Sulin thought Han Sen could not resist the temptation of learning the skill. But what neither she nor the mysterious figures knew, was that Han Sen had the Dongshuan Sutra. He was far more powerful than they both believed him to be, and as such, the falsified Sky Sutra meant little to him. Han Sen logged into the Skynet and entered the St. Hall community. He purchased the skill, Sonic Thunder Punch. He had finally come up with a way to kill the fairy. Chapter 756. Sonic Thunder Punch. The last time Han Sen saw Sonic Thunder Punch, he fancied buying it. But back then, he was browsing for skills to be used by his other self, Coin. Therefore, he ended up buying Elephant Disc Punch. This time, Han Sen was free to buy Sonic Thunder Punches himself, from the St. Hall. Having done so, he was keen to start into its practice. Han Sen read Sonic Thunder Punch's instructions and realized that it primarily dealt damage using thunder elemental power. In the instructions, however, it was noted that you could increase its potential by fusing the thunder with the sonic element. Most people could only manage to possess and wield one elemental power. The most talented evolvers had been known to possess two different elements, but Han Sen had never seen the combination of thunder and sonic used before. Han Sen could simulate the Silver Fox's thunder powers and Death Knell's sonic power, so there was nothing stopping him from giving it a try. With those two elemental powers combined as a base for his Sonic Thunder Punch, Han Sen had high expectations. After buying the skill and its Geno solution, Han Sen didn't hesitate to swallow it all the first chance he got. He simulated the Silver Fox's thunder element and got right into practice. Han Sen had spent half the day training, and his body was already beginning to hum with static. When he swung his fists, crackles and sparks of electricity popped and twitched. But the thunder power remained in his body, he couldn't fire it out like a projectile. Over the next 8 days, Han Sen madly practiced Sonic Thunder Punch in the Yellowstone City. Using the thunder element as a base, it only took 3 days for him to fully complete the skill's learning. But it would be pointless to use Sonic Thunder Punch as it was. Its raw power was similar to Elephant Disc Punch's power, and therefore would not be enough to damage the fairy. While Han Sen simulated his Sonic and Thunder power, however, a problem arose. When Han Sen cast both elements, he found it difficult to combine them into the Sonic Thunder Punch he was aiming for. Han Sen could use his Thunder element to cast Sonic Thunder Punch, and he could use his Sonic powers to cast Sonic Thunder Punch, with each adhering to its respective element and qualities. But despite how many times he tried, Han Sen could not come to grips with casting Sonic Thunder Punch under the fusion of both the Thunder and Sonic elements. Trying to find the right measurements and balance was difficult. Han Sen summoned his little angel and practiced it with her, hoping he could gain enough experience to improve. Zhou Yume was bored, as she sat on the bench in the plaza. Each and every day, all there was to entertain her eyes was Han Sen practicing and training his skills with the little angel. She did not understand why Han Sen still required so much practice, despite his already incredible strength. She really wanted Han Sen to show her a way out, as he would sneak back to the Alliance on his own frequently. Zhou Yume had requested this many times, to no avail. Han Sen's method of returning to the Alliance, however, was simple. Every time he wanted to go back, he would summon his little angel and get her to restrain the spirit in the spirit hall. While it was busy, Han Sen could just run on through the teleporter. And despite her repeated pleading, Han Sen refused to bring her with him. Every time he returned, he did so in possession of an abundance of snacks. They weren't gifts for her, though. In fact, they were the opposite. For a very high price, he would sell her these snacks, and the amount would be written down as a debt on her contract like a tab. What a horrible man. Zhou Yume munched on the snacks she was helpless to refuse, as she watched Han Sen and the little angel with scorn. Suddenly, a large clap of thunder sounded. Han Sen's fist cast lightning like a silver sun. The wrecking fist was driven into a 1 meter wide and 1 meter thick pillar. It was annihilated. An aftershock followed the terrifying punch, which rattled Zhou Yume into dropping her snacks all over the floor. Her ears rang and her energy felt disturbed. She fell on the floor, spitting out blood. It took a while for her to stand back up, and she could only do so when her energy started returning to normal and the sound had dissipated. She looked at Han Sen, who was staring at his own fist in surprise. Sonic Thunder Punch, EH. It looks like I've finally gotten the hang of it. The combination of Sonic and Thunder really is quite fierce. Increased damage aside, it seems I can even disturb the energy flow of my opponents. This punch is almost as powerful as Elephant Rex Strike. Han Sen was overjoyed. After his constant practice, he had finally completed his training of Sonic Thunder Punch. There was one negative, however: the punch drained all his power. It cost even more than Elephant Rex Strike. Despite his Jade Sun Force's constant replenishment of energy, he still had a shortage. But this did little to hamper his excitement. If that punch could disturb the little fairy's energy flow, then it'd open her up for a savage onslaught by the little angel. With a side of luck, that'd be enough to overcome her. Han Sen took a break. He still wanted to practice some more, but for the time being, he'd have to wait for his energy to return. He only succeeded in performing his desired strike once. It was too dicey to go out there now, expecting his next try to be a success, too. He had to ensure, no matter how much time it took, that he had perfected the casting of Sonic Thunder Punch. Zhou Yume sat atop a stone tower, watching Han Sen practice from a distance. After what happened last time, she didn't want to sit too close to where he was training. Although Han Sen did not talk to her much, and he wasn't nice whenever he did, she cherished the company she had. She was delighted to no longer be all alone in this desert city. She had the suspicion that the man was obsessed with combat. It dampened her spirits somewhat, and she hoped that he could take a time out every now and then to spend time with her, or at least to talk a little. Obviously, Han Sen was more interested in practicing a fighting skill than interacting with her. He practiced the skill every day, and only spoke with her briefly during his breaks. Yet those small snippets of conversation were the happiest, brightest moments of her day. This man was able to take her worries and throw them away, but at the same time, he could also make her sad. Recently, she had noticed that his ring finger was no longer naked, he had a ring on. Seeing this made her upset. Suddenly, another loud thunderbolt broke the skies. Even though she was sitting a good distance away, she still had to throw her hands over her ears as the energy inside her body succumbed to turmoil. After the loud noise, Zhou Yumei immediately ran down to him. She knew every time Han Sen cast that punch, he'd be in need of a lengthy break. Hey, so, what sort of skill are you learning? It looks kinda lame, doesn't it? What does it do? Give people a jump scare. How about you let me teach you some real skills? Zhou Yumei ran straight to Han Sen and spoke in a prideful tone. Han Sen smiled at her but did not say anything. The woman was already in her 20s, but her personality hadn't quite caught up yet. She was a bit childish, he thought. Seeing Zhou Yumei like that, Han Sen had a flashback to his days as a child. He remembered when he once bullied a girl, all because he fancied her. I'm good, thank you. I'm afraid I don't have the time to practice your real skills, Han Sen coldly said. He could cast Sonic Thunder Punch perfectly by now, and once his energy had recovered this time, he would be off. He was going to attempt his next fight against the fairy. Chapter 757. Battling a fairy in the middle of the Black Desert, Han Sen and the little angel walked. They were a good distance away from the shelter, since Han Sen wanted to use a beast soul associated with coin. As such, he didn't want Zhou Yumei to see. Han Sen ran across the desert sands, all the while observing the regions he paced through. The fairy popped out of the black sands, and with a maddened stare towards Han Sen, let out a fierce gust of icy air. Han Sen ignored her sudden appearance and continued his run. The little angel swiftly came to Han Sen's back and cut off the fairy's advance. The little angel garnered the fairy's attention well enough for it to go after her, and in this way, the fairy was led countless miles until the Yellowstone city was out of sight. Han Sen summoned all manner of beast souls and armored up in preparation for a fight against the fairy. Under the protection provided by the Ant King's armor and the Devil Unicorn's elemental shroud, at least Han Sen couldn't be one-shotted by his fluttering nemesis. He also had Jadeskin prepared, revved up and ready to withstand any ice powers that broke through his defenses. For the actual fight, however, Little Angel would be Han Sen's greatest weapon. Han Sen's combat contributions would be secondary, as his attacks did little to the fairy individually, but he at least hoped that together they would be greater than the sum of their parts. He didn't want to use the Sonic Thunder Punch yet, but he was able to incite the fairy's fury well enough without it for now. His pestering jabs gave the fairy a rabid lust for Han Sen's blood. Turning to him, the fairy unleashed its ice powers, and so Han Sen retreated for the moment. He evaded her attacks and called for the little angel to resume its kiting. After doing this a few times, the harassment of Han Sen's petty strikes and subsequent evasions got on the fairy's nerves. More than ever, it desired nothing more than to hack Han Sen into pieces. The fairy took advantage of her next opportunity to dodge the little angel's attack and buzzed right past her. Like a wild, icy shadow, she quickly gained on Han Sen. But this did not come as a surprise to him, rather, this pleased Han Sen. His eyes flashed as he cast his Dongshuan Sutra. Half of his body gleamed like silver lightning, while the other half chimed ominously like an ancient bell. The moment the fairy appeared in front of Han Sen, his fist blurred towards her. The silver lightning and the bell sounds came as one. His fist was like a silver sun, shooting towards the fairy. Dong! The fairy's face convulsed into an expression of hatred, and in response she threw her own fist to greet the incoming star. As they collided, streaks of silver lightning and cones of exhausted frosty air consumed the environment with the noise of a deafening explosion. The silver lightning could not hurt the fairy, but the bell's sound threw the fairy for a loop. She began twirling around at the mercy of a violent seizure, seemingly dazed out of her ordinary consciousness. The force that was birthed by the collision of fists sent Han Sen careening across the desert dunes, a 100-meter skid mark unfurling behind him. Blood flew out of his heaving mouth. The little angel dashed forward to slice the fairy while its energy was disturbed. Her hefty blow finally drew blood, forming a nasty gash. Pang! The fairy was launched into the black sand like a bullet, and it let out a screech of agony. Finish her, Han Sen commanded the little angel, as he quickly made his own exhausted retreat. After his strike, his body was weak. It would take him a long time to recover and become battle-ready again. If the little fairy found its wings and resumed its chase, he feared he'd be killed in no time at all. But there was no need for the verbal command, because the little angel was already raising her greatsword once more. She drove it down into the sandy cleft the fairy's body had created as it crashed. Like a geyser, ice burst forth from the sandy crevice. Inside the pit, the fairy was down on its knees. With excruciating effort, it lifted one hand to block the greatsword. The little angel's eyes flashed, and she brought the greatsword down once more. The fairy was drained of her prior power, and now the sword managed to pierce through her hand and draw blood. The fairy's body collapsed into the sand, the blood from the wound on its back oozing out at a dangerous speed. She was not done for yet, however. She let out another screech and, as if it instilled her with renewed vigor, amplified the power of her icy fortification. She stood up straight as a frightening, frosty air froze the greatsword that sought to end her. Within 2 seconds, the ice had consumed the entire blade. The little angel was afraid to get hurt, so she let go of the greatsword and took a step back. The fairy used this moment to escape her sandy coffin and raced towards Han Sen. Her frosty air swirled around her, and although she was heavily wounded, her demise did not matter if she could bring Han Sen down with her. Holy smokes, it was the little angel that injured you. What are you coming after me for? Han Sen's heart had been dropped into a vat of quicksand, recalling how he had actually only managed to hurt the fairy once. For the entire time she had hounded him, he had no idea what drove her desire for vengeance, or why she despised him so much. Han Sen boosted his powers a little, so he could throw his frail body out of the way and dodge her incoming attack. The fairy looked as if she was ready to keel over and succumb to her wounds. Whatever happened next, it would be her final stand. Han Sen could not risk coming into contact with any attack the fairy made now. With his body in such a weakened condition, he'd sustain grievous damage if he allowed her attacks to touch him. The fairy's final strike was stronger than anything that had come before. If it was unleashed against the little angel, she would have been able to dodge with no problem. But in Han Sen's current state, there was nothing he could do. The little angel was trying to catch up to the fairy, but it was too late. Knowing it would be impossible for him to attempt an evasion, Han Sen summoned his flaming Rex spike and held it to his chest right as the fairy's fist was coming at him. Pang! An icy tornado was summoned, and it quickly smothered the flames of the Rex spike. A brutal force was driven into his Rex spike, which in turn got pushed into Han Sen's chest. Han Sen's black smoke was doused and his armor shattered. He was sent flying. While Han Sen was in the air, his entire body and Rex spike were consumed by a wailing tornado. He became an ice cube, and when he fell back down to the ground, he was like an iceberg in the sea of sand. The little angel caught up from behind, swung her greatsword, and whacked the fairy down into the black sand. Blood now gushed from her exposed wounds. The fairy had reached the end of its tether, and it would soon die. It had no hope of competing against the little angel anymore. It was drained of strength and its body was covered in exposed wounds that gushed blood. The little angel's eyes flashed, and she waved her white wings. But as she flew towards the fairy, a firework of frost and ice rocketed into the air and exploded. The dazzling display brought with it an abundance of snowflakes. But within the snowfall, a small shadow fluttered out of the haze with great speed. The fairy wasn't dead, but like a shadow, it took off in the direction of the bamboo forest. Kacha! Han Sen cleaved his way through the ice that encased him. His chest was all bloody and cut, even his ribcage was exposed. Kill her! Han Sen was now infuriated, and he did not care for the wound on his chest. He summoned his wings to give the fairy chase and vowed to the heavens above that he'd kill her. Chapter 758. Taking care of the fairy. The fairy's escape was extremely quick, and even the little angel had great difficulty catching up to her. But quite abruptly, the fairy slowed down. It seemed as if her burst of speed had chugged and come to an end, due to a complete exhaustion of her own strength. Now, even slower than usual, it fluttered away from the battle. Han Sen and the little angel followed the fairy to the Black Mountain, and watched it retreat into the mouth of the cave the scorpion had once dug. Together, they followed the fairy inside. Hastily, the tiny menace whizzed her way through the bamboo forest in a bid to reach the icy domain where they had first discovered it. Han Sen wasn't sure why it would retreat there, but he knew he would have to finish it off soon. He commanded the little angel to venture ahead and close the distance the fairy was currently gaining on them. But the fairy had now gained a fair lead, and even if they went at their top speed, it'd be difficult for them to catch up anytime soon. The fairy managed to reach the lake, and now that the narcissus was gone, a thick layer of ice coated the entire area. Not even the water could be seen anymore. The fairy smacked the 1-foot thick ice that pained the water and shattered it. Without lingering, it quickly dove into the icy cauldron. The little angel didn't hesitate to follow her in, and plunged in after her. To her surprise, the lake itself was shallow, only a few meters deep, at the most. Han Sen caught up and stood by the water's edge. The lake was pure and he could see what occurred below with startling clarity. Han Sen watched the little angel swing her greatsword beneath the water, but it seemed as if something was repelling the completion of her strikes, and she was unable to deal damage to the heavily injured fairy. When Han Sen looked closer, he noticed the fairy was hiding inside a fist-sized scallop shell. The scallop shell was translucent like refined ice, and you would only notice its presence if you peered closely. As the fairy lay inside the scallop shell, it was naked and bleeding heavily. Its butterfly-like wings fluttered weakly, and it looked scared by the menacing angel that lusted for its blood. Han Sen observed the little angel deliver a few more strikes, all to no avail. Then, he commanded her to pick up the entire scallop shell from the lake. The scallop shell felt cold when Han Sen held it in his hand. It was unlike any other shell he had ever held before. It looked as if it had been carved from some icy jade, yet it looked natural and it didn't seem to have been crafted by anyone. Is this gear that was created by the fairy? As Han Sen mulled the question, he examined the dying fairy, which appeared to be in shock. But Han Sen came to the conclusion that this assumption was incorrect. The fairy was born from a narcissus, so it hadn't had the opportunity to create gear for itself yet. After all, even if it could make gear, why would it create a scallop shell? Han Sen placed the scallop shell on the ground and bid for the little angel to smack it a few more times. But it was incredibly durable, and try as she might, she could not break it open. The repeated strikes only drew thin white marks across its previously untarnished exterior. Han Sen then sought to try out his toxic dragon drill on it, but that proved futile. After that strike, all that remained on the shell was a little white dot. He tried everything at his disposal, but still, he could not crack the shell open. With a great depression, his heart sunk with the thought, taking on this fairy was no small feat. Will this whole thing result in failure, all due to its hiding? But quickly, Han Sen noticed something was amiss. The fairy should have been happy at Han Sen's inability to get at it. But instead, it looked shocked, and worse than ever. Han Sen picked up the scallop once more and noticed something wrong with it. The scallop was not empty, as its interior was full of a transparent liquid. Han Sen at first believed it to be water from the lake, but upon closer inspection, realized it wasn't. The liquid was corrosive, and it was rotting the fairy's wounds. It wasn't healing, and instead, it was doing much worse. Han Sen smiled at this revelation. Just as he believed, the scallop shell was indeed not a gear created by the fairy. Han Sen then assumed the scallop shell belonged to another creature, but somehow, it had ended up at the bottom of the lake. Searching for safety, the fairy tried to use it as a hiding spot. She most likely did not realize the oozy mucus inside the shell would deteriorate her wounds into an even worse state. Perhaps she had hidden inside the shell before, but the liquid couldn't do anything to her fair and undamaged body. Maybe that was why she thought it a great idea to hide inside, and jovially prevent Han Sen from finishing her off. But the fairy did not expect the previously harmless liquid to begin finishing her off. She was trapped inside, all the while her wounds eroded. Let's see you get out of this one, Han Sen calmly mocked the fairy, but did not believe she would submit to the fate of a grisly corrosion inside the shell without attempting one last daring escape. By remaining inside, a far less merciful death would await her than what Han Sen would gleefully provide. Her entire body now slowly melted, and it was going to do so until only her bones remained. It was going to be a horrific death, for sure. If Han Sen was the fairy, he'd have come out and fought by now. Dying in battle was far better than the slow, tortuous death of being withered away by a thick and translucent mucus. But the fairy was still stubbornly holding on, not daring an escape. Han Sen was in no rush, though. He allowed the little angel to hold onto the scallop shell for him as they departed the bamboo forest and returned to the Yellowstone City. There was no fear of the fairy daring an escape, as her death was secured no matter what she attempted. But it did look like it was going to be a while before it died, and judging from the fairy's face, it wasn't yet ready to run off, if it ever would be. The fairy was already badly injured, and it was only going to get worse the longer it remained inside. The later it exited the shell, the weaker it would be. Han Sen no longer had any worries about this entire affair with the fairy. For the chance of obtaining its beast soul, Han Sen allowed the little angel to continue holding it and stay vigil for its slaying, if the fairy ever decided to leave the shell. Even if he could not receive the beast soul, he could refine her life geno essence or eat her flesh. Either way, slaying her would be beneficial. Her blood could feed the death knell, too. With the blood of a second-generation super creature, perhaps his bell pet would start growing. After resolving the entire debacle with the fairy, Han Sen no longer wanted to linger in the solitary shelter. He hadn't found out why there was a super spirit chained up in the spirit hall, but he ultimately decided it had nothing to do with him and didn't mind leaving the mystery unresolved. After preparing his supplies, he rallied Zhou Yume and Little Orange to accompany him in a journey across the desert sands and away from the Yellowstone city. The fairy was still hanging on inside the scallop shell, as her wounds got worse and worse. Han Sen figured she wouldn't survive another 10 days, and by then, she'd be nothing but bones. "Do you actually know the way out of here?" Zhou Yume asked from atop Little Orange, as the unceasing sun bore down on her. "No," Han Sen quickly replied. He had selected a direction and decided to stick to it, but he had no defined path that would lead him out of the Black Desert. Zhou Yume thought about starting an argument with Han Sen, and she raised her lips to do so. But right before the words left her lips, the sound of a bird screeching pierced their eardrums. Far across the sweltering dunes of the Black Desert, a black-flamed phoenix-like bird was flying. Han Sen was taken aback at the sight of the black-flamed phoenix soaring across the horizon. Its speed was incredible, and it disappeared from sight within the blink of an eye. A heat wave descended from the sky and almost cooked Han Sen's body hair. Fortunately, the phoenix did not seem to be interested in them. It simply flew on its own accord and disappeared. That being said, it seemed to be going in the direction Han Sen had selected for his own journey. Why don't we switch course and choose a different direction to go in? Ill fortune is the only thing that can come from a close encounter with such a creature, Zhou Yume suggested with worry. Before they caught sight of the bird, Zhou Yume noticed her Little Orange was a little on edge. Han Sen shook his head, however. "We have to go this way." If he wanted to cross the Black Desert, he had to continue in the direction he was going. And the phoenix-like bird did not seem interested in them, anyway. It was most likely just passing by. After another 2 days of travel, it occurred to Han Sen that they had not again seen the bird, whereas Zhou Yume forgot about the sighting entirely. After dark, Han Sen erected a tent so he could rest for the night and move on the morrow. "How come you only ever erect one tent for yourself? Where do you expect me to sleep, huh?" Zhou Yume's black eyes were opened wide. "If you don't fancy sleeping outside in the rough, then come inside and sleep with me." Han Sen was already crawling into the tent as he spoke. "You, what a gentleman," Zhou Yume said sarcastically. She peered into the darkness of the desert all around them, then crawled inside after Han Sen. It was a simple tent, and it was not one you could stand up in. The Silver Fox and Little Orange were already inside and had gotten all snug. Lying down, Zhou Yume could feel Han Sen's body warmth. "I'm warning you, don't get any funny ideas," Zhou Yume told Han Sen, with the eyes of a mad woman. "Do not worry, I lacked the gentle love of a mother when I was young." Han Sen did not even look at Zhou Yume while he spoke. Instead, his eyes were fixed on a book he had just pulled out from his pack. "What is that supposed to mean?" Zhou Yume froze, unable to understand what Han Sen meant by that. "Nothing, I'm just complimenting the fact that you are young and small," Han Sen casually said. "You have good taste, but no matter how pretty I am, you can't." Zhou Yume was a little shy, and she spoke while looking down. But she only spoke half of her sentence when she glanced at her breasts, which were like 2 little hills upon her chest. Her face quickly flushed red and she said, "You are the one who is small." Han Sen put down the book and took his shirt off. This shocked Zhou Yume, and she quickly scrambled away in panic. She used her arms to shield and cover her body, asking with distress, "What do you want?" Han Sen smiled and patted the muscles that composed his chest and said, "They may not be big, but they're bigger than yours." Zhou Yume couldn't help but take a look. She was impressed by the sight, and they were indeed wide and thick. They weren't particularly outstanding, but they had delicate curves that made them attractive to look at. And Han Sen had a six-pack that was like jade, and the silky smooth white skin that drove women crazy. Seeing this, Zhou Yumei almost started drooling. Furthermore, she began to develop the urge to touch them. Clean the saliva from your lips and go to sleep. You shouldn't disturb me during the night. Han Sen pushed Zhou Yumei's head away, as her body drew nearer to him. Then, he tucked himself into his sleeping bag. Zhou Yumei wanted to fight back, but she instead looked down once more and observed her own modest chest. She thought about Han Sen's thick and wide chest, where the muscles locked and curved around each other impeccably. She noticed she had indeed lost this round before it even began, and she had no ammunition to return fire on this particular subject. Zhou Yumei was a little upset after this, so she retreated into her own sleeping bag. Then she began to think about how dark life truly was. But then another image flashed in her mind, and it was the image of Han Sen's stunning upper body, sexy clavicles and tantalizing abs. Zhou Yumei couldn't help but swallow the saliva that was building up inside her mouth. She tried to shake the image and tighten her eyelids, but the picture remained. She couldn't be free of Han Sen's amazing body. She turned around to take a peek at Han Sen. His eyes were closed and he appeared to be sleeping already. Seeing his face from the side, he wasn't super pretty, but his facial features were distinct and sharp. It made him look quite threatening and moody, but his skin was white and smooth. This element helped soften the image a bit, but overall, he looked like a manly man. Zhou Yumei continued thinking about his body as she eyed him, and then her mind ventured further in her visions of the man. She recalled how powerful he was, and how he so fearlessly challenged the spirit. He also took care of the fairy and scorpion. It looked like she was in love. But then her heart sunk at another image that popped up in her mind, and that was the ring that adorned his finger. She sighed and said to herself, "Why are the good ones always taken?" "What did you say?" Han Sen frowned and turned to look at Zhou Yumei. Zhou Yumei's face became red again. She had gotten so excited, she never expected she'd end up speaking her thoughts aloud. With a face that refused to unredden itself, she tried to explain by saying, nothing." As Zhou Yumei panicked, Han Sen turned around completely. Now, his face was directly opposite hers. Another man's warmth was drawing near her. Zhou Yumei's heart was madly beating to the rhythm of a stampede, and she thought to herself, what is he going to do? What am I going to do? He is engaged. I should reject his advances, right? But, no, I can't be like that. I can't get tricked by the demon of temptation. I must focus and channel my good thoughts, but he is such a good man. If I grab him, I might have the chance to. Many different trains of thought and ideas now raced through her mind. Han Sen's body was still so close, and then, he covered her mouth with his hand. He climbed on top of her. I can't compete. How am I supposed to resist a man like this? I am just a weak and defenseless woman. There is no way I can resist his strength. Zhou Yumei managed to find herself an excuse, which quickly put her at ease. Seeing Han Sen's body above her, she closed her eyes and continued thinking, there is no one else here. What is he holding my mouth for? Even if I scream, no one could possibly come to my aid. I might moan and groan in delight, but there's no reason for me to scream. Zhou Yumei's heart was still pumping wildly, but after a while, her expectations weren't coming to pass. She felt strange, and then, she peeked open her eyes a little. With one hand still covering her mouth, Han Sen had unzipped the tent and taken a peek outside. Zhou Yumei's face was now burning and her neck was getting hot. She wanted to dig a hole and hide. Han Sen looked outside and noticed a halo that sat upon the black desert in the distance. There were many glowing dandelions, painting the sands of the desert. It was an infinite meadow of them, one that he couldn't spy an end to. The heads of the dandelions danced with the caress of a breeze. A lone luminescent dandelion brushed by the tent, carried by the gentle breeze. Han Sen initially thought it was some special sort of creature that had drawn near, and although it wasn't, he still eyed it with a modicum of concern. It was a surprise to see the bevy of lights as little more than flowers, and it was a most curious phenomenon. When they had pitched the tent that evening, none of the flowers were around. Now, across every portion of the black desert that was visible, dandelions sprouted. They were endless, and their pretty lights spread out in each direction like a galaxy of stars. When the wind blew, the galaxy moved. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Zhou Yumei, who had managed to regain her composure, moved nearer to Han Sen. After taking a peek at what had taken hold of his attention, her eyes opened wide like the stars themselves. It was fortunate Han Sen had placed his hand on her mouth. Had he not, she would have screamed in awe of its beauty. Many of the flowers were afloat, and skated by the tent as they went. From afar, that little tent must have looked like a shining castle. But the plants weren't aggressive, and no harm was delivered to their little camp. Zhou Yumei tried to pull Han Sen's hand away from her mouth, but he had a firm grip. Just as she was about to lose her temper, she heard a noise in the distance. It was like the sound of a heavy animal's footstep. In between each step was a momentary silence, and its rhythm maintained this pace slowly. But ever so slightly, the sound seemed to be getting louder, and its source closer. Han Sen looked further into the distance and saw, beneath the night sky, a creature coming towards them. It shined like a beacon of holy light. It walked alongside the dandelions that were below and afloat, like a glorious ship through the net of stars soaring through the galaxy. Zhou Yumei could see the luminous creature now, as well. She was surprised to see it was a white rhino. Its body was shaped like a little hill, and with every step it made, the ground of the desert shook. The glowing dandelions that were to be trodden underfoot jumped into the air as if to guide its path. The rhino was getting closer, and this frightened Zhou Yumei. Right now, all she wanted to do was get up and run. As pretty as it looked, the rhino was a hulking beast. Its heavy, looming presence was intimidating, and it robbed her of breath. Han Sen's hand was still on her mouth to prevent a sound, but he now used his other hand to control and calm her. His eyes were still in profound observation of the glowing rhino. It wasn't long before the rhino had come directly before the tent. Like grand pillars, its thick legs were pulled up and released. The entire tent was now in the shadow of the beast, and Zhou Yumei knew it. Her eyes were wide open with fright, and her body trembled under the fear. If a foot came down on the tent, they would be squished into jelly. The silver fox and little orange snuggled together in the corner of the tent, quiet as mice. They too were terrified of the white rhino that had drawn near. Boom! A foot came down like a piston on the sand directly behind Han Sen's tent, avoiding them. The luminous dandelions continued their spiraling as the campsite vibrated with the force. Boom! Boom! The rhino did not decelerate, and it continued in the direction it had been going. The four pillars crossed over the tent, missing the guy ropes by inches. The craters left behind by the creature's feet now decorated the campgrounds. Zhou Yumei's heart almost leapt out of her chest. Fortunately, the white rhino did not pay heed to the presence of a tent as it went onwards. Along with the gorgeous, luminescent dandelions, it slowly trailed off out of sight behind them. When the white rhino was gone from their vision, the presence of the glowing dandelions dimmed, too. They quit shining and melted into the desert like snowfall. Not a trace of them was left behind. If it wasn't for the footsteps that the rhino left behind, you would have believed the entire affair to be little more than a dream. Zhou Yumei, who had been trembling through the entire ordeal, finally relaxed. She patted her chest, trying to shake the terrifying visions she had of being crushed underfoot by the big rhino. Luckily, none of her fears had come to pass. "Are you going to sleep like this?" Han Sen smiled at Zhou Yumei. Zhou Yumei only now realized she had been leaning on Han Sen the entire time. She was mad and embarrassed at the revelation, so she pushed him away. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "When I don't say anything, you get all touchy. You just want to take advantage of me." Han Sen smiled but did not reply. He returned to his sleeping bag, deep in thought over what had just occurred with the white rhino. During the daytime, they encountered the black flame phoenix, and now they had been witnesses to the existence of a white rhino that glowed with a holy light. Both of these creatures had been traveling in the direction Han Sen had picked. He wondered if something awaited them where they were headed. In a place such as the Black Desert, Han Sen did not want to get himself into any form of trouble. With such fearsome monsters around, although he was sure of their abilities to escape, he couldn't risk losing his reserves of food and water. If that happened, there was every chance they might perish somewhere amidst the dunes. But if they changed course now, Han Sen wasn't entirely sure whether or not they could exit the Black Desert that way, either. It would also not lead him to his final destination, so he was reluctant. Han Sen thought about this predicament for a while, but ultimately decided to continue in their current direction. He didn't know if he could leave the Black Desert if he changed direction now. Furthermore, he believed his encounter with those two creatures was nothing out of the ordinary and was to be expected in such a volatile location. If there was some significance behind it, then he would at least have the opportunity to check out the reason why. The next day, Han Sen continued in the same direction atop his golden roarer. On the way, he was able to trace the footsteps that the rhino had left behind. It looked to be going in a straight line, without a single misstep or stray. The luminous dandelions, however, he could not see. It was as if they never existed. They walked for half the day, but the heat was atrocious. Zhou Yume drank some water while she rode atop her little orange. As she took a swig, she said, "It's so hot. Wouldn't it be great if it rained?" Not long after she said that, the skies went dark. Terrible clouds formed not too far above them, blotting out the sun. Downpour sound the drunk clouds let loose their spiteful tears, and utterly drenched Zhou Yume. She quickly summoned an armor to withstand the rain, but after its summoning, the rain clouds immediately dispersed. The skies cleared and the weather returned to its sweltering glory. My wishes are short-lived. Zhou Yume was not entirely sure how to respond to what had just happened. Han Sen's face, on the other hand, looked dire. When the rain clouds went past, Han Sen felt the presence of a supremely powerful life force. He didn't get the chance to see what it was, but he could tell it wasn't something natural. What made Han Sen frown the most, however, was the fact that those rain clouds had formed and drifted off in the direction he and Zhou Yume were also headed. What is going on in this place? Han Sen squinted his eyes, attempting to discern more of what might lay on the horizon. But there was nothing. For a while yet, it seemed only the black desert sands and blue skies would continue to lead their travel. There was no use turning back now, and Han Sen opted to push on and find out what was going on. The super creatures they had encountered all seemed to ignore them, as if something greater attracted them. If he came to a place where they all had gathered together, he resolved to go around them and simply continue on his way. Han Sen, with Zhou Yume in tow, continued walking in the same direction. The fairy was still inside the scallop shell, refusing to come out. Whether or not she could by now was still up in the air, as her entire body was rotting. In a few more days, she'd most likely be melted into a bloody goop entirely. But unless it wanted to exit the shell, there was nothing Han Sen could do. The shell was unbreakable, and if the fairy wanted to come out, he assumed it would have to be of her own volition. The weather was surprisingly volatile in the desert. It often became windy, spurring the sands high into the sky and obscuring their vision. During the extremely windy periods, the sands rose like monsters seeking to consume them wholly. Han Sen told Golden Roarer to maximize its size, and it looked like a little hill marching through the fierce sandstorms. Han Sen and the rest of his companions would then burrow into the Golden Roarer's fur to remain comfy and unaffected. It's a shame that Golden Roarer is only a super creature from the first shelter. If it could evolve, it would most likely be greater than any other second shelter's super creature. Han Sen sighed. The sandstorms left almost as quickly as they came. After half a day, they all stopped. But it was the lasting effects that were the most troublesome. Following the sandstorms, the landscape morphed. The rhino's footprints disappeared and the dunes changed their positions. Pat. Han Sen heard a clapping noise, and he turned around to see Zhou Yume slapping her cheeks. He laughed and said, "Why are you hitting yourself? There is a mosquito." Zhou Yume continued to wave her hands around, all to no avail. Han Sen took a look and saw a small mosquito flying around her. It was pretty quick and surprisingly agile. No matter how much she tried to hit it, the mosquito perfectly evaded every attack. Pat. Han Sen clapped his hands and killed the mosquito in one hit. Mutant creature bloodlust mosquito killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of the mutant creature bloodlust mosquito to gain 0 to 10 genopoints randomly. Han Sen was incredibly surprised, having not suspected the small mosquito to be a mutant creature. Buzz. A few more mosquitoes showed up, which Han Sen promptly killed. After that, even more showed up. They flew around madly, producing an infuriating sound. Pat, pat, pat. Han Sen attacks were quick as lightning, and he was killing mosquitoes left, right, and center. There were ordinary class creatures this time, as well as many mutant class variants. After killing all of them, Han Sen noticed Zhou Yume looked frozen. She was staring at something ahead of them with an agape jaw. Her face was distorted into one of fright, as if she had seen something most wretched. "What's wrong with you?" Han Sen frowned. "Mo mosquito." Zhou Yume raised her finger, pointing ahead of them. With a trembling voice, she called out what made her look so scared. "What? They're just mosquitoes. There is no need to be afraid, I can kill them all." Han Sen then turned to look in the direction she pointed towards and noticed a giant crack in the desert sands. From it, swarms of the mosquitoes emerged like a geyser. In their countless numbers, they turned to face them. And like the very sandstorms they had weathered before, they inked the skies and blotted out the sun. It was as if the clouds of mosquitoes had turned the day into night. What are you waiting for? Run! Han Sen shouted. He grabbed Zhou Yumei and carried her underneath his armpit, while running. The bloodlust mosquitoes conquered the skies like a sandstorm, and they even struck fear into the silver fox and little orange. Together, those two scrambled to get away. If it was just a small number of mosquitoes, even at mutant class, there was nothing to be afraid of. But a countless horde such as that would be too much. Han Sen had the appropriate super armor to block the attacks, but Zhou Yumei would be killed in an instant. Furthermore, he'd feel bad wearing super armor in front of her. So, like she did, he wore Sacred Blood class armor instead. If there were large numbers of Sacred Blood class mosquitoes, he was afraid they'd be enough to kill the silver fox and little orange, as well. It wasn't long before the mosquitoes caught up and descended upon them, however. The silver lightning crackled across the silver fox's fur, and he emitted a number of bolts to zap those that sought to overwhelm him. Han Sen used his flaming Rex spike to incinerate the mosquitoes around them. Little Orange's body was jumping up and down to kill many, but a fair number of the mosquitoes had already latched onto it. Without reprieve, the hungry insects drank deep of its blood. Han Sen was well and truly shocked. He didn't expect the mosquitoes to be able to drink the blood of a super creature, and that meant Little Orange and the silver fox were in as much danger as they were. Although only female mosquitoes could drink blood, their numbers were still scary enough to place them all in serious danger. Pat! Han Sen slapped a mosquito that was drinking Little Orange's blood. Sacred Blood bloodlust mosquito killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of the Sacred Blood creature bloodlust mosquito to gain 0 to 10 genopoints randomly. There really are Sacred Blood class variants amongst them. Han Sen's face changed, and he commanded the little angel to clear a path for them. Then, he sped up to attempt an escape. But the mosquitoes were like a sandstorm, and more were coming to engulf them. The silver fox was doing better than all of them, however. The electricity on his body worked like a shield, and it prevented the mosquitoes from landing on him. But for the others, they were slowly being swarmed by the fiends. Numerous mosquitoes were starting to land on them, especially Zhou Yumei. Although she was plated in armor, the sections of skin that were still showing were ripe for a biting. Her blood kept on being sucked. The mosquitoes weren't deadly on their own, and even if they sucked until their bellies were full, it wasn't much blood to lose. But with this number of them bearing down, things were dire. Within seconds, Zhou Yumei's body was host to a large number of lumps. Sucking her blood was fine, but the lumps were driving her insane. They were itchy, and each of her 10 fingers went into overdrive, scratching as fiercely as she could. She was doing it so much, blood was being drawn to the surface. And as people say, the more you scratch, the itchier it gets. It wasn't long before her skin was all frayed, and yet she couldn't resist scratching. Han Sen tried his best to fight off the mosquitoes, but his efforts seemed to be in vain. There were too many of them for him to handle. Even Little Orange's body had been swarmed, and many mosquitoes were helping themselves to a buffet of blood on its backside. The bodies of the super creatures were far better than Zhou Yumei's, that much was plain to see. The itch didn't seem to affect them at all, so the effects of the bloodsucking didn't seem so concerning. The silver fox continued to fire electricity, but it was clearly a drain on his energy reserves. Han Sen wasn't sure how much longer it could last. Han Sen felt really bad in his heart. He couldn't find a way to give Zhou Yumei the immediate aid and respite she needed right now. If this was to continue, Zhou Yumei seemed likely to die out here. While Han Sen contemplated his next move, he suddenly saw a white fog approaching. When the mosquitoes came into contact with it, they fell to the ground like hard rain. Chapter 762, claiming the fairy. Han Sen was shocked. Looking towards the little angel, he saw her holding the scallop shell in her hand. It was half open, and from the inside, the fairy was active. It unleashed a gust of frosty air. The temperature around them dropped in a snap. The mosquitoes were clearly weak to the cold, and upon coming into contact with the frost, were stunned and frozen. In fear of the cold, the swarm of mosquitoes now seemed hesitant to continue their pursuit. The fairy continued to blow out frosty air, repelling the mosquitoes. And as she did so, she gave Han Sen a pitiable look. Han Sen never expected the fairy to possess such a human quality, to forgive past grievances and be willing to trade her own life for the safety of him and his companions. Han Sen took the scallop shell out of little angel's hands. The fairy was still quite afraid, and she only opened the shell a small amount, in order to expel the frosty air. Han Sen held the scallop shell and continued walking towards the bugs. The mosquitoes kept their distance, and their aversion to the cold was plain to see. Han Sen used Dongshuan Sutra to simulate the fairy's energy flow. Han Sen's body temperature dropped, and after doing so, the mosquitoes avoided him completely. He couldn't exude the frosty air as a projectile, however. If he wanted to keep Zhou Yume alive, he'd have to continue making use of the fairy's frosty power. They continued their journey, all the while keeping the mosquitoes at bay and putting distance between themselves and the bloodthirsty insects. After reaching a spot that put them out of the mosquitoes' sight, the fairy ceased her exhalation of frosty air. She was already heavily injured, and the amount of power she had just used up had been taxing. Her condition looked more dire than ever now. The fairy clasped her hands together before her face, as if she was praying to Han Sen. The look in her eyes suggested she was begging Han Sen to let her go. But this did not align with Han Sen's own desire. It was difficult to get a second-generation super creature, and there was a life Geno essence sitting right in front of him. Perhaps even a beast soul, too. Han Sen wasn't happy with the thought of just letting such a bounty go. Look at her, she looks so pitiable. Why don't you let her go? She did just save our lives, after all. After Zhou Yume applied some medicine to her own wounds, she began to feel better almost immediately. Her itchiness began to subside, as well. After getting another clear look at the battered, rotten fairy, she felt a great deal of sympathy for her. Hoping Han Sen would let her go, she chipped in with her 2 cents. You need to understand something here, she saved you. She did not save us. Han Sen knew that without the fairy, he would have still made it out alive. Zhou Yume would have been the only victim, had they not been able to escape by themselves. But she's begging for your mercy. Just let her go. Zhou Yume didn't dare be mean to Han Sen, but she felt compelled to at least support the fairy, after what she had done. Women are so short-sighted. Yes, you're right, this little thing does look pitiable. It does look nice, but that's what you see on the surface. In its heart, it may already be planning a wretched way to get back at me. Vengeance is in its nature. Now that she's in trouble, beaten and exhausted, she feigns this look of sorrow and begs for forgiveness all so she can be set free. For all we know, she'll return and come for me once more, after her wounds are healed. Han Sen did not heed Zhou Yume's plight, and instead continued to stare at the fairy that was still inside the shell. At this point, the fairy's hair was starting to dry out. Her body was rotten, and her wings were robbed of power. She continued to look at Han Sen in a way that begged for mercy. If I let you go, will you come back for vengeance? Han Sen asked, looking at the fairy. The fairy behaved as if she understood what Han Sen said to her, and she shook her head like mad. Really? Han Sen asked, with a deeper tone of voice this time. The fairy continued to shake her head, and it seemed as if she was being sincere. All right, then, come on out, let's forget about what happened in the past. But don't even think about doing it again. If you do, I won't forgive you, Han Sen said to the fairy. The fairy seemed to be fairly intelligent, and after he finished talking, she popped the lid of the shell open and flew out. She then landed on the palm of Han Sen's hand. Han Sen held the fairy there, and in his heart, he grinned. The smile of a devil adorned his lips, and he thought to himself, oh, little fairy. You are in my hands, and now I am going to kill you. Han Sen never thought the previously vengeful, maniacal fairy would be so easy to trick. She seemed to believe what he said without question. And now, she had allowed him to hold her. Little did she know, he was planning to bring a swift end to their truce. The fairy remained off guard. Allowing herself to be held by Han Sen, she seemed oblivious to Han Sen's murderous gaze. Without a shadow of a doubt, she put full stock in Han Sen's pledge of not killing her. Her calm, relaxed posture in Han Sen's hand was a reflection of this. Her smooth white arms held onto Han Sen's fingers, and she rubbed her head against them. She looked so pitiable, and she pointed at her wounds, as if requesting that he heal her. You, little fairy, how dare you ask me to help you recover? You must be in La La Land. Han Sen, as he held the fairy in place, planned to use Sonic Thunder Punch on it. With the sorry state her body was in, he didn't think she could withstand a punch like that again. Even if it couldn't kill her, he could rob her of half her life. Or half of whatever was left right now, at least. Han Sen then, unbeknownst to anyone else, secretly channeled the sonic and thunder elements. Soon, he'd cast Sonic Thunder Punch and utterly annihilate the fairy once and for all. But seeing the defenseless fairy clench his fingers tight, giving him poor puppy dog eyes, Han Sen found himself unable to do it. No, I can't allow myself to be tricked by the fairy's appearance. It's a wretched demon of vengeance, and I cannot allow her to live. Squeeze her. I have to squeeze her. Han Sen then cruelly started to cast Sonic Thunder Punch. But shortly after starting, he stopped. Little angel. Han Sen called out to his little angel. The little angel, greatsword in hand, came over to Han Sen emotionlessly. Han Sen looked at the fairy in his hand and looked at the little angel. Sighing, he sent the little angel away again. Han Sen was still unable to do it, for he was not a murderer. And his heart was soft and weak to those who needed aid. The fairy seemed so human, and she did her best to help out against the mosquitoes. Now that she was in Han Sen's hand, he found himself unable to kill something that was utterly defenseless. Are you going to listen to me in the future? Han Sen held the fairy in his hand, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The fairy nodded. She held onto Han Sen's fingers and kissed them with her red lips. Then she looked at him again with pitiable eyes. If you say so, I will believe you once. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not disappoint me, or else, I won't let you go. Han Sen sighed, relaxed his hands and let the fairy sit down in his palms. The fairy flapped her butterfly wings and flew a few circles around Han Sen. She seemed overjoyed, but her current state of weakness was no secret. Before long, she fell back down into Han Sen's hand. Although Han Sen was willing to heal the fairy, he wasn't ready to 100% believe in her. Secretly, he observed her every movement. If she was up to no good, Han Sen would not hesitate to get the little angel to kill her. Are you sure? Inside the Angel Gene office, Zhao 7th spoke to Zhao Lian. It has already been confirmed. Han Sen's mother, Luo Lan, is the sole granddaughter of Luo Haitang. The Ji family have Luo Haitang's support, Zhao Lian said in return. Zhao 7th sternly frowned and asked, has the Ji family done anything yet? They haven't done anything particularly big. But according to the intel provided by Old Qi, some of the demigods of the Ji family are on their way to the Godslayer shelter, Zhao Lian replied. They are lucky bastards. I cannot believe they have a connection with Luo Haitang. If this strengthens, they won't have to rely on us as much. Zhao 7th's face was grim. I thought by helping Ji Ruijun, it would provide us the greatest influence. It looks as if I was incorrect. Uncle 7th, you cannot blame yourself for this turn of events. No one expected Han Sen was to be Luo Haitang's great-grandson. And now, Luo Haitang's family, who have always remained neutral, are getting cozy with the Ji family. This would have been impossible to foretell, Zhao Lian said. Zhao 7th coldly laughed and said, in this world, there is nothing humans are unable to achieve. If the Ji family wants to use Luo Haitang's power to be rid us in the support we have already been providing, I won't allow it. Although Luo Haitang is powerful, being a demigod and all, strength matters not. He is alone where he is, and he cannot return to the second shelter. Push on with the Angel Gene 4th stage tests a little quicker, they may prove useful in the near future. The 4th stage tests require a lot of Shira royal blood, and we also need Dan Copper stars. Zhao Lian wanted to continue, but his words hesitated to come out. Zhao 7th frowned and said, give it to them. Angel Gene is our crowning accomplishment, and a Dan Copper star is nothing. Once we have established a presence and can support ourselves in the 4th shelter, that is when our family will truly begin to shine. Yes, Zhao Lian agreed. Then, he turned around and exited Zhao 7th's office. I will let these old men know that their time is up. The advancement of humanity, genetics and all, lies in technology. Zhao 7th's eyes shone with light. Ellipsis. Continuing the trek, Han Sen hadn't encountered anything strange again. With the silver fox near, it was common for creatures to keep their distance. As such, their journey was free from strife. The fairy seemed incredibly gentle, and she affectionately listened to Han Sen whenever he spoke. Her wounds were gradually getting better, each and every day. It would not be long before she fully recovered. Still not completely trusting her, though, Han Sen never let his guard down with her around. As Han Sen slept, he felt the fairy fly near him, which triggered an alarm siren in his head. But he wasn't willing to make a move just yet. He pretended to continue sleeping, and instead activated his senses to observe what she was doing. The fairy flew near him, circling his head. Then, she landed on his palm and slipped into the half-folded fingers of his hand. Like a blanket, she made herself snug below them and went to sleep. Han Sen's demeanor relaxed somewhat, and he was greatly surprised by her behavior. He opened his eyes and watched her slip into dreams of her own, looking so gentle as she did. But a few days later, Han Sen believed he was starting to be a little too naive and was letting his guard down. He thought the fairy was still biding her time for revenge, as all she did was laze about and ignore his commands. Aside from acting cute, she wouldn't do a single productive thing. These evil, tricksy second-generation creatures will never do anything decent. Han Sen was infuriated by her behavior. Previously, it had only been the silver fox he had to compete with for goods, but now there was the fairy, too. There were a couple of occasions when Han Sen wanted to treat himself to tastily cooked meat, but ended up being unable to. The combined bellies of the two creatures he had for company needed to be filled first, and that usually left him with the mangy leftovers. Fine, I'll fatten you both up first, and then dine on you, Han Sen thought to himself. The group of travelers traversed the Black Desert for another 2 weeks. Just as Han Sen had almost forgotten about all the strange occurrences that had happened along the way, he stumbled across an oasis. No way, coconut trees here. Han Sen, after seeing the oasis, looked a little strange. Oases weren't entirely strange, but the abundance of coconut trees was. Each tree was decorated with a number of basketball-sized coconuts that looked absolutely delicious. This was a harsh desert, and yet, why would seaside-grown coconut trees be growing here? Their sheer number was incredible, too. It was like an infinite forest of coconut trees. Zhou Yume looked excited. With Little Orange, she immediately took off running into the coconut forest. She gathered many of the coconuts with a hungry face. She had been drinking plain nutrient solutions for the longest time, and by now, she was sick of them. Stop, don't touch those things, Han Sen quickly called out to Zhou Yume. Why not? I'm just hungry for some coconuts. There aren't any creatures around. Zhou Yume turned around with a confused look. We are in the world of shelters. Use your head and try to think why so many coconuts trees might just happen to exist here. Of course, feel free to go ahead with your meal if you aren't afraid to die, Han Sen coldly warned. If she insisted on eating them, then he wouldn't stop her. His care for Zhou Yume did not extend that far. Zhou Yume, with a disappointed grimace, walked back to Han Sen empty-handed. Well, is there a way I can determine whether or not I can eat those coconuts? Yeah, by eating them. As Han Sen said that, he began walking into the coconut forest. The golden roar trailed behind, carrying their packs. They walked for many miles before seeing something else of significance. What Han Sen eventually found surprised him a great deal. There was a large green lake, the water of which looked like sparkling emerald. It was massive, and skirting its entirety were the coconut trees. Can I drink the water? Zhou Yume ecstatically asked Han Sen. I'm afraid you cannot. Han Sen walked near the water's edge as he spoke. Seeing the clear water in the lake, he furrowed his brows. He gave the lake a sniff and then, with a bottle, had a tiny sip of the water. With a wry smile, he said, Yep, you cannot drink this. Why not? Zhou Yume asked. This is saltwater. Han Sen passed the bottle over to Zhou Yume. She tried the little bit he had collected and spat it out with haste. The water was incredibly salty, just like seawater. Ignoring her reaction, Han Sen looked towards the center of the lake. There, a small island rested. It was no bigger than a football field, and at its center was a giant coconut tree. The coconut tree looked different than the rest. Not only was it taller, but its trunk was like white jade. The coconuts up high were different, as well. They were like black, giant metal balls. Han Sen took a closer look. The giant, white jade coconut tree was bearing 3 coconuts, and they were each approximately the size of a yoga ball. Their darkness accentuated their sense of weight, too. Splash! As Han Sen observed the white jade coconut tree, the waters of the lake shifted. Something huge arose from the water, and a pair of wheel-like eyes ascended to the sky and looked down on Han Sen and Zhou Yume. Han Sen and Zhou Yume were shocked. A white rhino exited the lake. The water level dropped significantly as it emerged. Isn't that the white rhino we saw a while back? Han Sen was taken aback. The white rhino, thankfully, did not seem too interested in their presence. After emerging from the waters of the lake, it approached the island at its center and gobbled up one of the black metal coconuts. As the rhino chewed it, a sweet fragrance tickled Han Sen's nose. The entirety of the coconut forest was quickly overwhelmed by the smell. The silver fox and little orange both gulped. The fairy could not help but fly over there in a rush, and within a second, her small body quickly managed to pierce and drill through the coconut into its interior. Han Sen was alarmed, thinking she might end up provoking the white rhino and inciting its wrath. Surprisingly, the white rhino did not attack the fairy, and kept happily munching its own coconut. Seeing how passive the rhino appeared, the silver fox and little orange quickly jumped into the lake and swam to the island at its center. The silver fox leapt up towards the coconut the fairy was in and drank the milk that was dripping from the bore hole. Little orange meowed from down below and tried to jump up and take a bite of the third coconut. It managed to reach, but it could not pierce the coconut's shell or remove it from the tree. Han Sen was surprised at the sight. He firmly acknowledged how different and special those coconuts really were, especially considering that not even juvenile second-generation super creatures could break them open with their teeth. It looked like only adults were able to open them up, like the fairy. But what happened next blew the socks off Han Sen and Zhou Yume. The white rhino opened its mouth and bit the coconut little orange was struggling to get for itself. It did not eat the coconut, it merely cracked the shell open and placed it down on the ground for little orange to eat. With glee, little orange pounced upon the coconut and finished opening it up for itself, and with a ravenous tongue, began lapping up the milk inside. Han Sen had never seen something like this before, a creature with such a good temper. The white rhino proceeded to lie down beside them on the aisle, watching the silver fox and little orange drink the coconut juice to their heart's content. It didn't seem to have a single nasty bone in its body, and it was so calm. Han Sen watched them all eat the coconuts and suddenly developed the desire to partake in the treat they were helping themselves to. With haste, he ran over to join them. Let's hope the white rhino isn't racist. Han Sen ran over to the island, all the while observing the white rhino for any change in temper. Fortunately, as he stepped onto the island, the white rhino did not move. It continued to lie where it was, utterly serene. This delighted Han Sen, knowing that it did not seek to attack him or the others. Han Sen immediately raced to Little Orange's side and began drinking the coconut milk with it. Right then, he didn't care about anything. He wanted some, and if he didn't hurry, Little Orange was going to have it all to himself. But taking a look at how much of the juice was left in the massive coconut, Han Sen was shocked to see Little Orange had consumed a third of it already. Not wasting any time, he threw his arms around the coconut to drink as much as he could. Little Orange's tongue was wagging quickly, and its feet were subtly trying to push Han Sen away. But Han Sen was not willing to budge one minor inch. He continued to grip the coconut firmly and carried on drinking as best he could. Zhou Yume remained where she was, however. She had never before seen someone so obscene, and so willing to fight against another animal for food. Save me some, save me some. But when she resolved to get some for herself, and ran over to the island, she noticed there was no space left for her. She could only circle them and wait for an opening. With a great push, she knocked Han Sen away and found a place for herself on the coconut. But it was too late. Poking her head inside, she noticed Han Sen and Little Orange had consumed every last drop of the juice, leaving nothing for her. Falling down to the ground, Han Sen's belly was frighteningly large. He couldn't even straighten his back or stand up to drink some more, had there been any left. A cool energy began to whirl inside his stomach, and it blended with the rest of his body. His entire body felt so cool, it was like his cells had been injected with refreshing spring water. It was perfectly suitable for a hot day such as this. Han Sen cast Dongshuan Sutra and tried to refine the energy inside, and noticed that his fitness seemed to be a little improved. The white rhino was on the island, watching the entire scene unfold. After the silver fox and the fairy finished their coconut juice, however, it stood up and munched on the shell. They were both unafraid of the rhino, and the silver fox decided to climb aboard. It stood upon one of its horns and gazed all around. The fairy soon followed, and she landed on the tip of the horn. There, she curiously observed the rhino. The rhino did not look mad at all, and all it did was squint while looking at them. Its eyes were soft, as its mouth worked to chew up the coconut shell. Han Sen never imagined meeting another super creature, especially one so large, that could be so tame. It wasn't just relaxed with the other super creatures near it, it was also unconcerned with Han Sen and Zhou Yume's presence as well. That rhino is so cute. Zhou Yume said, despite being prone to calling everything cute. As she spoke, she tried to hug one of the rhino's leg. But she was little more than an ant when compared to the size of the rhino. The legs were more like walls for her. Han Sen eyed this rhino with curiosity, as it was the first time he had ever encountered another creature that was so docile and passive. He used his Dongshuan Sutra to take a look at the rhino's energy flow. The life force was frighteningly powerful, and it had the breadth of an ocean. The energy swirled with a slow passion, and it looked holy and pure. What is this super creature? The life force is too much to be considered one, surely. Han Sen was surprised at what he was seeing. After the white rhino finished eating the coconut shell, it went back to resting on the island. Han Sen and his companions also rested near it, not showing any concern about the rhino's presence. It was so friendly and calm, they didn't think anything ill about it. That night, the rhino finally moved. It got up and began walking away from the island. It seemed to be leaving the oasis. Han Sen quickly packed up his stuff, grabbed Zhou Yume, and flew to the rhino's back. The silver fox and little orange climbed aboard too, and they were soon all riding the rhino's back, setting out into the black desert once more. Under the serene, silver moonlight, the luminous dandelions returned as well. As if they were aboard a starfaring ship, it was like the rhino was traversing a galaxy. It's so beautiful. Zhou Yume's eyes sparkled like the stars themselves. The dandelions were all around, floating in the air. When Han Sen's skin came into contact with them, they melted into his skin like fallen snowflakes. It felt as if his skin was imbued with a sudden halo of purity, and he felt cleansed. The silver fox and little orange also came into contact with the dandelions, which made their fur shine. Han Sen observed the white rhino as it went, and noticed the life force of the rhino was overflowing. It was this overflow of energy that manifested itself as the dandelions. The direction the white rhino traveled was the direction Han Sen himself had been moving all this time. It wasn't easy, finding a powerful super creature as tame as this. Given that, Han Sen didn't mind riding it for as long as he could. Although the white rhino did not go very fast, it didn't go very slow, either. In fact, it was a little bit faster than the golden roarer. The rhino's body was awash with a holy light. The sun and rain couldn't penetrate its protective shield, and even the terrible sandstorms weren't an issue. Every damaging element acted as if it were avoiding the rhino. The white rhino walked for another 6 whole days before stopping, and it was a pillar-like construct that stopped its travel. Upon closer observation, Han Sen noticed that it was in fact a giant black cactus. It was a few hundred meters tall, massive and adorned with a white flower at its top. Han Sen stood on top of the rhino's head, and when he saw the cactus, his face looked queer. From the way he saw it, the cactus was shaped like a man's penis. But in this world, nobody's penis could reach a size such as that. As Han Sen was lost in thought observing the cactus, a bird cawed. A black flame bird was high above, circling the thorny construct. It was the same bird they had seen quite some time ago. The black bird seemed to fear the white rhino, and when it approached the cactus, the bird made a quick escape. With a strange hacking caw, it screeched at the white rhino. The white rhino merely ignored the bird and instead closed its eyes to rest near the cactus. Storm clouds began to form high above, which surprised Han Sen. The clouds were exactly the same as the ones he had seen before. The scary life force that swirled in the atmosphere accompanied it, also. With all 3 creatures gathering here, it seemed as if all their purposes were connected to the cactus. The white flower that crowned the cactus had a strangely aromatic fragrance. It was lovely, and it incited a weird reaction inside Han Sen's body. He felt as if he was getting high. Is this cactus similar to the peach tree? Is the flower some sort of plant of beneficence for the world, like the peach was? Han Sen was delightfully surprised. He was ecstatic at his fortune to witness something such as this once again, but felt slight trepidation regarding the union of the 3 terrifyingly powerful super creatures. There was every chance that the white rhino would not be willing to hurt them, considering how mellow it had been thus far. But as for the bird and cloud, he wasn't so sure. But this isn't what worried Han Sen the most. If he had to protect himself, he could use the little angel and perhaps command the fairy. Yet this was an exotic occurrence, and not something easily encountered. He didn't want to simply leave this place empty-handed. If a few goodies were up for grabs, he was all for taking them. It just concerned him that the currently docile rhino might later consider him an enemy, too. But it was still early yet, and Han Sen absorbed the flower's smell to practice the Dongshuan Sutra. The Dongshuan Sutra's first tier had been completed, and the Gene lock had been partially unlocked. It wasn't completely unlocked due to Han Sen's fitness being at something of a bottleneck. Han Sen believed the Dongshuan Sutra couldn't see much more progress before he became a surpasser, but after absorbing the scent of that flower, it did seem to progress to some degree. This made him happy, and so he decided to remain here practicing for a time. With the white rhino lying down near the cactus, both the phoenix-like bird and cloud-wreathed creature did not dare come closer. Their reluctance brought some ease to Han Sen's mind, as well. Zhou Yumei herself was practicing a qigong, and she too was able to feel and reap the benefits provided by the flower's scent. Meanwhile, the silver fox and little orange had been absorbing the energy a long while before the others thought to. Even the gourd that Han Sen continued to keep with him was absorbing the smell, too, although it tended to absorb Han Sen's energy more than the flowers. The gourd began to shine gold, and numerous gold lines adorned its skin. Han Sen had carried it around with him for the longest time, it seemed, and the life force inside only continued to grow. The contents of the gourd had always made him curious. Having encountered a few super creatures that emerged from plants in the past, he made the assumption that there was most likely some sort of creature inside this gourd, as well. Whatever exited the gourd was guaranteed to be a newborn second-generation creature, or so he assumed. The gourd itself was too hard for Han Sen to break, however. For the time being, he could only wait for the gourd to break open of its own volition. The few of them were practicing their skills and such, all the while absorbing the pleasant fragrance. They also remained atop the rhino's back. There was no trouble or cause for immediate concern, due to the bird and cloud's reluctance to approach. With each passing day, the scent of the flower grew stronger. But on the 5th day, that smell finally began to subside and fade. Han Sen could see a wrinkled fruit growing in the bosom of the flower, as an endless vat of life force swirled within. It really is something special. The life force inside the fruit greatly interested him. If he could eat it, perhaps he could fully unlock his first tier of the Dongshuan Sutra. If he did so, his powers could reach another level. But the black flame bird and cloud-shrouded creature did not keep their distance as much as they once did, and they slowly drew closer. The bird was incredibly restless, and it cawed without reprieve. The drunk clouds went darker, and cast forth intermittent showers of rain. Only the rhino remained calm, lying next to the cactus. It almost seemed to be completely asleep. The energy inside it was as calm as the still waters of a lake. Let's go. Han Sen saw the fruit on the cactus growing bigger and bigger, and now that it was nearly ripe, he bid for Zhou Yumei to leave. Han Sen wanted the fruit, but he did not think he could grab it while in the company of Zhou Yumei. He wanted to send her away so he could focus on getting the fruit himself. The fruit on that cactus looks to be some good stuff. Shouldn't we hang around and have a bite of it? Zhou Yumei was not dumb, and she could tell the fruit was quite the prize. Aren't you afraid of being trampled to death? Han Sen gave Zhou Yumei a strange look. But the white rhino is so nice. And it's cute. I don't think it'll mind us taking it, Zhou Yumei said, but then a look of worry dawned on her face. Even if it didn't step on you, the big bird up there will turn you to charcoal, Han Sen said with a smile. Zhou Yumei suddenly shivered. Seeing Han Sen abandon the white rhino's back, she didn't dare remain and quickly accompanied him. With little orange alongside her, she followed with haste. The giant bird and cloud were still intently focused on the fruit, and they ignored them completely. This was a great boon for Han Sen's departure. Wait for me here, do not go anywhere. Han Sen took Zhou Yumei a good distance away and left her some supplies. The silver fox and little orange were to stay with her, as well. He returned to the cactus, only bringing the fairy with him. Facing those terrifying super creatures, only the fairy and adult super creature could fight back. The silver fox was still very young, so he wouldn't have been much use there. Han Sen didn't dare approach the rhino on his return, however. He hid himself and watched it closely. Once a battle between the trio commenced, Han Sen would evaluate the conditions and then decide whether or not he should intervene. The fairy and the little angel were both in the super class, whereas Han Sen was a little bit below that. The fairy and the little angel could most definitely keep themselves alive for a time, but the same might not be said for Han Sen. If possible, Han Sen would maintain his distance from the cactus and allow the fairy and the little angel to retrieve the item he desired. As time passed, the wrinkled fruit of the cactus grew to about the same size as a basketball. The purple, Wrinkled skin made it look somewhat like a sweet potato. But it had many dots and hair on it, as well. If this thing was not growing on the cactus, it wouldn't have stood out from the average veggie at all. It didn't look bright and holy like the peach he once had the pleasure of eating. But the white rhino and the black phoenix were undoubtedly of a higher power tier than the black bear. These were adult second-generation super creatures, and they could very well occupy the upper echelon of power levels for the entirety of the second shelter. These creatures weren't the average, run-of-the-mill first-generation super creatures Han Sen competed with for the peach. Han Sen watched them for 2 days, and slowly, the fruit was beginning to mature. It made the black phoenix and cloud-wrapped creature antsy and anxious. The black flame phoenix inched its way closer to the cactus, as did the dark clouds. It looked as if the sky was falling, and the land was about to be crushed. The rhino no longer had its eyes closed now, either. It stood up next to the cactus. When the rhino moved to stand where it chose, the black flame phoenix and dark cloud moved back further. They really were afraid of it. Pat! A crack developed on the top of the fruit. And out of it, a purple gas seeped. It was like a dream, and it enveloped the entire fruit. The rhino glowed with a holy light, and its giant body began to fly. It ascended towards the purple haze. The black flame phoenix screeched loudly, flapped its fiery wings, and released terrifying heat waves. Thunder rolled inside the cloud in the sky, and it unleashed a fearsome rainstorm upon the lands below. Amidst the thunder, Han Sen could catch the faint growls of a hidden monster. Fight! Come on, fight! Han Sen encouraged them to fight in his heart. He wanted them out of the way, so he could nab the loot for himself. The black flame phoenix and the cloud creature were incredibly angry, and they roared in rage. But still, they did not dare get close to the rhino. Oh, no, how can you two do this to me? It should be 2 versus 1, how can they sit back and watch? Han Sen's jaw almost unhinged itself. The rhino, however, opened its mouth wide and leaned forward to eat the wrinkled fruit that was shrouded in a purple mist. The phoenix and cloud only continued to scream at the rhino, remaining where they were. Munch! Han Sen was expecting the crazy spectacle of a super battle, but nothing of the like occurred. The white rhino swallowed the fruit in mist unopposed, while the phoenix and cloud did not move a single inch the entire time. Han Sen's heart sank, but he was still surprised over how intimidating the rhino's power was. The black phoenix was a frightening creature, right out legend, and yet it was too afraid to attack. All it did was watch the rhino gobble the fruit. Han Sen thought back to his time in the oasis, and how they stole coconut juice from the rhino. If the rhino really had gotten infuriated with them, there would have been nothing the fairy or little angel could have done to help. The thought sent a shiver down Han Sen's spine. The black flame phoenix and cloud watched the rhino eat the fruit but did not leave. It looked as if they were waiting for something, and this made Han Sen curious. The white rhino ate the fruit, what are they waiting for? Is the cactus edible? It shouldn't be, since it's full of thorns, Han Sen thought, as he looked to the top of the cactus which had been cleaned by the rhino's maw. Boom! But then Han Sen became confused. The rhino that ate the fruit leapt on the spot, and when it came down, its giant body shook the entire desert. Han Sen looked at the white rhino, thinking something must be wrong. The holy light of the rhino was getting brighter and brighter, and it did not slow down. It was blasting out of its body like multiple searchlights. Han Sen quickly used his Dongshe aura to scan the rhino. He was quite a distance away, however, so he couldn't sense it too clearly. But the energy flow inside the rhino was like a volcanic eruption, and Han Sen didn't even have to use his special sense abilities to observe it. It was plain to the naked eye. Gotcha! The white rhino's jade-like skin began to crack like dry mud. Blood poured out of its breaking skin. Oh, no, did the rhino consume too many nutrients at once? Perhaps his body can't take that much, and it's going to destroy him. Han Sen's eyes almost fell from his sockets at the sight. In that scary, holy light, the skin of the rhino continued to crack. Within a second, the white rhino had become a red rhino. It was like a monster from hell, having just taken part in a bloodbath. Roar! The white rhino screamed to the sky, as if it was talking to the creator above. More and more holy light beamed out of it, and then, it unleashed a mini atom bomb some distance away. The area it fired towards was wholly annihilated in a blinding flash of light, and all that remained was a crater in the sand. The black flame phoenix flapped its wings frantically, and it seemed tempted to approach the rhino. The cloud had already decided to descend, as a thunder rumbled within it. It looked very interested in what was happening to the rhino. Holy smokes, they are both not leaving. Is it because they want to eat the white rhino once it falls? Han Sen's mind was in a mess, trying to guess what was going on. The black phoenix and the cloud hardly moved now, remaining where they were and watching the rhino's body break down. Han Sen was patiently waiting, as well. He still hoped he could grab a few treats out of this entire affair. Seeing the white rhino's blood oozing into the black sand, Han Sen felt pretty bad. Not for the reasons you might think, however. He thought all that bleeding was a great loss, and Han Sen could only imagine what such large, powerful quantities of blood might do for his death knell. Heaven knew how much it'd evolve. Even the black flame phoenix and dark cloud refused to draw closer at this time. It was the same for Han Sen, who chose to only watch the gallons of blood stain the black sand. Roar! The white rhino roared to the skies and its skin cracked like charred earth, as blood gushed out of its crevices. Han Sen was frozen. The rhino was as big as a mountain, and it was as if he was watching one crumble to the ground. Roar! The white rhino's flesh peeled away, ceaselessly unraveling. Beyond the blinding lights, he could make out the shape of its disintegrating skeleton. More and more streams of blood began to appear, like the birth of mountain waterfalls. And all the while, the motionless rhino cried out in agony. If this was going to happen, why did it so greedily want to eat the fruit? It's like it chose to self-destruct. Han Sen sighed. He believed death was the only conclusion to the rhino's current suffering. Boom! The white rhino's skin was torn to shreds, and heaps of its soggy, frayed flesh dislodged themselves from its bone and fell to the ground. The holy light began to dim as a mound of mushy meat collapsed. The surrounding area of the desert had been stained red, and streams of blood began to form, the body's crater acting as a source. The white rhino was living out its final few breaths, exhausted faster by its strained cries for aid. Its bones were all exposed and naked, and it shivered in agony. Such pain was difficult to comprehend. Seeing the white rhino now unable to fight, Han Sen turned his gaze to the black flame phoenix and cloud creature to see if they'd make a move. They looked as desperate as ever, but still, they did not dare to fly down. Han Sen frowned, but as he did so, he heard a mix of noises. It sounded like an army was approaching. He turned around to take a look and jumped. Along the ground and even from the skies above, countless creatures were running his way. Han Sen could see insects, birds, and animals of all varieties coming towards him. They were everywhere. They were all coming for the now fleshless rhino like a tsunami. Han Sen quickly summoned his little angel and prepared for a fight. It was to be a hot and sweaty battle, with the number of opponents headed his way. But the creatures ignored him. They all raced past him, with an insatiable lust for the white rhino. Han Sen had seen most of these creatures before, and they weren't particularly high-class creatures or anything. They were a mixture of ordinary, mutant, and sacred blood class creatures. It looked as if they had been summoned by something. With disregard for everything else, they all beelined directly for the rhino. As Han Sen watched them rush there, he suddenly heard the frightening sound of a gargantuan bird ring out. He turned around to see a black hellfire rain from the sky to incinerate countless numbers of the newly come creatures. The black flame phoenix flapped its wings, unleashing concentrated storms of fire to halt the approach of the creature army that had just arrived. Thunder also sounded from inside the dark clouds, and netted webs of green lightning formed to ensnare and char those below. A hoofed chimerical creature emerged from the clouds, and its skin was green. It was a frightening thing, and it looked like a cross between a dragon and a unicorn, like a Kirin. It was a massacre. Blood was everywhere, as a mountain of bones began to pile up with each roasted creature. With no regard for themselves, the approaching creatures seemed to happily throw their lives away for the chance to reach the rhino. The two scary super creatures above were halting all who dared approach. The black flames of cruelty, and the green lightning of savagery prevented the coming of everything. Not one of the creature stampede got close to the rhino. Han Sen was in awe of what he was seeing. The creatures ignored the presence of the two super creatures above and just continued to march towards their doom. Countless lives were being wasted, all in a short amount of time. The super creatures had to have been even mightier than the average super creature, too, for killing so many other creatures in such a short amount of time was an exhaustive, difficult task. They were both standing side by side, a bulwark to the tide of creatures they sought to incinerate. Now Han Sen understood what the true meaning of massacre was. The battles between humans and creatures were so weak, in comparison. Between the thunder and rain, countless creatures still struggled and strove to claw their way across the scorched earth to get as close as they could. Han Sen, spectacle aside, thought the entire event to be a little strange. He wondered why, despite their prevention of others from eating the white rhino, did they not go and eat the rhino themselves? If it was because they thought the white rhino was not dead yet, they could have at least let the little creatures go first. But they didn't, and instead, they stopped every little creature from approaching the dying white rhino. Since they themselves didn't desire to eat the white rhino either, Han Sen was just confused. Roar! The white rhino that was only tattered skin on bones now roared again. It was weak and strained, and lacked all the power it once had. It didn't strike fear into the heart as it once had, and instead made those who heard it want to cry. A tear left the white rhino's lifeless eyes. The blood-scourged eyes made the tear look so pure. It was like jewelry, glistening brightly. Han Sen watched the tear descend and drop into the pool of blood, which quickly extinguished its beauty in the nectar of pain and suffering. With fragile, trembling bones, the rhino did its best to stand back up. But as it struggled to rise, more of its flesh fell. Only the skeleton of what once was now remained. Yet somehow, a force compelled it to stand up, against the odds. The skeleton of the rhino, in a pool of blood, amidst the red and black sands of a charred landscape made for an incredible image. The holy light had left it completely by now, however. Only its seemingly lifeless skeleton remained. It shook in the wind and looked ready to collapse into a shapeless heap any second. Roar! The white rhino of bones roared to the sky once more. It looked doubly sad, beneath the night sky and moonlight. A tiny little light appeared on the rhino's horns, like a star from the sky. Slowly, the light grew brighter and brighter on the horn. Soon after, it ignited the entire horn into flame. The horn was like a sconce of holy fire. This was not yet the end. The holy light spread to the remainder of the rhino's bones, and its entire skeleton was alight with that same holy fire. Roar! The white rhino roared to the sky again. It was like it was declaring war, standing in defiance of a wretched fate. The holy fire was like a volcanic eruption, and it lit up the entire desert brightly. Doused in the bright holy light, the army of creatures elected to halt their advance. They just stood there, watching the rhino rise anew like the sun. Although the light was bright, it did not harm your eyes to look on it. It was warm and accepting. While Han Sen watched the flames, the bones crumbled away like petals from flowers. As the bones were shaved away, the beast became smaller and the light grew brighter. The bones that remained shone like jade. The rhino that was originally as big as a mountain was humbled as its bones petered away into dust. It wasn't long before its size was equal to that of an average earth rhino. Its bones had been refined into transparent crystals, through which coursed a holy light. Within that holy light, Han Sen was able to witness something utterly unbelievable. The bones were birthing new flesh. Skin and flesh returned, as if the rhino was being reborn. Roar! The roar cried out to the sky with renewed vigor, and no anger or suffering tainted its call. It sounded like a cry of relief, or like the chirp of a chick, having pecked away the layers of its shell to be born true. Countless creatures watched it, and even the black flame phoenix and green Kirin looked on in awe. With the holy light that looked like water, the rhino's body reassembled itself with great speed. It wasn't too long before its body had been wholly recomposed, with its flesh fully recovered. The only difference from its previous appearance was its smaller size, yet despite that, its holy presence and aura were stronger than ever. Snowflakes now descended from the sky, and upon closer inspection, Han Sen realized he was wrong. It wasn't snow, but the luminous dandelions that had returned, bearing the image of snowfall descending across the desert. The luminous dandelions landed on the creatures, and faded into their skin. It imbued them with a holy aura, as well. Han Sen watched luminous dandelions descend on himself, too. And as they sunk into his own body, he felt purer than he had ever felt before. He held one in his hand, and it smoothly faded into his fingers. A cleansing energy coursed through his body, as if it was washing him clean. The dirt inside him dispersed and his body felt wonderful and calm. Those luminous dandelions feel more effective than they did before. What level has this rhino evolved to? Han Sen looked at the rhino with wonder and surprise. The holy rhino called to the sky again, and the holy light inside it was like a volcanic eruption. A holy light shot upwards into the sky like a heavensward beam. Boom! The holy light reached the zenith of the world, and in that place, a mysterious metal door appeared. Strange symbols and transcriptions appeared upon the door, and gears and cogwheels adorned it. Slowly, the door opened. It opened only slightly, before a horrid feeling rushed out. It was a malevolent force, that made things feel as if the sky was going to quickly descend and crush the world below. All the creatures were knocked down to the ground, the black flame phoenix and green Kirin included. Han Sen and the little fairy also suffered, feeling as if they had suddenly been crushed by the very atmosphere. Only the holy rhino stood its ground, standing still in defiance as its holy light shone as a beacon. With peaceful, graceful eyes, it looked at the door high above. By the shelters, what is going on? What is that metal door? Han Sen froze as he watched. Everything that had transpired thus far had gone against all his wildest expectations. He had never heard of anything as remotely strange as this happening. The metal doors had not even been swung wide. They were only opened a tiny bit, and already the presence and feeling it exuded were incredibly intimidating. It was almost harassing. Han Sen felt as if a living life force existed behind the door, one that was more enticing than the cactus fruit. Where does that door lead? Han Sen was still pinned to the ground, but he was able to keep an eye on the door. As the door slowly opened, what was behind it was a blur. Try as he might, his vision could not pierce that veil and see what lay beyond. A terrifying presence exited it, and life swirled from beyond and into the atmosphere of the area. Within this harsh and barren black desert, something was stirring. Life came in abundance, and the realm seemed to be born anew in haste. Before long, grass and flowers coated the whole ground. The place had been given a makeover, and its beauty was so great, it had taken on the feeling one would get if they strolled through the Garden of Eden. It was difficult to imagine that where Sen was, an arid desert had once existed. The fairy trembled in a mixture of fear and enthralling excitement, as she looked upon the door and the rhino. The black flame phoenix and green Kirin were the same. They looked envious of the rhino, wishing they were the ones in its stead. The metal door finally opened in its entirety. Han Sen frantically tried to see what was there, but he couldn't see anything. He could see something faint, but nothing with vivid detail. He believed he had seen a human body exit the blur behind the door frame. Are there humans inside there? Han Sen was gobsmacked, not expecting a human to exit such a curiously hidden metal door. But Han Sen could not be entirely sure that whatever had come out was indeed a human. The details were scant, and it was only the being's humanoid shape he could make out. The shadow of a person drew closer and closer, and it really did seem to be the figure of a human. But the energy it released was terrifying. It was oppressive, and it gave Han Sen the feeling that he should kowtow before it. Gazing at it with his lowly human eyes, Han Sen was stricken with the feeling that his actions were blasphemous and that he wasn't worthy of the sight. Many creatures, like the black phoenix, green Kirin, and fairy were all on the ground. They trembled, not daring to steal a single look. Boom! The shadow departed the emptiness, with one foot outside the door. Han Sen forced himself to take a closer look at the door, and he saw a leg plated in black metal. It looked frighteningly powerful, and it gave the feeling that the leg would crack the world asunder if it ever touched the ground. Quickly, the body exited the door in full and Han Sen was now able to see it clearly. It was a man clad in black armor. He looked cold, but handsome. He looked hallowed. All that his eyes saw would have been inconsequential to him. His body possessed a horrid aura, one that suggested all who looked upon him should cower in fear. Even the rhino, that was standing still the entire time, lowered its head at his coming. Han Sen was shocked at what he was seeing and knew that person could not be a true human. Han Sen saw black wings on his back, and they weren't beast souls. They looked to be a part of him. Is it a spirit? Han Sen was amazed at this entire turn of events, but he still had to question how a spirit could be that powerful. Compared to this thing, Light Son of God had the presence of a bug. Will you follow me along the path of evolution? The man said with a cold tone of voice, looking at the rhino. Roof. The rhino responded to the man. Then, it began flying towards the metal door. Hovering beside the man, it turned around to look at the desert as if it was going to miss the place. The man had a smile, and then he brought the rhino to leave. He casually looked around and seemed surprised. Just as he was preparing to lead the rhino through the door, he scanned the creatures on the ground. Han Sen could suddenly feel that the man's eyes were aimed at him, and there was no chance of him being mistaken about that. Oh, no, why would I even bother looking at him? This man is bringing whoever he wants. Even super creatures would not dare look at him. It seems all I ever do is look for trouble. Han Sen wanted to slap himself. Earlier, Things seemed to be proceeding without trouble for him. But Han Sen realized his foolishness in looking the man's way, and now, the mysterious man had him in his sights. Han Sen felt incredibly nervous. If he could have run away, he would have done so in a heartbeat. But he wasn't the only one still pinned down to the ground, as the fairy, Black Flame Phoenix, and Green Kirin were, too. Han Sen's chance of escape was slimmer than ever. After seeing Han Sen where he lay, the man looked upon him with interest. With a finger, he pointed at him. A black laser beam fell on Han Sen's head. Oh, no, is this it? Am I going to die? Han Sen used all his strength to try to dodge out of the way. But try as he might, he could not move an inch. Boom! The beam of light struck Han Sen's head, and his heart felt cold for a second. It's karma. I've been smacking people's heads all my life. Now, it is my turn to be smacked in the head. Maybe I deserve this, but if I don't have a head, will anyone be able to recognize who I am when my body is discovered? That's to assume my body will remain intact. With all these creatures around, I'll be chow in no time. I doubt even my bones will remain. Can I not even tell my family goodbye? Han Sen felt so sad in his heart. But it was then like nothing happened. The beam of light did not crush his skull, as expected. He felt no pain at all. It was as if the beam of light was nothing but an illusion. You are my man. The man lifted his lips as he spoke, then turned around and departed beyond the metal door. The holy rhino followed him inside, and then the door shut. As slowly as it first appeared, it now disappeared into nothingness. Han Sen was finally able to move, and the first thing he did was quickly touch his head. Much to his relief, his head was firm, warm, and whole. He was super pleased, and so he thought, my head is still here. Yay, I am not dead. But a second later, he spared no time for celebration. He summoned his golden roarer, and with the fairy alongside, rode over to the sand crater. It wasn't just Han Sen who went there, either. All the creatures, Black Flame Phoenix and Green Kirin included, raced forward. There were some bones and flesh that had been left behind by the rhino. It was the meat of a top super creature, and clearly the aim of everyone's desire. The Black Flame Phoenix and Green Kirin sprinted there, firing flame and thunder as they went. Any creature that attempted to steal from them, they killed mercilessly. Han Sen had the little angel and fairy to protect him, however. And quickly, he leapt towards the mound of flesh. He summoned his death knell and lobbed it into the blood. An idea then sprang upon Han Sen, and he chucked the gourd in there, too. Although he didn't know whether or not it would have an effect, this was a remarkably unique opportunity, and he didn't want to let this chance pass him by. The Black Flame Phoenix and Green Kirin jumped towards the meat and began devouring it as best they could. Although they ate like mad, they still managed to incinerate anything that came close. The fairy took the time to grab a bite to eat, too. Her little mouth worked incredibly quickly to gobble down decent chunks of meat. The little angel had her fair share, as well. So, Han Sen then summoned Meowth and let it dine on some. Han Sen was currently regretting his decision to leave the silver fox behind. If that little silver black hole was here, it would be in ecstasy at the prospect of all this food. The rhino was incredibly large. Even though those two monsters were slaughtering creatures, others were able to join in and eat from afar. Han Sen lay on the ground to have a sip of the blood, but after giving it a taste, quickly spat it all out. The blood was like acid, and it almost melted his entire mouth and tongue. What is this? Can only creatures consume this? Han Sen was disheartened, seeing all the other creatures jovially eat to their heart's content. The little angel had no problem, either. It was only Han Sen who was not able to take part in eating the rhino's remains. Han Sen did not want to give up so easily, however. Instead of trying to drink the blood, he grabbed a chunk of meat and bit into it. It tasted like lime, and it burned his mouth fiercely. Quickly, he spat it all out. Holy smokes, what is happening? Han Sen's heart was incredibly sad, and his inability to eat the meat drove him nuts. Suddenly, Han Sen remembered a tear had fallen from the rhino. The tear seemed as if it had solidified, and he wondered if it was still there. From what Han Sen could recall, it fell into the pool of blood. He snuck over to where he had seen it fall and rummaged around for it. If it did not melt, then it had to still be there. After a while, his hands touched something circular. With a quick rebound of joy and excitement, he pulled it up. It was indeed the rhino's teardrop. It was transparent, and about the size of a fist. Although it came out of the blood, it hadn't been stained by it. Strange, considering Han Sen's hand was all mucky with the blood it had been submerged in. It was fortunate he was wearing beast soul armor, too. If he wasn't, he imagined his skin would have all melted away by now. Han Sen held the tear and felt a lot of energy coursing around inside it. The item itself felt incredibly holy. Merely holding it soothed his being, as if being in its proximity cleansed him. Now this is some good stuff. Han Sen was ecstatic, and he carefully pocketed the tear. Han Sen pulled out a bag and placed some meat inside it, so he could offer it to the silver fox when he returned. He couldn't let the silver fox, the creature that loved to eat so much, go without this sort of food. Of course, Han Sen also harbored the desire to see the silver fox grow up a little faster. An adult silver fox was sure to be incredibly powerful, and if it never grew up, his investment in the little creature would have been a waste. Chapter 770. Rouge. The corpse of the holy rhino was expansive, but after the vast swath of creatures came together to eat it, it didn't last long. Soon, all the blood had been consumed. Han Sen picked up his gourd from the wet sand, and it appeared to have been dyed red, and it had a much more attractive look to it. Naturally, Han Sen assumed it had indeed absorbed much blood. The blue bell, on the other hand, was adorned with a number of red etchings of a variety of different symbols. Han Sen was unable to discern what they meant, however. Meowth had stuffed its belly full, and it was incredibly bloated. With its beach ball-shaped stomach, all it could do was lie on the ground and gasp for breath. The fairy ate more slowly than the rest, but she looked to be finishing up. The little angel, on the other hand, had finished long before. Han Sen collected a lot of meat, and seeing that the meat had almost all been eaten, he did not want to linger. Clutching his bag, he called out to the fairy and told her they should return. But the fairy did not yet want to go, and she continued eating. Still, Han Sen did not wait around for her. He ignored her desire to remain and departed with the little angel. But the other creatures had taken notice of the bag Han Sen possessed, and they quickly took off after him. They did not pose much of a threat, however, and through the combined forces of himself and the little angel, they were not burdened with much trouble in their departure. Han Sen returned to where he had left Zhou Yume, and was relieved to see that they had not moved. Turning around to take a look at the place he had just been to, which was 100 miles away, he saw that it really had become a verdant expanse of green and multicolored flowers. The silver fox, seeing Han Sen approach, took off in a speedy run to greet him. Han Sen reached out his hand to grab the silver fox, but the silver fox dodged right past it and went for the bag instead. He leapt up, tore the bag open, and began to gobble up the meat Han Sen had risked his life to bring him. Feeling slightly awkward, Han Sen pulled his hand back inconspicuously. He looked around with red cheeks and cleared his throat. His heart, however, reacted differently. What a heartless bastard. He senses meat and cares. Not for the master that painstakingly lugged it all the way over here. Little Orange came over to the pile of meat, as well. It leapt around joyously but was not so rude as to eat the meat without permission. Han Sen began to think how Little Orange might one day prove useful, too. Wanting to form a greater bond with the creature, he grabbed a slab of meat and fed it to the kitty. Little Orange excitedly jumped around and then began to devour the meat ecstatically. What happened out there? Why did so many creatures head that way? And why did it suddenly become a grassy oasis? Zhou Yume ran over to Han Sen and asked inquisitively. The white rhino died. The creatures came over to devour its corpse. I managed to collect some of its meat on my return. Han Sen did not indulge her with the details of what had transpired, as it was too strange and curious. He'd keep it a secret for now and deliberate the events some more. But intel like this was something valuable, and it was the sort of information you could sell for a high price. He wouldn't tell anybody willy-nilly. This is the rhino's flesh. When Zhou Yume heard what the meat was, she looked surprised. Then, she took a moment of silence for the deceased creature. After that, she popped back into her bubbly self and asked, "Oh, big brother dearest, might I request some of that flesh?" Zhou Yume knew that the rhino was something special. Sacred blood creatures could not compare with it, she knew that very well. The flesh of such a beast had to be something quite remarkable. If Han Sen had agreed to give Little Orange a slab, she thought he'd most certainly provide her with one or two. You can eat, yes. But first, you must sign this. Sign this, and you can eat as much as you want. Han Sen pulled out an IOU form. Fine, whatever. Zhou Yume had already accumulated much debt while traveling with Han Sen. After a brief scan of the document, and not seeing anything particularly trapping, she hastily signed it. After signing it, she happily ran towards the bag of meat in the belief she had earned herself quite the prize, and for a small price, too. Not often could you purchase such incredible flesh. But when Zhou Yumei took a bite, her face turned green and she spat it all out. She ran back to Han Sen and pointed her finger at him, shouting, "You lied to me. This isn't the white rhino's meat. I did not lie. If you don't believe me, why don't you go ask your precious little orange? Don't you see him there, eating it so merrily? If it isn't the white rhino's meat, why else would it keep eating?" Han Sen pointed to Little Orange and offered his explanation. Zhou Yumei thought Han Sen might have been right, as Little Orange rarely ate sacred blood meat. That meat must have been quite special for Little Orange to go crazy for it. But, with her tongue unable to find words of retort, she closed her mouth. Seeing the evil smile on Han Sen's face, however, she understood what had happened. Madly, she tried her best to get back the IOU form and said, "You lied to me. You knew I wouldn't be able to eat the meat, and you still got me to sign this IOU form anyway. That's entrapment. Give it back." "Excuse me, I never lied to you once. I didn't sell it to you, either. You begged me for it. How could you make this my sinister deed?" Han Sen was not willing to give it back, so he pocketed the IOU. Zhou Yumei was not willing to let the paper go so easily, though. As she tried to get it back, Han Sen grabbed her by the wrist. He spun her around and she fell backwards against him. And then, her firm round bottom was pushing against his front. Han Sen smacked the meaty buttocks, and Zhou Yumei tripped forward a few steps while grabbing them in defense. Her mind was a vortex of anger and embarrassment, and all she could do was look back at him with fiery eyes. She didn't dare approach. Zhou Yumei no longer wanted to provoke Han Sen, so she decided to move and package much of the meat for Little Orange to eat exclusively. As she did this, Han Sen grabbed her clothes. "What are you doing?" Zhou Yumei demanded angrily. "You stole the words right out of my mouth. What are you doing, moving my meat?" Han Sen raised his lips. "I bought your meat, didn't I? I can do whatever I want with it," Zhou Yumei said in return. "I said that you can eat as much as you want. I never said anything about taking it. Takeaway buffets don't exist for a reason, you know." Han Sen laughed as he spoke. "You asshole, Little Orange, bite him." Zhou Yumei gritted her teeth and bid for Little Orange to commit an act of revenge on her behalf. Little Orange ran towards Han Sen, but he just stood there unmoving. Within a second, Little Orange leapt onto him. Meow. When Little Orange leapt in front of Han Sen, he landed gently. With his fluffy head, he brushed against Han Sen multiple times. He meowed all the while. "Good boy." Han Sen stroked Little Orange's head and provided him with another slice of meat. This made Little Orange extremely happy, and he kept on meowing at Han Sen's side. Zhou Yumei was furious and her head almost exploded with rage. "Traitor! Little Orange, you traitor! How can you let this terrible man buy your love? What traitor?" Like a little darling sparrow selecting a tree to settle down in, kitties know which master they should settle for. Han Sen spoke his bit in a boisterous, cocky manner, and he stroked Little Orange as he did so. Han Sen knew Little Orange wasn't being nice, however. He knew as soon as the meat was gone, he'd run back to be with Zhou Yumei. But here in this boring desert, he didn't mind taking the time and effort to get her all flustered. Zhou Yumei was speechless, despite her fuming anger. Suddenly, she calmed, though. She pointed at Han Sen's forehead and started laughing, saying, "I'm a good girl. I won't fight with men. And I especially won't do it with you, who is half a man and half a woman. How old are you, huh? And you're using rouge on your forehead? I'm not going to fight someone like that." "What rouge?" Han Sen's heart jumped. Quickly, he touched his forehead. Han Sen touched his forehead and felt nothing. It was smooth and free from wrinkles, like usual. But Zhou Yumei's face did not look like she was telling him a lie. Han Sen pulled out a mirror from his pack, the one that was used for the beetle night, and had a look. Han Sen's face dropped. On his forehead, between his eyebrows, there was a single red dot. He tried to rub it away, but it was as if it had been branded. No matter how much he scrubbed, it wouldn't go away. Han Sen took a closer look. The red dot was on the surface of his skin, but it was as stubborn as if it was embedded within. Removing it anytime soon didn't seem likely. Quickly, Han Sen ran his Dongshuan Sutra to see if there was anything wrong with his body. To his relief, there were no problems and everything seemed to be normal. Then what is this exactly? Han Sen then thought about the spirit that had stepped from beyond that metal door and the things it had said. As soon as his mind reflected upon those events, an uneasy feeling began to swell. But he wasn't too worried yet. The spirit could have killed him if it wanted to, so it was clear he wasn't on the chopping block yet. But it upset Han Sen to know that he had received a seemingly permanent mark upon his forehead. If I am guessing this correctly, that spirit must have come from the third shelter. The holy rhino must have been taken there. But why would he stop to place a mark on me? Han Sen frowned, unable to figure out what had happened. Right now, Han Sen wanted to be gone from the Black Desert once and for all. He was burning with inquisitiveness, so he wanted to return to civilization and get to asking about the third shelter. He wouldn't be able to learn a single thing from his current location. Han Sen had not previously been in a hurry to learn about the third shelter since he had no immediate connection to the place, and it would be a while before he went there. But now things were different. A scorching desire had taken root in his heart. He wanted to know what the secretive third shelter looked like. For miles around him, as far as his eyes could see, there was only a sweltering desert. There was not a single shelter to be found. He couldn't do anything from where he was right now, so all he could do was stick to what he had been doing so far. Half a day later, the fairy caught up with them and flew around Han Sen with a look of excitement. He didn't pay her much heed, however. He remained seated on the golden roarer and played with the rhino's crystallized tear. He cast his Dongshuan Sutra to see if he could absorb it. But the Dongshuan Sutra did not work as expected, despite his simulation of the rhino's energy flow. There was a different reaction. The tear in his hand melted into a holy water of sorts, which soaked into his body. As curious as this was, he did not receive a Geno increase announcement. This disappointed him, but the tear was like a holy light that cleansed his every cell. His skin began to peel, as dirt rose to the surface and was thrown away. After this process began, Han Sen could peel large films of his skin away. It was as if he was shedding, and every time he removed some of his old, now dead skin, more dirt would appear and be cleansed away. After doing this 4 times, his body was put at great ease in a comfort he never knew existed. Now he felt as if he had previously suffered a flu and a wretchedly stuffed nose to go along with it. But now, he had fully healed. His nose was clear, and he could breathe unlike ever before. This really is some good stuff. Han Sen was surprised, feeling as if his body had just been reborn. The tear's effectiveness was incredible. This was the tear that fell from the rhino's eyes while it was evolving. It possessed a nirvanic power, and through this energy he had absorbed from the rhino's teardrop, he felt reborn. Even if he took the fruit of the cactus and ate it, he thought the tear he had received was a far greater item. Although this holy tear of nirvana did not increase Han Sen's gene number, it strengthened them. The quality of genes always exceeded the quantity. His existential tier might not have risen, but such a task was something that would take a long time to do. It was something Han Sen was prepared for, anyway. Han Sen's dirt and old skin continued to peel, and his body performed this cycle 10 times before stopping. This did not take place over the course of 1 day, however. But after he was finished, his body was heavy. Everything in his vision blurred, and his prior ease of breathing became a struggle. He felt as if the atmosphere had been consumed by smog or dust. Han Sen was surprised. It felt like when he became an evolver, and he was staying in the first shelter. It was that sort of feeling, but not quite as strong. Luckily, my body hasn't evolved enough to be excluded from the second shelter. If it did, that would be terrible. If I was excluded, I would have to become a surpasser before reaching the third shelter. Han Sen sighed, and then continued to think, sometimes, I cannot just randomly eat whatever I desire. This tear is far beyond what I expected. It is too powerful. It exceeds what is normally offered by super creatures. Although his fitness did not increase, his first gene lock was blown wide open. And that came as a shock. Although he hadn't reached a fitness of 300 and become a celestial being, he could already unleash his true power. This made him exuberantly happy. It was a shame Zhou Yume was with him, because he fancied giving his new powers a spin. Good men always receive good rewards. Han Sen could not stop repeating this phrase to himself. If others knew what he was thinking, he'd be viewed with disdain. The truth was, he had never done nor thought of performing a good deed. Han Sen continued riding through the sweltering badlands of the Black Desert in boredom. Seeking to occupy his mind, he decided to research the white rhino's energy flow a bit more. The rhino was incredibly strong, so its energy flow couldn't have been that bad. Therefore, Han Sen wanted to try it. Han Sen then found out that the holy light did not lend itself to any act of aggression. The holy light could heal wounds and provide impressive remedial effects, but it couldn't be used for attacks. Small wounds could be immediately healed by the light, but the overall, future effectiveness would depend on the individual's level. He didn't have enough fitness right now, and his energy was nowhere near as impressive as the rhino's. As such, any holy light he simulated would not be as strong. Still, this satisfied Han Sen. Living in this world was unpredictable, and things could change in a heartbeat. If there was ever a crisis, and medical aid was needed but could not be found, this skill would prove incredibly valuable. After walking for a dozen days, his eyes met with the sight of the Gobi Desert and a nearby mountain. This made Han Sen and Zhou Yumei incredibly happy, for they had now, at long last, exited the Black Desert. Han Sen quickened their pace in desire for a shelter. He wanted to return to the Alliance and find out all he could about the third shelter. Chapter 772. The Spirit Contract. Han Sen and Zhou Yumei began crossing the mountain, and not long after, they stumbled across another human. Zhou Yumei almost leapt for joy. "Bad guy, you can't threaten me anymore," Zhou Yumei said to Han Sen in a mocking tone, after asking the fellow if there were any shelters around. She then bounced up and down in childish glee. "Once we arrive, prepare the sum of money you owe me. I have the stack of IOUs here, sealed and signed. Don't even think about trying to duck and dodge your way out of paying me," Han Sen coldly said. Zhou Yumei stuck out her tongue at Han Sen and turned in a huff to walk in the direction of the shelter. "You're just walking off like that?" Han Sen stopped Zhou Yumei. "Well, what else can I do?" Zhou Yumei asked, with apparent confusion. "You can go, but if you keep Little Orange in a shelter, aren't you afraid of others seeking to kill him?" Han Sen said, "What is there for me to worry about? Even I know nothing can compete with Little Orange," Zhou Yumei said, as she proudly patted Little Orange's head. "You're suggesting you will allow Little Orange to go around murdering people in the shelter?" Han Sen asked. Zhou Yumei frowned and said, "Well, what else am I supposed to do? I can establish a camp here, and you can allow Little Orange to remain." Han Sen retrieved his tent from the pack's lining golden growler, and erected it. After setting it up, Han Sen told Little Orange, the silver fox, and the little fairy to stay inside. All those who could not be teleported would remain. Then he summoned Steel Prince and commanded that he stay behind to guard the camp, as well. If anyone drew near, the Steel Prince could parley with them to prevent their approach. If people would not heed what the spirit told them, what happened next was not something Han Sen could be held accountable for. If someone had a death wish, then that was on them. After setting up everything, Han Sen led Zhou Yumei to the human shelter. It was only a small night shelter of little renown, but they were told that a few hundred miles past it rested another shelter that was grand in size. That one was a royal shelter. It undoubtedly served as a hub for countless other humans. Han Sen and Zhou Yumei were in a rush to get there. Without stopping anyone else for information, they journeyed to the shelter as quickly as they could, so they could teleport back to the Alliance. When he returned, Han Sen called Ji Yanran to inform her that he had been safe in his absence. They talked for a while, and during their discussion, Han Sen made sure to ask about the third god's sanctuary. "Wait for me in your room, I'll bring Annie along with me. This is not an appropriate subject to be discussed on a communicator." Ji Yanran then hung up. Not long after, Ji Yanran visited Han Sen's room with Annie in tow. After Han Sen greeted them at the entry, and had them take a seat, Ji Yanran turned to speak to Annie. "Annie, tell Han Sen about the situation in the third god's sanctuary." Annie looked at Han Sen and with a muddled expression, said, "The reason why the Alliance prevents surpassers from discussing the third god's sanctuary is because we are the lowest tier of the third god's sanctuary inhabitants. The real masters of the third god's sanctuary are spirits, and they rule the place." "No way, shouldn't there be a million human surpassers living there?" Han Sen was shocked at this revelation. "There are a million, yes. But they are lost and scattered across the third god's sanctuary. Encountering another human is rare, and you'd be fortunate to encounter just one in a journey that spans the distance between 10 shelters. If you ascended to enter the third god's sanctuary, and ended up arriving at a human shelter, it would be like winning the lottery." Annie explained the situation emotionlessly. "That's pretty grim," Han Sen said with a wry smile. Annie suddenly gave a complicated smile and said, "Grim. You think that's grim? That's not the half of it. When humans enter the third god's sanctuary, they are all sent to a shelter. If they don't end up at a human shelter, you know where they end up, don't you? Spirit shelters. How is that possible?" Han Sen's eyes opened wide, unable to comprehend what such a scene might look like. In the third god's sanctuary, even ordinary creatures could be celestial beings, and even the lowest tier of spirit shelters would be packed to the gills with spirits and creatures. Any human who arrived in the third god's sanctuary to be greeted by such horror would be doomed. It would be impossible for them to resist such power. No wonder so many people choose not to move to the third god's sanctuary, then. Going there sounds very much like a death sentence. The million evolvers surviving there must be fiercely strong. Han Sen had a wry smile. Strong? Again, I must tell you that you are wrong. They bring shame to the human race, Annie coldly said. Why, what is the issue? Han Sen was too lazy to think about what she was implying, so he asked her to spell it all out. Eking out a living for yourself in the third god's sanctuary can only be done in 3 different ways. First, you might end up being sent to a bottom-tier spirit shelter. Spirits and creatures roam there, but if you can escape, then you live. Secondly, you can be sent to a human shelter and be safe from the get-go. Annie stopped for a moment, but then continued by saying, as tough as the first option may be, the second one is by no means easy to achieve. Human shelters are a rarity. Compared to the countless spirit shelters, the number humans own is very small. It is rare to end up at ordinary spirit shelters too, due to most having been destroyed by competing spirits. When conquered, they aren't taken over. They are put into ruin and left like so. Inferior shelters are quickly overcome by greater ones. You mentioned 3 different possibilities. Han Sen frowned, understanding the third had to be the most important. Yes, there is one other option, and that is to concede to the rule of spirits. You can sign a contract with them, pledging allegiance and fealty to their rule. A forfeiture of your life, as it were, Annie calmly said. Han Sen's reaction, however, was anything but. He was aghast. That was why the Alliance didn't make the situation there known to others. In the third god's sanctuary, humans are made slaves, more often than not. All I can assuredly tell you is, if you do end up at a bottom-tier spirit shelter, then congratulations. You'll most likely live. They are interracial, and if you do sign a contract with those, you will be treated as a fair member of their society. Only if it was a higher class shelter might you be offered a contract to submit yourself to slavery. And if you cannot provide the resources they task you with obtaining or that they first desire upon your arrival, then you may not even be granted the mercy of being their thrall. They will slay you without hesitation. Annie didn't talk anymore, but Han Sen was beginning to get a fair grasp on the complexity of the situation in the third god's sanctuary. Through this discussion, one thing was clarified for Han Sen, though. When that spirit brought the rhino to the third god's sanctuary, it must have espied the power within Han Sen and thus marked him. In the future, it would most likely bring Han Sen with it, also. Of course, it was only a mark. It wasn't as if a genuine contract had been signed. Contracts were only signed if both parties agreed. I wonder what class that spirit is. If it can come over to the second god's sanctuary and give the rhino a lift home with it, its level cannot be that low, Han Sen thought deeply, not wanting to become the slave of some spirit. Still, signing a contract with a spirit is not all bad. There may be benefits to such a thing, Ji Yanran said. What benefits would there be? Han Sen asked with surprise. Spirit gene. Ji Yanran slowly spoke out both words. Spirit genes. You can obtain genes by eating spirits. Han Sen's eyes opened wide, as this was the first time he had ever heard about something like this. Ji Yanran laughed and said, no. You can't get gene points from eating spirits. Eating spirits is pointless. Han Sen did not respond, and quietly waited for Ji Yanran's explanation instead. The differences between the second god's sanctuary and the third god's sanctuary were too big. Annie, you should explain this. Ji Yanran could not explain it herself as she hadn't been to the third god's sanctuary, thus, she feared she couldn't describe it as efficiently as she might like. Annie nodded and said, the first god's sanctuary and second god's sanctuary require you to kill creatures in order to increase your fitness. In the third god's sanctuary, aside from fitness, you must also open your gene locks. There are 2 ways to unlock gene locks. First, is through the hyper-geno art you learn. When your fitness gets stronger, and you practice more and more with the same skill, you can unlock higher tiers of your gene lock. This method requires the geno points of creatures. The higher your fitness is, the higher the chance you have of unlocking a gene lock. It also has something to do with your hyper geno art. Some skills have 3 to 4 locks, whereas others have 8 to 9. Annie took a small break before continuing. Then, she said, the second method of unlocking a gene lock is to get spirit geno points from a spirit. If one spirit has unlocked 3 of its gene locks, you can receive 100 spirit geno points off them. This will allow you to unlock 1 gene lock. It takes 300 spirit geno points to unlock 3 locks. The power you get from unlocking gene locks will be the same as spirits receive. Your element and hyper geno art does not matter. So, let me get this straight, if a spirit has unlocked 9 gene locks, and grants me 900 gene points, that means I can be an elite with 9 open gene locks. Han Sen was shocked by this vat of information he was receiving. That's how it is supposed to work, yes. But even if the spirit gave you a spirit geno point, you would need a fitness level capable of receiving that power. If it is too low, your body won't be able to contain the power. Your body will break down if it unlocks too many gene locks at once, Ji Yanran explained. Spirit geno points are important to spirits, mind you. They won't randomly dish them out to humans, Annie added. So, how can I obtain these spirit geno points? Han Sen asked. You sign a contract with a spirit and become a member of their shelter society. If you perform well, they can reward you with a fair amount of these spirit geno points. Annie looked at Han Sen with a pause in her speech, but then continued by saying, of course, if you are powerful enough, then you can take a spirit stone. If the spirit does not self-destruct and instead accepts you as its new master, you can command the spirit to provide you with all its spirit geno points. But spirits would rarely accept masters in the third god's sanctuary, and the possibility of that happening is extremely low. And furthermore, low-level spirits aren't very useful. The tiers they can aid you in unlocking are too low, Ji Yanran said. Would spirits really provide humans with spirit geno points? Han Sen doubted this statement, finding it difficult to believe spirits were truly willing to provide humans a different race spirit geno points. They do, if you assign a contract with them and accept the spirit as your master. In the eyes of spirits, humans are no greater than the creatures they generally command. They will treat you as they do creatures, and the spirits treat creatures as they do you. They provide creatures with spirit geno points. But the higher tier spirits make it harder for you to obtain their spirit geno points. That being said, some humans have been known to unlock 8 of their gene locks with spirit geno points. Can a spirit in the second god's sanctuary provide humans with spirit geno points? Han Sen asked. In the second god's sanctuary, no such creature exists right now. But people have theorized if a spirit had the same strength as a super creature, they might indeed have spirit geno points. But 1 gene lock is most likely the max they can provide, and that isn't worth very much. And humans will most likely be unable to obtain a spirit of such power here, anyway, Ji Yanran answered. Spirit geno points can grant you powers unlike any you've ever had. But improving your own body to sustain such power is just as important. After all, the spirit geno points don't originally belong to you. You only make use of the powers they provide, you don't own and command the distribution of spirit geno points. Unlocking gene locks through your own strength is better, overall. Their tolerance and harmony with your body would be far more fitting. True elites always depend on the powers they have earned themselves. They unlock gene locks by channeling their own strength, Annie elaborated. After talking to Annie and Ji Yanran, Han Sen had now learned a lot more about the basic structure of the third god's sanctuary. Although the power obtained from spirit geno points wasn't perfect, it could be considered a shortcut. Assuming he could cut a few corners and obtain such powers in a quicker manner as she was suggesting, Han Sen was fond of the idea. With stronger powers, Han Sen could kill creatures with greater ease and subsequently improve his own power through himself. There was nothing preventing such a thing. But if you wanted spirit geno points, you would have to sign a contract with a spirit. If you didn't, they wouldn't provide you with any. There were many pros and cons to weigh when it came to the signing of such a contract. Ordinary humans didn't really have much in the way of choice, and they were forced to sign such contracts. I wonder what level the spirit that took the rhino was. Han Sen thought to himself. During Han Sen's time back in the Alliance, Councilman Zhou contacted the Ji family. He and his family were incredibly appreciative of Han Sen's effort to lead his daughter safely out of the Black Desert. In return, they sent them many expensive gifts. Ji Yanran was shocked upon seeing the lucrative gift list. She laughed and said, "It looks like Zhou Yume is quite important in her family. I don't think this appreciation stems from her position in the family. I'd wager they're more concerned with her ownership of a pet super creature. If it grows up, it'd be incredibly powerful and that would indeed assert her as a prominent figure." Han Sen then proceeded to tell Ji Yanran the story of Han Sen's meeting and subsequent adventure with Zhou Yume and Little Orange. "Is such a thing possible? This is a big opportunity. I have to provide my family with this information." Ji Yanran and Annie had their eyes wide open. "If you like pets, I can give you one." Han Sen laughed. Annie rolled her eyes, not believing what Han Sen told her. The child of a super creature would be incredibly powerful, and raising one was sure to be harder than killing one. Zhou Yume was just incredibly lucky, she assumed. Achieving ownership of one would be no easy task. Han Sen was preparing to go out when he received a message saying he should expect another visitor. When Han Sen heard this, he frowned. Visitors weren't permitted there, so he thought it was strange to hear someone was coming to see him. Who might it be, I wonder? Han Sen had a few guesses, but he couldn't count on any. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter the base, so he made his way to the reception area. There, he saw a beautiful woman sitting. He couldn't tell her age, but he knew this was a woman he had never seen before. "You are Little Sen." When the woman saw Han Sen, she greeted him with great enthusiasm and a warm smile. "I am Han Sen. Who are you?" Han Sen frowned when he heard the woman call him Little Sen. "I am your aunt." The woman seemed surprised at Han Sen asking this. "Aunt?" Han Sen was shocked, never before hearing that he had aunt. "Didn't Sister Lan tell you that she has a little sister? That is heartbreaking for me to hear. I was just an orphan, picked and raised by my grandfather. I treated your mother as a true sister. I can hardly believe she never mentioned me before." The woman looked genuinely upset, almost as if tears were ready to burst from her eyes. "Who are you?" Han Sen frowned. Understanding her identity in the family meant nothing to him. His mother said she never wanted to get involved with the Luo family. She wouldn't even let Han Sen learn the Luo family's skill. Although she never explained why, Han Sen trusted her and the reasons she must have had. As such, Han Sen never bothered trying to contact the Luo family. "You are so cold. It is no wonder you are Sister Lan's son." The woman smiled, and the sadness in her eyes had vanished. The change was sudden and quite jarring. "If there is nothing else for you to say, then I'll be leaving now." Han Sen turned around and prepared to make his exit. But the woman's hands were like lightning. She threw her finger in Han Sen's direction. Before it reached Han Sen, he felt its great power suddenly approaching his body. It was thinner than a needle and sharper than a blade, and its power was so great it instantly broke Han Sen's combat suit. Han Sen was shocked, not expecting the woman to attack him here, of all places. It was fortunate Han Sen reacted quickly. He fired his elephant disc punch to collide with the incoming hit. Dong! Han Sen took a few steps back and hit the wall. His finger was cut so deep, the bone inside was on display. You didn't learn falsified Sky Sutra." The woman looked at Han Sen with great surprise. If he had learned it, he would have been able to counter her attack. Han Sen was about to get angry, but upon hearing what she asked him, inquired, "What falsified Sky Sutra?" Han Sen racked his mind as if to recall something. Then, he asked, "Wait, are you the one who gave me that unknown hyper-geno art?" The woman shook her head and said, "I sent it to you, but it was a gift given to you by your great-grandfather. Why did you not take the time to learn it?" "I am not learning something from an unknown source," Han Sen coldly replied. "Well, it is no longer an unknown source. I hope you take the time to learn it in the near future." The woman felt awkward, coming here to test Han Sen's progress with the skill. She had not expected him to have not bothered with it, at all. "If it's from the Luo family, then that means I'll definitely not learn it," Han Sen coldly said. "Why?" The woman frowned, looking at Han Sen. His answer had actually surprised her. "Because my mother wants no involvement with your family. You have received the answer to your question, now you can leave." Han Sen gave her a stern, cold look. If his mom did not want him to engage with the Luo family just as she herself didn't, then going against her wishes was the last thing he would do. He didn't want to worry her. And Han Sen didn't think it was necessary to learn falsified Sky Sutra, anyway. Dongshuan Sutra and Blood Pulse were better than it, after all. Do you have any idea what you're missing out on? There are only 5 hyper-geno arts that have 10 gene locks available to open. Falsified Sky Sutra is one of them. The woman stared at Han Sen. So what? Han Sen asked her. The woman laughed in response, saying, it looks like you really don't have any idea what you're missing out on. If you don't practice Falsified Sky Sutra, then you aren't a member of our family. You don't have the necessary qualifications to join Godslayer's shelter. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not get the memo? My surname is Han, and Godslayer's shelter has nothing to do with me. I have no interest in joining there. And to add to that, I don't think Falsified Sky Sutra is all that impressive, Han Sen told her coldly. Hearing Han Sen's last few words, the smile quickly vanished from her face. With a chilling voice she said, you are just like Sister Lan. You are so selfish and conceited. You don't care about anyone else, do you? As your aunt, I should really teach you a lesson. Do you have any idea where you are? Han Sen raised his lips. Wherever I am is a place of my own, Luo Li said. Then, she moved her body to begin attacking Han Sen. Her fingers were like razor blades, shredding the very air. An invisible force was headed Han Sen's way, moving at a blisteringly quick pace. Han Sen saw it coming, so he simulated the bone elephant's energy flow. Elephants trumpeted inside him once more, and his body turned the color of jade. He raised his fist and punched the incoming force. Pang! It sounded like glass being shattered. Luo Li's expression turned to one of shock in response, not expecting Han Sen's fist skills to have developed so strongly. She never expected him to be able to dwarf the power of the Falsified Sky Sutra. It was just a random punch of hers, but Han Sen had managed to crush it. And this surprised her. Luo Li was strangely confident in her Falsified Sky Sutra, however, and she wouldn't allow Han Sen to resist her powers. They were both evolvers. Luo Li did not believe herself to be invincible, but she didn't believe anyone could beat her if they had not learned the Falsified Sky Sutra. In Luo Li's eyes, she thought only Luo Lan had sufficient power to beat her. She always considered her sister to be her greatest opponent and greatest target. She could not allow herself to lose against her son, and she would not allow herself to lose against someone who had not even bothered to practice the Falsified Sky Sutra. An invisible power burst forth from her. Her hair waved like a madwoman's, floating in the air. Her hands became like blades, swinging towards Han Sen. The invisible power was like an indestructible blade. It sliced through the air as it traveled towards Han Sen. Luo Li's hands did not stop moving, as if she were a frenzied witch. Her hands became the invisible blades, attacking Han Sen without a single glimmer of restraint. Han Sen did not move an inch. Half of his body crackled and sparked with looming thunder, whereas his other half chimed like a bell. When the invisible blade storm was about to strike Han Sen, he threw out his fist. The combined powers of sonic and lightning channeled through his fist to form an orb of light in the palm of his hand. It grew into a silver sun and exploded out towards Luo Li with the break of deafening thunder. Crack! The invisible blade storm was like glass, as Han Sen's power shattered its cohesion and nullified its threat. As the lightning coursed through the air, a chilling noise sounded at the same time. The energy flow of Han Sen's attacker was distorted, which disabled her from gathering the composure needed to effectively dodge the incoming danger. Boom! Right before the lightning looked set to strike Luo Li, she summoned Beast Soul Armor. The armor and clothes underneath were incinerated by the wretched power possessed by the lightning. Pang! Luo Li's body was sent flying backwards into the wall of the reception area. Her mouth heaved blood as her burnt, tattered garments scattered messily across the room. Only a scrap or two clung to her body, smoldering. Nothing happened next. There was no counterattack. She just sat on the floor, staring at Han Sen with a ghastly look wrought by her disbelief over what had just transpired. She never believed she could lose to Han Sen, let alone to lose so quickly and badly. She found it just as hard to accept that she had been beaten by someone who had not learned the Falsified Sky Sutra, as well. No way, no way. Luo Li's lips were oozing blood, as she sat there, muttering indiscernibly to herself, incapable of accepting the sudden defeat. Is that all you've got? Han Sen looked down on Luo Li. He removed his coat and handed it to her. As he turned around to exit the reception area, he said, "Leave. Neither I, nor my mother, have any interest in being a part of the Luo family anymore." Luo Li heard what Han Sen said and her body shook. As this happened, her mind stumbled back into the past. Is that all you've got? She had heard these words spoken to her many times while she was growing up. That proud and beautiful lady said the same thing to her every time she was defeated by her hands. Luo Li despised that sentence. And she held a further disgust for her pretty face. But now she was hearing it from someone else, and in a cruel twist of irony, that person was her son. Impossible. Impossible. He didn't learn falsified Sky Sutra. How can he have such power? There is no way I can lose to someone who has not learned falsified Sky Sutra. And there is no way I can lose to her son. Luo Li was screaming aloud in complete hysteria, but by now, she was in the room alone. Han Sen was unsure at what time Luo Li left, but after his encounter, he went to contact his mother about what had occurred. He wanted to confirm whether or not Luo Li truly was from the Luo family. Little Li really did seek you out. When Luo Sulan heard, she remained absolutely calm as if this was expected. There was a distinct lack of surprise in her voice. She really is my aunt. Han Sen had been suspicious of her claims. Yes, your great-grandfather believed I would be too lonely growing up on my own, so he adopted her. I haven't seen her since I abandoned the Luo family. Luo Sulan sighed. I can't learn the falsified Sky Sutra. Han Sen asked. You can learn it if you want, but by doing so, you bring upon yourself family business you won't be able to escape from. Luo Sulan sighed, thinking her son had been tempted by the falsified Sky Sutra after seeing it in action and witnessing what it could do. Well, if it really would bring me trouble, then forget it. I was just idly wondering, that's all, Han Sen said casually. Luo Sulan, with much surprise, asked, you really aren't tempted to try it? Not really. Andy had learned the falsified Sky Sutra, and yet I was able to defeat her in a single punch, Han Sen casually relayed. Luo Sulan was even more surprised now, asking, you really managed to defeat her in a single punch? Yeah, it was easy. A cocky smile crept upon Han Sen's face. Luo Sulan, with a wry smile, said, it looks like you have developed further than I expected. And, I will say this, do not underestimate the falsified Sky Sutra. Although little Li works her hardest, she isn't bound to the family through blood. That separation means she cannot learn the falsified Sky Sutra in its purest, most authentic form. How strong would the real falsified Sky Sutra be? Han Sen's interest in the skill had now increased. Although he managed to defeat her, he actually believed Luo Li to be one of the strongest evolvers he had ever gone up against. It has the power of Ashura. If you ever end up going against someone who has learned that skill, remember this, do not defend. Pitting yourself against a person who has learned it can only lead to two outcomes. You either end up killing that person quickly, or you die. Be quick or be dead. Luo Sulan said this, but it didn't quite explain enough. Mother, what happened to the Luo family? Han Sen could no longer hold his desire to know, so he asked. If you do not belong to the Luo family, there is no need for you to know. Knowing would needlessly burden you with greater troubles. If you did enter the Luo family, however, you would quickly come to know. This was a subject Luo Sulan had no desire to talk about. By this point in their conversation, Luo Li had already dragged herself out of the base. On a ship, she spoke with Luo Haitang. Luo Li did not refrain from telling the complete truth, and she told him exactly what had happened. After Luo Haitang heard this, a strange look came across his face. He asked, he didn't learn it? No, Luo Li surely answered. He unleashed powers of thunder. Luo Haitang asked. Yes. Luo Li answered. This is interesting. It is no wonder he is Little Lan's son, then. He has indeed adopted Little Lan's excellent genes, the ones required by our family. Luo Haitang coldly continued his speak. Tell Luo Yin to meet him in the shelter. Let the boy see the true form of the falsified Sky Sutra. He has the Luo family blood coursing through his veins, it will be something he will be unable to resist. Yes, Luo Li said, as she lowered her head. Han Sen entered the shelter once more and wanted to get a better grasp of his surroundings. He needed to learn exactly where he was and where he had to go next. Oh, no, there is a spirit attacking the shelter. As Han Sen sat in the plaza, contemplating his next move, a screaming person came running through. Immediately, everyone became nervous. A spirit attacking a shelter. When Han Sen heard them yell this, it surprised him a great deal. It had been a long time since he had last heard of a spirit attacking a shelter. Han Sen curiously went to the city's wall. He wanted to see what manner of spirit had decided to attack the shelter. If the owner could not withstand the siege, then perhaps he could lend a hand. Han Sen. As Han Sen walked towards the gate, someone called out his name. Chapter 776, Depressed Lin Baifeng, Lin Baifeng. Han Sen turned around with surprise. It had been a while since he had last seen him, and he did not expect to see him here in the second god's sanctuary. This is a fate-wrought meet, undoubtedly. Lin Baifeng ran over to Han Sen, grabbed his hands, and almost began bawling his eyes out. I'll confess it has been a while, but there is no need for such a display of passion. Seeing Lin Baifeng so happy, Han Sen was quite touched. Lin Baifeng wiped his teary eyes and maintained a grip on Han Sen's hands as he said, "Brother, I am touched. In this dusty craphole, even if my wallet were bursting at the seams, I cannot buy anything. It is a miserable and upsetting affair. Now that I have finally met you, I can spend my money on decent merchandise. Come, sell me 2 sacred blood beast souls." When Han Sen heard this, he threw his clingy hands away. The whole reason he was behaving so passionately was for this, it was now plain to see. You think sacred blood beast souls are a common item you can buy from just anywhere? And you're saying you want to? Han Sen laughed. I am not willing to believe you do not have any for sale. Lin Baifeng was unaffected by Han Sen's comments, and still insisted that he be sold some sacred blood beast souls. Lin Baifeng had been bored out of his mind in this place for quite some time. He was very rich, but his family lacked ties to the greater families. In his time here, few people had been willing to help him, and even with the money he had, he couldn't buy anything decent. His time here had not been pleasant. He never expected to see Han Sen here though, of all places. He had heard many tales regarding Han Sen's escapades, and having known him previously, was certain he would have sacred blood beast souls for sale. Brother Baifeng, cease your acting. Do you really think this child would have sacred blood beast souls available for sale? I have already given you my price. Either cough up the coin or get lost. Don't play games with me, a middle-aged man near Lin Baifeng said. I'm not buying your rubbish beast souls. This guy has all manner of different beast souls, so why would I buy ones from your crappy roster? Lin Baifeng coldly replied. People knew Lin Baifeng was rich, so it was common for people to attempt to scam him. There weren't many high-class beast souls in a place such as this, and such extortionists frequently grouped up to weasel the most coin out of him. They would sell him mutant beast souls for the price of a sacred blood beast soul. Either Lin Baifeng bought them or had nothing to use. He was a daily victim of this treatment. Unfortunately for him, these same schemers owned the shelters, and the prices they presented were unchangeable. After all, the prices were their call to make. Lin Baifeng had no choice but to suffer and accept the exorbitant fees they charged. Now that he had met Han Sen, he wasn't willing to be bullied anymore, and he most certainly wasn't going to buy their beast souls. Well, brother Baifeng, I give you an ultimatum. You either buy it now off me for this price or don't. But if you come around wanting to buy it again in the future, I can guarantee you the price won't be this generous, Lu Jia fearlessly said. He did not believe the pretty, young stranger possessed a single sacred blood beast soul. Lu Jia knew all about this place and the surrounding area, and he knew that the shelter only had a dozen mutant beast souls available for sale. There weren't any sacred blood beast souls to be found in the markets, and there most certainly wouldn't be any on a pretty, young man. Whatever, Lin Baifeng coldly said. Then he ignored the extortionist. Turning back to face Han Sen, he smiled and said, Let's go, brother. I am buying you food. And perhaps, just perhaps, we might talk a while, as we eat. Forgive me for interrupting your plans for lunch, but don't we have a spirit attacking the shelter right now? Shouldn't we go take a look? Han Sen said, smiling. Sure, let's go take a look at what we face. Lin Baifeng felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that with Han Sen's help, however, he'd be able to move to another royal shelter and not remain stuck where he currently was. People in the shelter had mercilessly bullied him, extracting every penny they could through a barrage of tricks and scams. No one had been willing to help him move to another royal shelter. He couldn't do it on his own, but right now, with Han Sen at his side, he knew he wouldn't have to worry. They both ascended the city wall, and looking over, they witnessed a spirit commanding creatures to attack the shelter. After taking a look, Han Sen quickly lost interest. It was a royal spirit that looked like an ugly ogre. It was something Han Sen was not interested in killing or claiming the spirit stone for. The creatures that were attacking the shelter were mutant creatures, as well. Han Sen was too lazy to bother slaying such unthreatening creatures. But the people in the shelter quickly grew concerned and considered their would-be conquerors as a grave threat. Lin Baifeng was very tempted to help, so he asked Han Sen, "Brother, do you have any sacred blood beast souls? If you lend me 2, I will go down there and show them how it's done." Han Sen gave him 2 sacred blood beast souls that he would never otherwise use, which made Lin Baifeng super happy. He was given a sacred blood armor and the long-forgotten ghost pod claws. After suiting up, Lin Baifeng hastily ran out to greet the attackers who sought to claim the shelter. Through the aid of his new sacred blood beast souls, although Lin Baifeng was not that strong, he could easily slay the ordinary creatures. Even the mutant variants could do nothing to him and were soon cut down. Lin Baifeng had become an extremely powerful man, as he was seen cleaving his way through the hordes of monsters down below. He even looked quite heroic, and this shocked the people of the shelter. By the time all was said and done, he managed to beat the ogre into running away. Once his victory was assured, everyone gave him massive applause. After beating the spirit, Lin Baifeng himself was exuberantly happy. When the deed was complete, he spared no time in bringing Han Sen to a hotel where they could eat. Not long after, a group of people arrived at the shelter. Lu Jia and the people in charge went to welcome the team. Lu Jia, "Didn't you send a message as a plight for aid, saying a royal spirit sought to conquer the shelter?" "What is this?" Lu Kuang asked, frowning. With him, he had brought a team of fairly skilled warriors. They were to support him in slaying the mutant horde, but now that they had arrived, they were surprised to see the fight already over. "Brother Kuang, a kid came out of nowhere and sold 2 sacred blood beast souls to Lin Baifeng. His mood was cockier than usual today, and so he promptly went out to slay the creatures and send the ogre back off to its hole." Lu Jia relayed to him what had transpired during his absence. "What is this, kids, association with Lin Baifeng?" Lu Kuang frowned. He believed Lin Baifeng was a worthless piece of meat, who was easy to bully. And bully him they did, frequently, in this night shelter. Now, someone had sold him 2 sacred blood beast souls. This meant they could no longer scam money from his coffer. He said they were friends. He was about 20 years old at the most. He had silky skin, the sort which made him look quite weak and useless. I would say he was just like Lin Baifeng, a loser from a rich family. God knows where he managed to get 2 sacred blood beast souls to sell to Lin Baifeng. Lu Jia approached him closer and continued by saying, "Brother Kuang, should we take care of this kid?" Lu Kuang gestured with his hand and said, "Getting sacred blood beast souls will not be easy. And if that kid is not from our shelter and has been able to come out all this way, he must be fairly experienced." After a pause, he continued by saying, "Are you sure no one else followed this kid's arrival?" "Yeah, I have been sending people to keep an eye on them, and knowing about everyone else in this shelter, I can indeed confirm that there is no one else here aside from him," Lu Jia quickly said. "Good." Lu Kuang's eyes were tinged with hate and cruelty. He went on to say, "Little Zhang, go and bring Brother Blind." Brother Blind's namesake was not derived from any blight of blindness. In fact, his vision far exceeded the capabilities of most. He was called Brother Blind, however, because of how much he sought money. As long as there was money on offer, he'd take whatever job or task he could. He would commit any sordid deed, even murder, due to his blindness in the presence of money. But Brother Blind was powerful, make no mistake. And he could easily kill sacred blood creatures. Even in the royal shelter, no one would dare offend him. Lu Kuang wouldn't underestimate someone who could present a sacred blood beast soul, so he extended an invitation for Brother Blind to come here. As this was occurring, Lu Kuang went to observe Han Sen and Lin Baifeng. He couldn't discern much about Han Sen and hadn't the clue what his reputation was. If Han Sen did hail from a big family, he figured he'd have been able to easily recognize the man. Lacking smarts and cultural attention, he did not even realize that he was looking at the son-in-law of the president. Han Sen's appearance was just as Lu Jia described. He looked to be 20 years old at the most, and could best be described as another typical, pretty boy. It didn't look as if he'd endured a single hardship. Seeing the kid now, he thought Lu Jia had indeed made a fair and correct judgment of him. Lu Kuang was a patient person, however. He was in no rush to strike, and he was happy to wait for Brother Blind's arrival. "Brother Kuang, they have now left the shelter. When is our time to strike?" After keeping tabs on them for half a day, Lu Jia hastened to report their exit from the shelter to Lu Kuang. "Patience. There is no need to rush. Brother Blind is en route. They must be heading to a royal shelter, so we'll take a detour, meet up with Brother Blind, and set a roadblock for them. After saying this, Lu Kuang assembled a group and left the shelter to enact their plan. They walked through a woodland for 10 whole miles, before meeting up with Brother Blind. They hid along the veiling thickets that skirted the sides of the road that led to the royal shelter. Not long after, 2 people came into sight. They rode on 2 beasts, and just as expected, they were indeed Han Sen and Lin Baifeng. Brother Blind, that's them. Lu Jia put away his binoculars and spoke, while pointing towards their sought-after prey. Brother Blind did not need to use binoculars, and as he watched the 2 people from afar, a queer look came upon him. These are the people you have tasked me to deal with? Brother Blind asked Brother Kuang and Lu Jia, to confirm. Yes, that is them, Lu Jia said. A soft sword, very much like a ribbon, was drawn by Brother Blind's hands. Blood coated the sword as Lu Jia's head was suddenly flung from his shoulders and into the sky. The eyes of the severed head were open wide, in a sudden fright and confusion. Brother Blind, what was that for? Lu Kuang and the rest were all aghast at the sudden turn of events. In response, they all drew their weapons and faced Brother Blind warily. Brother Blind coldly laughed and said, I may pursue coin blindly, but even I won't throw my life away for it. If you have sought to task me with a suicide run, then I have no choice but to kill you. Lu Kuang's face changed. With shock, he asked, are you saying that guy is quite something? Han Sen's presence had unknowingly unblinded Brother Blind. For this to suddenly happen, a bad feeling crept over Lu Kuang's mind. He is not just something. That guy is everything. Even your boss could end up working as a grunt below him. And you want to finger him for assassination? I admire your boldness and courage. Brother Blind cackled creepily. Lu Kuang was taken aback. He did not expect a young man such as that to possess such a frightening background. He gritted his teeth and said, Brother Blind, this was our mistake. We almost got you killed. Keep the money we were to offer you, but this was Lu Jia's fault. How about we let sleeping dogs lie and move past this? There is no need to upset our relationship. If that was anybody else, I would take you up on your offer. But that person is someone I would give my life to defend. Wanting to kill him is worse than wanting to kill me. I cannot spare your lives. After Brother Blind said that, he moved his soft sword. What hurt the most was not the blade, but the sensations it imparted. Brother Blind's sword skills were soft and gentle. Every time the blade moved, a separate scream would emanate from the woods. Not long after, half of Lu Kuang's men were dead. The rest were trembling in fear, feeling deep regret over what they had proposed to do. Lu Kuang was terrified, most of all. He tried to run away but could not. He ran 500 meters before the soft sword pierced through his heart. You could almost sympathize with Lu Kuang, with the look of anguish that came upon his face. He wasn't given a chance to say anything more before being mercilessly slain. He coughed up blood from his agape mouth, then he fell down to the earth with his eyes wide open. None of the group were spared. Each person there was either beheaded or staked through the heart. 1 hit, 1 kill, for each of them. It was a cruel and brutal sight. Han Sen and Lin Baifeng heard some noises coming from the woods as they passed by. Looking to scope it out, Han Sen stumbled across a clearing that was strewn with bodies. In their midst, Brother Blind stood wiping his sword clean. It's Lu Kuang and Lu Jia. Lu Kuang is Lu Jia's boss in the royal shelter. How could they? Lin Baifeng was shocked upon seeing the corpses all about. Han Sen quickly understood what Lu Kuang had sought to do, but what he did not know was the identity of the lone man before them. And why he had killed them all. Thank you for the help, friend. What is your name? Han Sen asked. I don't consider this aid. I was just sparing you the trouble. Brother Blind let out his signature cackle. It was creepy. Call me Blind. Do we know each other? But Han Sen couldn't help but frown and ponder the reason for his name. He clearly wasn't blind, so why did he wish to be called that? Yes, of course, we do indeed. Brother Blind nodded but did not explain any further. Han Sen was a little puzzled by this curious encounter, so he asked another question. Where are you from? It does not matter where I come from. What does matter, is something important you ought to know, Brother Blind said. What? Han Sen frowned, thinking this, Blind, was quite the strange fellow. Do not join the Luo family. Brother Blind said these words slowly, with a grave tone. Is this a warning or a friendly reminder? Han Sen asked the blind man. How you discern my words is up to you. Blindman did not explain. Instead, he pulled out a bag and tossed it over to Han Sen. Han Sen caught it, and it felt like there was a book or something inside, but he wasn't entirely sure. The bag was composed of highly advanced cloth. Practice this when you find the time, it should help. After that, Blindman turned around and left. He moved quickly, and within a second, he disappeared from sight. Han Sen just stood there, watching the Blindman disappear into the woods. He wasn't quite sure what he had just been witness to. Chapter 778, Emerald Man of Stone. Han Sen had the feeling he had been granted the duty of saving the world. He turned away from Lin Baifeng and had a quick peek into the bag he had been given. There really was a book in there, and the paper looked fairly modern. It must have been produced in the Alliance in the past few years, and was undoubtedly waterproof, fireproof, and bugproof. Han Sen was a little disappointed, learning that it was not some ancient codex. If it was, he believed he could sell it for a high price as an antique. There was no name on it, strangely. After having a flick through the contents, he learned that it was neither a hyper-geno art or qigong. It was similar to primal innocence, but better, with a far greater depth. It related to psychological fortitude and constitution, and contained within it many examples. It was like a compendium or guide to prevent one from being subjected to fraud or scams. Who was that Blindman, and what did he give me this for? I am not going to be a salesman, and neither am I going to teach others how to avoid being scammed. Han Sen was quite confused. Han Sen thought about it and came to the conclusion that reading it would prove no harm. It might actually end up being beneficial, and could aid him in avoiding the schemes of confidence men in the future. For now, though, he put it away. The high-class officers in the Alliance all looked sickly and evil. God knew how many wretched ideas were concocted in their minds, after all. Han Sen continued his journey and brought Lin Baifeng all the way to the royal shelter safely. Although Lin Baifeng did not know anyone there, having wealth meant he could have or do anything he wanted to. It was very unlike the tiny night shelter that didn't even have anything to spend coin on. Brother, I thank you so very much. If it weren't for you, I'd still be there in that night shelter, being subject to mistreatment by those bastards. If you remain in the shelter for a few days, I promise I'll get you something good. It'll be the least I can do to return the favor you have done me, plus, it'll cover what I owe you for the sacred blood beast souls, Lin Baifeng said to Han Sen. There is no rush, but I do plan to remain here for a couple of days. If you require further assistance, I can help you get in touch with the special security team for your protection, too. They're good at what they do, but you'll have to pay for their services. Han Sen smiled. That is brilliant to hear, brother. But let's not speak any further. Wait for my good news. Lin Baifeng was more than pleased, loving the prospect of being helped by the special security team. By himself, his reputation would not have granted him the privilege, but with Han Sen's help, such a thing was possible. Han Sen did this on Lin Baifeng's behalf due to the concern he felt for him. He was worried that, left to his own devices, it wouldn't be long before someone else got their treacherous, money-prying hooks in him, or someone else that was associated with Lu Kuang might come after him once Han Sen was out of the picture. Han Sen stayed in the shelter and then got in touch with the special security team. He hired a bodyguard for Lin Baifeng's protection. Han Sen was not in a rush to leave, and elected to spend some time deliberating his next move. He was initially going to go see his mother, so he could protect her and aid her in collecting super geno points. But seeing how his mom last responded when he brought the subject up, she didn't seem like she cared too much. Therefore, it was unnecessary for him to walk a few 100,000 miles to go see her. If he wanted to see his mom, he would have preferred to request a vacation in which he could go home and have a rest. Han Sen took to info gathering during stay in the shelter, and he spent some time digging around on Skynet. He was keen to learn whether or not there were nearby super creatures. The more he killed, the more points he would gain. And right now, he wanted to speed up so he could access the third god's sanctuary sooner. In fact, Han Sen felt quite pressured. The people he had been interacting with recently were beginning to make him feel a little dwarfed. He felt weak. Not being able to protect himself in the alliance made him extremely uncomfortable. After a while of browsing, Han Sen came across a good place he could visit. At a nearby mountain, there was a nest of creatures. The shelter had tried to root the fiends and force them to vacate the area, but the creatures were too powerful. Each time the shelter attempted to strike, they were brought a ruinous defeat. Therefore, It had been a while since they last tried to take on the nest. Han Sen viewed a few records of what the survivors had experienced in the attacks. He was able to confirm that there was indeed a super creature there, and that was all Han Sen needed to know before electing to go there. When he was in the first God's Sanctuary, Han Sen once guessed a creature's egg had a super creature inside it. If the egg had not been broken before it naturally hatched, a super creature would have been born. Back then, these were just guesses Han Sen made. If this nest had super creatures there, then that would prove his guesses were correct. After obtaining a map, Han Sen set out to where the cave was said to be. With the silver fox in tow, not a single ill happenstance transpired. He was able to walk straight up to the nest. Han Sen climbed into a stone cave and noticed a green-gold wall that had been broken. Beyond it was a hulking emerald crystal that was humanoid in shape. Han Sen used his Dongshuan Sutra to scan it, and was surprised to learn that what he was seeing was indeed the creature he had come to hunt. It was a super creature. Han Sen summoned his little angel to start the fight with the emerald golem while he ventured deeper into the nest, wanting to see if an egg remained. With the silver fox there, none of the other creatures dared get close to Han Sen. This was good news for him, since he couldn't be bothered with fighting them anyway. With the fairy flying around, as well, they were sure not to bother him. Han Sen quickly walked inside the nest and saw an egg inside. It was, however, cracked and empty. Now, he believed his prior guesses even more. If the first-generation super creatures are birthed from eggs, where do the eggs come from? Han Sen had trouble with this conundrum, thinking he might never find the answer. The nest was deep underground, so it might be a while before humans figured this one out. Han Sen then returned to the entrance and saw the little angel continuing to do battle with the golem. The emerald golem had sustained many scrapes and cuts. Even if Han Sen decided not to chip in, it didn't seem likely to last very long. And again, Han Sen could not be bothered to fight. He found a rock that was shaped near enough like a chair, sat down, and held the gourd as he watched the little angel fight the emerald golem. He didn't really want to slay the golem, since he couldn't absorb the life geno essence of a first-generation super creature. And obtaining a beast soul was reliant purely on luck. Since its dunk, the blood color of the gourd had finally faded away. Whatever was inside must have absorbed it all, and right now, veins of gold light ran all across it. The energy flow of the gourd was becoming more and more obvious, and it had changed a lot since when he first laid hands on it. This surprised Han Sen quite a bit, and it seemed to him that there was something growing, deep inside. Han Sen paid more attention to this new energy flow and noticed that the power inside was not too different from the holy rhinos. But Han Sen did not understand the reason the gourd had an energy flow such as that. No matter how strong it was, it could only magnetize objects. Its power wouldn't directly deal damage. The emerald golem was dying, and the little angel effortlessly exploited its every weakness. Within half an hour, it would most probably lie dead. The emerald golem consistently cried and roared out, but it was unable to do anything else. The little angel's greatsword repeatedly struck the neck of the emerald golem until its head was hewn off. It did not die when the head was removed, however. It continued to fight the little angel, even with a headless body. Fortunately, the little angel wasn't human. Decapitating the golem did not make her careless or have her drop her guard, and she was able to dodge the headless golem's surprise attack following its beheading. To ensure its defeat, the little angel spent the next several hours hacking away the rest of the golem's crystal limbs. Super creature emerald golem killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Not receiving its beast soul was a little disappointing for Han Sen, but regardless, he picked up the fallen creature's green life geno essence. He unsummoned the little angel and left the nest. He did not return to the shelter, but traveled west instead. During his research, he had learned of 2 nearby locations he wanted to check out. It was an area comprised of sprawling meadows, each painted with innumerable flowers that were all knitted together. As serene as the area was, the number of flowers put it on the radar for a great many insects. Butterflies, bees, ants, and more frequented this place. But it was said there was something even spookier that resided there, something that stilled the hearts and desires for all who ventured near. To determine the validity of people's fears, Han Sen wanted to travel into the heart of the meadows and see for himself whether or not there was a super creature residing there. Bugs were known to produce many offspring. If there was a super creature insect there, it might have been similar to the devil ant king, and possess a large number of eggs. The verdant expanse before him was quite lumpy, but it was dressed with a sea of colorful flowers. These meadows went on and on towards the horizon, appearing endless. The flowers weren't particularly large, but they grew close to the soil and fit together as if to paint the ground. The colors did not just stem from the large variety of flowers budding in harmonic unison, but individual flowers themselves could possess up to 8 colors. Countless butterflies and bees danced in the air around them, yet no person ever went there to hunt. Han Sen ventured into the flowery meadows and brought the silver fox along with him. All the butterflies and bees made sure to escape and flee for the lives in fear of the super creature pet. The little fairy retreated into her scallop shell. After recovering from her wounds, the liquid inside no longer dealt her harm. As such, she frequently enjoyed hiding inside it. After walking for some time, Han Sen was given a big surprise. He saw a person in the field, killing creatures. Many insects swarmed towards him, but despite that, the man looked calm and composed. Untouched by a single creature, he gently swung his sword to slay each that came for him. Jing Jiwu, when Han Sen recognized the man, he became even more surprised. He was the monster from the Alliance's Central Military Academy. In the Military Academy's league game, in archery, Han Sen won his first championship. Jing Jiwu now caught sight of Han Sen's approach, and sped up to finish off the creatures that pestered him. Within a single second, he managed to slay around 1,000 butterflies. The field was, for now, empty of the fluttering fiends. Once he was done, he walked towards Han Sen. "I never expected a chance encounter with you here, of all places," Jing Jiwu said casually as he approached Han Sen. "I could not have expected this, either." Han Sen smiled. Although they were once opponents, it was nice to meet him there. "I have heard you are in possession of a super pet," Jing Jiwu said. "Yes." Han Sen nodded. High-class officers had long spread this news, so it wasn't at all surprising for Jing Jiwu to know about the silver fox. "Walk west for 100 miles and you'll come across a muddy hill. There are many gold-winged bees there, and quite possibly super creatures, too. If you are interested, you should go and take a look," Jing Jiwu said. "Thanks." Han Sen bid his appreciation and then took off in the direction he was told to go. They didn't speak much with one another, but they were cooperative and adherent to the other's needs. Han Sen did not doubt the information he was given. "I was hoping we would one day meet again, and when we did, I'd be strong enough to re-challenge you. I am short of that goal." Seeing Han Sen walk off, Jing Jiwu watched him go. He continued to think to himself, "Yes, become stronger. Go further. Give me the motivation to catch up with you. That will assuredly stoke a fire in the hearts of humanity." Then he threw himself into the midst of another legion of butterflies. Han Sen continued traveling in the direction Jing Jiwu had indicated, and after walking 100 miles, he came across a 40-meter-high hill that was shaped like a mushroom. There were many small burrows underneath, from which golden bees came in and out of. They were each around the size of a fist. "These really aren't your average bees. I am afraid there might indeed be a super creature in this place." Han Sen was standing 100 meters away from the hill, yet the silver fox's presence did nothing to alarm the golden bees. There had to be a super creature burrowed deep inside. If there wasn't, then the bees would have assuredly paid heed to the silver fox's approach. They'd have been long gone by now. Han Sen was thinking about how he might flush the bee king out and see what manner of super creature he'd be dealing with. But as he thought, he caught sight of a lone pretty flower atop the hill. The flower had no roots or leaves, it just stood there atop the hill. It was a few meters wide and the petals looked like those of a Chinese rose. The flower was mostly yellow, but it was colored with a few streaks of red. It was very pretty. It also emitted a pleasant smell. It was strong but not overwhelming, and just smelling that fragrance compelled you to come closer and sniff it at a closer distance. The flower was beautiful, and it looked as if honey was oozing from inside the bud. But despite the large number of golden bees that populated the area, not a single one ventured close to it. Strange. That is really strange. Why is there a lone flower atop a beehive, remaining untouched by the bees that live below? And the rest of the flowers in this place are no larger than my finger, so why is this one so large? There must be something wrong with this thing. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan the flower. Because it was quite far from him, he couldn't scan it with much detail. Still, he was able to grasp some sort of horrific life force where it lay. Is that flower producing creatures, or is it perhaps something that strengthens your body? Han Sen looked at the flower with a strange look on his face, wanting to be as careful as possible. Han Sen had seen this sort of thing many times. Treasures like this frequently had frightening monsters nearby, and such creatures were never in short supply. Whenever such flowers matured, other creatures were bound to show up. Han Sen watched the flower open from afar. Slowly, the petals unfurled. It was a beautiful thing to watch. Not long after, the sky went dark and the moon arose. Under the gleaming moonlight, the flower fully opened. In the center of the flower, golden pistils grew outwards as if reaching for the nighttime sun. It was pretty like jade, and it shone gold in the grace of the moonbeams. The sweet fragrance became stronger at this point. Even Han Sen, who was 300 meters away, became enveloped by the smell. It gave him the urge to run up to the flower and lick it for a tantalizing taste of the juices within. Suddenly, however, there was movement from the beehive. The golden-winged bees outside began to go crazy until eventually, a 1-foot-long crystal gold bee king exited the tunnels that led into the interior of the beehive. Bee king, Han Sen was shocked. He used his Dongshuan aura to scan it, and it was revealed to be a first-generation super creature due to its blurry life force. Han Sen was a little disappointed, but he still watched it with great interest. He was trying to determine what he should do next. The bee king flew atop the hill where the flower rested and landed upon a pistil of the open flower. It then started to drink nutrients from its top. Han Sen gulped, earnestly wishing he could go and join the bee in drinking the juices the flower had concocted. But for now, he held the urge back and remained still. The bee king wouldn't usually come out to eat. It had many lesser, worker bees to gather food on its behalf. As such, there would never be a need for it to exit the safety of the hive. If the king was coming out to eat the flower itself, then that was a surefire sign that whatever the flower was, it was indeed special. But rare things such as that would usually have more than one super creature guarding or vying for it. Yet strangely, no other creature seemed to show up. Han Sen became oddly suspicious, seeing that the bee king had been eating for quite some time without any intrusion. While Han Sen contemplated his next move and whether or not he should nick the flower from the bee king, the super creature's honey sac filled up with the juices. At this point, it flew back inside the hive. Not long after, the bee king returned from the hive once more. It flew back up to the flower, undoubtedly for further collection of the juices. It did this a few times until the moon reached its highest point in the sky. It was also at this time that the flower began to shrink and recede. The bee king did not eat the honey because it's saving it. Han Sen's heart jumped as he imagined that. Normally, kings eat the best stuff. If it isn't eating it itself, then perhaps it has babies to feed. Maybe there are child super creatures someplace within. Thinking of this, Han Sen fancied venturing into the beehive to have a look for himself. Even if there were no second-generation super creatures, the bee king's honey would come in useful for himself. But Han Sen was patient, and he wanted to watch things for a little while longer. This was a large group of creatures, and it was not going to be a simple super fight. He didn't believe the little angel could tackle the beehive and its occupants all alone. The fairy rarely listened to his commands, either. If the fairy went in ahead and consumed all the honey, it'd be a big loss. The silver fox enjoyed eating such rare delights, too. With both of them there, Han Sen had to be careful. Exerting much effort for no reward would be a crying shame. After watching the beehive for a few days, Han Sen had learned that the flower produced those juices each and every night. And every night, the king would venture out and collect it from the flower. It seemed that the flower produced an endless amount of juices, and no matter how much was collected, the next day the king would be back to obtain as much as it could within the same time frame. No matter how big the Chinese rose was, the juices inside had to be limited, though. How could it resist the ravenous appetite of the bee king each and every night? Something had to be severely wrong here. Han Sen hesitated, but decided to summon his wings and fly forward. Night was settling in now, and he decided to view the flower from above. He saw there was still plenty of juice atop the pistils, and the bee was keen to continue collecting it. When the moon reached its highest point, the bee king had collected all the juice. It was at this point the flower became smaller. But it looked as if it was just waiting to be reopened. The next day, when Han Sen flew high to take another look, the juices in the pistil had been fully replenished. This confused him a great deal. What is going on? Han Sen continued to think on his discovery, not wanting to be reckless. If he couldn't figure out the finer details of this curious phenomenon, he wouldn't strike lightly. While it was daytime, Han Sen heard a buzzing noise. He didn't care much, since there were many bugs and insects all around. It wasn't a particularly unique sound. But this time, the buzzing sound was getting louder and louder. When the sound was as deafening as a helicopter landing in Han Sen's ear, he perked his head to pay attention. When Han Sen raised his head, he saw a green cloud heading his way. Curiously, the sound was coming from that very cloud. After looking closer, he noticed that it wasn't a cloud. It was a sickeningly large host of fist-sized green flies. With great ferocity, they went flying down towards the beehive. The bees outside the hive all looked startled and nervous. A group of bees exited the tunnels of the hive and attempted to stop the approach of the green fly army. The area was cloaked in gold and green, as a battle between the two insect collectives unfolded. Like rain, countless bees and flies cascaded down to the ground amidst the battle. The death toll was humongous. Han Sen was shocked at the sight, but he noticed that the green flies were not as strong as the golden bees. They did, however, make up for the lack in power with sheer numbers. They were overwhelming, and they fearlessly kamikazed their way towards the hive. Most of them did not even want to fight, they seemed to just want the honey. The bees were strong, but their numbers were few. Although they guarded the entrances to the hive, many green flies managed to get inside. Before long, the bee king itself exited the hive to greet the assault, and quickly wiped out the green flies that attempted to worm their way inside. Within seconds of exiting, it was killing whole hordes of the insects. But still, their numbers were too many. They were like a plague of locusts, and wherever the bee king did not look in that second, countless wretched flies tried to dig their way inside. Han Sen assumed the flies were trying to steal the honey, at first. But then he saw that he was incorrect. The sneaky flies that had managed to get inside made their way out shortly after, all in possession of light gold cocoons. These flies are not here for the honey, so what are they stealing the cocoons for? Han Sen was confused by this revelation. The bees were furious upon seeing their cocoons being stolen, and in a frenzy, they killed any fly in possession of one. One by one, they were killed, and one by one, cocoons dropped to the ground. More and more flies battled their way forward, however, and many picked up where their fallen compatriots left off. The cocoons were picked up once more and carried away. The bee king, seeing its cocoons had been stolen, became frenzied. Like a gold beam of light, it cut its way into the horde of flies. These streaks of gold light fired across the sky multiple times, and each time, countless dismembered fly corpses dropped to the ground. Despite the bee king's power, however, the green flies were not afraid and did not relent. Free of fear, they pushed on to retrieve the cocoons. Fortunately for them, the bee king lacked AoE attacks, and as a result, many cocoons were carried away. Han Sen's heart jumped. He followed a fly that was holding a cocoon, keen to see what they were going to do with it. The flies were bringing the cocoons past the flower-painted meadows. They were only sacred blood creatures at the most, and thus, Han Sen was able to follow them with relative ease. After following them for 20 miles, he was brought to the edge of the ocean of flowers. What came after, however, was a wretched bog. It was a veritable domain of thick, stinking mud and lifeless trees and flowers. But still, Han Sen continued to tail the flies without hesitation. Before long he came across a green spider that was the size of a basketball. The flies approached the spider, and when they did, they threw the cocoons over to it. The spider then gobbled them up vilely. Flies were no strangers to swamps, but their allegiance to the spider was most queer. It seemed as if they had been hypnotized by the lone arachnid, allowing themselves and a legion of others to be slaughtered while retrieving the bees' cocoons at the spider's behest. This was quite the revelation, and so Han Sen quickly used his Dongshuan aura to study the spider he had come across. It was a super creature, yes, but again, it was a first generation one. Is this long-legged fellow producing babies? Is that why it's eating? Han Sen felt strange. He had come to notice that the super creatures in the second god's sanctuary bred a lot more than they did in the first god's sanctuary. It looks like all these creatures are keen to evolve. But how powerful must one become to be like the holy rhino, and leave and ascend to the third god's sanctuary? Han Sen thought it unlikely, or at least very difficult, for a second-generation super creature to reach such a level. The green flies were now bringing many cocoons to the spider, and one by one, the spider ate them all. A while later, another spider emerged from a nearby cave. It looked similar to the green spider, just smaller. It was around the size of a baseball. Its body was like green jade, and it was a lot better looking than the other one. Second generation. Han Sen was super excited. He cast his aura again, but was befuddled. It possessed a strange life force he had not seen before. Although it was not as strong as the silver fox, it was much stronger than a sacred blood creature. It had to be a second-generation super creature. Yes, Han Sen bounded with excitement, and without hesitation, sicked his little angel on the big spider. Then he summoned his peacock crossbow and loaded it up with Z steel bolts. He stood by and waited. The big spider was bringing its baby forward, getting it to feed. But when it caught sight of the little angel approaching in a flash, it spat a white net to web her greatsword. The little angel's greatsword was able to slice through the entangling web, but its force coming down was much weaker. Climbing quickly, the spider continued to fire its webs at the little angel. This caused her a lot of trouble, and as they added up, the webs were becoming increasingly sturdy and sticky. Although she could cut her way through, much of it remained on her body and soared to slow her down. The smaller spider was hyped up, making screeches and waving its claws at the intruder. It then followed its parent and produced webs to spit out. They were extremely small, but they were concentrated and of a higher power. They were thicker and stickier than the bigger spider's webs. As this was occurring, Han Sen raised his peacock crossbow to take aim. He thought to himself, it's survival of the fittest, baby. There's always a bigger fish. You eat the cocoons, I eat you. It's simple. As he took his careful aim, he also employed his Dongshuan aura to memorize the little spider's energy flow. While the little spider happily spat out webs like its parent, Han Sen pulled the trigger and rapidly fired multiple bolts towards it. Squelch! As it spat out its last web, multiple white flashes cut through its body. The body of a young super creature could not compete with the body of an adult super creature, but the chitin of a spider was known to be extremely sturdy. Even Han Sen was surprised to see his bolts pierce right through it. Pat, 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 another 3 bolts found their way into the spider's body, all from varying angles. It tried to struggle and remain upright, but by now, the spider was more like a hedgehog. It stopped squirming. Super creature Devil Eye Spider Baby killed. Beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of the Devil Eye Spider Baby to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. You may also harvest its life Geno essence. Consume its life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Han Sen almost jumped when he heard that. He never expected to kill the spider so easily and obtain its beast soul. He managed to earn so much from a single, effortless kill. When the mama spider saw its child brutally murdered, it became furious. It skittered towards Han Sen in hysteria, with an insatiable bloodthirst for the person who had just slain its baby. Han Sen did not run, however. He now knew that compared to other super creatures, the Devil Eye Spider was relatively weak. He cast his Sonic Thunder Punch, ready to strike once it got close enough. The thunder and bell power brewed inside him is a frightening mixture, and as soon as the spider was close, Han Sen would unleash it on the unsuspecting fiend. He hoped to stun it, but Han Sen, upon looking into the spider's blue eyes, felt a strange murky fog mask the clarity of his mind. He lost hold of the energy that was gathering inside him, canceling his proposed Sonic Thunder Punch. A second later, Han Sen was back to normal. The spider was right in front of him, raising its legs to claw his face off. At the last second, Han Sen quickly cast a skill to dodge. In his heart, he thought to himself, that was close. The spider can actually control the mind of a human being with its hypnotic eyes. It is fortunate my will was mutated following my trip to the crystallizer ruins and became stronger than ordinary people's. If I hadn't recovered in that quick second, I might have been killed right there. The little angel rushed over to inhibit the spider's pursuit of Han Sen. In haste, Han Sen closed his eyes and retreated to gain some distance. He used his Dongshuan aura to observe the spider's next move and prepared another bolt with the arachnid's name on it. As he had thought, as long as he avoided eye contact with the spider, his mind maintained its clarity. And then, with his aim raised, he relentlessly fired a number of bolts towards the creature. With the aid of Han Sen's bolts, Little Angel finally managed to land a strike on the Devil Eye Spider. When the sword was driven through the spider's body, green blood squirted from the orifice. It took another 2 strikes with the Little Angel's greatsword for her to finish it off. Super creature devil eye spider killed. No beast soul gained. You may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. What a shame. Han Sen sighed at his inability to obtain another beast soul. The devil eye spider's body decomposed in a jiffy, leaving behind a life geno essence in its stead. This was unlike the little spider he had previously killed, whose disfigured, bolt-ridden body was still stuck in the mud. Han Sen walked close to the little spider and picked up the Z-steel bolts from its body. He had 14 Z-steel bolts, the ones he had requested from the Wang family. It was the most they could craft for him. Raw Z-steel was too rare, and for the amount necessary to craft bolts, doubly so. Han Sen had received a life geno essence from the little spider's body, but while Han Sen wasn't looking, the silver fox quickly ran over to gobble its corpse up. You little prick, I was going to use that to feed a pet beast soul. It was too late for Han Sen to retrieve the body, but he was just bluffing. He wanted the silver fox to grow, and he hoped the meal might help accelerate its painfully slow growth. Compared to the fairy who never listened, the silver fox was far more appreciated and all around useful. Han Sen held the little spider's life geno essence in his hand. He simulated its energy flow and refined it within him. The crystal in his hand was quickly absorbed. Devil Eye Spider Baby consumed. 1 super geno point gained. The announcement continued to echo inside Han Sen's head as a cooling sensation entered his body, blending with his cells. His eyes felt especially invigorated. When the cooling sensation became one with his cells, his eyes felt light and refreshed. When the announcements came to an end, the number had settled on 8 super geno points. This brought his total tally of super geno points up to 44. Almost halfway, Han Sen was pumped. When Han Sen looked into the distance, he felt as if his vision had improved. When he brought out his mirror to look at his eyes, the pupils seemed darker. And it also seemed as if a halo resided deep within. The eyes were not unlike obsidian, and they were infinitely charming. The devil eye spider's power must be in its eyes. It's a shame I never got to see it in action, by one hit killing the thing. Although he thought this, he was still feeling good. Thinking of the little angel, not being afraid of the devil eye spider's power, he grew even fonder of her. Although she did not possess any special abilities, the little angel was tough and able to withstand everything thrown at her thus far. She was a remarkable pet to have. I wonder, if she went to the third god's sanctuary, what powers might she achieve upon evolving once more? Han Sen wanted to wait for the little angel to evolve again, but he imagined it would next happen in the third god's sanctuary. After the silver fox gobbled up the spider's flesh, it looked a little tired. It returned to Han Sen's shoulder but did not move. It closed its eyes as if it were sleeping. Han Sen could sense that inside the silver fox's body, its life force was in a little bit of turmoil as it tried to digest the flesh of the spider. After watching it for a while, the silver fox didn't seem to be in any dire trouble. So, Han Sen picked up the big devil eye spider's life geno essence. But holding the life geno essence, a new thought cropped up in Han Sen's mind. The big devil eye spider is still a devil eye spider. What if I am able to absorb the life geno essence by simulating the energy flow of its offspring? Han Sen believed it made sense, so he did as he thought. He simulated the baby devil eye spider's energy flow and tried to absorb the life geno essence. As he began casting the simulated energy flow, the green life geno essence began to rumble. Then, it was absorbed into his body and refined into his cells slowly. Han Sen's eyes felt even cooler now, and he felt as if they possessed a greater agility. Devil Eye Spider consumed. 1 super geno point gained. The familiar voice rung again in his head. With exuberant joy, he thought to himself, it worked. This will save me a lot of time further down the road. If I can kill the whole family of snow turtles, heaven knows how many super geno points I'll increase all at once. But Han Sen quickly hit a snag. The announcement rung twice, which meant he had only managed to obtain 2 super geno points. It was much less than the small devil eye spider's life geno essence. Strange. If there was an immunity buildup for obtaining super geno points from the same breed of creature, I shouldn't have reached the limit so quickly. Han Sen frowned as he thought of this possibility. The first generation super creature life geno essence was very limited in the increases in power it bestowed. It couldn't compare to if he was in the third god's sanctuary. Right now, he needed a second generation life geno essence. Well, 2 points are better than none, I suppose. Han Sen was overall quite content with the result. But if his theory was indeed correct, it swayed Han Sen's resolve somewhat. If he went to the third god's sanctuary, he would have to slay third-generation creatures to quickly increase his geno points. This would, of course, be something he'd have to deal with a long time from now. And Han Sen decided to cross that bridge when he came to it, as he was too lazy to deeply contemplate whatever lay far ahead. Focusing on being the best in the present, right now, was the best choice. Han Sen noticed the fairy emerge from the scallop shell, and it appeared as if she had just woken up. Han Sen was getting rather annoyed by her company, as all she did was eat valuable consumables and be lazy. Aside from acting cute, she didn't do anything. She'd wait until battles were over before coming out, and she didn't at all treat him as if he were her real master. If he wanted to get rid of the fairy, Han Sen was concerned he'd have to do it the hard way. But he was unsure whether or not he could beat her. But then, Han Sen suddenly thought of the Devil Eye Spider's power he had just been bestowed. Han Sen tried to simulate the Devil Eye Spider's energy flow, and he felt different. A cold air exuded from his eyes. "Little baby, come and look here." Han Sen smiled, opened his hands flat and called upon the fairy to come. The fairy casually landed where she was bid to. When she looked upon him, she began to rub her eyes. Han Sen's eyes looked strange all of a sudden. He stared at the fairy, and when she looked into them, she appeared confused. Even her own eyes now looked strange, appearing empty. "Ha, little fairy, now, let's see how I intend to get rid of you." Han Sen was laughing in his heart, and as he did so, he raised his devilish hand above the fairy. Han Sen's hand hadn't come down on the fairy yet, but suddenly, the little fairy blew frosty air towards his face. Ice and frost accumulated on his eyebrows, and he shivered from the sudden cold. The fairy stuck her tongue out at Han Sen and laughed. "Gah, how dare you trick me?" Han Sen tried to grab the fairy, but she quickly returned to the safety of her scallop shell. From inside its transparent casing, she gave him a mocking face. There was nothing he could do now except return the scallop shell to his pocket. It doesn't seem as if this skill works on fairies. Han Sen felt fairly bad, but he resolved to test out the skill on someone else when he left this place. For the time being, however, Han Sen decided to examine the Devil Eye Spider Beast Soul. Devil Eye Spider. Mask-type Beast Soul. Han Sen was surprised. Mask-type Beast Souls were remarkably rare, and not particularly useful, either. Ordinarily, Mask Beast Souls could increase your face's defense and that was it. But this was a mask soul that belonged to a super creature, and he wondered whether or not it might prove to be something rather useful. After all, the Devil Eye Spiders didn't seem to have much defense. Therefore, Han Sen did not think it was the type of Mask Beast Soul you might normally receive. Han Sen summoned the Devil Eye Spider's Beast Soul, and when he did, a strange blue mask appeared upon his face. It was strange and creepy, and it resembled a spider that had sprouted golden wings. The wings shielded the eyes, whereas the body of the spider covered the nose. Aside from that, the rest of his face was exposed. It didn't seem very defensive, and what's more, it obscured his vision. As Han Sen wore it, his vision was tinted blue. Whenever he saw a living creature, it appeared red. It was very much like a thermal imaging tool. It really isn't a defensive mask. What's it for, then? Han Sen took a look at the silver fox who was lying on his shoulder and the little thing appeared red as if it was on fire. Looking into the distance to peer at the green-headed flies, he saw them as specks of red that were faint and difficult to make out. Han Sen used the mask for quite some time and got a fairly decent grasp on what the mask's benefits ultimately would be. With this mask, you could view the strength of a creature's life force. But you could only see the life force, and that was it. The Dongshuan aura was still better because it could observe the energy flow, as well. Still, it would prove fairly useful. Unlike the Dongshuan aura, which was limited to its active radius, the mask adhered to the complete reach of his eyesight. This is a Devil Eye Spider Beast Soul, so I wonder if there might be any enhancements if I run the Devil Eye Spider energy flow alongside its usage. Han Sen then went on to simulate the Devil Eye Spider's energy flow. His eyes felt mesmerizingly cool, and he felt that coolness go towards his mask. His vision suddenly became much stronger, and the distance to which he could see had greatly improved. Furthermore, he could make out all manner of details for distant objects unlike ever before. Han Sen wanted to test the extent of its vision enhancements, and when he did, he was shocked. He was able to observe every single hair on a fly that was 1 kilometer away. Han Sen loved it. This thing is far greater than a pair of binoculars. It's just a shame that the vision is limited to blue and red, Han Sen thought to himself. Then, he pulled the scallop shell out of his pocket. He looked at the fairy and cast the devil eye spider's energy flow. The fairy, as soon as she saw Han Sen, stuck out her tongue at him once more. But upon looking him in the eye, her face suddenly became tinged with confusion. Get out! Han Sen used his willpower to command the fairy to exit the safety of her shell. And then, the fairy slowly opened the shell. But she only opened it halfway before snapping out of her daze and closing it immediately. She looked at Han Sen with much shock, then turned around to avoid making eye contact with him. It works. Han Sen had grown really fond of the mask he received. If he could confuse a super creature such as the fairy, then it had to be remarkably powerful. But despite the grand reward he had managed to obtain, Han Sen was a greedy person. He returned to the beehive with a keen interest into what else he might claim on this outing. The flies seemed to have snapped out of their mind control following the spider's death. They no longer bothered the beehive, and instead made their way back to the swamp. Aside from the golden winged bees and the green fly corpses that littered the ground, the hive seemed to have gone back to normal operation. When night fell, the bee king went back to its routine. It emerged from the beehive and collected the honey that oozed out from the Chinese rose. Han Sen could still not figure out what this activity was for. Still, he had come up with a plan. The following night, he would command the little angel to gather the honey on his behalf. After the next day came and went, Han Sen made his preparations and got into position. With the little angel ready to go, he saw the king bee make its routine exit. Strangely, however, the bee king looked different on this day. The claws of the bee king seemed to be in possession of something. It was an object that was shiny like gold, luminous jewelry. Han Sen took a closer look and noticed it was some sort of bee crystal. Weird. Why is the bee king carrying this bee crystal thing? Han Sen was now confused, and so he didn't summon the little angel as he had planned to. All he did was watch. The weather was nice that night. The moon was big and bright in the sky, in complete fullness. The bee king maintained its hold on the bee crystal as it began circling the top of the hill. Eventually, it placed the bee crystal down near the flower and returned to the hive. Not long later, the bee king came out again. In its wriggly hands, it was holding another bee crystal. It placed it down on the same spot it had placed the previous crystal. This occurred 5 times in total, and now 5 of those bee crystals were left exposed on the top of the hill. The bee king returned its hive after this and did not return. Han Sen thought it was a most curious sight, and he had no idea what the bee king was doing. He looked at the other golden winged bees and noticed that they had all retreated to the beehive and showed no sign of returning to the outside, either. Amidst this confusion, Han Sen suddenly heard a strange noise coming from someplace in the sea of flowers. It seemed as if something was approaching. Han Sen turned around to take a look, and he managed to espy the presence of something crawling inside the bushes. Due to the obscuring leaves and relative darkness, he couldn't make out who or what it was, however. The flowers that populated the area grew close to the ground. If something was crawling around out of sight, it couldn't have been all that big. At the very most, Han Sen imagined, it would be a small snake or something. If it were any bigger, the flowers wouldn't aid in keeping it out of sight. Now, this intruder was making a beeline for the hill. And that was when Han Sen caught sight of what it truly was, a baby silkworm that was half transparent. It was indeed fairly small, and its body was like a silver crystal. It climbed atop the hill and approached the flower there. The bees beneath the hill made no move to attack it. Chapter 784. Mafia Bug. The silkworm baby proudly mounted the hill and wriggled around the flower in circles. It wasn't long before it took notice of the 5 bee crystals, and believing no one to be watching it, began nibbling them. It is difficult to be a bee in this place. First, they are attacked by an army of flies commanded by a spider, so that their cocoons are stolen. And now, they must give an offering of crystals to a bug. Insects may live a hard life, but this takes the cake. Their mistreatment is almost upsetting. Han Sen now understood that the bees had been working hard to produce an offering of edible crystals to an extortionist bug. Free lunch in trade for protection. If the bee king feared the bug, then it undoubtedly had to be something quite powerful. Han Sen used his new mask to take a look at it, and he was startled to see its body flaming hot. It was far more powerful than the silver fox, but not too far off the bee king. Han Sen didn't understand why it was so threatening to the Bee King, though. How could that bug compel the Bee King to work tirelessly to produce an offering of such crystals? It didn't look all that much stronger than the Bee King, and with the backup of its bee army, the king shouldn't have had too much trouble in running the little bug off. But now, all the bees must have been cowering inside their hive, afraid of the bug outside munching on all the fruits of their labor. Is this guy really that powerful? Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan it. He witnessed the bug's body refine the crystals it ate. It's only a second-generation super creature. The little angel should be far stronger than that little thing. Han Sen was even more confused, seeing this. He had no idea why this bug was some sort of mafia insect boss. Within the hour, the silkworm baby had managed to gobble up all 5 of the crystals. But after eating them, it did not leave. Instead, it remained atop the hill producing strange sounds. Not long after, the Bee King flew out and looked at the bug with great trepidation. The bug made a few more noises, to which the Bee King responded angrily. It flapped its wings faster than usual, as a display of this. Han Sen was not sure what to think of anymore, and no witty comments came to mind. He had been there for days, watching bees live their lives. And now, he was watching a Bee King communicate with a worm. The Bee King, despite its apparent anger, conceded to whatever demands had been made. After some sort of deal was struck, the Bee King returned to the hive. Upon its return a little later, it was carrying another 3 of those crystals to the bug. But this did not satisfy the bug either, and it made wretched screeches in response. Arrogantly, it hopped on a rock and screamed even louder. It was like some gangster demanding a bigger drop. Han Sen thought the tether of the Bee King's patience would finally snap, and a fight between the two would commence. But the Bee King conceded to the demands once more, and brought out another 3 bee crystals. It dropped them off in front of the bug. The little bug now looked satisfied. It climbed down off the rock and went back to nibbling the bee crystals. The Bee King looked disheartened. It looked so incredibly sad, submitting to the demands of its bully. Slowly, it retreated to the beehive. Where does that little squirt come from? How can he get the Bee King to behave like this? Does it have a bigger, badder daddy grub or something? Is that why it can do as it pleases? Han Sen's mind began to work. If the silkworm did indeed have friends, then he figured he could waste those one by one until only the elder remained. If it had the same energy flow, Han Sen figured he could absorb the life geno-essences of an entire family of creatures. The bug ate 4 more of the bee crystals before it felt full. Its belly was round and puffed like a ball. Zik! The bug called out once more, and Han Sen believed it to be calling out the Bee King. But it wasn't. Silk began to pour out of the bug's mouth. It built up until it had wholly cocooned itself. Is this thing a little baby? Is it now transforming into an adult? Han Sen's face looked puzzled. If he guessed it correctly, Han Sen knew why the Bee King was so afraid of it. If it was already that powerful as a baby, heaven knew how powerful it would become once it had fully grown. That was why the Bee King was so afraid of it and was willing to obey its every command. I have to kill this thing. Just when Han Sen decided to do this, he used his Dongshuan aura to scan the cocoon. He stopped in his tracks. The energy flow inside the cocoon was changing. It was morphing into something different from what he recalled earlier, and it was an ongoing process. It was like there were 2 different energy flows inside the cocoon. That was why Han Sen pulled back and wasn't sure whether or not to advance just yet. If he killed the bug now, and the energy flow he had learned would not work, he'd incur a great loss. Han Sen hesitated a little and did not strike. He continued to watch the energy flow change, learning every step as it went. The energy inside the cocoon had changed a lot, and overnight, it had become something completely different. Han Sen wouldn't have believed a tale such as this to be true, had he not seen it with his own 2 eyes. 2 completely separate energy flows were now occupying the same super creature. What could this thing possibly be turning into? Han Sen had become incredibly curious. But as dawn broke the following morning, the energy finished its morph and it seemed as if the creature inside had finished evolving. When the sun rose in the east, the cocoon cracked open. Han Sen witnessed a silver-winged butterfly struggling to pry itself free from the thick hide of the cocoon. The cocoon was incredibly sturdy, and breaking it completely was sure to be a trying task. The silver butterfly could only poke its head through the opening, as its body and wings were still deep inside. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he quickly summoned the little angel. With his peacock crossbow, he repeatedly fired towards the silver butterfly. If he didn't kill it now, it'd be much harder once it fully exited the cocoon. This was sure to be the best chance he would get. The butterfly had only just finished evolving, and the creature wouldn't have adapted to its new body. Yet, and now, stuck inside the cocoon, there truly could not be a greater chance. Whoosh! Az steel bolt struck the silver butterfly's head. It only created a shallow mark, and it was already quite clear how much stronger this creature was than the devil eye spider. But after that strike, the silver butterfly cried out in pain. It struggled to remove itself from the cocoon at a more hurried pace. But now, the little angel had arrived before it, and she brought down her mighty greatsword on the creature's head. The silver butterfly was still stuck inside the cocoon, and it had not even managed to free one of its claws yet. It seemed to try to roll with the cocoon to dodge the incoming attack. But it couldn't do it in time, and the greatsword was brought down directly on its head. Blood squirted from the cleft. Although the little angel's greatsword was much stronger than Han Sen's crossbow and bolt, it didn't deal fatal damage. In fact, the total damage dealt was small and its head was nowhere close to being hewn off. Before the butterfly evolved, it was a self-asserted boss that extorted others. Never had it been humiliated as it was being now. It was visibly frustrated, fuming with anger, and it exerted far more effort in its attempt to squirm free from the hold of the cocoon. Dong, dong, dong. The little angel struck the butterfly's head in the exact same spot another 3 times, which left behind a deep wound. But the silver butterfly was tough, and even that wasn't enough to kill it. Dong. The little angel slashed again, but by now, one of the butterfly's claws had managed to break free from the cocoon. It blocked the sword with the loud sound of clashing metals. Evidently, the sword could not deal damage to its claws. Chapter 785. Silver-winged holy butterfly. Han Sen rushed before the emerging butterfly with a fusion of sonic and thunder power growling within him. With a charged fist, he threw it down upon the butterfly's head. The lightning shone like a silver sun as it was driven into the butterfly's chrome dome. The energy flow inside the creature was grievously disturbed, and the lightning stunned it into a state of paralysis. The little angel took advantage of this window to get in a few more hits on the butterfly's head wound. From the wretched area of damage, much blood began to gush. It seemed as if half of its head had been carved away by now. But even in such a state, the silver butterfly was not willing to submit to the hold of death. With greater pushes, it seemed close to escaping the trapping of its cocoon. It looked up and screamed towards Han Sen and the little angel. Han Sen's eyes flashed, and a blue light activated on his devil eye mask. Instantly, it stunned the raging butterfly. In that moment, little angel was granted the opportunity to throw in a few additional attacks. She managed to cleave another portion of the silver butterfly's head away and put it into a state that would eventually lead to its death. Without granting the silver butterfly any more wriggle room to escape the cocoon, the little angel hewed the remainder of its head to the ground. Super creature silver-winged holy butterfly killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. You may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen was overjoyed. He wasted no further time and quickly summoned his little blue bell. He wanted it to absorb the butterfly's blood without letting any go to waste. After the death knell absorbed the silver-winged holy butterfly's blood, the symbols etched across its body were even clearer. It looked likely to evolve soon. Han Sen watched it intently, but when nothing happened, returned it. Han Sen dug a small silver crystal out of the butterfly's corpse. This was the life geno essence. Han Sen then picked up the whole corpse of the silver butterfly. Humans could not eat the bodies of super creatures, and there were no pets to feed it to. Therefore, he resolved to bring it back with him for the time being. Just as Han Sen decided to leave, he turned to see himself surrounded by a large army of bees led by the Bee King himself. This soured his mood a little, and he thought to himself, "You bastards. That bug practically forced you into slavery, and it made you lose your nads. Do you think the guy who killed that butterfly is any weaker than it? And you want to come out and bully me, huh? Is that it?" Just as he thought these things and prepared to command the little angel to battle the bees, he saw the Bee King holding a number of gold, shiny crystals in its hands. It then placed 5 bee crystals down in front of Han Sen before circling him with apparent glee. Han Sen may not have spoken the language of bees, but he could guess that the bee was looking to repay him for the service of protection he had unwittingly provided. "Smart move. I was just about to destroy your hive. Such intelligence needs to be rewarded, and I'll allow you to remain alive on the account of the smarts you seem to possess. The next time I return, you better make sure to have some bee crystals ready-made for me. Okay, Han Sen took the bee crystals and thought to go, in no mood for any further fighting. Killing first-generation super creatures wasn't very beneficial, and the chance of obtaining a beast soul was far too low as it was, anyway. Since he had been given such a handsome reward, he thought it would be best if he did not provoke the bees any further. There were too many of them, anyway, and killing the king would have proved to be quite the challenge. Han Sen, crystals in hand, took his leave. During his travel, he made sure to absorb the butterfly's life geno essence. But there appeared to be some sort of trouble with doing so. Despite simulating the silver butterfly's energy flow, he couldn't absorb it successfully. After switching to simulate the energy flow of the silkworm, he was able to make some sort of absorption progress. Strangely, he could only absorb half of it. Han Sen simulated the butterfly's energy flow once again to absorb the rest, and this worked. After it was fully absorbed, he was pleased to receive 9 super geno points in total. To get that many points from a single life geno essence was incredibly rare. That silver-winged butterfly is rather interesting. I wonder what the purpose of those 2 different energy flows really were. But Han Sen was in no place to commit to research right now, and neither did he want to spare the time. Onwards he went, to exit the Sea of Flowers. On his return trip, he didn't bump into Jing Jiwoo again. He wasn't sure where he might have gone to, but Han Sen really liked that man. Back in the shelter, while Han Sen thought about what he might do with the butterfly's body, Lin Baifeng happily approached him. "Here you are, I have this for you." Lin Baifeng gave Han Sen a rectangular box. The box was just an ordinary platinum box by the looks of it, but when he opened it, he was delivered quite the shock. He turned his head to Lin Baifeng and said, "Z-Steel Raw Stone." Han Sen wasn't entirely sure if this truly was Z-Steel Raw Stone because of its massive size. It was rare to see a 1-foot-long raw stone, one which he could use to produce more bolts. But this one in the box was 2 feet long and 3 fingers wide. Although the shape was not entirely straight, it might have been enough to produce a dagger or even short sword. A Z-Steel Raw Stone such as that was the best gift he could receive. It was far greater than the Z-Steel bolts the Wang family had given him, for sure. You have a good eye. Few people can recognize something like this. I had prepared a speech of explanation and everything. I had no clue you knew all about it already. Lin Baifeng let out a hearty chuckle, and then proceeded to say, "Keep it. Consider this payment for the services you have provided me, and the 2 beast souls you gave me. But don't tell anyone you received this as a gift from me. If you do, I'll play dumb and won't admit a thing." Han Sen closed the box and pushed it back to Lin Baifeng. With a serious voice, he said, "This thing is far too precious for you to give me. The beast souls I gave you are nowhere near as valuable as this. You should keep it." Han Sen knew the price a chunk of Z-Steel Raw Stone such as this could fetch. The weapons it could be used to create would not be any worse than super-class weaponry, either. If it was forged by a great blacksmith, that was. Han Sen actually felt as if he had taken too much of an advantage of Lin Baifeng, and felt rather sorry. Trading such an item for 2 sacred blood beast souls was far too much. Lin Baifeng did not take it back, however. He merely smiled and said, "Where this came from was strange. I haven't dared use it, and I have been unable to find anyone willing to forge it into something on my behalf. It would be useless for me to hold on to it, so you might as well accept it. You'll put it to good use. If you still feel bad about such a trade, then how about you offer me another 2 sacred blood beast souls?" "What do you mean strange? Is there a problem with this?" Han Sen did not push the box back any further, as he asked. "I'll be honest with you, I dug it up myself. You can't ask me any more than that. Just find someone you trust to forge it into something you can use. Keep its origins a secret and don't tell anyone about my involvement with it." Lin Baifeng once again made sure to remind Han Sen. "Okay, I'll accept it. If you do want another beast soul, just tell me and I will give it to you." Han Sen was always fond of shorter weaponry, so this stone was of much value to him. "You are welcome, but if you have a humanoid transformation beast soul, I would gladly receive one of those. Or perhaps even a powerful possession beast soul. Those would be great." Saliva drooled from the corners of Lin Baifeng's lips. Han Sen gave a 2-fingered salute to Lin Baifeng, as those were things he wanted, as well. Han Sen brought the raw stone back to the Alliance, and got in contact with the Wang family so they could forge something out of it. The ordinary tools he possessed would not be sufficient. After sorting things out there, he gave Ji Yanran a call. She was free this day, and that meant they could eat together. Han Sen's heart suddenly jumped, and with an evil smile, he thought to himself, later, I can try this out on her. That night, after having dinner with Ji Yanran, Han Sen brought her over to the sofa. With great excitement he said, Dear, I have recently come into the possession of a superpower. It's pretty amazing. What superpower would that be? Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen with curiosity. In those days, it had become common for humans to achieve superpowers. But as for one that could make Han Sen this excited, she couldn't fathom how grand it might be. Earnestly, she wanted to know. Han Sen, acting all mystically, leaned over and whispered into her ear. Magnetism. When Ji Yanran heard this, she was surprised. She responded by saying, How do you do that? Can evolvers really do something like that? This power was not very rare amongst surpassers, but for evolvers, it was a nigh unbelievable power for one to achieve. After all, evolvers did not have the power to cast out metaphysical forces. Don't rush this, I'm not done. My magnetism is different than what you might be thinking of. Come, stand here. Han Sen pulled Ji Yanran to a wall adjacent to the sofa. Then, he went to sit back down. What are you doing? Ji Yanran asked curiously. You stand there while I sit here. Do you believe I can reach out my hand and compel your panties to abandon your legs and join me? I can promise you that it won't hurt, and that the fabric won't break, either. Han Sen said these words with a tone of strange seriousness. What twisted scheme have you gotten into your head this time? Ji Yanran did not believe a word he had said, and according to his description of the skill, it wouldn't exactly be defined as magnetism. To do what he was saying would be more akin to teleportation. This was a power few surpassers could manage to obtain. If Han Sen was just an evolver, it'd be impossible for him to achieve something like that. I'm asking you if you believe me. Han Sen asked her again seriously. No. Ji Yanran lifted her lips and watched Han Sen with caution. She knew he was about to perform some sordid prank. Han Sen smiled and said, Well, how about we spice things up and have a bit of a wager going, then? If I can do it, you can bite me. Why would I want to? Ji Yanran didn't even finish her sentence before starting to blush. When she regained her composure, she said, I am not falling into this trap you have set up. No. As soon as she said this, she began walking towards him. To this, Han Sen smiled and said, That means you believe I can remove your panties from 3 meters away. No. God knows what trick you are trying to play on me. Ji Yanran was not a dumb woman, and she wouldn't believe in something she had yet to see proven possible. If you don't believe it, then take me up on the wager. That is, unless you lack confidence in your own judgment. Han Sen gave her a smirk and then went on to say, How can you be a captain if you lack confidence in yourself? Ji Yanran knew Han Sen was just trying to get under her skin and get her to go along with his planned jest, but she looked as if she really didn't want to partake. She nibbled her lips and said, Are you sure you won't come close? If my ass leaves this sofa, I lose, Han Sen replied immediately. And you aren't going to tear my clothing? Ji Yanran looked down at her body. She was wearing a white military uniform, white pants, white top, and white boots. It didn't seem possible for Han Sen to so simply remove her panties. I won't just plead to not tear your clothing. Even if I was to mess up one single hair on your pretty little head, I would lose, Han Sen said with confidence. You aren't going to use tools, are you? Ji Yanran still believed Han Sen was planning to do something unethical. My good wife, I will sit here and not move an inch. And I will use my hand to remove your panties while you stand there, 3 meters away from me. If I succeed, and you think I have done something bad, you may cancel the bet. Is that okay with you? Han Sen opened his empty hands as he said this. Okay, sit there and we'll see how you manage to grab my panties. Ji Yanran firmly disbelieved in Han Sen's ability to do something like this. Watch this, my Han family's sacred skill, Ultra Panty Raid. Han Sen looked so serious when he yelled this out, and as he spoke aloud, he threw out his empty and lecherous hands. Ji Yanran stared at Han Sen's hands without blinking. If he employed any tiny trick, she would be ready to expose him. As her vision moved, she looked him in the eye. Ultra Panty Raid. Han Sen shouted out at the top of his lungs, flailing his arms in a manner as if to pretend he was indeed grabbing them. As Ji Yanran looked Han Sen in the eyes, her own eyes began to look empty and confused. She opened them wide, standing where she was. Take off your panties and hand them to me. Han Sen giggled as he made the command from the comfort of the sofa. Ji Yanran complied with the order, and she began removing her white pants. Then, Han Sen was able to view her long, white, succulent legs in white panties. Seeing Ji Yanran remove them slowly, Han Sen couldn't help but gulp. Before tonight's happy hour, he had to restrain himself from any further thoughts down that lustful road. Fortunately, Ji Yanran's top was quite long, and it obscured what was below her waist. Ji Yanran then took off her panties and delivered them into Han Sen's lewd, grabby hands. And as she came over, he couldn't help but give her bubbly butt a tight squeeze. Then, he commanded her to put her clothes back on. Ji Yanran listened and heeded the command at once. She returned to the wall, dressed up neatly again and stood there as she did earlier. Han Sen's eyes returned to normal, and when they did, the life in Ji Yanran's eyes returned, as well. Panties. Han Sen, panties in hand, blasted with his voice. And it was at that moment Ji Yanran snapped out of her daze. Ji Yanran had no idea she had been under Han Sen's control. She believed she had continued to stare at him without a single break, and yet despite that, she was now seeing panties in his hands. Her face changed at the sight. She reached to feel below, and despite her pants being on, the panties had disappeared. How did you do that? Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen as if she had seen a ghost. It does not matter how I did it. What matters is that you lost. Han Sen threw away the panties and stood up. Slowly, he walked in front of Ji Yanran. He picked her up and threw her on the sofa. No, you cheated. Ji Yanran's face was red, and she used her hands to prevent Han Sen from getting closer. I knew you would slander me. Don't take it out on me, and do not complain about what happens next. Han Sen's eyes were filled with a curious light, and he went back to controlling her. Oh, yeah, how about this? Han Sen turned on a video to teach Ji Yanran how to strip dance. Then, he told her, do what she does. Ji Yanran was normally quite shy and reserved. Whenever she had sex with Han Sen, she wouldn't even turn the light on. And if Han Sen turned it on, she would curl up in embarrassment and become utterly shy. There was no other possible circumstance that would lead to her doing what she was about to. And now, she was exactly like the lady in the video. She twirled and twisted around as she removed every garment. Yes. Han Sen's eyes were wide open. He was extremely excited right now. Ji Yanran's body was far better than the one in the video, and as he watched, his nose felt hot. He thought he'd be gushing blood any minute now. As Han Sen watched from his seat on the sofa, Ji Yanran danced towards him. Her white top had already been taken off by this point, revealing her slender waist and large breasts, cupped by the caress of her bra in a tantalizing tease. Ji Yanran twirled her sexy waist and twerked her spongy bubble butt. She leaned forward over Han Sen as she did this, her hands slowly beginning to unclip her bra and free her eager boobs. Take it off. Take it off. Han Sen's eyes were wide open. Seeing the woman before him with black hair, red lips, and skin that was pale as snow, Han Sen's eyes were tugged towards the plush warmth of her boobies. Ouch! Just as the bra was about to fall and divulge the complete spectacle of her chest, Han Sen was punched in the head. One of Ji Yanran's hands held her gravity-submitting bra, while the other hand clenched a fist. Big pervert, I knew you weren't nice. How dare you hypnotize me? If I could be put under such a spell, it wouldn't be one wrought by your weak mind. When Ji Yanran said that, she squeezed Han Sen's cheeks as hard as she could. This devil eye spider ability is useless. Han Sen felt fairly bad, but when he looked at Ji Yanran's face, she looked extremely cocky at having bested him. Behaving more rudely and forthwith, he pulled her directly into his arms. He grabbed her bra and tore it away. Let me go, you pervert. Ji Yanran's eyes were ones of absolute confusion. Her face was red with the swelling blush, but it added to her charm. How dare you lie to me? I will teach you the Han family discipline. Han Sen could no longer hold his restraint, and so he leapt on top of her. No. Inside the room, a pleasurable few hours unfolded. The walls vibrated as the springs of the sofa were worked hard. At midnight, Han Sen was finally satisfied. Then, he brought her to his bed. Surprisingly, Ji Yanran was quite cooperative, and the extent of their exercise had almost worn Han Sen out completely. Han Sen curiously asked why his attempt at hypnotizing her failed. Her response was that she had received training, ever since she was small, to resist falling prey to such tricks. She had also absorbed a crystal from the crystallizers to strengthen her mind. Ordinary attempts of hypnotization were useless on her. Now that Han Sen was aware of this, his plans for using the Devil Eye Spider's energy flow to gain some sort of advantage in the alliance didn't seem as viable. Many of the priority figures of the big families must have undergone the same sort of training. Using this method to manipulate the wills and whims of others wouldn't be as effective as Han Sen had initially hoped. All he could do, at best, was confuse them for a few seconds. Absolute, prolonged control of their minds would be impossible. Your hypnotizing skill is already quite powerful. Even the Wangfu family, who are the most talented at this sort of thing, aren't much better. Ji Yanran had noticed Han Sen's sudden disappointment, so she issued a few words of comfort. Wangfu, which Wangfu family? Han Sen asked with surprise. What are you talking about? Which other Wangfu family could it be? It's the Wangfu family, the one from the Ares Martial Hall, Ji Yanran said. They are proficient with hypnosis. I thought they only excelled with their heavenly go, Han Sen asked, as this revelation surprised him. He believed the Wangfu family were only in possession of powerful fighting abilities, not ones of deceit and distortion. How else do you think the Wangfu family can enlist as many students as they do? Do you think they convince others through a display of their power alone? They have a history of researching, learning, adopting, and using various mind tricks. They could very well be the best in the alliance at that sort of thing. Heavenly Go does not belong to them, and only 2 people know it, anyway. The skill is not theirs, Ji Yanran explained. Han Sen then remembered the time that the Chen family had told him of their ownership of Heavenly Go. It was one half of a set that also included 7 twists. Somehow, the Wangfu family had come into possession of Heavenly Go. If I have time, maybe I can go and talk about it with Sister Wangfu, Han Sen casually said. When Ji Yanran heard this, she grabbed Han Sen's ear and angrily exclaimed, "You are not allowed to see her." Why? Han Sen strained to say, under agonizing pain. You are simply not allowed, there is no why. Ji Yanran nibbled her lips. Han Sen, seeing her beautiful face, quickly turned her over. Another storm raged. Inside the sanctuary, a man ascended a mountain. After he reached the halfway point, a group of men barred his passage and prevented further travel. Friend, do you know what this place is? The leader, with a scar across his face, coldly laughed at the man. I do not know. The man raised his head and cast a glance back towards the scarred man. The scarred man now saw the other's face clearly. He looked young and possessed a baby face, but one that was partially veiled by a bushy mustache. His eyes were honest and large, and when you saw them, maintaining a front of intimidation became much more difficult. The scarred man's face appeared softer, and so he calmly said, "This is Heaven Valley. It is the territory of our angel shelter. Your uninhibited passage can be granted for the price of 1 mutant beast soul." But I do not have any mutant beast souls, the baby-faced man said in response. Then you will have to traverse a portion of the Black Desert or scale Death Mountain, the scarred man told the traveler. Heaven Valley possessed the only fair-footed throughway to where he wished to go. It was skirted by Death Mountain and the Black Desert on either side. If you could not traverse this road, any detour would take many more months. Death was much more likely to find those who ventured in such treacherous places. But that will take a long time, the baby-faced man said. Is this the face of concern? If you want to continue this way, hand over a mutant beast soul, the man with a scar on his face said. Well, what about if I kill you? What if I killed you all? If I did that, would I still be required to pay? Or would this toll of yours be forfeit? The baby-faced man looked upon the other and spoke with a stern, serious face. Ha ha ha. Scarface and those that accompanied him did not take the threat seriously, and so they all burst out laughing. Angel Shelter belonged to Angel Gene, otherwise known as the Zhao family. Any that sought to venture there and offended them were either foolish or insane. They thought the baby-faced man did not even know what Angel Gene was, and they just believed him to be an arrogant and pitiable man. The next second, the baby-faced man waved his hand. As he did so, an invisible blade shot through the air. He began stepping forward, and as each foot returned to the ground, a person's head was launched through the air. By the time the baby-faced man had managed to pass their roadblock, none were left alive. They all lay dead, scattered and crumpled on the ground. I am not fond of killing, but I have antipathy of trouble. I am sorry for this. The baby-faced man's eyes still looked clean, not dirty or tainted with the regret or pleasure of murder. Onwards through Heaven Valley he went. Han Sen reviewed the information he had received from Ji Yanran concerning the third god's sanctuary. It detailed which spirit shelters were known of, and what was known of them and their occupants. He read it over a few times, unable to find out anything about the spirit that took the white rhino away. The middle of Han Sen's forehead still contained the mark, and he was worried over the prospect of being teleported to that spirit's shelter upon his arrival in the third god's sanctuary. Humans had no control of where they spawned in the third god's sanctuary, and it was unknown whether or not such fates were determined by spirits. Han Sen's super geno point tally had reached 55, and it wouldn't be long before he maxed them out. Since he was nearing his ascension to the third god's sanctuary, he had to start thinking forward and figuring things out. If I really do end up in that spirit's shelter, I should obey as instructed. I only have this one life. Han Sen destroyed the information after finishing with it, and then continued to think. There are numerous pros and cons when accepting the contract of a spirit, but to be contracted by a low-level one would be pointless. However, if it was an ordinary shelter or a night shelter, there is the possibility I could escape to be free. Or perhaps even claim it. He hadn't heard of any more super creatures existing in the area he was, so Han Sen decided to travel. He selected the faraway Sandao River as his next destination, for he had heard murmurs of fearsome monsters that inhabited it. To get there, he would have to traverse great swaths of forest. There was nothing more Han Sen desired in the second god's sanctuary, so all he fancied doing now was speeding up his acquisition of super geno points to ascend to the third god's sanctuary. With the silver fox in tow, Han Sen journeyed through the forests until he reached the Sandao River area. There, he took in the sight of numerous lakes and rivers intertwined with each other. It was a grand freshwater place. There were many creatures living there, of many different breeds and species. Han Sen was making for the Emerald Lake, where people said a dinosaur-looking creature roamed. Many people had also seen it caring for a baby, too. After reaching the region, it wasn't long before Han Sen found a group of people fighting. At first he thought they were a group of hunters taking on creatures of the area, but upon closer inspection, he saw that the human figures were in fact killing a man. Although the people looked very powerful, the man they sought to kill looked even scarier. Every time he unleashed a strike, someone was injured. But unfortunately for him, the numbers that surrounded him were too many. The fight appeared to have gone on for some time, as he was badly injured and drenched in blood. He didn't seem to be faring too well. Whoever dares challenge Angel Gene will be skinned alive. The leader of the group again ordered his people to kill the man. The fighters he was commanding didn't look well, either. And the face of the leader was flustered and angry. Angel Gene. When Han Sen heard this, his mind flashed. When Han Sen was once attacked by a strange bloodhorn Shura, he suspected Angel Gene as being most likely to want to hurt him. He had done some digging, in an attempt to uncover who wished him dead, but all the leads led to dead ends. Now, things seemed even more suspicious. Even if it wasn't them who had gone after him, Han Sen did not like Angel Gene. The man, surrounded by a legion of Angel Gene goons, didn't look like he deserved that treatment. He didn't look like a bad person, at all. What the Angel Gene people were doing grated on Han Sen. Han Sen contemplated what to do for some time before coming to a decision. Eventually, he told the Silver Fox and Little Angel to leave the area for a while. He summoned his armor to look like Dollar and approached the Angel Gene people. Although he hated the people of Angel Gene, he couldn't risk conflict with them due to his identity and familial association. Therefore, he readopted his persona of Dollar. This is official Angel Gene business. Get lost. One of the Angel Gene yahoos shouted at him when Han Sen approached. Han Sen did not say anything before unleashing his elephant disc punch. When he punched the man, he went flying away in a haze of blood. Han Sen was not one who wanted to kill other people. What he wanted to do, more than anything, was save the person and ask what he had done to receive such harsh treatment. There had to be a reason, and although he despised Angel Gene, there was always the chance that the man who was surrounded actually deserved the treatment he was getting. Dollar. Seeing Han Sen approach, it did not take long for someone to recognize him. After all, he was more famous than ever. He was the first person to achieve the title Son of God. In the second God's sanctuary. Dollar. Angel Gene has no conflict with you. Why rival us? The man shouted at Han Sen, clearly not desiring conflict with the revered Dollar. Han Sen did not answer. He merely ran forward, and like a parting sea, the others cleared a path for him to approach the injured man. "Friend, follow me," Han Sen said to the man, forcing a rougher voice. Then, he turned and fled the scene. The Angel Gene henchmen were visibly angry, but they did not dare lift a finger to Han Sen. And without resistance, Han Sen was able to deliver the man safely from the area. If it had been anyone else, they'd definitely have fought back. But Dollar's reputation was too lofty, and they believed fighting him was asking for death. "Boss, so many of our brothers have died to that man. Now, he has practically escaped. How are we to report this?" Someone, who looked fairly disheartened, asked the leader. He did not want to be punished over what had happened. "We will just report the truth. Dollar came to save him, and there was nothing we could do to oppose that man's desire. I am sure they will understand our reasoning. It is Dollar, after all," the man said, in a voice of confidence. After Han Sen departed the region and escaped successfully, the person he brought with him collapsed on the ground and fainted. Han Sen squatted to observe his wounds. He was surprised the man was still able to fight that entire time, as his injuries were quite severe. His will to live and fight was incredibly powerful. Han Sen applied some medicine to his wounds and brought him deep into the woods, where no spying eyes could observe them. He wanted to ask the man what happened when he woke up. "You saved me." When the guy woke up, he was neither in a state of shock or panic. His clear and bright eyes looked upon Han Sen. "Kind of." Han Sen checked the man out as he spoke. He had a pretty baby face that was adorned with a mustache. He wasn't sure what he was feeling, but Han Sen knew this was not the sort of person he'd soon forget. "Who do you want to kill?" the baby-faced man asked. "What?" Han Sen was surprised by the question, unsure of whether or not his ears has deceived him. After all, why would he ask such a question? "I owe you a life, and my talents lie in the taking of lives. If you want me to kill someone, I will do that as a return for the favor you have done me." The baby-faced man stopped moving. After a pause, he continued, "Of course, creatures can count for that equation, too." "What is your name?" Han Sen looked at the baby-faced man. "Luo Yin," the baby-faced man answered quickly. He didn't seem cold or reserved. "Why have you gotten into a fight with the people from Angel Gene?" Han Sen asked. "Because I despise trouble." Luo Yin shrugged. Han Sen laughed and said, "If you are afraid of getting into trouble, you may have to study what is needed to avoid it. Hunting down members of Angel Gene is not how you stay out of trouble. I am not a smart person, so studying does not come easy." Luo Yin sighed. Han Sen thought the man was rather interesting, but he had yet to receive any concrete information from him. The guy was not just funny, as there was a depth to his character. He was not as simple as he was letting on. "You really are Dollar?" Luo Yin asked. "I suppose," Han Sen answered. "It is a shame I have sustained such wounds. If I was in better condition, I would enjoy sparring with you," Luo Yin said. "You seem to have forgotten that you owe me one life." Han Sen looked at Luo Yin. "I have not said anything to contradict my prior pledge. If we fight, and I beat you, but at the same time do not kill you, consider that a cash-in on the life I owe you," Luo Yin said, with surprising seriousness. "And what if you lose?" Han Sen was really interested in Luo Yin. "You can either kill me or spare me. If you spare my life, I will owe you too." Luo Yin answered the question directly, and did not even pause for a brief moment before responding. Han Sen shook his head, and with a wry smile said, "What are you doing here?" "I have come here to fight someone I cannot kill," Luo Yin replied. "You are an interesting fellow. If you cannot kill the person you seek to fight, why bother fighting him at all? You expect and accept loss." Han Sen thought the person he had met was someone of great depth, and his persona was colored and textured with many layers of thoughtful contemplation. "I do not like killing people. To fight someone and lose may not be all that bad," Luo Yin said. "In that case, good luck." Although Han Sen considered the man with great interest, he did not want to engage in a pointless conversation such as this. He wanted information, and he wouldn't get any if he carried on like this. Han Sen stood up and prepared to leave. But Luo Yin, trembling, stood up and looked to follow. "Why are you following me?" Han Sen asked, as a queer tone coated his words. "I cannot leave something undone, I cannot leave a debt unpaid. I will follow you until you prepare a task for me. Once I have accomplished the deed you bid me to do, I will leave and pursue whatever endeavor I seek next," Luo Yin said. "Although I would like to fulfill your pledged obligation, there is no one here that can threaten me. It'll be some time before you can repay me. Han Sen smiled. You are proud, Luo Yin said, partly in question. I have what it takes to be proud, don't I? Han Sen coldly said. Luo Yin did not say anything further. Instead, he moved. Although he was heavily injured, his strike was incredibly steady. An invisible power departed his hands. Falsified sky power. Upon seeing the power, Han Sen's face changed. He was no longer a stranger to this force. Without hesitating, Han Sen threw a punch to collide with that power. The power of the Elephant Rex strike put the very atmosphere into a vortex of turmoil. But just as Han Sen's fist looked to touch the invisible power, it disappeared right before the collision. Before Han Sen noticed anything further, he was slashed across the chest. A sharp metal noise was produced. Han Sen was shocked, not knowing how he was hit. He could predict the falsified sky power, but his punch did not come into contact with it. He wasn't the only one surprised, however, as Luo Yin looked visibly shocked, as well. Although he hit Han Sen with all his might, it only left a light mark on his armor. He was going to say, I could have beheaded you, but I did not. Consider the life I owe you repaid. But instead, there was only silence. He acknowledged his inability to slay Dollar, and as a result, could not so easily repay the life he owed. Try again, Han Sen looked at Luo Yin and told him. He knew Luo Yin was not mad, and he knew for sure the strike was not supposed to kill him outright. But he wanted to know why he could not block it. The man's falsified sky power was different than what Luo Li had exhibited. If you have heard of the falsified Sky Sutra, then you must know you cannot withstand my power. It conjures a strike that cannot miss, no matter how the sought recipient seeks to dodge. Luo Yin felt awkward but continued to speak. I cannot break your armor, however. It is useless, even if I manage to hit you. You were indeed correct, none can threaten you. Not here, not in the second God's sanctuary. I am afraid I will never be able to repay you. I do not believe that, Han Sen frowned. Han Sen had never of an attack such as the one he spoke of. He did not know because he had not practiced the falsified Sky Sutra. Luo Yin said, nothing more and instead tried to attack again. This time, Han Sen stared at his curious opponent with absolute focus. He was going to give it his all and dodge the strike that was to come, but it was useless. The attack hit his neck. Luo Yin did this another 13 times until he collapsed and sat on the ground. His wounds were cracked once more, and blood oozed from the orifices. The 13 hits were all delivered to different parts of Han Sen's body. He tried dodging and blocking each time, but despite his most valiant efforts, he failed to avoid the hits. If he wasn't wearing his Devil Ant King armor, he'd have been dismembered 13 times. No matter how much he tried, Han Sen could not block the attacks. Each of Luo Yin's strikes were sent and received exactly where he desired them to be. No matter how hard Han Sen tried, he could not dodge them. No wonder Mom said, when I meet someone who has fully learned the true falsified Sky Sutra I should not dodge or try to defend. Killing such a foe quickly would be the only route to victory. It really is quite the terrifying skill. Han Sen's heart was rocked with surprise. He couldn't even see where Luo Yin attacked from, so it was no wonder why this skill of the Luo family was considered legendary. Ah, I cannot kill you. You should go. If you need me to kill someone on your behalf someday, call me anytime. This is getting annoying. Luo Yin sighed. Han Sen looked at Luo Yin and did not say anything. He turned and left. Although he knew Luo Yin could not beat him, the falsified Sky Sutra's power made Han Sen feel danger unlike ever before. For now, Luo Yin could not break his armor, but what if someday someone could? What if he went up against a foe possessing a weapon that could perform the strike as needed? Han Sen lacked confidence in his ability to stay alive against the falsified Sky Sutra because they could not miss. If they attacked, it would all be over. What is falsified Sky Sutra, exactly? Han Sen did not believe an unbreakable skill existed in this world. Everything had its weakness, and Han Sen only had to find it. In fact, Han Sen had used his Dongshuan aura to scan Luo Yin's moves when they fought. He couldn't track the skill's delivery, but he did uncover something. Although Han Sen was unable to trace the path of the falsified sky power, it was cast by a human. That meant Han Sen could tell exactly when Luo Yin cast the move. With this knowledge, Han Sen should be able to fight in a way that would prevent his opponent from casting any falsified sky powers. No matter how powerful a skill was, it was pointless if it could not be used. But this was just a thought. He couldn't blindly go against something like that and expect things to turn out exactly as he envisioned. He knew he'd have to deliberate it more and work out exactly how he might break down those attacks. Han Sen was not an old-fashioned man. He had doubts, so he didn't venture to the Emerald Lake as planned. Instead, he returned to a human shelter so he could go back to the Alliance. Upon his return, he wanted to research and learn as much as he could about the falsified Sky Sutra. He didn't plan on learning it, but Han Sen would definitely value a way in which he might break it, if it was ever used against him again. The Luo family would never expect the falsified Sky Sutra they gave Han Sen to go unlearned, and he would instead use it to reverse engineer a counter to the very thing they desired him to know. After glossing over a bunch of information, Han Sen stumbled onto something rather elucidating. The power is of the sky but not, it is Shura. Power is drawn from blackened hearts. After reading this sentence, Han Sen sort of understood what it meant. The falsified sky power was derived from the Shura, obtained through the consequence of evil actions. You cannot avoid karma. Once you strike, it is locked on and unavoidable. If it really was karma, then no one could avoid it. But this falsified Sky Sutra was created by humans. The karma they created was just a power built by the hands of humans. After Han Sen saw this, his mood began to ease. The power of humans could always be exhausted, they could not go on forever. So, the falsified Sky Sutra that never missed had to suffer from the same human defect. If things are like this, then the Dongshuan Sutra should be a falsified Sky Sutra buster. Dongshuan is all about seeing opportunities. You can observe people, the sky and ground. You can see through everything in this world. My Dongshuan aura should be able to trace the coming of falsified sky power. So, why am I unable to? Han Sen had yet to come up with a solution to this puzzle. Han Sen brought out his Dongshuan Sutra and gave it a read. There was still much content he did not understand. The lexicon of its writing was too ancient and old. It had been a long time since he last tried reading it, but now here he was again with it. He compared it with the falsified Sky Sutra, for his knowledge of the Dongshuan Sutra had greatly expanded by now. So, Dongshuan Sutra can restrict falsified Sky Sutra. My Dongshuan aura should be able to see and predict the path falsified sky powers take. But it looks like I lost my way when learning the Dongshuan Sutra, and I focused too much on observing energies. Energy is only one component of everything in this world, after all. Han Sen felt as if he was learning more, the more he read. And the more he read, the more he realized just how incredible the Dongshuan Sutra really was. The contents would undoubtedly shock the world and bring God himself to tears. Still, there were many things he was unable to learn to completion. It shouldn't be too difficult to break the falsified sky power. I need to sense destiny and predict karma. Then, it all boils down to which combatant is more powerful. Han Sen closed his Dongshuan Sutra with a far greater understanding. Han Sen didn't choose to immediately change his Dongshuan aura. He started to review Jideskin, which he had learned before it. After unlocking his first gene lock with Jideskin, his eighth sense was what would enable him to restrict the falsified sky power the most. If he mastered his eighth sense, with the power of space and time, and his super sensibility, he wagered he could catch the falsified sky power's trace. But Han Sen was already used to Dongshuan aura, which was similar enough. He rarely made use of his eighth sense, as it was. But now that he had read the Dongshuan Sutra again, he had learned something new. He thought the Dongshuan aura could include the eighth sense. So, he took a look at its specifics again, and got to thinking of a way he could incorporate it directly into Dongshuan aura. And if he could not do that, he'd at least want to find a way in which he could use both simultaneously. But the Dongshuan Sutra was the real and complete one. He had just been too focused on energy patterns and flows before. He had obtained many advantages from that, yes, but it resulted in him losing the true meaning behind Dongshuan aura. Han Sen did not go back to the sanctuary for a while. He remained where he was, practicing the Dongshuan Sutra and Jideskin, hoping for a breakthrough. He thought the Luo family's business was too complicated. Even though his mom tried her hardest to get away from them, they'd always crop up in an unexpected manner. Han Sen began to think he might not be able to completely escape them, either. If there was some conflict with the Luo family in the future, this would be his best shot of coming out on top. If he didn't learn how to overcome the falsified Sky Sutra, even if he learned it himself, he would be unable to compete with the Luo family. The Dongshuan Sutra, which could predict and foresee every opportunity, was his best chance of staying alive if he ever had to do combat with someone with a high tier of the falsified Sky Sutra. Therefore, Han Sen got to practicing seriously once more. Unfortunately for him, however, progress was excruciatingly slow. So, Han Sen decided to visit the virtual training camp so he could do battle with real people. He would learn much faster through actual combat. Qin Zan visited the virtual training camp whenever she could, too. She always did so in the hopes of meeting up with a little soldier on the battleship for some guidance. But it had been a long time since she last saw him, and this severely disappointed her. So, on this day, she entered the virtual training camp and went straight to her friend list like usual. Much to her surprise, she saw a little soldier on the battleship was online. "Coach, are you free?" Qin Zan quickly sent a message and invited him to her lobby. Han Sen saw Ms. Perfume's invitation arrive and agreed to join. He knew Ms. Perfume was Qin Zan, but Qin Zan didn't know Han Sen was a little soldier on the battleship. Therefore, he exercised much caution in not allowing her to see who he truly was. Qin Zan was quite powerful among evolvers, but because of Han Sen's fitness, she was far weaker than him now. But not everything came down to fitness. The hyper-geno arts and combat skills she possessed would do well for his practice. That was why he agreed to join her. "Use all you can to beat me," Han Sen said to Qin Zan after entering the arena. Qin Zan was happy to hear this and even happier to oblige. She thought the reason why he said this was so he could test her power and correct any mistakes she made. To have such a powerful elite practice with her was a brilliant thing. Chapter 791. Empirical Sword. Qin Zan let loose a flurry of attacks towards Han Sen, who remained in a defensive position, allowing her to do as she could. He was able to block each and every strike. The Dongshuan aura allowed him to sense all things, but Han Sen had previously stuck to only using it to observe life forces. As he shifted his focus on the skill, it began to feel more and more like the eighth sense. Han Sen used his feelings to block Qin Zan's attacks, and did not actually watch her with open eyes. The more he practiced, the greater his abilities of perception became. It wasn't quite on par with the eighth sense yet, but he wanted to get it there. Although fighting with others was a fine aid for practicing, Han Sen soon discovered it was difficult for him to trace the attacks of others in the virtual community. While the virtual community felt real enough, everyone was just data. They weren't inhabiting a physical space, and as such, it was difficult for Han Sen to learn exactly what he needed. Most of the time, he was just guessing where to deflect. In these conditions, I can still predict the attacks of an opponent. This means I have been successful, on the whole. Han Sen was not a person who shied away from difficult tasks. Instead, the prospect of performing something tough, and then coming out on top, excited him. When they first started practicing together, Han Sen used his vision as a secondary support to completely block her attacks. The longer he practiced, the more he could lax on his need for vision and rely solely on perception without eyes. Although progress was slow, even a tiny bit was enough to bring Han Sen much joy. As for Qin Zan, she was holding back when she attacked during the early stages of their practice. It was only as time went on that she noticed her inability to deal any damage to her sparring partner. No matter what attack she performed, Han Sen seemed able to block it flawlessly. When she noticed his unwillingness to fight back, she realized she had no need to hold back. Then, she committed all her focus and power into attacking without restraint. Despite her best efforts, she could not break or bypass his guard. "Coach, will you be here again tomorrow?" Qin Zan asked Han Sen, when she had to leave. "Yes, I'll be visiting here for a while to come," Han Sen answered, with certainty. Until his Dongshuan aura was as efficient as his eighth sense, he wasn't going to return to the sanctuary. When Qin Zan received this answer, she looked incredibly happy. After leaving the virtual training camp, she returned to her room and brought out a hyper-geno art. The hyper-geno art was titled, Empirical Sword. This skill was focused purely on attack and saved nothing for defense. It was extremely powerful, but also extremely risky to perform during the heat of battle. The Qin family had been in possession of the skill since ancient times, but due to the risk involved in its usage, few bothered learning it. Once you committed to this strike, there was no going back. If your attack was ineffective, and the opponent on the receiving end was able to fight back, you'd most likely end up dead. In the ancestral book of their lineage, many family members were recorded to have died while using Empirical Sword. The Qin family did have many other powerful skills, however. She didn't have to only use empirical sword, and adding to that, she had not spent any time learning it before. But she thought of giving it a go while going up against an opponent who never attacked back, Han Sen. Qin Zan could not once break his guard, so she thought of using this skill to surprise him. Gaining some casual experience and practice with the skill could only be a boon for her, as well. Qin Zan then took to learning it, and the next day when she and Han Sen fought, it surprised him a lot. Her intimidating approach was vastly different than it had been the day before, which excited him, too. After Qin Zan used empirical sword, she realized she quite liked it. So, she dedicated more time and research into its intricacies. After doing a deep dive to learn it better and better, she became very proficient with it. This excited her a lot, but the grief-driven history of the skill ever gnawed at her mind. Are you okay? While Han Sen battled with Qin Zan in a merry mood, her talent with the new skill only continued to improve. This was good for him, as the added pressure forced him to get better and better. It was exactly what Han Sen needed, but before long, he noticed Qin Zan withdrawing a little bit. The zest and intimidating momentum she wielded at the beginning of the day's session had all disappeared. Coach, this sword skill can only strike. There is no defense, at all. I fear that it is too risky, and I should hold back from learning more of it. When Qin Zan looked at Han Sen, she appeared to be lost. It was obvious how much she sought and valued advice from him. What is the skill called? Han Sen asked. Empirical sword. Qin Zan did not hide this and told him directly. The power of grand empires is to secure victory without bloodshed. Their presence compels obedience. When your sword skills reach a level that does not require battle, then you will have truly learned it. If you never have to fight, then there is no risk, Han Sen slowly said. Not fight? Qin Zan looked at Han Sen. Yes. To not have to do battle is to reach a zenith of your being. Han Sen nodded, and then continued to say, we will stop here for now, while you mull my words over for a time. Listen to what your heart tells you. If you want to learn it, continue. If you harbor doubt, then give it up now. You cannot be half and half with this skill. It will get you killed, if so. Thank you, coach. I will indeed think this over. Qin Zan left the virtual training camp, deep in thought over what Han Sen had told her. Qin Zan thought things over for a long time, and her mind was racked with indecision. Eventually, she reached out to call someone else. On her communicator, the image of an old man appeared on screen. Little Xuanxuan, you have actually reached out to me. 'Tis a rare happenstance. The old man sipped tea, as a certain of bitterness tinged his words. Great-grandfather, I want to practice empirical sword, Qin Zan said, with seriousness in her voice. The old man's head shook, and he looked back with seriousness, too. He observed his great-granddaughter for a while and eventually asked, tell me why you seek to practice it. Qin Zan told him what had been happening, and then she said, so, after much consideration, I wish to learn it. And I want to reach a level where fighting will never be necessary. To not fight is the great oppression, and I have much interest in meeting this person you speak so fondly of, the old man said, instead of answering Qin Zan directly. Great-grandpa, if you would like to meet him, that can be arranged for tomorrow in the virtual training camp. But tell me, should I learn empirical sword? Qin Zan asked, with a girlier voice. She barely showed her more ladylike side to anyone, not even her parents. She would only do it before her great-grandfather. Don't you have the answer, residing deep in your heart? For what purpose are you asking this old man? The old man laughed and continued to say, remember to call me tomorrow, so that I can see what sort of person this fellow is, to have told you such profound things. If something happens to my great-granddaughter in the future, over the words spoken to her by this person, then I will go after him and not relent. Great-grandpa, this has nothing to do with my coach, Qin Zan pleaded, with a cute and higher-pitched voice. Of course it has. If he did not tell you that not fighting is to reach the zenith, then you would not know the way of the empirical sword. If these words were not spoken, then you would not be so keen on learning this skill, the old man coldly said. After Han Sen woke up, he logged into the virtual training camp. Qin Zan was already online, and she wasted no time in inviting him to a lobby. Coach, I have decided to learn empirical sword, Qin Zan told him directly. Okay, Han Sen said. The way he saw things, Qin Zan was a woman who could do anything. She surmounted challenges of all sorts easily, and it was difficult to grasp that feeling with the other men he knew. He thought empirical sword would suit her just fine. They both matched against each other again, but this time, there was someone in the audience. It was a middle-aged gentleman. Qin Zan thought her great-grandfather was a strange man. He was incredibly old, but upon making his virtual avatar, he created a delicate and handsome middle-aged man. He had also taken to flirting with other online girls, something which annoyed her quite a bit. At least she was not compelled to inform others that it was indeed her great-grandfather. Admitting such a thing would be extremely embarrassing. After their fight was over, Qin Zan hesitated for a bit before talking. When she spoke, she said, "Coach, I have a friend who would like to match against you. Would this be okay?" "Sure," Han Sen quickly agreed, as it did not concern him who he practiced with. "Cool, I will ask him to invite you, then." Qin Zan felt relieved, not hearing Han Sen ask her who this person was. If he had, she wouldn't have known how to answer him. She could not lie, but admitting the truth would be painful. After waiting a bit, Han Sen saw a friend request pop up, alongside the ID of its sender. It was called, "A King with 72 Wives," a name which made Han Sen laugh. He happily accepted the request. This name was one of the primary reasons why Qin Zan did not want to introduce the person as her great-grandfather. After Han Sen added him as a friend, he received a match invite. He agreed, but did not expect the person he was about to face to be a demigod. Qin Zan was prepared to watch the fight, but her entry was prevented. A fighter has disabled spectating. Entry is prohibited. Hearing the system announcement, Qin Zan froze. She had no idea why she had been locked out. "Great-grandpa, what are you doing?" Qin Zan sent Qin Taishuan a message. The recipient has disabled their messaging functionality. Try again later. When Qin Zan heard this second announcement, she began to feel awful. She had no idea what her great-grandfather sought to do. When Han Sen entered the arena, his body felt a great chill. He could sense a feeling of danger encroach and swell inside him. It was the sort of feeling that suggested he was not going up against a person, but rather a monster. If he was in the sanctuary, he'd turn tail and run within a heartbeat. This scary feeling made him tremble. He was not afraid in his mind, however. His body's reaction was only natural, when faced with the potential of extreme danger. It was merely quite strange for him, since he had never suffered this reaction before. Han Sen forced his body to calm down, and after doing so, approached to observe his opponent. Han Sen knew there would be no point in running. If he ever met someone in real life who could make his body shiver like this, he knew he wouldn't be granted the opportunity of flight. Han Sen was simply glad he had only encountered this person here in the virtual Skynet, and he wasn't a real enemy of his. "Why have you convinced Qin Zan to learn that skill?" Qin Taishuan coldly asked. "Because I think it suits her," Han Sen said, not looking to hide anything. Although he did not compel Qin Zan to learn it, he hoped that she would learn it due to how well it suited her. "Then let me see if you have what it takes to even think about it." Qin Taishuan stepped forward and his hands became blades. Without pause, he slashed towards Han Sen. In this virtual world, when Han Sen saw the strike come, he felt as if the world had gotten smaller. It was like the entire space was taken by this attack, and he could neither move nor dodge. He felt as if he would just have to stand and wait there, anticipating the moment he would be broken by his opponent. Han Sen knew that it wasn't the power gap between the two that prohibited him from fighting back, it was just the feelings he was suffering from, as a result of going against someone of a much higher tier. It stifled him. Han Sen's heart was tough, and he had frequently found himself triumphing over life or death moments. Thinking this over, he became determined not to lose over the strength he perceived someone else to have. He cast the Dongshuan Sutra, which resulted in his body shaking. But still, his eyes shone bright with determination, devoid of any glimmer of a desire to back out. All he did was stare at the hand that approached him. He did not move back nor forward. Instead, he moved horizontally. Pang! When the attack landed, he felt as if his chest was about to be torn open. One of his arms and half a shoulder were sliced off. The system simulated the appearance of gushing blood, as his HP bar was brought down to a sliver. But the opponent's attack did not defeat him right away, and he still had a single-digit amount of HP left. Qin Taishuan's eyes looked strange. He could tell that his opponent was not some leader in an army and was instead just a young man. But for a young man to have such a reaction towards his attack was special, and even here in a virtual community, it surprised Qin Taishuan a great amount. If Han Sen backed off, then that would mean his mind was lost. If he went forward, then that would imply he was reckless under pressure. No matter which way Han Sen went, he'd have been defeated. But under such pressure, Han Sen could still use his best judgment and heed his own advice. To this, Qin Taishuan was surprised and in great admiration of him. Qin Taishuan thought it was incredible to see a young man such as this. If you have convinced little Xuanxuan to learn this skill, you must be responsible. Qin Taishuan merely looked at Han Sen now, foregoing a desire to attack. Han Sen was preparing to fight back, but put away his attempt upon hearing him speak. His heart could properly take in what was spoken, so he asked, responsible? Responsible for what? If a powerful sword lacks a proper scabbard, then it will inevitably harm the wielder. If you have suggested that she learn empirical sword, then you must be her scabbard, Qin Taishuan said with calm gravitas. Scabbard. Han Sen was unsure what he meant. Qin Zan was only seeking to learn a new sword skill. It wasn't as if she was being melted down and reforged into a blade herself. What scabbard? The most important aspect of empirical sword lies in the ruler's heart. If there is no heart, there can be no sword. But this heart, Qin Taishuan sighed and then continued to say, the absolute power is dependent on the heart. If the heart sinks, so too does the power. She needs a person to keep her feeling as if she were in danger. She needs a person who gives her purpose to proceed and strive ever forward, not to remain where she is and be content. Only that can sharpen the sword that will be sheathed inside the scabbard you will embody. Why me? Han Sen asked with confusion. There were many elites in the Qin family, so Han Sen did not understand why Qin Taishuan wanted him to be the scabbard. He was an outsider, and no one else in the Qin family even knew about him. If you do not know the heart, how can you be the scabbard? Qin Taishuan said, while staring at Han Sen. He continued, tell me your name, kid. I can only suppose you are someone special. Qin Taishuan believed Han Sen to hail from a big family, if he indeed possessed such wisdom. The kid intrigued him very much and so, he wanted to confirm his identity before allowing him to become the scabbard. Han Sen hesitated for a moment, and then said, I am Han Sen. I am a subordinate of Team Qin. Now I am captain of the special squad. If I can help Team Qin, I will do whatever I am able to. You are Han Sen. Qin Taishuan looked at him in a strange way. Qin Taishuan had heard Han Sen's name before, but not through his achievements. It was because he was the son-in-law of Ji Ruijun, and had a blood relation with the Luo family. Yes, if you need me, give me a call. Han Sen nodded, as there was nothing else he could say. And there was nothing else he could do to prove he was indeed Han Sen. Have you joined the Luo family? Qin Taishuan wore a serious look. My surname is Han, not Luo, Han Sen replied. Qin Taishuan's expression was complex, and after a brief time of silence elapsed between the two, he said to Han Sen, Qin Zan will be depending on you. What should I do? Han Sen was not sure what was needed to be a good scabbard. Spend time practicing with her. Beat her, but not too harshly. Qin Taishuan said this and prepared to leave. How can I contact you? Han Sen asked. My name is Qin Taishuan, he answered. Han Sen was shocked, and in his heart, he thought to himself, the demigod Qin Taishuan. It is no wonder he is so powerful. I am afraid he already went easy on me. If he didn't, I wouldn't be standing here with a modicum of health remaining. Old Qin, there is something I must ask. Han Sen felt embarrassed. What is it? Qin Taishuan looked at Han Sen. Qin Zan does not know who I am, could you please not tell her? If you told her, I can only suspect she will become mad. Han Sen bore a wry smile. Okay. Qin Taishuan nodded. Thank you, old Qin. Han Sen was now beaming with happiness. After Han Sen departed, Qin Taishuan looked puzzled. He thought to himself, I hope he does not join the Luo family. A person like that, joining them, it would either be the luckiest thing or the worst thing for the alliance. Great-grandpa, what were you doing with my coach? Qin Zan finally saw him return and asked the question as quickly as possible. Nothing. I was just testing him. I wanted to see if he was sufficiently qualified to teach my cute, great-granddaughter. He is all right. Qin Taishuan smiled. Why would you not allow me to see? Qin Zan looked as if she didn't entirely trust what he had to say. Qin Taishuan merely squinted and said, do you want to stand around here all day chatting, or do you want to come home with me so that I can show you the true empirical sword? I can learn it. Qin Zan looked surprised, not expecting to be allowed to learn it so soon. The empirical sword she had previously learned was just a skill. The hyper-Geno art was forbidden from the family, and without Qin Taishuan's permission, she wouldn't even be allowed to look upon it. Remember this, to not fight is the most oppressive thing you can do. To learn this without heeding that will only harm you, Qin Taishuan said, with an unreadable expression. Han Sen practiced with Qin Zhan every day, and when he wasn't practicing, he spent his time playing Hand of God. Playing Hand of God actually aided the training of his perception. And especially so, since he was going up against bots. Highly advanced AI posed a far greater challenge to him than humans did. The primary reason for this was because of the AI's reaction speeds, which far exceeded that of ordinary humans. The AI always knew when the next light spot was to appear. With AI as your opponents, you would need brilliant abilities of perception. You would have to accurately predict where the light spot was before the AI itself became aware, and then react before they did. Han Sen chose to compete against the hardest level of AI, one which other humans had great difficulty going against. In the beginning, Han Sen's success rate was low, only managing to get 2 light spots out of every 100. And even those times were through guesses. But as Han Sen became more powerful, the number of light spots he managed to obtain increased. After all, the AI was programmed and scripted, adhering to rules established by the creators. Over time, Han Sen began to get a feel for the AI's rhythm, and as he did, his success rate grew. After 2 months of constant practice, Han Sen's perception with his Dongshuan aura only continued to improve. By that time, it had almost wholly caught up with Jadeskin's 8th sense. Congratulations! You have beaten Hand of God Super Mode. After getting the final light spot, the announcement played to congratulate Han Sen. At the same time, the whole community of Hand of God played the announcement. Evolver class player, Win a Girlfriend, is now the first player to complete Super Mode and has been granted the title, Hand of God. The announcement played 3 times across the entire community, and brought everyone to a standstill. Holy smokes, is that for real? An Evolver, finished Super Mode, who is that powerful? They must be cheating. How can an Evolver finish Super Mode? He must have been single for 50 years, willing to do anything to win a girlfriend. I don't think the system can make mistakes. But I'll echo your sentiments and ask how an Evolver could possibly pass this difficulty. Many people believed the feat to have been impossible. A lot of the professional Hand of God players went to search for the identity of the player only known as Win a Girlfriend. They added him as a friend and invited Han Sen to play many times, to see how good he truly was. When Han Sen saw the first request, he accepted it. But later, the friend request tone was like a fire alarm. Unable to cope with the number of requests he was suddenly receiving, he simply decided to turn on his busy status. The only person he accepted sent him a match request. Player, God's Third Hand, has sent you a match request. Will you accept? God's Third Hand was a very famous player in the Hand of God community circles. Over the past 5 years, God's Third Hand had managed to beat out every other professional Evolver Hand of God player, coming first place in 4 of the annual Hand of God championships in the process. His talent for the game resulted in others referring to him as God's favorite child. In addition to his constant practice of the game, his legendary status was achieved in a variety of different ways. And aside from being naturally talented, he had a special hyper-Geno art that aided his play. Everyone knew his name in the Hand of God circles, but even he had yet to beat Super Mode. His speed and reactions could not match that of the AI, and it had been believed that Evolvers were unable to beat the master-level AI. But now, all of a sudden, an unknown Evolver had managed to beat Super Mode. It was difficult for people to believe, and he did not believe it, either. He assumed whoever had won had managed to forge their identity, and thus it was most likely a surpasser acting under the guise of an Evolver. That was how the cheater had managed to do it, he believed. God's Third Hand wasted no time in inviting Han Sen to match, and he was keen to prove whether or not his theory was correct. Han Sen had spent much time battling the AI to beat the hardest difficulty. To keep going was pointless, but now that a real person had invited him to play, his interest was reinvigorated. Thinking it might be fun, he accepted the invite without hesitation. Win a Girlfriend and God's Third Hand now compete. The system announced, as a special treatment for those who had achieved the title Hand of God. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked. They all quickly scrambled to spectate the match. God's third hand was very famous, and widely recognized as a legendary professional with the game. Han Sen, who was unknown and had just achieved the title Hand of God, was going to compete with him. Intense matches such as this were rare, and only those widely invested in the game could truly grasp how monumental an event such as this really was. Han Sen did not know his one randomly accepted friend request would result in this, and he at first thought God's third hand was just another average, run-of-the-mill player. To be the very first person to send a request, you'd need to be lightning quick. So perhaps it made sense that God's third hand had gotten in first. But even if Han Sen knew beforehand how strong he was, he wouldn't have cared too much. The match started, and every eye in the audience turned to view their hands. With bated breath, they tensely anticipated the appearance of the first light to show. Whoever hit 100 light spots first would be deemed the victor. You could either grab the lights near you, or the ones belonging to your opponent. Each light spot was worth 1 point, and 100 was needed to win. God's third hand watched Han Sen's hands intently, eagerly waiting to witness his speed. If he was too fast, then God's third hand would know he was just a cheap cheater. Many people thought the same way as God's third hand, too. After all, he had been playing for many years, and not a single evolver had yet to reach 50% completion of Super Mode. And that included God's third hand. Somehow, this previously unknown, a girlfriend, entered the scene and finished what was believed to be impossible. Few people put stock in the validity of the win. The first light spot appeared, and everyone looked at Han Sen's hand. Much to the surprise of everyone, the hand moved relatively slowly. The speed was remarkably average, when compared to most high-level players. He couldn't compete well in traditional match-made games if he genuinely played like that. Did he really beat Super Mode with such speed? Everyone thought to themselves. God's third hand frowned, also thinking Han Sen's move was slow. But just as he went to reach his own light spot, he noticed Han Sen had already taken it. 1.0 inches. Whoa. Seeing this, many people made a variety of different noises indicating surprise. God's third hand was faster, so how could a girlfriend grab the light spot first? That confused many people. A girlfriend now moved to God's third hand's side, looking as if he was about to steal his next light spot. God's third hand's face looked cold, and he did not believe his opponent's speed would be enough to beat him. But this was exactly what he wanted. To fight him face to face would expose his speed and reveal to everyone how much of a cheater his rival was. Over the next minute, however, God's third hand felt as if he had slipped into a sordid nightmare. Han Sen's hands were not fast, and they were most certainly slower than his own, but God's third hand had not managed to grab a single light spot. It was so strange, it genuinely made him feel as if he was having a bad dream. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much effort he put into increasing his own speed, he couldn't hit a single light spot. The audience was entirely quiet, as well, unable to believe what they were seeing. A legendary professional player did not have a single point. It would have made sense if Han Sen's hands were fast, but they weren't. In fact, he looked very relaxed. But God's third hand's light spots were all snatched by the flimsy, casual hands. It made people feel pretty awkward on God's third hand's behalf. And nobody could really understand what was going on. The true elites of Hand of God were even more shocked than the rest of the audience. They believed God's third hand's movements were seen by Han Sen beforehand. It was like Han Sen treated God's third hand like a puppet on a string. This cannot be real, everyone started to think. At the same time, they realized how scary this thought genuinely was. The man was a legendary, professional player who had won numerous contests. Yet now, he was getting wrecked by a person they hadn't seen before. Truly, this new contender was frighteningly strong. No one believed Han Sen was cheating now, either. Even if he was playing against the AI, cheating would only enable him to react faster. He couldn't actively work to block an opponent from grabbing a light spot. AI could not predict the decisions of a human, but even if you did not directly compete with the AI, you could still manage to grab light spots for yourself. For that slow speed to prohibit every approach by God's third hand was something not even the AI was able to do. It's like he can control fate itself. This person is the real Hand of God, the audience thought to themselves. After the match was over, Han Sen exited the virtual community. He thought battling other humans was fairly lame, and all around boring. He viewed competition against the AI to be much more exciting. Until he could challenge a surpasser, it was a waste of his time. The fact that the match was considered boring was something that rocked the entire Hand of God community. A legendary, professional player God's third hand was bullied into defeat with a final score of 100-0. It was a shocker. A video of the match circulated virally, as everyone who saw it shared and passed it on. No matter who ended up watching it, they were amazed. But no one suspected when a girlfriend was cheating, and rightfully so. Cheats only allowed someone to speed up, and Han Sen's hands were actually slower than his opponents. Many Hand of God professionals analyzed the match, since the details of the match promised to bring the game into a new era. Previously, it was entirely believed to be a game of speed. After one match, it was revealed to everyone that it could be something more. No longer was it about collecting points through speed alone, now it was about prediction and foresight. And it was possible to play mind games on your opponent, and work to prevent your opponent from collecting their points. A new era began, and this match was officially documented as a guide and a showcase for players. And so, as it was handed out more and more, it became even more widely known. Many people wanted to uncover the identity of the enigmatic Win-A girlfriend. Some teams and organizations even placed a bounty for any concrete information that could aid in the discovery of who the player truly was. But after time elapsed, with no progress in such investigations, the trail went cold. Han Sen no longer had any interest in playing Hand of God. He decided to return to the sanctuary, since the sensing abilities of his Dongshuan aura were almost on par with his Jadeskin's eighth sense. He believed by now, he had what it took to overcome falsified Sky Sutra, and thus, Han Sen wanted to find Luo Yin again. He wanted to see if he could well and truly beat the falsified Sky powers. But Luo Yin was not there, so he reverted back to his original plan, the one that led him to encounter Luo Yin in the first place. Han Sen returned to the Emerald Lake, in the hope he could find the dinosaurs that had been said to reside there, the parent and child. If they did not live together, then Han Sen thought he had a fair chance of killing them. After the silver fox had eaten the second-generation Devil Eye Spider, it seemed to have grown up quite a bit. Its energy flow had almost reached the same level as the fairies. While these changes occurred on the inside, little happened to its exterior. It looked practically the same as it always had, so it didn't seem as if it was yet an adult. Han Sen pulled out the corpse of the silver-winged butterfly, and the silver fox's eyes began to shine towards it. The silver fox hopped onto Han Sen's hand in the hopes of swallowing it. But Han Sen suddenly pulled back his hand. He looked at the silver fox and said, "Little Silver, I treat you better than I would my own son. I give you everything. If you ever think to betray me, I will never forgive you. Do you understand?" The silver fox used its head to rub Han Sen, as saliva drooled from its mouth into the fabric of his clothes. When Han Sen put his hand down, the silver fox leapt off and gobbled up the butterfly in a second flat. Its body seemed to shake and tremble afterwards. Silver lightning suddenly burst forth from it, like silk. This static silk crackled and weaved its way around to encase the silver fox in a silver cocoon. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to watch the cocoon and took a surprised notice of the chaotic energy that swirled inside. It was like a volcano, preparing to erupt at any second. Is it finally growing up? Han Sen felt relieved. He was worried that even after eating the silver butterfly, there'd be no change. If so, Han Sen hadn't a clue how much longer it would take. Han Sen did not know how long it would take for the silver fox to finish its time inside the cocoon, either, but he didn't fancy waiting around. So, he stuffed the cocoon inside his pack and resumed his journey to the Emerald Lake. The Emerald Lake sparkled green, and all you could see was the green unspoiled surface reflecting the sky above. It was a gorgeous view to behold. Upon reaching the lake, Han Sen walked around its length but did not find a single super creature. He used his Dongshuan aura to scan the water. He could only scan up to a depth of about 10 meters, despite how deep it truly was. As a result, he was unable to find anything. "Friend, have you come here looking for dinosaurs? A bunch of us have established a camp and with a fire, and we're having a barbecue." A man appeared and greeted Han Sen, inviting him to join in the festivities. It was rare to see a man so passionate and welcoming, so Han Sen did not hesitate to oblige and take a seat. They spoke together for some time, and Han Sen learned the group was a bunch of friends that composed a squad. They all knew each other back in the first God's Sanctuary, but they all happened to be sent to the same region in the second God's Sanctuary. Such an occurrence was highly unlikely, and so, They took it as a sign that they should form a team. Passing by this lake, they had heard the tales of a dinosaur supposedly inhabiting the place. Therefore, they decided to stop for a while and scope the place out. They had been camping at the same spot for 2 days, but alas, they hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary. "Which squad are you from?" Lu Yunyi asked. "My squad is a bit special. It is not appropriate for me to discuss their affairs here." Han Sen smiled. "A special team, huh? Has anything interesting hit the airwaves? Is there any juicy gossip you can share with us?" Someone else asked. Just as Han Sen was about to tell them a story, he heard watery splashes. Suddenly, the glassy surface of the lake was disturbed, and the tide that caressed the grassy skirt of the lake began to rise. A wave that was a few meters high was generated, and it quickly came in the direction of the camp. Under the force of the sudden tsunami, the fire was immediately put out and the tents were all ruined. Everyone, now drenched, looked out towards the lake. They saw something with the neck and head of a giraffe emerge from the water. This was much bigger than the dinosaur they had previously expected. Its body had to be over 100 meters wide. It was ridiculous. Near the monster, a little version of itself lay. Its body was smaller, at only about 10 meters wide. They both exited the waters and climbed upon the shore at the ghastly sight. Lu Yunyi and his team froze. It was rare to see creatures of such Goliath proportions inhabiting a sanctuary. "Boss, should we fight?" someone asked Lu Yunyi. Lu Yunyi smiled wryly and muttered, "Do you have a death wish? It's huge. Our weapons would only be capable of tickling such a fiend. Its tail alone could wipe us out." As their dialogue unfolded, Han Sen was already running towards the two creatures. He used his Dongshuan aura to scan them. The big one's life force, although blurry, was incredibly strong. It was a first-generation super creature. The small one's energy flow was running strangely, but that aside, it was clear. It was a second-generation super creature. It was rare to find a second-generation super creature that was alone, and although the big one was beside it, Han Sen didn't see a reason why he could not kill it. Chapter 796. Killing the smaller monster. The little angel flapped her wings and flew directly to the big monster's head, as Han Sen took off running to the smaller monster. His fitness had almost reached the level of a juvenile super creature at this point, and with the flaming Rex spike in hand, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to slay his target. The small black-scaled monster, seeing Han Sen run towards it, shouted. Its mouth became a black, gaping maw with a set of wretched fangs piercing out of that darkness. Han Sen swung the flaming Rex spike down towards it. The monster did not flee or evade the attack, and instead used its own head as a deflector. When the Rex spike collided with the black scales, a deep noise was emitted. Han Sen felt a terrible power surge into his hands from the monster's head, as the Rex spike failed to crack open the scales of the beast. The power that pushed back was so strong, it hurled Han Sen into the air and sent him through a few spins as he went. That is quite powerful. This thing must have a really high vitality. Han Sen borrowed strength from the air he was born onto and returned to engage the small monster. Lu Yunyi and his group were frozen stiff, watching the crazy waves that continued to surge out of the wild waters of the lake. Han Sen and his angel had fearlessly gone to battle the monsters there, and in the chaos of the scene, it was difficult to tell who would emerge triumphant. Holy crap, where did this elite come from? He can actually go toe-to-toe with these things and potentially beat them. That angel-looking lady must be a pet beast soul. It's so strong and beautiful. What are you guys hanging around for? We should quickly retreat and fall back. The little angel invaded every inch of the big monster's personal space and attacked its head repeatedly. She wanted to strike its eyes and blind it, but the monster's vitality was extraordinarily high, and so its flesh was incredibly difficult to get through. Unable to deal much in the way of damage, even the little angel ended up dodging more than she could attack. Her greatsword smacked the creature's head numerous times, but its skull was sufficiently guarded by its hardy scales. Despite the effort of her attacks, only a shallow scratch mark was left behind by each strike. In comparison to the beast at large, she might as well have tried tickling the fiend. The small monster was angrier and less composed, however. It ignored Han Sen's attacks and instead tried to attack him, even at the cost of ensuring its own defense. The black scales looked tougher than the big monster's, however, and the creature itself looked more powerful. The big monster took notice of the little one chasing Han Sen around, which put its concern at ease. With continued composure, it calmly fought the little angel that had targeted it. Han Sen fell back more and more, attempting to lure the smaller creature away. He was initially worried that the small one might not follow, so he prepared to use his devil-eye spider beast soul in order to seduce it. But this was not necessary, due to the monster's feistiness. Attracting it his way was the easiest aspect of the ensuing battle. Han Sen eventually managed to lead the small monster into the nearby woods. Its teeth gnashed in a fearsome bloodlust as it chased after Han Sen with murder in its eyes. Although the little monster was strong and powerful, it came as a surprise to Han Sen that it had evidently not lived for very long. It clearly knew little of the world at large. Now, seeing Han Sen stop, it gaped its hungry maw and leapt towards him. The fangs of its mouth were like daggers. As they came, but Han Sen did not fall back at the sight of their gnashing hunger. Just as the mouth came close, ready to tear his face off, Han Sen drove the Rex spike deep into the creature's mouth. The flaming Rex spike spun like a drill, as flames blazed and wreathed their way around it. With Han Sen's surprise attack, the weapon was shoved deep into the monster's throat. Like mud from a manic drill bit, blood squirted out from the ravaged throat of the beast. The little monster squealed in absolute pain, but its cry was muted due to the presence of the ravenous Rex spike. Han Sen's heart pounded with the thrill, as he channeled an infinite source of power into the Rex spike. His push with the weapon did not recede, and Han Sen slowly worked the weapon into the creature's stomach. In a moment's notice, the 2-yard-long Rex spike had been driven a full 3 feet into the mouth of the super creature. And Han Sen primed it to go deeper. Amidst the blood and shredded flesh of its butchered throat, the monster could do little but shake its head. As it shook vigorously, it sent Han Sen and the Rex spike flying into the air. The strength of its wiggle was too powerful, and even Han Sen was unable to withstand the velocity. The little monster let out a cry of pain after throwing away its violent aggressor, and this alerted the big monster to the little one's danger. Immediately, its concerned parent stomped its way through the trees to its aid. The giant, hulking body made the ground quake with each step it took. The lake was thrown into utter turmoil as it left the battered waters behind. Although the little angel wanted to stop the approach of the big monster, she couldn't deal a critical hit to the monster or find a weak spot she could exploit. Thus, nothing she did could grab its attention. Even as she repeatedly struck its scaly skin, the sword could do nothing. Seeing the big monster heading his way, Han Sen knew it would only have to take 2 more steps before it was directly in front of him. He knew he had to act fast, so he quickly retrieved his Rex spike and ran towards the little monster. Without thinking, he rammed it up the baby monster's butthole with all his might. The Rex spike was driven an entire meter up its backside, as blood burst from the exploited hole like unclogged plumbing. Its upper body had already been severely injured, and now, its lower body was being quickly made the same. It squealed in agony and fell down to the ground. It exerted much effort in trying to stabilize itself, but try as it might, it could not stand back up. Han Sen was not content to stop there, and he was determined to push harder and end the monster's life as soon as he possibly could. But the big monster was approaching quickly, like a mountain bearing down on him. Han Sen knew he couldn't remain where he was much longer, so he pulled his Rex spike out and retreated. Boom! The giant monster brought another foot down and crushed trees and fallen logs into kindling. The diameter of each footprint left behind was 10 meters. Han Sen dodged the foot, but it only by a small margin. The little monster finally managed to regain its balance and stand up, then crawled nearby the bigger monster. When the big monster noticed the wounds its young one had incurred, its wrath was stoked. Wild flames of anger now burned for Han Sen. The giant monster roared and tried to crush Han Sen underfoot once more. The vitality-based monster was not something he could compete with, so Han Sen had no choice but to fall back. Han Sen cast arrow and used it to more easily evade the stomping of the raging behemoth. All the while, the little angel continued trying to attack the big monster's eyes. Her attempts were ineffective, however. The monster's neck was surprisingly spry, and it managed to duck and weave to avoid many of her strikes. As this was unfolding, Han Sen looked for an opportunity to swing back around and finish off the smaller monster. Unfortunately for him, the opportunity was taking its time in revealing itself. But during this intense observation, a new sound came from the skies above. A black and metallic tiger, one with wings, descended from the skies. It flew extremely fast and within a second, it landed behind the big monster. Its forepaws shredded the little monster's body. Then, it grabbed the little monster, flapped its wings, and took off flying to the west. That B asterisk starred, trying to steal my kill, are you? Han Sen was infuriated, so he took off in flight and chased after the black tiger. Only Han Sen was allowed to steal the kills of others, and the thought of this black tiger stealing his kill was unacceptable. The big monster, when seeing its little one get captured, ignored Han Sen and tried to chase after the black tiger, as well. The black tiger held on to the little monster with ease, despite how many tons it undoubtedly weighed. And it was still going too fast for him or the big monster to catch up. Chapter 797, Scary Shelter. Han Sen was fuming. He was the master of stealing easy kills from others, but now, someone had attempted to do the same thing to him. It was infuriating. In silence, Han Sen blitzed through the sky in pursuit of the tiger. The little angel and the big monster also went after it, and in the big monster's wake, giant craters remained as the soil was upturned, mud was flung, rocks were smashed and trees were crushed. Fortunately, there was no human shelter in the vicinity, and neither would there be in the lands ahead. If even a royal shelter was to be in the rampaging behemoth's track, it'd be flattened within seconds. Han Sen was the slowest of them all. He was in the back, and the distance that separated them only increased the further they went. The little angel and big monster were both faster than him. Han Sen gritted his teeth and simulated light sun of God's energy flow. With this, his speed increased by a vast amount. Through this, he was just about able to catch up and not get left behind. The black tiger was an extremely menacing creature to look at. Despite carrying such a large monster, it was able to continue its flight west and outpace them all without any trouble whatsoever. Han Sen chased after the black tiger for 4 days straight, and neither of the creatures slowed down. Han Sen himself was unable to excuse the misdeed committed by the tiger, and with a burst of energy, swore to the high heaven he would catch up with the tiger and deliver its just desserts. The big monster felt the same. Gripped in the fearsome talons of the tiger's paws, its baby repeatedly cried out for aid over the course of their flight. The baby's perseverance had to be admired, and it was no wonder why it was a second-generation super creature. Devil-eye spiders had a weak vitality, and if they were the ones snatched, they'd have died a long time ago. There was no way they'd remain alive, let alone muster the effort of screeching for help. But despite all their most valiant efforts, none were able to catch up with the black tiger. And by now, it had been 8 days. Their flight had gone on so long and far, they had exited the Sandao River region. Treacherous mountain ranges are what lay in the distant lands ahead, ones which the black tiger was not hesitant to fly into once nearing them. Han Sen looked ahead and stopped. Amidst all the mountains that were connected, there was one purple mountain that stuck out like a sore thumb. The black tiger landed on its slopes and dragged the small monster up with it. The purple mountain was a strange one, indeed. It was very tall and its peak rested somewhere above the clouds. On this peak was what looked like a palace. Han Sen witnessed the black tiger land there, and suspected things were only going to take a turn for the worse. For a spirit shelter to have a monster as wild as that, it wouldn't merely be a royal class one. Han Sen recalled the little angel, while the big monster went on ahead. It seemed as if it was willing to do whatever it took if it meant securing the safety of its child. The purple palace appeared semi-transparent, as its appearance was masked and unmasked at the whims and travel of clouds. The black tiger raced its way to the top. The purple palace's double doors opened as if they were automatic, and with the squirming, screeching monster in its clutches, the tiger ran inside. Once it was beyond them, the doors closed and locked the big monster outside. The big monster was not willing to stop there, however. With its Goliath body, it threw itself against the gates repeatedly, in a bid to bring it down. The big monster had a width of 100 meters, and it was at least 50 meters tall. But in the shadow of that door, it didn't appear so grand. They were of comparable height. Boom! The giant monster's body used all its strength in hitting the door, and each thud echoed far and wide. But despite its efforts, the stone gates did not budge a single inch. The monster's wretched power was nothing in comparison. The monster used so much strength in each push, it fell backward a few times after every throw of itself. It would scream aloud after each failed attempt, and then try once more. Nothing happened. The stone gate was firmly sealed, and no matter how much strength was exerted, the big monster was unable to break down the door. After all these hits, the monster had begun to bleed. And still, the door remained closed. Han Sen was shocked while watching this. The powerful monster must have been a super creature, and he suspected most second-generation sorts would be unable to kill him. Yet this one door, despite receiving the monster's absolute might, was unwilling to submit. It remained sealed, and Han Sen suspected it was a testament to the strength of whatever master waited inside. Han Sen frowned and flew back up into the sky, keen to take an aerial view of the site and see what creatures were inside the shelter. But while he was airborne, the site was entirely shrouded by mist. Unable to get a good look, Han Sen felt his heart sink somewhat. With his eyesight and abilities of perception, he should have had no issue piercing the clouds with his vision. Strangely, he was unable to see anything. The clouds themselves were quite curious, however. Han Sen summoned his Devil Eye mask and ran the Devil Eye spider's energy flow. Keenly, he looked back at the shelter once more. Although Han Sen couldn't quite make out what was in there, he was able to espy the presence of a few flames that looked like life forces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Han Sen counted at least 5 super creatures inside. Of course, that was only what Han Sen was able to see. He couldn't be sure whether or not there were any more inside. Perhaps I will indeed have to just give up this pursuit. Han Sen gritted his teeth, hating his own suggestion. It was fairly obvious he'd be unable to deal with all the super creatures inside there, but he still did not want to just pack up and leave. It wasn't easy trying to locate and secure a second-generation super creature, so it was fairly bad for it just to be taken away from him in the manner it was. Ah, screw it, I'm going to risk it. Let's see just how powerful this super spirit shelter really is. Even if I'm too weak, they'll be unable to kill me. If I can't get back the prey I worked so hard to nab, I'm going to mess this place up. Clenching his jaw, Han Sen ran towards the purple door. The big monster and Han Sen considered each other friends for the time being, and Han Sen was willing to try to help open the door for it. If they both got inside, it might actually be possible for the big monster to take on 2 super creatures all by itself. If Han Sen performed better, the prospect of earning a few more easy kills for himself would be delightful. Although the chances of this happening were slim, he was happy enough just to raise a little hell for the shelter as payback. Han Sen ran before the gate, as the giant monster did its best to get it open. While the door remained undamaged, it was coated in the battered monster's blood. Han Sen summoned his flaming Rex spike and tried fitting it where the seam for the double doors should be. As the Rex spike drilled into the door, countless sparks illuminated the area. But still, despite his efforts, the doors couldn't be opened. Not a single chip of the door was broken away, either. And now, Han Sen was beginning to think it was too difficult. Boom! The big monster, seeing that Han Sen was unable to open the door, hit it once more. Its mouth spat out blood, and it screamed in pain. This is not going to work. Even if we barge in now, we'll be half dead. Death would be all but certain upon our entry. Han Sen gritted his teeth and flew into the shelter from above. The shelter was veiled in cloud, and he couldn't see a single thing. But right now, in his state of mind, he cared little. Han Sen was going to fly in, try to open the door from the inside, and let the big monster in. The fog lay heavy, and Han Sen made sure to summon his most useful beast souls before entering the mist. He pierced into the clouds without hindrance, but as he entered, a frightful feeling crept along his spine and chilled him to the bone. Han Sen saw a fire-wreathed shadow approach from his side. If he wasn't wearing his Devil Eye mask, he wouldn't have caught its coming. Dong! The little angel came over to cover him, and her greatsword collided with something in the fog. She was knocked back a bit, but before anything else could happen, their phantom assailant retreated into the deeper recesses of the mist. Before Han Sen could continue his journey through the fog, the shadow came at them again from another side. It was fortunate Han Sen was able to follow it as it neared, and command the little angel to respond appropriately. While Han Sen commanded her to deflect the shadow's incoming attack, Han Sen took advantage of the window of opportunity and flew faster through the fog towards the shelter. He knew that the shelter's walls were only 100 meters away, but it now felt as if he had traveled several hundred meters. And still, he had yet to see the ground. Oh, no, the wretched realization that this was no ordinary fog dawned on Han Sen. He wanted to leave its stuffy clutch, but it was too late. Despite flying back a few hundred meters again, in the direction he had come, he was unable to exit. He wasn't going anywhere, but Han Sen was at least glad he was in possession of the Devil Eye mask, so he could watch any creature that lurked inside the mist. It did well to keep him alert and out of danger. It seems as if there is only one super creature hiding out here in the mist with me. If the others don't come near, then perhaps I'll be able to kill it one-on-one, Han Sen thought to himself. He did not believe whatever super creature lurked around him would pose too much danger, and even without his devil eye mask, he could use his Dongshuan aura to sense its presence and see it coming. The only problem was the need to deal with it quickly. If he didn't take care of it soon, it was only a matter of time before the big monster down below would beat itself to death against the doors. If that happened, Han Sen would have one less ally on the field. The evil eye mask could only enable Han Sen to watch the shadow of the creature. It was a life force, one that seemed to have been wrapped in flames. He couldn't quite see what sort of super creature it was. The little angel could not see very well in the mist, and she had to rely on the commands of her master for when and where to react. Han Sen quietly drew his peacock crossbow and loaded it with Z-steel bolts. He propped it up, ready for the creature's re-emergence. Dong! The little angel used her greatsword to knock away an incoming shadow. Han Sen did not do anything yet, and he just patiently watched it. The flaming shadow failed in its attempts to attack a few times, and it appeared to be frustrated. So, it gave up trying to strike them, sunk into the mist, and watched the two in return. Han Sen pretended as if he could not see it, rolling his head in a number of different directions to feign inattention. But in truth, aside from the creature, he really could not see anything else. When he was outside, he had managed to catch the presence of other super creatures by spotting their life forces. But now, inside the mist, this singular life force was the only anomaly he could make out. After observing for a while, the flame began to believe Han Sen and the little angel had truly lost their target. It sailed through the fog behind Han Sen, and slowly approached. Han Sen continued looking left and right, as if he had no idea where it was coming from. But with the Dongshuan aura that he cast a while ago, he was able to keep an eye on its every slight movement. The flaming shadow came within 10 meters of Han Sen when it suddenly became enraged, and it launched itself towards the mist's intruder. The moment the flame got close to Han Sen, he quickly turned around and used his flaming Rex spike to block the attack while his left hand fired the peacock crossbow repeatedly. Consecutively, he fired 8 of the Z-steel bolts towards the foe. Pang! But Han Sen and the Rex spike were rocked away upon the collision, which negatively affected his accuracy. Still, he heard a foreign noise in the mist sound 3 times. 3 of the 8 bolts had found their target. At the same time, Little Angel flew to the shadow's head and brought down the greatsword upon it with all her might. Roar! The flaming shadow screamed in agony, seemingly injured by the bolts. Frantically, it tried to scramble back into the cover of the mist. But under the all-seeing gaze of the devil eye mask, Han Sen was able to observe its every move. With the little angel by his side, he took off after the misty menace. The creature had been well and truly fooled by Han Sen, and now, the little angel instantly caught up with the monster. She swung her sword like a loon and brought an end to the fleeing monster's escape. Han Sen fired the peacock crossbow again, emptying the other 6 bolts. The timing could not have been more perfect, as the creature had just exhausted all its strength in avoiding the brutal cleaves of the little angel's greatsword. More moans rumbled out across the fog, as 4 of the bolts found their target. The creature trembled. Like a sudden streak of light, the little angel shot right past the creature. As she did so, a head launched into the sky, trailing blood. Before the choking mist could be dyed red, it began to disappear with the felling of its master. Super creature Mirage Gas Freak killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life Geno essence. Consume its life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points. Randomly, the mist faded, and Han Sen's prior vision of the shelter's walls and gate returned to him. It was only 10 meters away now. The Mirage Gas Freak that the little angel had slain began to fade away. It was strange, like a cat. The head had been lopped off, and the two began to melt away with the body. Dong! A life Geno essence, one that looked like an orb of solid mist, fell to the ground. Han Sen made sure to pick it up, and after doing so, flew to the back of the gate that had previously barred their passage. Then, he lifted and removed the bolt that prevented its opening. After doing so, he made sure to make a quick escape backwards. Boom! The purple door was smashed open by the big monster. With a loud roar, it marched inside without hesitation. Inside the shelter was a large and beautiful palace, but strangely, it now seemed devoid of creatures or spirits. The place seemed empty. When the mirage cloud totally disappeared, Han Sen's vision became clearer. He couldn't see any creatures. Even the small monster that had been captured by the black tiger was totally gone, and not even its screams could be heard anymore. Pang! The big monster quickly arrived before the grand palace, and at its tall doors, it again tried to open them by throwing its weight. It wanted to see with its own eyes whether or not the little monster was inside. Its strike did not collapse the palace, but as Han Sen watched, he saw the flash of a sword. Suddenly, a huge, bloody gash had been drawn deep into the big monster's hardy scales. Chapter 799, Phantom Armor. The big monster roared in agony, as its giant body tumbled a few steps backward. Blood cascaded from the wound, coloring its scales. From inside the palace, a shadow creature emerged, wielding a steel greatsword and clad in steel armor. Taking a closer look, Han Sen noticed that the armaments were not actually affixed to a person or creature. Despite being fitted in the shape of a human, the armor was not actually clothing anyone. The armor was empty, as if it were possessed. In between the plating of the armor, all he could espy was the flicker of a ghostly green light. Is this a creature, or is it a spirit? Han Sen watched the armored monster with uncertainty. Roar! The steel armor moved, and so too did the 2-meter-long greatsword. Its speed and power was most impressive, and it left another deep cleft in the big monster's body. A green light imbued and enshrouded the greatsword, exceeding the length of the weapon by an additional meter. The green light looked sharp, and for it to break through the scales of the behemoth, it must have been far more powerful than the greatsword the little angel wielded. Although the big monster tried to step on the possessed armor below, it was too heavy and slow. It missed the phantom foe, and upon bringing its foot down, the menace began chopping it up. The leg oozed blood from every cut, and the monster screamed in absolute agony. Han Sen thought of helping it out, but he saw 3 other monsters enter from the sides of the plaza before the palace. They were being surrounded. A 30-meter-tall ape, a 4-legged snake and a winged black tiger all appeared, each from a different direction. The winged black tiger roared and approached them. Han Sen commanded his little angel to engage the tiger. The snake and the ape approached Han Sen together. The ape threw a fist down towards Han Sen, an attack which he dodged with ease. But the force of that fist was such that the ground quaked. The 4-legged snake flung out its tongue, which looked like a bloody whip. It was incredibly fast, and it almost tangled and knotted its way around Han Sen. His flaming Rex spike retaliated with a strike against the big ape's arm, which only created a light scuff. He couldn't damage it. The 4-legged snake was too fast for Han Sen, and it was difficult for him to evade in between dishing out his own attacks. One-on-one was already difficult enough, but now he was being challenged by 2. This was an extremely dangerous situation for him to be in. Pang! Han Sen tried to dodge the snake's attack, but he was dealt a blow by the ape instead. His body was launched away as if it had been fired from a cannon. He traveled a dozen meters and slammed into the palace wall. With his body in a crumpled heap, he spat out blood. The snake and ape didn't relent, and Han Sen jumped away with pain in his chest as they approached. He leapt near the big monster and used his flaming Rex spike against the armored phantom monster. Dong! The armored phantom saw the incoming strike, and it raised its greatsword to block it. In the collision, Han Sen took a few steps back. The ape and the snake managed to catch up with him, and the big monster decided to aid Han Sen in return. It roared and ran toward the ape. The 2 monsters were incredibly loud as they duked it out, every impact between them making a deafening noise. The big monster was having difficulty with the agile armored phantom, but fared far better against the ape. Han Sen cast his Dongshuan aura to do battle with the armored phantom. It was far better for him to deal with that than to attempt to combat the massive ape. This exchange of opponents was the right move, as it placed them both in the realm of combat they exceeded in. Still, the snake was after Han Sen, and this made him frown. Fairy, I have taken care of you for far too long with no return. It's about time you do something for me. Han Sen leapt out of the way of the snake's razor tongue, brought out the scallop shell, and threw it towards the snake. The snake avoided the scallop, and it fell down to the ground. The lid of the scallop finally moved, and the fairy emerged from it in a rage. She looked at the snake and immediately cast her icy self-buffs and flew directly before it. Han Sen sighed. It was fortunate for him that the fairy was willing to aid him in his time of need and wasn't going to remain her lazy self in such dire circumstances. Now that every creature had a single rival of its own, Han Sen was able to focus his attention solely on the phantom armor. The phantom armor was still an obscenely powerful foe, and its agility and finesse with the blade was just as good as Han Sen's. Against strength that far outmatched his own, Han Sen had to take advantage of the one area of combat he did have an advantage in, speed. But the armored phantom swung its green light-wreathed steel greatsword with tremendous power. When Han Sen brought his flaming Rex spike up to deflect it, his weapon was given a fairly large dent. Following this, Han Sen did not dare interact with his enemy's sword directly. He used his Dongshuan aura and cast a formation to outpace his opponent. He found an opening in which he could safely attack, so he quickly took advantage of it and swung the Rex spike. It struck the ghostly armor to little effect, so he quickly fell back. Han Sen then thought of attacking a gap in the armor, since that might allow him to deal the damage he sought. The flaming Rex spike, however, was too big. It wouldn't have been able to strike the fine slits that existed between the armor plating. Han Sen continued dodging the attacks of its green light, and at the same time thought to himself, "It's a shame that the raw Z steel shortsword I asked the Wang family to forge for me has yet to be completed. If I had it with me now, this would be a great opportunity to test its effectiveness." Without any other choice, Han Sen drew a raw Z steel bolt in his hand. When the time was right, he could use his hand to drive it through what was possibly the weak spot of the Phantom Menace. Elsewhere, the little angel and the black tiger continued battling each other in airborne combat. The body of the black tiger was like metal, and the claws of its paws were incredibly lethal. It didn't have a single disadvantage when going against the little angel, so it was difficult to presume which one might emerge victorious. The battle between the big ape and the big monster was the bloodiest of all. They were both vitality-based super creatures, and each of their attacks rocked and shook the shelter. They had both been brutally injured as they fought. This was especially so for the big monster, that had been severely injured before starting to fight. In the battle with the ape, its wounds had been exploited, and the behemoth was not in good condition. The fairy was the most relaxed creature of all. The snake was slower than she was, and the tongue could never latch onto its target. The frosty projectiles the fairy cast out only made it slower, as well. Pang! The fairy threw her little fist out and smacked the snake's face fiercely. Almost instantly, blood was drawn from its hideous mouth. The snake did seem very powerful, however, and it didn't seem likely that the fairy could end its life anytime soon. Han Sen could not deal with the armored phantom on his own, though. And seeing the big monster about to be defeated by the big ape, he became worried. If the big monster fell, it would tip the scales of their battle off balance and they would be unfairly matched. If that were to occur, he'd have no choice but to fall back. Han Sen gritted his teeth and cast Dongshuan Sutra. He turned his own energy into a holy light, and when he found the right moment, he cast the holy light onto the big monster to heal its wounds. The holy light he simulated, received from the rhino, had incredible healing properties. When the cast light reached the wounds, they instantly began to seal themselves up. Han Sen tried his hardest to cast the holy light and heal the big monster's wounds, and it wasn't long before its vitality was restored enough for it to continue its fight with renewed vigor. Han Sen felt relieved. At least I have a grip on the situation for the time being. Han Sen returned his focus to the armored phantom. With his Dongshuan aura, it was not difficult to use his Dongshuan powers to dodge his foe's attacks. Han Sen did not expect to defeat him in his current situation, but he at least wanted to drag out their fight and buy some time for his other companions to resolve their own battles. In between his evasions, Han Sen took every chance he could to continue healing the big monster so it could carry on fighting the fearsome ape. Han Sen was primarily waiting for the fairy to finish killing the snake. Once she was done, he envisioned a snowball effect in which they could outnumber the others and end them. Fighting the armored phantom alone was a little too much for him. It's a shame that Little Silver is still evolving. If it was done by now, bringing about an end to these felons and the shelter they inhabit would be easy peasy, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen continued using his Dongshuan aura to scan the armored phantom. He had managed to learn that it was a second-generation super creature of sorts, and it harbored a strange and unique energy flow. Could this energy flow be what's activating the green light to enshroud and empower the sword? If it is, that's brilliant. The light is extremely efficient, but that aside, doesn't it just look so cool? Han Sen kept walking backwards, watching and recording the phantom's energy flow. The fairy was doing fairly well. Her little fists were repeatedly unleashed against the snake's head, and each punch shook blood from the battered face. When the blood reached the ground, however, it became ice. Han Sen scanned the snake and saw that its energy flow was all blurry. This told him it was a first-generation super creature. The great ape was the same, as well, a first-generation super creature. The black tiger in the sky was too far away from him for now, so he couldn't tell just yet. Han Sen noticed that the snake was about to be killed by the fairy, but his sudden burst of happiness was snatched away by a stronger feeling of dread. Deep inside the shelter, a life force approached. It did not venture their way fast, but that made it all the more ominous. The life force was horridly powerful. Han Sen used his devil eye mask to take a look, and he saw a flaming red life force arise. Whatever was headed their way was getting closer. Oh, no, this shelter has another super creature. Han Sen immediately became disheartened at this worrying revelation. He had tirelessly battled to reach this stage, and the thought of having to flee without a reward was criminal. If the horrible creature joined in the fight, the scales of the bottle's balance would be tipped and there would be no way to restore them. But again, Han Sen did not feel right in simply abandoning the fight. As he saw the snake about to be killed by the fairy, he gritted his teeth and ran towards the horrible energy that approached. If he could slow its advance for a while, and allow the fairy to finish off the snake, he might have a chance. The armored phantom did not allow its foe to leave so suddenly, and it pursued him. As he continued to evade, Han Sen did not halt in his race towards the ghastly energy. After skipping past 15 buildings, he came to a long staircase that reached for the skies. At its top, a larger palace rested. On the stairs, an elegant woman gently descended. Her body was incredible, and she was around a foot taller than Han Sen. Still, her scaling was perfect. Her long legs led to a slim waist, which acted as a pedestal for the grand boobs that lay above. In the black armor she was robed in, she exuded a presence of power and respect. She was like a panther, a female feline that was both beautiful and cruel. That is the spirit of this shelter. Han Sen now revised his earlier thoughts, when he had believed that the armored phantom was the spirit of the shelter. The spirit looked at Han Sen coldly. Her eyes were chilling, with her long black hair that flowed down to the ground. She gave Han Sen a murderous gaze. The spirit was dressed in armor, but she wore no helmet. Atop her head rested a crown. She wielded no weapons, either, but her pretty white hands gave out a feeling of lethality. I have to somehow hold on and keep her busy until the fairy is done with the snake. Han Sen gritted his teeth. He did not wait for the spirit to descend the stairs but raced up towards her instead. He had just finished enhancing his Dongshuan aura, so his abilities of perception had greatly improved. With the grace of movement gifted by Dongshuan powers, he believed he could kite two super creatures for some amount of time. The armored phantom was still on Han Sen's heels, and the way it moved now seemed angry. It seemed displeased at its opponent's decision to disrespect the spirit that was descending, and so it swung its sword with far greater aggression. Han Sen made use of his Dongshuan movements, and pushed them to the max. This way, it was difficult for the phantom to strike him. After walking a few hundred steps, the spirit looked at Han Sen with much disgust and disdain as she stepped down to meet him. She raised her fist and attempted to punch her incoming aggressor. It didn't seem as if she exerted much strength, but its speed was as if her fist had teleported. It suddenly collided with Han Sen's belly. Pang! Han Sen's body rocketed all the way back down the stairs like a meteor. He smacked into the roof of a building, which ruined its delicate tiling. The armor on Han Sen's armor had many cracks upon it, and there was now an exposed area. Han Sen removed himself from the rooftop with a mouth full of blood. The spirit's punch was not one that could miss, but it happened so suddenly he didn't have what it took to dodge. Fortunately, Han Sen was fast, and the power she used was clearly not at max capacity. His armor would have entirely been destroyed if she had used more force, he imagined. The armored phantom jumped down from the stairs, slashing at Han Sen with the green light greatsword. Stepping quickly, Han Sen was able to dodge the attack. His eyes drifted towards the spirit. She was so fast, he'd have to keep an eye on her. If she was to attack him again, he would have no chance of dodging. Han Sen's senses were powerful, though, and he could predict when she planned to make a move. Now was the time for Han Sen to properly test what he had recently spent much time practicing. The spirit looked at Han Sen and raised her fist. She fired it in his direction. The moment she swung her fist, it accelerated. Han Sen's eyes were not able to perceive how she performed this attack, but her entire body seemed to teleport directly before him. His excellent senses were indeed able to capture the granular details of her movements. With a move of his leg, he slid his body slightly to the side and dodged her attack successfully. The spirit, seeing her fist miss its target, looked shocked. In this small moment, Han Sen swung his own fist at the spirit's belly in a form of payback. But the spirit's body just disappeared as if it had teleported away. His fist was so close, but it missed. Han Sen felt as if he was being bullied by two legendary elites. Not a single second went by, without his life dangling by a thread. The spirit's speed was so high, it might as well have been teleportation. Coupled with the armored phantom's indestructible greatsword, Han Sen could do little but dodge, and dodge some more. Han Sen's proficiency with Dongshuan movement was as high as it could go, and with the aid of his Dongshuan aura, he was able to predict the movements of both of his aggressors. Thus, Han Sen was able to remain a single step ahead of his opposition. It wasn't easy, however, and the pressure from his enemies continued to mount. One tiny little misstep was all it would take to land him in a fatal predicament. But Han Sen stayed as focused as he could. He couldn't afford to be distracted, and all idle thoughts were cast from his mind. The fortitude of his mind went entirely into perceiving and predicting exactly which foe would do what at any given second. The spirit was so fast that he was entirely reliant on prediction. The armored phantom's weapon was unbelievably sharp, and since he couldn't withstand or deflect it, dodging was his only lifeline versus it, as well. Slash! Another blade swing fell towards him, and this time, Han Sen was unable to dodge it entirely. The back plating of his armor was torn off, and it led to him bleeding heavily. Pang! The spirit now appeared at Han Sen's left, and her manic fist punched towards his heart. He could only half dodge this, too. Her fist was driven into his arm, instead, and his shoulder was instantly dislocated. Han Sen bit down on his teeth and tried to maintain his composure. He couldn't afford to slow down, so he continued to dodge. As he went on, he healed any wounds he incurred with his holy light. "Come on, fairy, hurry up, I can't hold out much longer," Han Sen pleaded within. His fitness had yet to reach the level of a celestial being. Dealing with one of these villains might have been fine, but competing with two simultaneously was too much. Han Sen's back received a punch by the spirit, and he was launched 50 meters into the sky. With arrow, he altered the trajectory of his fall to avoid the follow-up attack that was set to be delivered by the armored phantom. Han Sen knew if this was to continue, he'd be dead well before the fairy finished up with the snake. He didn't want to rely on her help, either, so he turned his thoughts to how he might prevent the attacks of his assailants. Han Sen started to use arrow more and more. With the vast amount of space he had, he could utilize it for greater formations and subsequent predictions. Han Sen's heart was galloping like mad, as energy started to generate within his arms. Once his mind calmed, his judgment and outlook were brought clarity. With this, the situation slightly improved. But only by a little bit. Under the oppression of two wretched foes such as these, no matter what Han Sen did, he'd be at a disadvantage. A single mistake was enough to end his life. Every time they attacked now, however, Han Sen sustained more wounds. Although they weren't deadly, they put him in greater danger through their debilitations. The Devil Ant King armor was damaged now, as well. If this was to keep up, it could shatter. If that occurred, then his situation would hit rock bottom. Han Sen emptied his mind and focused on his judgment. As he did so, he tried to lure them into a trap he was formulating. With his heart and mind free from the burden of thought, the damage he'd receive could be minimized. As Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura, his appearance was inherently bloody. It was as if he had taken a dip in a pool of blood. His eyes were still solid, however. During the time spent practicing Hand of God and sparring against Shinzan, this was what he had been preparing for. This was the true life or death trial of his Dongshuan aura, but even in the midst of the brutality of what was unfolding, his ability with it was actually improving. Han Sen's mind was not occupied with a single other thought, and although he had sustained more wounds than ever, never before had he been so relaxed. Boom! Suddenly, Han Sen felt as if his head blew up. A strange sensation overtook his mind, as if the very core of his mind was extending. He was becoming one with the Dongshuan aura. In this stage, the spirit and the armored phantom's movements became entirely predictable. It was like he could easily view and foresee a trail of exactly where they planned to go and how. Even though Han Sen could not see the spirit prep her frenetic attacks, he could dodge them with ease. It was difficult to describe what he was feeling, but Han Sen knew now that he had reached the pinnacle of what was possible with the Dongshuan aura. It was most certainly as good as the eighth sense. He had reached the zenith of perception. Han Sen's body felt at ease. Under the oppression of two wretched monsters, he could dodge perfectly and even find the time to fight back. Still, there was no point in him fighting back. In doing so would be a needless depletion of energy. But Han Sen was still exuberantly happy over his development. All he would have to do now was stall the advance of his enemies, and once the fairy was done with the snake, she could come over and help. That would change the tide of the battle. The spirit was now starting to understand what was going on. Although they were both stronger than Han Sen, they were unable to do anything to him. If this continued, they realized that the fairy would be done with the snake and things would end up unfavorably for them. The spirit frowned, and it seemed as if it issued an order to the phantom. The armored phantom turned around and departed. It ran over to the snake, seeking to support it. Han Sen's face changed. He knew he could not allow the armored phantom to go support the snake. Gritting his teeth, Han Sen ran up the stairs. He planned to run up to the spirit hall. The eyes of the spirit flashed, and it immediately picked up its speed in an attempt to stop Han Sen. Left and right, Han Sen's body bobbed and weaved without reprieve. He kept dropping red herrings of movement to mislead the spirit. Although the spirit was physically faster than him, she could not stop Han Sen on his ascent towards the spirit hall. Han Sen thought the spirit would call the armored phantom back, so he could maneuver for more time and give the fairy the chance she needed to finish off the snake. But the spirit did not do this. She did not call for the return of the armored phantom. She stopped moving, and a darkness swelled and consumed her eyes. In that moment, the pupils of the spirit became wider. The white of her eyes turned black, and it seemed as if a strange, dark light swirled inside. Her black armor suddenly looked as if it was on fire, and it was wreathed in what appeared to be a black flame. It looked quite similar to Han Sen's devil unicorn smoke. Within that black fire, the spirit's life force became much more powerful. As he noticed this, Han Sen's heart jumped, unable to imagine what sort of power brewed within the spirit that gave him chase. Han Sen suddenly stopped. He turned around to look at the spirit, which looked like a true monarch, and noticed his muscles begin to tighten. It was not as if he didn't want to go any further, he was just taken aback. The spirit had locked on an attack, and if he moved an inch further, he'd be cut down. But if he just stood there, the spirit's energy would grow until she unleashed an attack of devastating power. At that point, there'd be no way for Han Sen to get out of its way. Although Han Sen's abilities of prediction were at their peak, if the spirit unleashed an attack he could not react to in any way, then the predictions were pointless. The spirit's energy kept rising, and it gave him a horrid feeling. Damn it! Cold sweat formed on Han Sen's forehead. Seeing the spirit building her power, while he was unable to do anything about it, was scary. I'll have to risk it. Han Sen could not think of another way out of this predicament. He gathered his power for a sonic thunder punch and readied himself to take the hit. With a frightening attack like the one the spirit prepared to unleash, Han Sen didn't think she'd recover to perform one like it again, assuming he could withstand the collision. This was his chance. If he failed, however, at the very most he would lose his armor, gargoyle glyph, and devil unicorn. He had maximized his defense, and with all those beast souls shielding him, the spirit's attack couldn't be a one-hit kill, at least. Boom. After Han Sen's fist had collected all the power it needed, he watched the black flame wreathed, witch-like spirit suddenly make her move. In the distance between the two of them, space collapsed and became disrupted. Then, the spirit disappeared. It was as if she had fallen into that collapsed dimension, zapped out of existence. Han Sen's pupils shrank, unable to catch the spirit's movement pattern. His heart was shocked, as all his senses could do was fire an alarm telling him of an imminent threat, one that was big and scary. Boom! Han Sen couldn't spare much time, so he threw his fist. The silver lightning in his fist split the atmosphere, as lightning bolts flickered in all directions. Lightning and thunder rolled with a deafening volume, enough to pop eardrums and rattle the brain. In the next second, the spirit suddenly appeared in front of Han Sen. Her cold, monarch-like face was near enough to touch nose to nose. Her jade-white fist was driven into his belly. Boom! Han Sen wanted to dodge it, but doing so was impossible. When the spirit punched his belly, his armor shattered as broken plates and splintered metal rained down. Han Sen himself was cast into the air once more, and his flight was stopped by the sudden collision with a stone pillar. Beneath the force of that wretched attack, the back of his armor was cracked. The gargoyle glyph had been completely broken, and the beast soul disintegrated into dust. The devil unicorn did little to hinder physical attacks. It was still there with him, but it didn't do much. Fortunately, the armor was not entirely broken, but it was in disarray and was near enough done for. Han Sen spit out some blood and returned the Devil Ant King armor. If it was to sustain another blow, the Devil Ant King armor would surely break. He only had one super armor, so he couldn't risk losing the only one he had. Without the protection of super armor, however, fighting would be much more difficult and risky for Han Sen. His fitness was rather high, but it still wasn't high enough to face off against super creatures. Seeing how things were, Han Sen made preparations to leave. He acknowledged the dureness of the situation and his inability to fight. With the way things had been going, death would surely be the only outcome to this entire affair. The holy light flowed out from his body to heal his wounds. After that, he quickly ran out the gates of the shelter. Just as Han Sen expected, though, the spirit could not teleport in pursuit of him after her last attack. But unlike Han Sen, her condition wasn't one of utter exhaustion. She could still deal more damage than he could. After Han Sen used his sonic thunder punch, his body became weak. He couldn't dwell on it, so he cast arrow with his knackered body and took off into the skies in an escape from the shelter and its occupying spirit. He didn't dare use his wings. If he used the Berserk Sacred Blood wings, then he'd be much slower. Arrow used the power of a person's body to fly as fast as they could. But the spirit leapt 100 meters into the sky, and appeared directly in front of Han Sen. He veered away, circling the sky like a strange bird. He dodged her next attack, but it was only now that he realized the spirit's black flames worked as wings and gave it the ability of flight. I really have put my life on the line coming here. Han Sen gritted his teeth and prepared to run for his life, instead. But then, he suddenly heard a kacha noise. The noise came from inside his pack, and at that moment, Han Sen became exuberantly happy. He thought to himself, is Little Silver going to finish evolving? But Han Sen did not have the time to take a look just yet. He continued to fly as fast as he could, evading the spirit's attacks like a dogfight. But after that one sound, there were no further noises. His heart sank once more, and so he returned his focus to fleeing. He also called back to the fairy, telling her, "Run, fairy." After Han Sen said that, he took to his attempt of flight. Just as he was about to escape from the shelter, his heart jumped again. Damn it, it's happening again. He looked back and saw the spirit gathering her power once more, undoubtedly seeking to unleash the same attack she had previously. Han Sen gritted his teeth and prepared to summon the little angel back, so she could deflect the attack for him. If he sustained the same attack again, he'd be grievously injured. But suddenly, another kacha sounded from inside his pack. A familiar energy came out of it, and it appeared as if something was indeed hatching inside. Boom! In Han Sen's moment of pause, the spirit already broke the atmosphere with her follow-up attack. Han Sen lost track of her, and he knew now that it was too late to summon the little angel back. The spirit appeared in front of Han Sen, with a fist determined to drive into his waist once more. With such incredible speed, and at such a close distance, Han Sen could not do anything to avoid it. But within that second, Han Sen saw the spirit's face change. Her black pupils reduced in size and her cold face displayed a glimmer of emotion, shock. Boom! A silver lightning bolt appeared from Han Sen's waist. Like bright moonlight, it struck her incoming fist. Chapter 803, Claiming the Empress, Arg. Amidst the silver lightning, the electricity coursed through and electrified the spirit's body. She looked up and screamed out to the heavens in pain. The silver lightning leapt and crackled all around her continuously, and with every jolt of electricity, cracks appeared in her armor. Most frighteningly, her body convulsed and twisted into crooked shapes unwillingly under the effect of the lightning attacks. The white lightning came out from near Han Sen's waist, and its origin point was shaped like the head of a fox. As the lightning continued to stream out to electrify Han Sen's foe, the rest of the fox's body started to form. Its body was followed by the legs and paws. Its tail came last. The white lightning fox ended up being 2 meters tall, and from this newly formed creation, lightning sparkled across its fur. It was an immaculate creature, one that was truly beautiful. But at the same time, it exuded an intimidating presence, and it possessed a power that could almost be felt. It was difficult to look upon it straight. Boom! The silver lightning fox became a shadow, and it quickly appeared in front of the spirit like real lightning. Even if the spirit hadn't been paralyzed, Han Sen doubted her ability to stop such a sudden movement from the fox. Kacha! The spirit tried to raise her fist and repel the incoming lightning. She impeded the brutal talon-laden paws of the fox, but not the electricity. Beneath the continuing, greater discharges, her armor suffered more and more cracks and tears. The cracks formed quickly like breaking glass, coursing all across the armor as the lightning itself did. The Thunder Fox turned itself into a lightning bolt, and it repeatedly drove itself into the spirit. Although the spirit could just about dodge many of the attacks, she could not remove herself from the widespread lightning that surrounded each strike. Crack! The spirit's armor could no longer withstand the constant current of electricity. It shattered into tiny pieces. Without the protection of the armor, her naked body could only tremble and shake under her constant electrocution. Loudly, she screamed in agony. The silver fox did not show restraint. While the spirit was still paralyzed in the electricity, it turned into another lightning bolt and attacked the spirit. 3 scratch marks appeared across her chest, which drew a cascade of blood. Silver lightning breached her exposed wounds, and they filled up with the thunderous power. Han Sen was surprised that the silver fox had evolved into a thunder fox that could keep attacking in the air. The spirit's body did not cease gushing blood, and in one final attack, her body was torn apart by the thunder fox. She was utterly torn apart by the evolved pet, which returned her to the spirit stone inside the spirit hall. Under his breath, Han Sen could only mutter the words, "Little Silver." The adult silver fox was far stronger than he imagined it would be. It could beat a super spirit, and although the attacks first came sneakily, its power was still a gobsmacking spectacle. When the lightning disappeared, the silver fox still looked small and gentle. It didn't look any bigger, and even appeared to have shrunk a little. It was only 1 foot long, but it had a coat of magnificent fur. The silver fox looked as elegant as it ever did, and it leapt onto Han Sen's shoulder with no change of personality. Han Sen was extremely glad, and he took off running up to the spirit hall. It took a while for spirits to respawn, so now was the perfect time for him to nab the spirit stone. Although Han Sen's body was still weak, he didn't care too much. After descending from the sky, he ran to the hall as fast as his tired legs could carry him. Inside the spirit hall, it looked like a holy temple. A giant statue stood proud and tall in the center of the hall, and Han Sen wondered what sort of power might have resided within. On the statue's forehead, there was a spirit stone that looked very much like a black hole. It burnt with a bright flame, reminiscent of the day the universe was born. The spirit was regathering itself inside, preparing itself for a respawn. Acknowledging this, Han Sen did not slow down. He jumped into the sky and landed on the statue's nose. He reached up, grabbed the spirit stone, and held it in his hand. Because the spirit was still respawning, it did not immediately appear from the stone. But then, all of a sudden, a black flame appeared. In front of Han Sen, a black hole manifested. Initially, it was quite large, but it gradually shrank in size until at last, the spirit reappeared. With a complicated expression, she showed no animosity and just knelt before Han Sen. She put her right hand on the left side of her chest, lowered her head and said, "I, Moment Queen, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity." As she spoke, she turned into a black light and entered Han Sen's sea of soul. He heard the creatures elsewhere in the shelter all roar in a panic or frenzy. When he went out to take a look, all the creatures in the shelter were gone. The fairy flew in front of Han Sen and kept performing gestures, twirling her body as if to tell him how brave, fearless, and helpful she had been. She was trying to say she had done a lot for him. "Thanks a lot. How about I reward you with something good for your services?" Han Sen brought out a Geno creation pill and gave it to the fairy. She very much enjoyed eating those, just like the silver fox did. The giant monster ran up to the palace, and when Han Sen went to check up on it, he found the big monster licking its dying young. Despite being covered in blood, nothing could veil the big monster's sadness. The little monster was on the ground, twitching and crying. It was dying. It had been grievously injured and dragged here without a remedy, and by now, it had almost entirely bled out. The little monster had a high vitality, which had allowed it to remain alive up until now, clutching its final fleeting moments of life. If this was any other super creature, it'd have died a long time ago. The big monster cried aloud to the sky, and after a brief pause, rushed to Han Sen. Han Sen was shocked, thinking the monster wished to exact revenge on him for being partially responsible. He spawned his little angel in preparation for another fight. When the big monster came before Han Sen, it knelt in front of him as if to beg. It was quite the surprising scene to witness, watching a mountain-large beast kneel in front of him. It was difficult to describe the feelings one would get from the sight. "Do you want me to save it?" Han Sen understood what the big monster desired from him. So, he obliged and used the holy light to heal its baby. The big monster knew of the light's effectiveness from when Han Sen had used the ability on it, so the creature thought he might be able to use it on his young, as well. "If I save it, will you adhere to my commands?" Han Sen asked, after a while of thought. Now that he had the power to kill 2 super creatures, doing so would have increased his super geno points by a large amount. But instead, he cooperated with the monster, for he felt sympathy for them. What was most important for him right now was claiming an Empire-class shelter, a shelter that needed protection. It would only be a matter of time before Han Sen maxed out his super geno points, and getting 2 massive creatures such as these to guard one's home was not very common. After thinking things over, Han Sen decided to help the little monster and the big monster out. Roar! The big monster roared and knelt before Han Sen again, signaling its willingness to adhere to Han Sen's commands. Inside the spirit hall, Han Sen sat down on the throne. As he did so, he observed Moment Queen. This was his first time learning that the officially defined class for a super spirit was King class. "I may obey you, but we are both King spirits. If you dare mistreat me, I will self-destruct without hesitation," Moment Queen said harshly, biting down on her teeth. "We are both King spirits." Han Sen looked at Moment Queen with much shock. It seemed as if his super body had earned him the status of a king spirit. Moment Queen continued to look on Han Sen without saying another word. She believed Han Sen was only toying with her. If Han Sen wasn't a king spirit, she would have self-destructed already, not obeying him for a single moment. They were both king spirits, so she already thought it was embarrassing enough for her to obey Han Sen. If she didn't have something else to live for, she would have self-destructed by now, as well. "Okay, tell me what you want." Han Sen looked at Moment Queen with curiosity. He had just now learned that the type of body he had was also a type of status. His super body had granted him the body of a king-class spirit. This also earned him a 100% success rate when claiming spirits that were below king class themselves. If they were at the same level, the success rate was random. Moment Queen had sworn her vow already, but it was evident that she had done so against her will. Quite clearly then, obtaining a super spirit was no small feat. As such, Han Sen did not want her to explode, and he valued the prospect of her becoming quite the fighter for him. "I can adhere to your commands, but first, you must aid me in finishing my own evolution. Give me a chance to ascend to the third god's sanctuary again," Moment Queen said, with certainty. "Again? Are you saying you came from there?" Han Sen heard what she had to say and was visibly surprised by the revelation. "I used to be there, yes. But I committed a crime that is not so easily forgiven, and thus, I was sent back here." Moment Queen wore a complicated look. "Ah, what crime would that be?" Han Sen looked at Moment Queen with profound interest. "I killed the son of a king," Moment Queen said, without emotion. "What king? That sounds fairly powerful." Han Sen's interest continued to grow. Moment Queen responded, "The spirits are at war in the third god's sanctuary. If the opposing faction can be defeated, the victor assumes rule. And you dared to kill the son of the king? You really are something." Han Sen paused, and then continued to say, "That means, if you return to the third god's sanctuary, you will be hunted." "Yes, if you are afraid of this, set me free. Free yourself of the burden that is me," Moment Queen coldly said. "Well, that is a bridge we can cross when we come to it, sometime further down the line. But tell me, how can you return to the third god's sanctuary?" Han Sen asked. But after this, Han Sen thought of a more important question. If his king spirit's super body was the same as a king spirit, that meant when he reached the level of a celestial being, his king spirit talents would be triggered. If he truly counted as a king spirit, that meant he could enter the third god's sanctuary like other king spirits did. He would not have to go through the evolution pool. Han Sen thought if he entered that place as a king spirit, and used the evolution pool anyway, he might earn something special. Therefore, Han Sen wanted to know how the king spirits entered the third god's sanctuary and learn of whether or not there were any benefits to their form of ascendance. If this was similar to what happened to the rhino, he may have considered it. At least it wasn't too random. It must take an extremely powerful spirit to be able to return to the second god's sanctuary and then return to the third god's sanctuary immediately after. Moment Queen explained things to Han Sen, and they were just as he had presumed. If spirits wanted to go there, they had to max out their King Spirit Geno points. When their King Spirit Geno point total reached 100, they could go to the third god's sanctuary. The way King Spirits increased their Geno points was similar to how humans gained Geno points. They could absorb life Geno essences, and also absorb the life essences given by plants. But they were also different than humans. King Spirits were limited by the elements they were born with. This meant they could only absorb the life Geno essences they were born with. If it was a Fire King Spirit, it could only absorb a Fire Element life Geno essence. Water Element King Spirits could only absorb Water Element life Geno essences, and so on. Although Han Sen had a King Spirit body, he was not a celestial being yet. The King Spirit's talents weren't activated, so for now, he could continue absorbing any kind of life Geno essence. When he activated the King Spirit talents, he did not know whether or not he could do the same. He only had the King Spirit body, he wasn't actually a King Spirit. He was like a hybrid. Han Sen was silent for quite a bit, lost in thought. But then he asked her, "What is your element?" "Space," Moment Queen answered. "Okay. If I come into possession of space element life Geno essences, I will give them to you. But in return, you must adhere to my commands without question." Han Sen believed this was a fair trade. It wouldn't be a bad thing for Han Sen to bring a powerful fighter alongside him, for when he went to the third god's sanctuary. And Han Sen wasn't afraid of Queen Moment's issue with the slain son of a king. She was only a spirit, and once he reached the third god's sanctuary, he could always just keep her in his Sea of Soul and summon her when he required assistance. After striking a deal, Han Sen went to take a look at the duo he had now named Big Black and Small Black. He had decided to keep them in the shelter. Han Sen was not very proficient when it came to naming things, but without an opinion being expressed by Big Black and Small Black in opposition to the names, he didn't see a problem calling them this. Little Black had been heavily injured, and Han Sen had to spend some time every day healing it. Gradually, its wounds started to become better. Still, it would take a long time before it became fully healed. Taking down a king-class shelter was no small feat, but it's a shame how empty the place is. High-class creatures populate the slopes of these mountains, too, which keeps others at bay. Where might I find people, then? If I can't find anyone else to come here, then this king-class shelter will be wasted. Han Sen's heart sank at the thought. Not many humans had what it took to travel this far, so earning money from the shelter would not be easy. So now, for the time being, he bid that Little Black and Big Black remain in the area to guard its vacant throne in case other spirits ventured near and attempted to claim it. Han Sen now thought of where he might go next. Moment Queen had a suggestion. Chapter 805. Hunting a Thunderhawk in the northern mountains. The empty vines were bearing fruit, and it wouldn't be long before they matured. Moment Queen had made plans to send out subordinates for their retrieval. But now, she had been claimed by Han Sen and robbed of her ability to command super creatures. She had no choice but to ask Han Sen to collect the fruit on her behalf. Do others know and wait on the maturing of this empty fruit? Han Sen asked Moment Queen. There are many super creatures hungry for it, yes. In the northernmost reaches of these lands, the Devil Blood King resides. He will most certainly come, for one, Moment Queen answered. Didn't you just tell me you can only absorb life Geno essences that are aligned with the element of your being? What is the empty fruit? And why do so many super creatures and spirits vie for it? Han Sen frowned. Plant-born life Geno essences are non-elemental. Many super creatures and spirits are therefore attracted to them. The empty fruit is just one of many that can be found across this world, Moment Queen said. Oh, Han Sen was delighted to hear this, actually. Obtaining such fruit would undoubtedly benefit him. They did not provide him with Geno points, but the body-strengthening properties such fruit had yielded him were of great benefit in the past. Tell me, which are the most powerful super creatures you'd suspect us to face off against there? And the Devil Blood King, what manner of super creature subordinates does he command? Han Sen wanted as much intel as he could get before wandering off there. Moment Queen proceeded to give Han Sen as much information as she could, and when she was done, he frowned. There were a lot of powerful super creatures suspected to be there, but above all, the strength of Devil Blood King was higher than Moment Queen's. After all, Moment Queen had been demoted and returned to the second god's sanctuary. She had only been here for a decade, and the collective of super creatures she had assembled was limited. Devil Blood King's situation was different. He had been here and developed his following over the course of thousands of years. He would inevitably have many more super creatures than Moment Queen previously had. However, it would be unlikely for Devil Blood King to bring even half of his super creatures, as he wasn't the sort to leave his shelter unprotected. His retrieval of the empty fruit was not guaranteed because of this. Well, if this is how things will be, let's go take a look. Han Sen decided to go sneak a look at the fruit. Once he was there, he'd determine the viability of obtaining the fruit. If he deemed things to be okay, he'd go for it. If things looked to be too hot to handle, he'd return without risking it. Han Sen, with the silver fox, left the shelter under the care of Little Black and Big Black. Little Black's wounds were still bad, and it had to remain there to recover, anyway. Since it had to stay at the shelter, Big Black wouldn't be willing to leave its young. Therefore, Han Sen decided to leave them behind to guard the shelter during his absence. Before Han Sen left, he asked Moment Queen if there were any thunder element super creatures in the nearby vicinity. After hearing of Moment Queen's method of evolution, he began to suspect the reason for the Silver Fox's general disinterest in the life geno-essences he had collected thus far was because of their elements. Perhaps the Silver Fox would want one if it was the right element. The Silver Fox was quite powerful now, and Han Sen had grown attached to the little blighter after having him for so long. Han Sen was really hoping the Silver Fox could also accompany him when he reached the third god's sanctuary. In regards to the unreliable little fairy, he settled on helping her when he could. But he wasn't willing to go out of his way to aid her purposely. Moment Queen, after a moment's thought, recalled a nearby Thunderhawk. It was not far, but its flying abilities were extremely powerful and felling it was sure to be no easy feat. Moment Queen once tried to capture the Thunderhawk, but her attempt was a failure and the creature managed to escape. The only subordinate she had that could fly was the Black Tiger. Han Sen and his followers were different, though. He, the little angel, and the Silver Fox could fly, even Moment Queen could. With such a collective, the chance of securing the Thunderhawk was relatively high. Han Sen decided to kill the Thunderhawk before proceeding onwards to collect the fruit. The Silver Fox had just evolved, and it saved Han Sen's life right after, so he wanted to reward him with a life geno essence. And, of course, to boost his strength with further nutritious goodies. No creature sought to impede their travel, even across those mountain ranges that were notorious for the population of high-class creatures. The Silver Fox still frightened them off, and with Moment Queen's presence at the head of the band of adventurers, it would be folly for any creature to try their luck. When they arrived at the correct mountain, it wasn't long before Han Sen caught sight of a big, green hawk in the distance. It was flying around just beneath the clouds, surveying the lands below for prey. Han Sen immediately summoned his little angel and let the Silver Fox and Moment Queen surround it in the sky. Bringing out the scallop shell, Han Sen extended an invitation to the fairy to join them. The fairy, however, continued to sleep and pretend she didn't hear anything. Not wanting to bother with her any further, he returned the scallop and took off into the skies to join his pets and companions in battle. The Silver Fox appeared to be quite excited. A thunderous lightning shone, and it transformed into a Thunderfox. He hopped towards the Thunderhawk, while the little angel and Moment Queen flanked it from behind. The Thunderhawk attempted to fly away and escape them. It moved extremely quickly, and its passing was accompanied with green lightning like a moving storm. But unlike its previous encounters, the Thunderhawk's challengers on this day were actually faster. That was especially true of the Silver Fox. Resistant to the hawk's lightning, the Silver Fox was quick to catch up and leap atop it. The green lightning that surrounded the hawk was immediately snuffed out by the silver lightning. With the little angel and Moment Queen taking its rear, the hawk quickly found itself in a poor situation. Plumes of feathers rained down, accompanied by a downpouring of its blood. It cried aloud in agony, its echoes like a chorus across the mountainous landscape. When the opportunity presented itself, Han Sen fired 2 bolts in quick succession. Once they found their target, the Silver Fox was able to tear off the hawk's head effortlessly. A green lightning-like life geno essence fell all the way to the ground. The Silver Fox immediately swallowed it and licked its lips. A flicker of green lightning appeared to spark across the Silver Fox's fur, but then, it was gone. The only visible effect it had on the Silver Fox, from what Han Sen could see, was that its coat had become shinier. I wonder how many Thunder Geno essences it needs, before it can proceed to the third god's sanctuary, Han Sen thought. There was no way Han Sen would be able to eat a life Geno essence like that. After killing the Thunderhawk, Han Sen passed leadership back over to Moment Queen so she could take them to the empty vine. The mountain ranges were massive, and the rocky geography reached on for thousands of miles. They flew for 8 days before arriving at the valley she said the fruit would reside in. Before entering the valley, however, they saw 2 scary creatures fighting ahead of them. Why is he here? Han Sen looked surprised. He knew one of the 2 frightening creatures that fought. One of the creatures was clad in steel armor, and it wielded a greatsword shrouded in green light. It was the armored phantom that Moment Queen once had authority over. Now, it was doing battle with a black skeleton. It wielded a weapon that looked like a bone itself, or some sort of horn. It wasn't easy to discern what it was at first glance, but it viciously fought against the armored phantom. When the strange weapon in the skeleton's hand collided with the phantom's greatsword, it wasn't damaged. Evidently, it was far tougher than Han Sen's flaming Rex spike. The armored phantom saw Han Sen from afar and ran off, abandoning its fight against the skeleton. It didn't stop, and it just ran and ran until it was out of sight. The skeleton had never seen Han Sen before, so it wasn't aware of the power he possessed. It ran towards Han Sen with its weapon raised, aiming to clobber its new target over the head. The little angel appeared in front of Han Sen, and her transparent greatsword was swung to assail the bony fiend. The creature's attack was so hard that she was knocked back 2 meters. Having its first attempted attack blocked, the skeleton didn't waste any time switching targets. Han Sen did not go to help the little angel, and he just stood there watching its energy flow. Much to his delight, he learned that it was a second-generation super creature. But after watching for a while, he felt bored. The powers of a second-generation super creature no longer thrilled him, and aside from their element and how they were used, they all seemed to be the same. After learning many second-generation super creature energy flows, he started to realize how most were useless to him. His strongest skill was Sonic Thunder Punch now, and the combination of those 2 elements proved far more effective than the energy flows he had learned from any other second-generation super creature. Han Sen knew the reason for this, however. He was in the second god's sanctuary. The energy flows he could simulate were all the same, and only allowed for a power that did not exceed the unlocking of the first gene lock. If he entered the third god's sanctuary, he could most likely simulate the power of super creatures that had unlocked 7 of their gene locks. Something like that was sure to be extraordinarily powerful, and worthy of getting excited about. Han Sen's Dongshuan Sutra was a super qigong, but the extent of its power was capped like every other skill here. Just like Jadeskin, only one of its gene locks could be opened. The usage of both of those skills were different, yes, but the power of both were practically the same. The question of which qigong was stronger would all be down to how many gene locks could be opened. He would have to go to the third god's sanctuary to unravel and grasp the full power of the Dongshuan Sutra. No matter how many skills and powers he could simulate, it did not matter much if they were all capped to a single gene lock. Dongshuan Sutra could only simulate the energy flow an opponent had. They couldn't be upgraded, so it was unnecessary for him to learn each and every one. Han Sen believed the most useful energy flows he had learned were Sonic Thunder Punch and Arrow, but he also believed the energy flow of the armored phantom was sure to be up there with his best. Light Son of God's energy flow was also quite useful, taking into account the incredible speed boost it gave him. And in regards to Moment Queen's energy flow, although he could simulate it, his body couldn't handle the ability of teleportation. Using it was sure to result in suicide. Once his fitness was higher, he'd be keen to try it out, though. The skeleton continued to fight the little angel, so Han Sen summoned Moment Queen so that she might help her kill it. But the skeleton was cunning, and when it saw Moment Queen coming towards it, it quickly dug underground to escape. The little angel drove her sword a few meters deep into the earth, but hit nothing. Its flight was a success, and she had no idea where it had now gone to. Never mind, then, let's just go find the empty vine. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan the ground below, and couldn't find a trace of the skeleton either. It appeared to be long gone now. Han Sen continued walking, and when he saw the empty vine, he froze. He thought it'd just be a vine that had writhed its way up a craggy cliff face. But when he saw it, he felt as if he had never been so wrong. The vine was massive. It was like a grand pillar, wreathed around itself. It extended upwards like a tower towards heaven. It was so high, its top pierced the clouds above, obscuring how tall it truly was. Han Sen saw it from afar, and he noticed something else. The armored phantom was climbing it, and not far below it, the black skeleton had resurfaced and was chasing it up. They were going at a hurried pace, and before long, they had both passed through the lofty clouds. This is the empty vine. That's a big vine. How much fruit grows there? Do you think we'll have to fight for the fruit? Han Sen asked, while looking at the leaves and flowers. If each flower bore one fruit, the amount that would grow would seem limitless. And if so, there'd be no need for anyone or anything to fight to obtain one. He believed 1,000 creatures could eat their fill without hassle, if that was true. That is only the vine's root, Moment Queen said coldly. Root? Since when do roots grow leaves and flowers? Han Sen looked at her with an unconvinced face. Moment Queen continued walking towards the vine, and as she went, she said, "This is the root of the empty vine. As we climb, you will eventually see the vine pierce through a floating island that rests above the sea of clouds. Above the island is the true body of the vine and the life it bears. The fruit will ripen soon, so we best hurry." Han Sen nodded and followed Moment Queen over to the empty vine. The vine was like a fried dough twist, that extended all the way up to the clouds high above. It was wide enough to drive a truck up its side, presuming the truck did not answer to gravity. Han Sen summoned his golden growler and rode up, seeing as there was so much space. It was an interesting experience, and after climbing a few hundred meters, the view of the lands below was rather magnificent. Moment, how long until the fruit ripens? Do you think the Devil Blood King is here yet? Han Sen inquired, as he ascended. It should be ready in about 2 days, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Devil Blood King has already arrived and taken over the best vantage points on the floating island, Moment Queen explained. If there is another 2 days to go, what is the rush? Let us climb slowly. While Han Sen said this, he suddenly heard a bird. Han Sen turned and looked, and he saw a black flame phoenix shoot through the clouds from the south. Isn't that the black flame phoenix from the Black Desert? If that thing was willing to fly all this way here, I wonder how many other creatures are there up top. Han Sen suddenly thought of something else, as well. If the Black Phoenix is here, I wonder if the Green Kirin is here, too. Chapter 807. Roast Goose. While Han Sen was still thinking, he heard a woman laugh. He wasn't sure from which direction it came. Have humans come here, as well? Or was that just another spirit? Han Sen looked around him but failed to see anyone. The land below was devoid of anyone and anything, creatures included. The fruit they had sought was nearly matured, and most of the creatures and spirits that vied for one were already up on the island waiting for their chance. Moment, did you hear a woman laugh? Han Sen asked, looking at her. Moment Queen shook her head and said, "What woman's laughter? Did I mishear that, then?" Han Sen wondered, confused. Just as he was ready to forget about it, he heard the laughter once more. It was so clear this time, that he knew he had not misheard it. Are you really telling me you didn't hear that? Han Sen looked at Moment Queen and asked again. Moment Queen merely frowned and looked around, not seeing anything out of place. Little Silver, did you hear that? Han Sen asked the silver fox, who was resting on his shoulder. It looked at Han Sen with a face that suggested it had not heard a thing. That's weird. I heard a woman's laugh, I am absolutely positive. With a puzzled expression, Han Sen perked up his ears and resolved to pay attention and sniff out the source of the laughter, if it ever sounded again. A little while later, while Han Sen was climbing the vine, more of that bell-like laughter chimed. Moment Queen and the silver fox still didn't hear a thing. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to sense what was around him, but it was to no avail. He couldn't sense any creatures sneaking about. And this was how it was, all the way up. He would hear the laughter, do his best to locate where it came from, fail, and proceed on up the vine. This is getting really weird now. Han Sen, despite his best efforts, could not uncover the source of this laughter. Onwards he went. The empty island was far bigger than Han Sen imagined it would be. It was like a small kingdom perched above the clouds. Following the vines, they were led up to the island. When there, they saw a number of barren mountains in the distance, which were devoid of all life. Let me return to the Sea of Soul, in case I unwittingly draw the attention and possible ire of the Devil Blood King. Venture there alone and do not draw any unnecessary attention to yourself. If he does not notice your presence, we may very well have a chance of securing the fruit. It was obvious that Moment Queen believed Han Sen had no chance of competing with the Devil Blood King. Okay, Han Sen knew he wasn't powerful enough. His compatriots were too fewer, even fewer if you did not count the lazy fairy. It was indeed best to keep a low profile. Han Sen returned Moment Queen to the Sea of Soul, and then he ventured on towards the center of the island. The empty vine ought to have been there. He walked for 10 miles before hearing a familiar voice crying for help. Han Sen was taken by surprise, as he recognized the voice as belonging to a human. It most certainly couldn't have been a spirit. "Oh, divine masters above, I beseech thee to deliver me aid." The voice was one of pity, and Han Sen couldn't shake the feeling he had heard that voice many times before. Isn't that Wang Yuhang's voice? Why in the world is he here? That should be impossible. Han Sen, with a head full of questions, felt his face morph. This was where super creatures roamed in abundance. If Wang Yuhang had continued to accompany Han Sen, since the time they parted ways, God knew what might have transpired. Bad luck tended to follow him like a terrible smell. It was highly likely Han Sen would have been killed by now, as a result of it. Han Sen then decided to turn around and walk away, but Wang Yuhang's voice was getting audibly closer. Bollocks! I cannot be this unlucky, surely. Han Sen's heart began to sink, as he saw Wang Yuhang exit the valley ahead. Wang Yuhang was a great distance away, but still, he had managed to spot Han Sen. With a face of surprise, he ran towards him in great hurry, shouting, "Bossman! I cannot believe you have come here to help little old me. To think you have come here to save me from another perilous endeavor. I am touched by your generosity. Touched, I tell you. Here I am, about to die a brutal death, and you have come to save me." Han Sen felt rather awkward right now. He hadn't the faintest idea where Wang Yuhang had been spending his days, and he most certainly didn't expect him to be here of all places. He was definitely not planning on saving him. But having been spotted, there was no point in Han Sen trying to make a quick getaway. Looking behind Wang Yuhang, Han Sen saw a big white goose giving him chase. When it caught up to Wang Yuhang, it managed to lean forward and snap its beak on his fleeing bum. The pain that resulted from such vicious pecks to the backside had him screaming in pain. "Bossman, save me!" Wang Yuhang yelled to Han Sen. Pulling out his flaming Rex spike, Han Sen ran forward to engage the goose. Fortunately, the life force of the goose was relatively weak and was more likely a sacred blood creature more than anything. All he would have to do was kill it. He struck once, and the goose almost disappeared in a billow of white feathers. The goose was set on fire by the weapon, but it actually managed to survive the hit. The white goose quacked in agony, as it slowly became a black goose. Delivering another smack, Han Sen brought the feathered fiend to a fiery end. Sacred blood creature white goose killed. Beast soul gained. Eat its flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han Sen had a look at the scorched remains of the goose and thought it best not to waste it. Retrieving his death knell, he had it drink its blood in the hopes it would grow. Han Sen also summoned Princess Yinyang. He had them start a fire, so they could cook and have some roast goose to eat. "Bossman, you truly are a kind soul. I cannot believe you were so willing to help me." Wang Yuhang gave Han Sen a suffocating hug, as tears and snots dribbled into his clothing. "I had no idea you would be here. I was only passing through. But tell me, what brought you this far out into the wilds?" Han Sen asked Wang Yuhang. When Wang Yuhang heard what Han Sen had to say, however, he did not believe him. He looked touched and said, "I knew you came this way to have my back. Feel free to admit it. You came all this way just to save little old me, did you not? Oh, golly, you sure know how to touch a man. Stop, tell me why you're here." Han Sen told him as he saw Wang Yuhang leaning in for another wet hug. Wang Yuhang, however, suddenly looked angry. He said, "Those people are not human, I tell you. I was ice fishing out on an ice lake when they got the drop on me. They knocked me out, and when I woke up, I found myself here inside a cage. They did not treat me like a human being, and left me locked inside a cage for the longest time. Humans should not be forced to suffer in such a way, I tell you." Wang Yuhang's voice rose in anger the more he talked, and by the end, Han Sen asked him to stop. But then, he told Han Sen that the people who captured him came under attack by 2 powerful creatures. Amidst the carnage, he was able to escape. "Eat something, once you've had your fill. Return to fonder pastures." Han Sen was not as brave as the others, who had dared bring Wang Yuhang out here. So, Han Sen prepared him food and bid that he leave. Of course, Wang Yuhang grabbed a large chunk of roast goose and began to chow down on it, heartily. Quack! A strange goose-like quack was heard high in the sky above them. Hurriedly, it descended to land directly in front of Wang Yuhang. Its landing whipped up fierce winds, as their new feathered foe's red eyes flickered between the roast meal and the unfortunate man that dined on it. Chapter 808. Attracting Disaster. Big brother, I still haven't eaten any yet. You want your charred brethren back? Wang Yuhang's hands trembled, as he handed over a carved slice of roast goose to the newly descended one. Quack! The white goose angrily cried and tried to attack Wang Yuhang. Bossman, I request your assistance once more. Wang Yuhang called and ran over to Han Sen's side. Han Sen took off into the skies, not wishing to kill their new foe. Killing it could potentially draw the attention of more creatures. With Wang Yuhang in the vicinity, there was a high likelihood of this very thing happening. Bossman, don't run, save me, Wang Yuhang shouted as he ran. Little uncle, I cannot save you this time. Run back to whence you came. Han Sen yelled down to him, from the safety of the skies. Whence I came, I haven't the faintest idea where I am or how I might return to whence I came, Wang Yuhang said in flustered response. Weren't you just kidnapped? Run to where those people brought you. Do that and find a way to leave the goose's ire on them. Han Sen wanted to see who the people that kidnapped Wang Yuhang were. Could such a tactic work? Wang Yuhang asked with desperation. Just go, I am still here, Han Sen smiled. Bossman, if I am in absolute danger, I still beseech that you save me. Wang Yuhang yelled out, as he started to run. Of course, Han Sen watched Wang Yuhang run a great distance. Wang Yuhang led the goose without a single problem, and his attraction and kiting skills were exemplary as they always had been. He led the goose by its nose, keeping it as close as he could, all without sustaining any damage. He ran and ran, right across the mountains. He had scaled numerous mountains, and after passing over many, Han Sen espied a camp sitting at the bottom of one particular valley. There were many tents there, and Han Sen suspected that the camp held at least 200 people. But because there were no flags or cloths bearing an emblem, symbol, or logo pertaining to any particular organization, Han Sen was unable to discern who they were. When Wang Yuhang reached the camp, it caused a great scene as the campers scrambled from out of their shelter in sudden distress. The white goose was terrifyingly powerful, and the creature did not spare the lives of those who dwelled in the camp. Scores of the people there were killed, and many more of them were injured. There was one man ordering his fellows to surround the goose, and even after observing that, he was unable to tell who they were. But one thing was for sure, they were well trained. And even amidst the chaos, the subordinates were each able to adhere to the commands of their superiors and focus. Not a single person ran off, despite the goose's slaughter. Who are these people? They are pretty good, but if they cannot deal with a single super creature, for what reason have they come here? As Han Sen pondered this puzzling conundrum, he saw something strange happen to the people he observed down below. Under the leader's control, some people brought out a vial containing some concoction. Then, they injected themselves with the serum. Soon after, their muscles expanded and their eyes turned red and a red horn burst forth from their foreheads. Bloodhorn Shira, Han Sen thought, with much surprise. He never did figure out where the bloodhorn Shira that assaulted him came from. And although he most suspected Angel Gene, he hadn't found any proof to confirm it was them. Of everything that might have occurred on his journey here, encountering bloodhorn Shira was one of the most unlikely. And now, viewing them with greater clarity, they didn't look like Shira at all. They were simply humans that had forced mutations upon themselves. Despite the folly of their actions, they did look far stronger following their injections and subsequent transformation into what Han Sen had dubbed a bloodhorn Shira. For a while, they were able to maintain their position, but still, they were unable to slay the goose that had descended upon them. That being said, the goose was unable to totally destroy the camp now, too. The elites amongst them that had opened their gene locks did not use the medicine, and they instead took off after Wang Yuhang in the desire of capturing him once more. Han Sen watched what was going on for a while, and it seemed as if no damage was being dealt to the wild goose. They seemed to be running out of patience, and so one of the elites injected themselves with the concoction. Within seconds, the man's muscles expanded by a vast amount. The person's head grew a horn and his life force made a great leap in power. Pang! The man's body burst into flames. He threw his fist forward towards the white goose and incinerated a portion of the white goose's plumage. Impossible. Han Sen's face was one of utter shock. The man had dealt elemental damage through the manner of a projectile. Only celestial beings were supposedly capable of doing such a thing. Although the man had unlocked his gene lock, he was far away from achieving such a level. Therefore, how was he able to do what he had just done? What in the world is that medicine? Han Sen wondered, with distraught surprise. The white goose wasn't heavily injured, but after the fire power imbued man joined the fight with all the other bloodhorn Shira, it was quickly put at a disadvantage. The white goose, seeing its sudden inability to win the battle, cried out and flew away. The people were unable to catch up with it, and so they could do little but watch it go. Before Han Sen could comprehend the situation, he realized he had done naught but watch the events unfold with his jaw wide open. Although the people weren't too difficult to kill, the entire fact that they had willingly transformed themselves into bloodhorn Shira frightened Han Sen. But before he did anything, like killing them, Han Sen knew he'd have to collect intel and find out more about them first. Wang Yuhang, in the meantime, had been beaten up by the elites and thrown back into a cage. Luckily, despite his egregious luck, Wang Yuhang was not a dumb person. Although he was back at square one, he didn't call out for Han Sen's aid, and it seemed his kidnappers were still unaware of the presence of other people on the empty island. Han Sen continued to watch them from afar, committed to gathering as much information about them as he could. They beat up Wang Yuhang, but not by a large amount. It was clear to him that they wanted him for a particular purpose. Despite his attraction of the super creature and the fatalities that ensued, they only locked him up instead of killing him. After a while, however, Han Sen noticed something interesting. The people who used the medicine started to look like ordinary humans after about an hour. When they returned to looking like regular humans again, they looked weak. They didn't seem to be doing too well. It would appear that drug has negative side effects for its users. That aside, the transformation itself does not seem to last very long, Han Sen talked to himself. The serum seemed to last much longer on the man who had unlocked his gene lock, however. For him to look like an average human again, it took 2 hours. But he too now looked weaker than usual. He looked pale, as if he were drained of energy. He went inside a tent to rest. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to observe them. Their life forces had become much weaker, and their fitness had dropped below 100. Manager Ku, Wang Yuhang's problems extend beyond mere bad luck. In his short time with us, he has caused us much trouble. We have sustained many losses, and I am afraid our army will be wasted before that thing comes out. 2 people were engaged in discussion, inside the leader's tent. Han Sen bent his ear their way, thinking he might pick up a thing or two of interest. There is nothing we can do. Only Wang Yuhang can pull away the creature we seek. Its retrieval will be impossible if we do not have him. Manager Ku continued his cold dialogue, saying, "It is fortunate its maturity will come soon, sometime within the next 2 days." Sun Chengdong replied, "Chen Cheng and the third team made use of their Shira liquid. It will take a week for them to recover. I do not believe they will be able to accompany us any further on this mission." Manager Ku nodded and said, "Have them stay in camp as backup, at least, just in case the need arises." They both went on to discuss another matter, but Han Sen couldn't hear. At the very least, he now knew why they had come here. They too had come for the empty fruit. These people are out of their minds. Do they believe such a small number of people can rival the creatures and obtain the fruit? They have no idea how many monsters have been attracted to this place by the empty fruit. Han Sen laughed in his heart. Although they used the Shira liquid to strengthen their bodies, its side effects were extreme. Not to mention the short length of time the concoction boosted their bodies for. Even for the elite who used a vial, it was not enough to thwart and beat a super creature. If they had a lot more men, all of which could use the juice, then they might have had a chance of defeating a single super creature. But in this place, there was sure to be far more than just a single super creature. Lord knew how many lurked around the empty fruit, hungry and waiting for it to ripen. Having watched them face off against the goose, Han Sen already believed them to be doomed. But if they were still adamant in trying to obtain the fruit, he was happy to watch them. It was possible their intrusion could work out for the best, and he'd benefit from their meddling. If Han Sen went against the Devil Blood King face to face, he did not believe himself able to compete. So, for now, Han Sen decided to leave the people be. And he also decided to allow Wang Yuhang to remain with them for now, too. He'd feel safer this way, a whole lot safer than he would if Wang Yuhang was hanging around him, at least. To make some creepy tonic such as that, I'm afraid it must be the work of the Zhao family or the Qi family. Han Sen started to wonder, but he was leaning towards it being the Zhao family who produced the Bloodhorn Shira juice. When this concoction becomes known to the market at large, I am afraid the Alliance and the Second God's Sanctuary will be in for a period of turmoil. Hunting in the Second God's Sanctuary would not be as difficult, but if they could not absorb life geno-essences, then their killing of super creatures would be pointless. The best they could hope for would be beast souls. Han Sen pondered the ramifications of such a product in the Alliance. Regardless of what could happen, it was guaranteed to cause an imbalance for humanity. If it was produced by the Zhao family, Han Sen feared their reputation would only increase and perhaps make them an unstoppable force. I need to find a way to get my hands on that Shira liquid. I need to do some tests and research on it myself. Han Sen acknowledged its power, but he knew he'd be unable to discover much of what lay inside the compound by himself. If he handed it over to the Ji family, however, he reckoned they could do the deep dive he could not. Han Sen remained in the area for 2 days, waiting for them to move. The garrison that left to retrieve the fruit departed towards the center of the island with Wang Yuhang in tow, but a few men remained in the camp. Han Sen followed them from afar, and the further they went, the more he could begin sensing the presence of terrifying life forces. Han Sen believed they must be suicidal to blindly march forward to the center. The sensing abilities of the people that marched forward were far too low, and it was remarkable how unaware they were of the wretchedly powerful creatures that were around. They seemed to have no idea they were walking into what was looking to be a certifiable bloodbath. They said they needed Wang Yuhang for the purpose of attracting a certain creature away, and so they had treated him well enough since his return. He had been healed and fed, but being locked inside a cage like the latest exhibition at a zoo was unkind. With a grim, disheartened face, Wang Yuhang clutched the bars of the cage the entire time, waiting for Han Sen to spring him free and rescue him. Han Sen continued to follow the troops until they reached the center. It was strangely quiet there, and they did not seem to recognize the presence of a single creature in the area. That was because the empty fruit hadn't matured yet. The creatures that would vie for its consumption were all in hiding. After walking half the day, Han Sen was finally able to gaze upon the splendor of the empty vine. It came out of a mountain like a spring, wreathing its slopes in green vines. And the vines coursed all the way around to cover the mountain's 100-meter-tall heights. A vine stuck out of the mountain's peak, and 4 grape-sized fruits hung from it. They were all purplish in color, with shiny skin. They were on the precipice of becoming ripe. A pleasant fragrance was bursting forth from the 4 empty fruit, and their scent shrouded the entire mountainside. Near the top of the mountain, a black feathered bird waited. It was entirely black, save for its white head. It didn't look too dissimilar to an owl, but it was far bigger. Manager Ku commanded his people to fire at it. With the arrows incoming, the owl flapped its wings and waved them all away. Not a single arrow reached its target. It didn't leave the mountain, though. It remained where it had been, seemingly not wanting to leave the empty fruit for a single moment. It was teetering on the brink of being ripe, after all. Manager Ku employed many different ideas to evict the owl from its spot, but none of them worked. Unable to shoo it off, they brought Wang Yuhang out of his cage and sent him up to draw the owl away. Wang Yuhang nervously approached the creature against his will. He rambled across the vines, and when in firing distance, shot an arrow at the owl. The arrow, after hitting the owl, incited no reaction. The arrow merely shattered upon hitting the owl's wing. Everyone anxiously watched the owl, still expecting it to do something. But nothing occurred, and the owl did not seem to care. Manager Ku shouted at Wang Yuhang, "Fire at the creature again." Wang Yuhang turned around and saw the countless arrows and pointy weapons drawn and aimed towards him. Realizing the futility of resistance at a time like this, he had no choice but to fire another arrow. After doing so, the owl raised its eyebrows in a manner that seemed to suggest it was merely holding its anger in. When Wang Yuhang fired a third arrow, the owl could no longer maintain its composure. It raced down towards the man who had been forced to pester it. Wang Yuhang screamed and jumped down, scrambling down towards the people behind him. But Manager Ku commanded his men to fire arrows at him. With no other choice, he was forced to run in a different direction. Seeing the owl chase Wang Yuhang, the people there seemed so excited. They all climbed the mountain, wanting to get their hands on the 4 empty fruit. They have no idea what they're doing. Whoever places one finger on one of those fruits is a dead man. Han Sen shook his head. Ignoring them, he ran to catch up with Wang Yuhang. His first task involved keeping him alive. Han Sen wanted to stay away from the bloody battle that was sure to unfold near the empty vine. Chapter 810. Summoning a pet. Han Sen chased after Wang Yuhang, and as he went, he sensed countless scary life forces making their way towards the empty vine. They had all been disturbed and made restless by the human intruders. There was still a while to go before the empty fruit ripened. The group of people had no idea when exactly it would mature, and going for them now would only lead to the creatures stopping them. If they picked the fruit before it became ripe, the benefits of its consumption would be far weaker, not worth the effort. Even Han Sen, who had received help from super creatures in the past, couldn't help but feel unnerved and a little scared when he sensed the number of creatures in the surrounding area. I hope those people don't all die. If they do, how am I supposed to interrogate them? Han Sen thought to himself. Racing across the length of 2 mountains, Han Sen finally caught up to the fleet-footed Wang Yuhang. The owl did not relent in its attacks, and all the while, Wang Yuhang stumbled, tripped, and scrambled on his way. He had sustained much damage this time. His armor had been pecked at, and much of it had been broken. His skin had been pierced, and blood was drawn. Although he wasn't heavily injured, his face was one of great pity and remorse. Han Sen quickly summoned his little angel to prevent the owl from continuing its pursuit of Wang Yuhang. "Bossman, you have finally come," Wang Yuhang shouted excitedly. Not caring for the lesions and wounds that riddled his person, he went towards Han Sen. "Wait, do not come any closer. Continue drawing its attention while we finish it." Han Sen quickly stopped Wang Yuhang from approaching him. Wang Yuhang promptly agreed, and with his bow, fired an arrow towards the owl to attract its ire once more. When the owl went after him, the little angel was able to quickly get in its way again and block it. When Wang Yuhang noticed the owl's inability to reach him, he went a little mad. He fired arrows like a loon, maniacally cackling, "Come here, little birdie. I'm right here. I make for terrific creature cuisine, so why do you not attempt to eat me?" After he had taunted it for some time, the owl stopped and made a noise akin to the crying of a baby. "Ha ha, crying is of little use, little birdie bird. Come on, come over here." Ouch. Wang Yuhang continued his fun in the provocation of the owl. But suddenly, a big rat came out of the ground. It was 1 foot long, and when it emerged, it leapt up and bit his ass. Its razor teeth pierced right through his armor and sunk deep into his plump bottom. When it pulled away, a chunk of Wang Yuhang's bum flesh was torn away. Wang Yuhang held his buttocks and screamed, and as he did so, many other black rats emerged from the ground. They ran towards him like the tide of the sea. "Oh, no, does this wretch possess the ability to summon a legion of rats to its devilish will? I beseech your aid, help." Wang Yuhang summoned a spear and swung it around crazily. But their numbers were unfathomable, and after killing a dozen, he could still see countless more headed his way. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan the rats. He was surprised to see that the rats were not actually creatures, and as a result, possessed no life force. They must have been direct summons of the owl, an ability not unlike the silver beetle mother. "I cannot believe this owl can summon its own little mobs. This is rather interesting." Han Sen summoned his flaming Rex spike and hurried over to the owl. As he went, he called out, "Little uncle, hold on. I'm going to kill this bird. Then I beg that you make haste. I shan't last very much longer, if something is not done about these ass biters soon." Ouch. Another rat bit Wang Yuhang. This time, it leapt up and ripped out a piece of his arm. "I'll be right there." Han Sen's eyes shone with the light of murder. Pang. The flaming Rex spike was swung upwards, and with the little angel's cooperation, it was driven harshly against the owl's body. The owl was knocked a great distance away. The little angel flew forward at once and delivered another slash to the owl. Then, Han Sen used his Rex spike to hit it again. The first generation owl didn't stand a chance, and it was getting destroyed by the duo with no reprieve. Feathers fell and blood rained. The owl, thinking it best to escape, had its departure prevented by Han Sen. He grabbed onto it, pulling back the heavily injured owl. Pat, pat, pat. Beneath the siege of attacks that were delivered onto it, the owl didn't have a single chance of fighting back. In minutes, the head of the owl was lopped off by a mighty swing of the little angel's greatsword. Super creature spirit owl killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen was overjoyed to hear this, as it had been a while since he last received a beast soul. He curiously pondered what manner of beast soul it might be, and with the death of the owl, the carnivorous rats vanished too. Wang Yuheng looked at Han Sen with much surprise and said, "Bossman, your strength continues to grow greater and greater. It only took you a few minutes to lay utter waste to a super creature." "I was taking my time." Han Sen smiled at Wang Yuheng and proceeded to say, "You should go home, you should leave this place. As for myself, there is something else I must attend to. I am coming with you. That legion of scum deserves death for what they did to me," Wang Yuheng said with anger. When his mind went back to his mistreatment, and the time he spent caged, he began to tremble with rage. "Well, don't worry about that. The scum will all be dead before long, I assure you," Han Sen said. "What?" Wang Yuheng asked with surprise. Then, he asked, "Do other super creatures inhabit the treacherous lands of the vicinity?" "Yes, there are loads. If you hate those people that much, and you would like to put your life on the line just so you can watch them get brutally torn apart, then let's go." Han Sen smiled. Wang Yuheng's face locked up. He looked as if he was about to say something, but just as he was, a black flame erupted from the empty vine like a volcano. Bossman, I have a Charlie horse, so, I think I'll just wait for you down there somewhere. You be careful, okay?" After saying this, Wang Yuheng hastily made his departure from the island. Han Sen decided to take a look at the spirit owl beast soul he had acquired. It was another pet-type beast soul. "This is interesting. If I raise this owl, I'll almost have an army of super creatures at my disposal." Han Sen was as delighted as he was curious. Still, he knew it would take a while before the pet could enter battle mode. But Han Sen was getting the hang of killing super creatures now, and he imagined it wouldn't be too much of a struggle. The death knell drank blood, whereas the spirit owl ate meat. This meant he could raise them together, without any conflict between the two arising. Han Sen did not have the time to look at the spirit owl for long. He returned his gaze to the empty vine, and when he did, he heard many roars accompanying the clanging sounds of various weaponry. The fight seemed to be raging. "I hope the Devil Blood King is already there. If not, that'd be a pain." Han Sen, continuing to look at the empty vine as he ventured there, was suddenly approached by a few men. It was Manager Ku and a few others. They didn't seem to be doing all that well. They had already injected themselves with the Shira liquid, and they seemed to be grievously injured. When they saw Han Sen, their faces changed. They knew exactly who he was. "It looks like everyone knows who I am. Yet I don't know any of you. That hardly seems fair." Han Sen smiled at the people in front of him. "I cannot believe we stumbled across you here. This truly is perfect." Manager Ku had murder in his eyes. He looked at the people around him, and they spread out to surround Han Sen. There were 7 of them, and they looked to be elites who had opened their gene locks. Furthermore, they were all under the effects of the drug. They possessed an unnatural power, and they were clearly preparing themselves to kill Han Sen. "Han Sen, summon your super pet. It's about time we demonstrate to you that super pets aren't that good." The leader, Manager Ku, looked to be seething with rage as he coldly spoke to Han Sen. "Super pets aren't good, you're right, they're brilliant. But I don't need a super pet to deal with you guys." Han Sen summoned the flaming Rex spike in his hands. Han Sen wanted to see how strong the people truly were, having used the Shira concoction. "Good, show us how talented you are." Manager Ku seemed genuinely excited, and very confident in his ability to kill Han Sen before he summoned a super pet. It would be better if they did not have to fight the super pet. Without any hesitation, Manager Ku swung his sword as fire erupted from the blade and wreathed it. Then, he rushed towards Han Sen. The other 6 people, who were blood-horned Shira, had their elemental powers primed. They all raced towards Han Sen, looking as if they wanted to kill him quickly before he summoned his super pet. They seemed to be really confident about killing Han Sen, and as a matter of fact, they had already formulated a plan for killing him beforehand. They had learned it on the off chance they would one day encounter him again. But their plan included what they should do to deal with the little angel at the same time. Now that they did not have to deal with the little angel right away, their confidence was bolstered. They thought Han Sen was a person who relied solely on his super pet for strength, and that he wasn't all that proficient in battle himself. Now that they had used their Shira liquid, their power exceeded what they believed possible for a human being. Thus, they thought killing him would be a trivial task. Seeing the first weapons approach, Han Sen waved him flaming Rex Spike. The Rex Spike shone with a green light, and without fear, he committed to the battle they brought towards him. The green light came from Han Sen's simulation of the armored phantom. He could simulate it 100%. Han Sen's life force was not as strong as the armored phantom's, however, so the light was a little weaker. Kacha. The indestructible green light cleaved through every one of his foe's elemental attacks. When he reached Manager Ku's longsword, Han Sen's swing broke it with ease. Impossible. How can you unleash such power? Manager Ku and the rest of his people were all shocked. They had all used Shira liquid to increase their fitness to a level that granted them elemental powers. Han Sen never used anything of the sort. With no body-boosting concoctions, they had no idea how he had managed to become so strong and do such a thing. Unleashing power is not that good. Han Sen waved his flaming Rex Spike towards one of his attackers. The green light spun alongside the flaming Rex Spike, becoming a green light drill bit. The man it was coming for raised his giant rock of a shield, in the hopes of blocking the incoming hit. The flaming Rex Spike drilled through the rocky shield like butter. Its speed was not impeded in the slightest, and it cut clean through into the man's body. The Bloodhorn Shira roared, as his body began to turn into stone. But it seemed useless in opposition to the green drill bit. The rocky body was of no resistance, and after the drill pierced through, he was instantly killed. The faces of his opponents all changed. They did not expect Han Sen to possess such a power, even with his super pet. He was far stronger than any scrap of intel had informed them. Han Sen waved his flaming Rex Spike and put his enemies at a disadvantage. He was still winning, despite going up against 6 people at the same time. His enemies went all pale. They believed their Shira liquid was enough to compete against a super pet, but now, they were brought to the startling realization that it wasn't even enough to deal with Han Sen himself. What is going on? How can Han Sen cast and unleash such power? Why is he so strong? Did he find a way to absorb life geno-essences? Has he become a celestial being? Manager Ku was suddenly brought to fear. He didn't want to fight Han Sen any longer. Let's go. When we return, we must make sure to inform the boss that Han Sen has managed to absorb life geno-essences. And we must tell him that he has become a celestial being, Manager Ku shouted before running off. 5 of the fighters still remained, but they did not stay for long. They all took off running in different directions, as fast as the wind. Han Sen coldly laughed and chased after Manager Ku. Manager Ku saw Han Sen chase after him but felt relieved. Even if Han Sen could catch up with him, the others would have gone far enough away to be safe from any other pursuit he sought to give. One way or another, the message would be delivered to their boss. But then, Manager Ku saw Han Sen summon a blonde angel and a black armored queen. I want 2 of them alive. Kill the rest, Han Sen coldly commanded. The angel and queen flew in different directions, and their speed truly shocked Manager Ku. That kind of speed, they must both be super pets. You have 2 super pets. Manager Ku's heart was shattered into pieces. He spoke to himself aloud, acknowledging his underestimation of Han Sen. According to the boss's calculation, they wouldn't have been able to kill him even if they had twice the men. Han Sen's own power, and all the stuff he had managed to collect over time, were far beyond their wildest expectations. You are wrong. I only have 1 super pet. The other is a king spirit. Oh, silly me. Perhaps you haven't heard. King spirits are what you refer to as super spirits. They are officially titled king-class spirits. Han Sen moved his body and shot right behind Manager Ku, with a speed faster than any other human could achieve. King spirit, Manager Ku exclaimed in shock, now having lost the ability to run. It's over. It's all over. We were so wrong. Han Sen had gauged the power possessed by Manager Ku and his followers. They were not far from the strength of a super creature, but the strength they had was not stable. It wasn't pure. When they became Bloodhorn Shira, their abilities were akin to that of a celestial being. They could unleash elemental projectiles, yes, but they were not even able to defeat Han Sen, whose fitness was around 260. Their purity and stability were too low, which led to their inability to compete. Another thing was their lack of experience with the powers that had been bestowed upon them. Whether it was because of a lack of practice with such strength, or the inability of the power to be wielded with finesse due to the fact that it came from medicine, Han Sen was unsure. It looks like I overestimated the power of this sheer liquid thing. It doesn't seem to work all that well, after all. Han Sen threw the flaming Rex spike at Manager Ku like a boomerang, and it knocked him over. Then, Han Sen pointed at his head and said, "Answer my questions and I'll set you free." "Pa, save your breath, I won't tell you anything." Manager Ku's face changed when he spoke. His body began to inflate and expand like a balloon. Boom! Han Sen jumped away as Manager Ku's body exploded like a piñata, scattering bits and pieces of his person across the area in a sudden red haze. The giblets of Manager Ku then quickly began to rot and fade away into nothing. Han Sen's face changed, unable to believe a person could so completely disregard the importance of their own life. No one willingly wanted to die, but Manager Ku's behavior made him frown. It looks like someone might have done something to them. If not, how did that happen? Han Sen frowned and looked at where his angel and the queen had gone. A while later they came back empty-handed, which disappointed Han Sen. The same thing had happened to them. They had attempted to capture the ones that fled, but they willingly gave themselves up to a sudden, grisly end. Who are these people? Han Sen frowned. He couldn't find anything out about their identities, as they were all carrying the same gear. Obviously, someone had distributed their wares to them. Finding anything out about them seemed hopeless. But Han Sen did manage to get his mitts on a few unused vials of the Shira liquid. When he returned, he planned to have others research its content for him. Han Sen put the vials into his pack and went towards the empty vine. Roaring and sounds of impact were audible as a big fight ensued. Han Sen kept a low profile, as he returned his little angel and queen. Sneakily, he ventured out towards the peak. There, he witnessed the black phoenix casting gusts composed of black fire as it flapped its wings towards the vine. But the flames did not travel far, as a green elephant raised its trunk and blew out lime-colored water to douse them. Around the peak, another 8 super creatures stood guard. They prevented the approach of any and all other creatures. On the peak, a man with long, sharp ears stood tall. His eyes were red, and he was dressed in a black robe. He stood right beside the 4 empty fruit, patiently waiting for them to finish ripening. The empty fruit were purplish, and at the same time luminous. Their pleasant fragrances wafted far and wide, covering the lands in a wondrous scent for dozens of miles. Anyone who smelled it would become intoxicated. Their hearts would jump with a sudden zest and vibrancy, and they'd be a lot livelier. It looks like the empty fruit is going to become ripe any second now. Han Sen's heart was stricken with excitement. The situation was better than he feared it might be. He was worried that the Devil Blood King might only make a move and release himself once the fruit had ripened. Now, he had already conquered the top, and was guarded by a slew of super creatures that followed his commands. That was what Han Sen wanted, for it benefited him the most. Seeing the empty fruit not yet ripe, Han Sen did not rush. Patiently, he watched the fight unfold. There were 9 super creatures running up the slopes now, with the empty fruit as their target. Han Sen had seen many of them before. The Black Flame Phoenix and Green Kirin were there. The Black Tiger, Armored Phantom, Black Skeleton, and Big White Goose were also there. The other 3 approached together, and he had not seen them before. From what he could see, though, they looked frightening. Aside from the Black Phoenix and the Green Kirin, both of whom attacked the lime green elephant, the others fought with the rest one-on-one. As the battle raged, none triumphed over each other, however. Overall, they seemed to be locked in a stalemate. Han Sen did not know where the Devil Blood King had earned his 8 super creatures, but they were all incredibly powerful, and they did not look likely to lose. Although the Armored Phantom, Black Skeleton, Black Flamed Phoenix, and Green Kirin were strong enough to restrict their opponents, it was too difficult for them to ascend and reach the peak. They most certainly wouldn't be getting it done in any short amount of time. The 4 empty fruit were close to maturing now, as well. It looked as if the attacking super creatures were not going to reach their destination in time. Han Sen continued to hide on the nearby mountainside, and then he summoned Moment Queen. Quietly, he asked her, "Moment, how long left until it matures?" Moment Queen looked at the empty fruit and frowned. She said, "There seems to be a problem with the empty fruit." Han Sen looked puzzled. When he observed the fruit, he didn't notice anything out of place. So, he asked, "What problem?" Moment Queen took a second to contemplate her response, and then said, "I have seen the empty fruit before, and I know that there should be only one. Although that was over 100 years ago, in no way should there be an additional 3. It would take another 1,000 years for something like that to occur, so I am unable to understand why it has an extra 3 all of a sudden. Are you saying 3 of those empty fruits are fake? Han Sen looked surprised by this sudden revelation. I don't know, but they do seem real enough, Moment Queen answered, after spending a long time gazing at the fruit. Hee. Han Sen was going to ask something else, but all of a sudden, he heard that strange laugh again. It unnerved him, and he looked around to find where it was coming from. Again, there was no one there, all he could see were the creatures fighting on the mountainside. Strange, what is this peculiar phenomenon? Han Sen was rather spooked. He was aware now that someone had to be following him, yet he couldn't discover who it was. No, that's not right, Moment Queen said with a frown. Her eyes were locked upon the empty fruit with visible confusion. What's not right? Han Sen asked. It's not just the number that is incorrect, the fruit itself is not right, either, Moment Queen said. Why, what's not right with it? Han Sen did not hurry Moment Queen for an answer. He just looked at her, as an uneasy feeling came over him. Although I have never seen a mature empty fruit, and these do seem as if they're about to mature very soon, there is something different about them, Moment Queen said, as she pointed towards the vine. Just as Moment Queen was about to elucidate the reason why, the 4 fruits suddenly began to shine. The pleasant smell became a fog, like the holy fruit when it first matured. Han Sen wasn't sure whether or not he should go to the fruit, as Devil Blood King had already reached out his hands to grab them. Maintaining his restraint, he continued to stare at the 4 empty fruit that the Devil Blood King sought to take. Then he asked Moment Queen, can you explain the anomaly you have noticed with the empty fruit? What's different about them? Moment Queen said, before I entered the 3rd God's sanctuary, I was able to catch a glimpse of raw empty fruit. They possessed a very refreshing energy flow, but these 4 that I see now have a high concentration of power. They aren't lively and refreshing as I once saw them before, they're too powerful now. Han Sen had never seen empty fruit before, so he couldn't personally validate what she was telling him. But he too could tell that the fruit was extraordinarily powerful and devoid of the sort of refreshing energy she spoke of. Han Sen chose to believe what she was telling him, and so he did not make a move. He just watched the Devil Blood King grab the 4 fruits. It was easy and effortless for him. He picked up the first one, and it released an intoxicating scent. Its simple fragrance was enough to make you feel as if you were melting. The Devil Blood King looked extremely pleased, and he immediately consumed the fruit. After he ate it, his body emanated that same pleasant smell. Han Sen thought a creature might have resided within the fruit, and was about to suddenly burst out and attack the Devil Blood King. Unfortunately, despite watching his consumption of the fruit, nothing of the sort seemed to happen. Instead, his body seemed to generate a holy aura. The effects of the fruit were indeed rather powerful. What is this? I thought you said there was a problem with the empty fruit. Han Sen asked, with his eyes wide, fixated on the Devil Blood King who was helping himself to the second empty fruit. Moment Queen merely frowned and did not say a word. She seemed to be just as confused as Han Sen. Han Sen had waited this long already, so he decided to be patient a while longer and not do anything rash. He wanted to stay and see if any problems arose. If there are 4 of them, and 3 of them may be fake, was the Devil Blood King merely lucky enough to select the correct one for his first munch? Han Sen wondered, but when the Devil Blood King picked the second one from the vine, nothing else seemed to happen. Everything that transpired on his first selection happened with the second. The fruit still smelled nice, as did Devil Blood King. The fruit seemed as precious as it was supposed to be. Damn it, I should have run up there sooner. Han Sen's heart was feeling deep regret over his hesitation. Now, he felt like summoning his little angel and storming the mountain alongside her and Moment Queen. Perhaps there was still enough time for him to collect the other 2 fruits. But just as he contemplated these actions, he heard something in his ear. It was the phantom woman's voice that had been pestering him recently, except this time, it wasn't just a strange giggling. The voice actually told him something. Do not approach. Han Sen heard these 3 simple words with surprising clarity. He had already taken a step forward but now, he quickly pulled back. Who are you? Han Sen looked around but could not see anyone. All he could see were the vistas he had grown familiar with recently, and the only woman present in the vicinity was Moment Queen. Moment Queen looked at Han Sen queerly, unsure of why he seemed to be scanning the surroundings. She looked around herself but made no discovery, even though she did not know what to look for. Han Sen didn't hear the woman's voice again. After that, and he received no answer to his question. But when he looked at the empty vine now, something seemed to change. The Devil Blood King was still holding the second empty fruit. He hadn't eaten it yet, but he looked drunk. His body swayed strangely until, after a while of being off balance, he collapsed on the ground. The empty fruit in his hand rolled down the hill towards the black tiger. Suddenly overcome with joy, the black tiger spared no time in quickly gobbling it up. After he ate it, the creature tried to spread its wings and depart the area. But when it took off, its body seemed to tremble and spasm wildly until it lost its airborne composure and came crashing down to the ground. The griffin that was previously fighting the black tiger leapt on top of it and ripped its throat out with a visceral bite. Han Sen was frozen, watching the scene unfold. In his heart, he thought to himself, this empty fruit really does have a problem. Seeing the Devil Blood King and the tiger both on the ground, unable to gather their composure and get back on their feet, Han Sen was suddenly relieved to learn he had made the right decision in staying put. Had he gone up there, it would have been him who was in that state. The other super creatures now realized that there might indeed be a problem with the fruit. They all backed away to watch the Devil Blood King and the black tiger convulse on the ground. The super creatures near the Devil Blood King, aside from the griffin, all stopped their fighting. They merely looked upon their master with profound confusion. The griffin did not relent in its scathing of the black tiger. The black tiger was riddled with wounds and injuries in its defenseless state. As much as it may have wanted to, the black tiger could not stand up to protect itself, and it had no choice but to accept the griffin's brutality. When Han Sen thought the black-winged tiger was on the precipice of death, it roared and delivered a blow to the griffin that knocked it away. It was like it had just been injected with a stimulant, and its strength suddenly multiplied. The griffin cried out and hastily attacked the black tiger again, but then, the black tiger roared to the sky and gave off a terrifying presence. This shocked the griffin, and the roar stopped it in its tracks. It quickly stopped its advance and no longer approached the tiger. As it roared to the sky again, the tiger's black, metallic body suddenly became decorated with a purple pattern. The purple pattern was scribbled upon its belly, and it looked like two seedlings intertwined with each other. The strange diagram grew across its belly, and it covered the beast more and more. The pattern itself was like a vine, and it was strange and mystic to witness. It grew all the way around the tiger's back, and continued until its entire body was covered. The more the purple pattern grew, the stronger the tiger's life force seemed. The other super creatures in the area were becoming extremely alarmed and unnerved by the developing situation. Han Sen summoned his devil eye mask and took a look at the black tiger, noticing how its life force was almost reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. The intensity of the beast's heat signature had tripled, and it showed no sign of slowing down. Does this imply the empty fruit is good or bad, then? Han Sen wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Chapter 814. Make him stay. Han Sen returned his gaze to the Devil Blood King. He seemed to be faring better than Black Tiger, and he seemed to have a better handle on enduring the effects. But, before long, his face too began to reveal the purple pattern. Roar! The black tiger's call was deafening, and it flapped its wings and flew towards the griffin. Its speed had doubled. The griffin cried out in response, and flew to engage the tiger with its talons raised. But its courage was for naught. In the same second they made contact with each other, a wide part of its flesh was torn right from the bone. Previously, they were almost as strong as each other. But now, the tiger was dominating its foe. The griffin couldn't resist the black tiger, which far exceeded it in every department, power and speed, in particular. It wasn't long before the griffin's entire body was riddled with a variety of wounds and lesions, many of which exposed the bones inside. Seeing the vast boon of power that the black tiger had been granted, the other super creatures in the area suddenly became excited. Roar! Many creatures roared to the sky in unison, then they all stampeded towards the vine. Desperately, they all wanted to grab the final two fruit that remained. The mountain was quickly thrown into chaos once more. The only difference this time was that the griffin was badly injured and the lime-green elephant was struggling to compete with its two enemies. In the meantime, the Devil Blood King still lay on the ground, seemingly uninterested in trying to obtain the final two fruits the other creatures were vying for. The creatures were panicked, and pandemonium reigned as they tried to grab the fruit before the Devil Blood King could stand back up again. This is not right. It really isn't right. Han Sen continued to stare at the Devil Blood King and the Black Tiger, which had become far stronger since eating the empty fruit. He believed that there was something wrong, though, and as he looked on the Devil Blood King, he knew the spirit was struggling. Something wasn't right. He believed the Devil Blood King remained motionless so that he could better attempt to resist something. But if the empty fruit was supposed to benefit those that consumed it, why would he resist? The Devil Blood King continued to lie where it was, with the occasional twitch. The pattern scrawled its way across more and more of the creature's face. It seemed as if it would not be long before he forwent his current control and composure. Boom! The lime elephant could no longer withstand the combined attacks of the Black Flame Phoenix and the Green Kirin. The chain of their defensive circle broke, opening an opportunity for them all to race up towards the vine. The Black Flame Phoenix screamed with excitement, and like a sentient flame, rushed over to the empty fruit and swallowed one. The Green Kirin followed it from behind and attempted to eat the final fruit. Just as it attempted to grab it, another super creature prevented its retrieval. The black skeleton was there, and it had taken its chance to race up the peak and grab the final fruit with its bony fingers. All the other creatures stopped moving immediately. Now that the empty fruit was all gone, there was no longer any point in fighting over it. The Black Flame Phoenix and the Black Skeleton immediately reacted like the Black Tiger had. They collapsed. When the other super creatures sought to leave the area, they suddenly heard screaming. The Devil Blood King stood upon 2 feet once more and yelled out to the high heavens. His face was scribbled all over by the strange purple pattern. Many of the terrifying creatures believed the Devil Blood King was going to become even stronger, but they were wrong. The Devil Blood King reached out a hand, and his fingers morphed into the shape of claws. The entire hand turned blood red, and it looked as if blood was going to ooze from it any second. All the creatures seemed alert, and they paid great attention to the Devil Blood King. They believed he was going to attack and mercilessly slaughter them, but what happened next put them in a state of frozen surprise. The Devil Blood King shouted as his blood-red hand tore off his own armor. When he was done, he punched his fist through his naked chest and ripped his own heart out. Everyone and everything was shocked by the spectacle they had just witnessed, unable to comprehend why the mighty Devil Blood King had suddenly chosen to tear his own heart out. Pang! The Devil Blood King clenched the hand that held his heart into a fist, squashing it into jelly as his body vanished and returned to the spirit stone he belonged to. When his body vanished, an empty fruit dropped to the ground. But it was no longer an empty fruit. It was more like a seed that had vines growing out of it. The vines were purple and red, and they looked as if they had been drenched in blood. Han Sen was shocked, and he thought to himself, there really was something wrong. It was fortunate that I chose not to go. Had I been the one to grab that fruit, that would have been me. The super creatures all stared at the purple-red vine, and as they did, the vines moved. Instantly, the vines extended and shot out to grab the Green Kirin which was closest to it. The Green Kirin was as terrified as it was angry. Its body flashed green as it cast water arrows to strike the vines that grabbed it. But the vines had thorns growing along them, and they pierced through the Kirin's green scales with apparent ease. They wormed their way through its flesh and continued to drill their way inside. Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine as he watched. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before, and it was so odd it felt surreal. Even though the other super creatures were frightened by what was happening, none of them were sure how they should react. They merely watched the vines drill their way into the Kirin's body. As the vines drilled in, the green scales of the Kirin began to develop a purple pattern, as well. The more that pattern overtook it, the weaker its resistance to the vine was. Roar! As the Green Kirin continued to twitch in agony, they heard a roar. The Black Tiger was going for the Griffin once more. On the other side of the peak, the Black Skeleton and the Black Flame Phoenix were starting to develop a purple pattern across their bodies, too. They stood up and made scary noises, and then attacked the creatures that were closest to them. It was chaos again, as the blood of super creatures began to drench the mountainside. The Black Skeleton and the Black Flame Phoenix were far more powerful right now, and they savagely destroyed any super creature they fought. With a misty red haze, the peak was doused in the color red. Roar! The Green Kirin stood up again, looking angry. Its body was covered in the phantom pattern by now, and it leapt over to the lime green elephant. In between the splashes of lime, the Kirin was able to tear into its back. With its ravenous mouth, it ripped open the flesh to expose the spine inside. Blood began to cascade from the wound. The other super creatures, which were currently free of attackers, all decided to escape the area. They all knew there was something wrong with the fruit they had previously been hungry for, and so they all thought it was best to book before something bad happened to them. The creatures that had been trapped were having difficulty committing to flight. This was especially true for the griffin, which would soon be killed by the merciless black tiger. Han Sen's heart went cold. It was all too strange, and he knew that he himself should run off now while he could. "You can run, but you must make him stay." The woman's voice sung in Han Sen's ears once more, and it made him shiver. "Who?" Han Sen was shocked by the sudden instruction. He looked around, but again, the voice was accompanied by no nearby person. Han Sen gritted his teeth and bid for Moment Queen to follow him. He wanted to get as far away from this strange place as he could right now. When he lifted his leg, Han Sen felt something. He dashed out of the way just as the ground cracked open and a lashing vine suddenly appeared. Amazed, Han Sen saw it was coming from the empty vine. Many more shot through the ground, all seemingly coming for him. "FCK my luck," Han Sen swore to himself. He jumped, summoned his flaming Rex spike, and swung it at the vines that came towards him. The flaming Rex spike, that he again imbued with a green light, tore through numerous vines. But it was seemingly to no avail, as more and more vines appeared. Han Sen jumped and attempted to go airborne, but in the next second, he froze. Countless vines sprung out of the ground like a coven of wyverns. They twirled in between each other, forming a barrier to block his ascent. Dong! Han Sen's flaming Rex spike whacked against a vine that was thicker than a train. He created a meter-thick dent in the vine, but it wasn't nearly enough to cut through it and give himself release. Many other vines now came towards him, and Han Sen could do naught but run. He cast arrow and took off flying low. He dodged many of the vines that came for him, but the chance of escape seemed slim. Han Sen did not dare use wings, because the wings were nowhere close to the speed of arrow. And neither were they as agile. If he used his wings, a vine was sure to grab a hold of him and pull him down. Moment Queen moved quickly alongside him. She appeared to be a whole lot more relaxed than Han Sen was, however. It was strange to see her so composed, given the situation. The vines that netted together continued to grow and extend across the sky, forming a cage that would eventually to keep them trapped where they were. "Make him stay." Han Sen heard the woman's voice once more. "Make who stay? There's no need to be so ambiguous and mysterious, just tell it to me straight." Han Sen still couldn't see where the woman was talking to him from, but he still spoke aloud in response. Han Sen did not think what he said would yield much of anything, but after he spoke, the raging vine stopped and returned to the soil. Han Sen looked around, but no one appeared. All the super creatures that had come to the mountain for the fruit had now dispersed and vanished. Only a few remained. There was the griffin, which was dead, and there were also the black flame phoenix, the green Kirin, the black skeleton, and the black tiger. They stood atop the peak as if they were frozen. He was unsure what they were doing, but after taking a closer look, he was given quite a shock. The legs of the four super creatures had grown roots, and vines had replaced what was once their hair. Their eyes seemed sullen and empty, as they stood there. They looked like vegetables, unable to move or even blink. Han Sen used his devil eye mask to watch them. Their life forces were still strong, but ever so slowly, that energy was being driven into the roots. Needless to say, Han Sen was quite surprised. He thought to himself, is this the way the empty vine produces its offspring? All these creatures are made to become some sort of parasite host, is that it? And they provide the nutrients for the newborn vines. Han Sen thought it was a terrifying thing to witness, and that the vines were scarier than any other creature he had encountered before. Fortunately for him, he had decided not to eat the empty fruit. Becoming fertilizer was not in his best interests. If such powerful creatures were unable to resist the parasite-like being, Han Sen's human body would never have stood a chance. What is the current situation, then? The four empty fruit have already found their hosts, so why does it want me here? What does she want? Han Sen now believed the woman's voice was in fact the empty vine, since the voice seemed to control it. Han Sen, however, couldn't comprehend what the vine might have wanted from him. And neither did he know who the person she wished for him to make stay was. The strange woman's voice no longer spoke to him, though. As he scanned the area in confusion, the empty vine that poked through the peak of the mountain began to stretch open as if blossoming. A new vine stretched out from the center, and there, Han Sen saw a fist-sized green fruit. It was glowing beneath the sunlight with a lime glare. Han Sen's nose smelled something nice, and it made his body feel at ease. In his heart, he thought to himself, Moment Queen was right, after all. The 4 fruits from earlier were not the genuine empty fruit. This one right here has to be the real one. Han Sen, however, did not dare to approach. He merely watched the crystal-clear fruit that hung on the vine from afar. He could see where its core was, and there was a baby-like thing inside, similar to a fetus. The baby was too small, and it was all curled up, obscuring its gender. While Han Sen looked at it, this single vine approached him. The fruit hung from the vine less than 10 feet away from him. The baby that was curled up inside the core had its eyes closed, yet Han Sen felt as if he was being checked out by it. He felt as if he was being watched. Make him stay and you can go. Not long after, Han Sen heard the female voice once more. Are you talking to me? Han Sen looked at the baby inside the fruit with much shock and posed the question to it. Who else? The female voice spoke, as the empty fruit trembled upon the vine it grew upon. It was telling him that it was indeed her that was talking. Are you the super creature created by the empty vine? When Han Sen said this, he suddenly felt rather stupid. The answer to that question was fairly obvious. Sort of, yes, but sort of no, too. The baby's answer surprised Han Sen. What is that supposed to mean? Han Sen asked with curiosity, while a portion of his mind thought of a way he could escape the area. He had a lot of treasure on him, but he didn't want to give it to anyone. No matter what the baby wanted, he wouldn't give away anything of his. With Little Silver, the Little Angel, and Moment Queen, and the Unreliable Fairy, I should be able to flee from here. Han Sen then looked at the 4 super creatures that were starting to look like plants, and suddenly lost the confidence he had just given himself. I am me, I that swallowed the seed of the holy empty. I was reborn. My genes advanced and took me to the 3rd God's sanctuary, but now I do not know if I am truly myself. The female voice sounded heavy and solemn. Han Sen's heart leapt at the words, and he asked, Are you the same as these super creatures? Han Sen was referring to the Black Flame Phoenix and the rest that were under the influence of the parasitic force. The fruit moved, and then the female voice spoke again. After thousands of years, the empty vine bears fruit. They are reborn and their genes have improved. But who knows if they are still themselves right now? Han Sen thought to himself, the emotions of this empty fruit don't seem too stable. If I play my cards right, maybe I can escape. Thinking this, he told the empty fruit, if you feel this way, why do you force others to swallow the holy seeds? The woman responded, if I am born, I can open the gate to the 3rd God's sanctuary. And then, I will leave the 2nd God's sanctuary and the empty vine will die. If I do not leave behind seeds, there would not be any holy vines. I am me, and I am also the holy vine. Even though I exist here, it is difficult for me to control my natural function of producing offspring. Han Sen did not know what to say. Right now, she wasn't completely herself. She was once a super creature, but now, half of her body was composed of the empty vine's genes. It was a super creature that was created through the union of animals and plants. It was difficult to imagine it being in the alliance. What were you before? Han Sen couldn't help but ask, as a super creature such as this was sure to have some history. I was an empty spirit witch. I am still an empty spirit witch. The voice spoke with assuredness, and it went on to say, I have already answered your questions. Can you give him over to me now? I have to be honest with you, I really don't know what it is that you want. If you told it to me straight, I could have given it to you much earlier, Han Sen tested. I want your plant of a holy spirit. There is nothing else you can provide, that I see value in, the empty spirit witch said. Plant of a holy spirit. Han Sen's heart jumped and he presented her his gourd. Then he asked, is this it? Is this what you want? Yes, empty spirit witch confirmed. And then, the vine moved to take the gourd from Han Sen. Hang on. Han Sen pulled back his hand and then said, at least tell me why you want it. The empty spirit witch seemed upset by the question that was posed and said, for some reason, it did not grow as it should have. I am going to help it grow again, this time to its fullest. Han Sen froze, not expecting her to feel this way about it. When he first received the gourd and the vines it clung to were dry and had almost died. What she said sort of made sense, and it didn't seem as if she was lying. Are you saying the gourd is like you? There is a super creature inside. Han Sen recalled the giant, vine-wreathed bones that lay near the gourd. If the gourd created a giant creature similar to that, things would surely prove interesting. She denied Han Sen's thinking and said, "It's different. It is a pure plant of a holy spirit. It is special and it cannot be compared with me." "Where is it from?" Han Sen asked. He wasn't willing to give up the gourd, as it was something he played with almost every day. He had grown quite attached to Enigma, and if it was truly a holy spirit that was still growing, it wasn't something he'd be quite willing to just hand over. Han Sen had always been a greedy person, and unless death was certain, he wouldn't hand over his treasure. "I don't know, but I can sense its holy presence. I cannot tell where it is from," the empty spirit witch said. "If it is not the same as you, then why do you want it?" Han Sen asked, looking at empty witch spirit. She seemed to be annoyed by the barrage of questions and no longer answered him. Instead, she said, "That is none of your business, just give it to me." After that, the vine came again at Han Sen's hand. In response, he took 2 steps back and evaded it. This infuriated the empty spirit witch, and now her vines came out of the ground like dragons. They netted the sky once more, attempting to deny Han Sen any chance of escape. "Didn't you say you would enter the third god's sanctuary once you are born? How can you help this grow? It is not something you can do in a single day." Han Sen shouted, and readied himself to summon the little angel. If he couldn't talk his way out of this, then fighting his way out was the only option. He wasn't willing to hand over the gourd. If Han Sen was willing to put up a fight and beat her, then there'd be no stopping him. Furthermore, if he did destroy the super creature, he'd be defeating one that was on the precipice of entering the third god's sanctuary. But Han Sen was afraid of the 4 other super creatures that were nearby. The holy seeds were growing inside them, and although they were rooted down on the peak, there was no telling whether or not they could join the fight. Even so, Han Sen steeled himself for battle. But when the empty spirit witch heard what he said, she quelled her aggression and said, "What you say makes sense. I will be born soon, and it will be difficult for me to stay here. I can't take care of it." Han Sen quickly replied by saying, "Then how about you let me take care of it? I have already been taking good care of it. In fact, I treat this gourd as well as I would my own son. I keep it fed, and it has even had the opportunity to drink up countless gallons of super creature blood." Han Sen painted himself in the most positive light possible, as if he wanted to adopt a poor child into a wealthy family. She seemed touched by his words, and then, the baby inside the fruit opened its eyes. Emerald eyes peered right at him. She looked at Han Sen and the silver fox that rested on his shoulder, and then looked at the fairy inside his pocket. After a while of examining his person, she said, "Okay. You will take care of him. But he will be born with an incomplete gene. It will be difficult for this thing to be born, regardless of how much super creature blood it drinks. Wait here. When I am born, I will provide it with empty spirit blood. By doing that, I will repair its flaws." Han Sen happily agreed. He would receive a gift without having to risk his life. Seeing the fruit outside the empty spirit witch, he then thought of something. When the holy rhino entered the third god's sanctuary, it shed all of its old flesh. Now that she was going to the third god's sanctuary, Han Sen wondered if that meant she'd also have to leave the fruit of her composition behind. If she did, it might be just as good as the flesh of that rhino. Han Sen then waited for the empty spirit witch to be born, so he could take the fruit. Even if he couldn't eat it, it might prove beneficial to his new spirit owl. The vine with the fruit returned to the hill, and as it went, it released a refreshing fragrance. As time passed, Han Sen was able to observe the baby growing inside the core. It wasn't a shocking, violent scene as it had been with the holy rhino. The entire spectacle was mellow and serene. It remained there quietly, awaiting its own birth. Perhaps she had evolved slowly over the course of 1,000 years, and it wasn't a sudden transformation as it had been with the rhino. Everything was natural, and Han Sen waited there for 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, the core of the fruit cracked. Like an actual baby, the empty spirit witch waddled out of the fruit. She was almost the same size as the fairy, but lacked wings. She was naked, and a purple marking adorned her forehead. Aside from that, there was nothing special about her person. The empty spirit witch came closer and arrived before Han Sen. She was surrounded by spots of light, which floated upwards into the sky. "Bring out the Holy Spirit," the empty spirit witch said, standing 2 feet away from Han Sen. He was alert, but he still opened his hands to reveal the gourd to her. He stared at her intently. If she tried to steal it, he'd pull it back and fight. She landed on Han Sen's hand and cut her finger. A drop of transparent blood fell onto the gourd. The blood was clearer than water, and when it dripped onto the gourd absorbed it in a second. After absorbing the blood, the dry and yellow gourd showed movement. The gourd began to tremble as if with life. It didn't seem as if there was a big change, but Han Sen could sense the movement of its life force unlike ever before. Han Sen's heart was tremendously glad. He had believed she was going to do something ill-conceived, and right now, she was actually aiding him in his care of the gourd. Han Sen used to feel that the gourd lacked a certain something, and the energy flow grew a bit too slowly. But now, he had learned that it was born damaged, which was why it was slow. Now, with the empty spirit witch's blood, the life force inside was like a freshly grown plant. It seemed to show a hunger it never had before, an unquenchable thirst for magic blood. The golden lines that decorated the gourd appeared in greater number. They had appeared before, but they had lacked the vibrancy and spark of life that were being visibly displayed right now. It indeed looked like something that had just been freshly picked from the vine. The empty spirit witch looked at the gourd in a way that suggested she was waiting for something, but he did not know what. Han Sen acknowledged she was hiding something, and that there was an ulterior motive for helping him. There was a reason she initially wanted the gourd for herself, but it was something Han Sen had yet to discover. Boom! The air vibrated and an old wooden double door appeared in the sky. Through the frame of the door, a scary presence emerged. And as if it had influenced the atmosphere itself, the sky changed color. The spores of light that floated around the empty spirit which now started floating up directly towards the door, and then, from behind those doors, a human-shaped shadow approached. Han Sen was able to see it, despite the fog and blurriness that masked the entrance. Beneath the gravity of the tremendous force that came, Han Sen could not remain standing for long. He fell to the ground. This had already happened to him once before, so he knew there was no use trying to resist it. Even super creatures could not withstand the pressure that came from beyond those doors. And Han Sen was only just a human, and one that wasn't a celestial being, either. Put the Holy Spirit away. The empty spirit witch's eyes looked strange as she spoke to him. Her lips did not move, but he heard her clearly in his ears. Although Han Sen did not know what she was planning, he immediately returned the gourd to his pack. When he raised his head, she was already flying towards the old wooden doors. Boom! The door opened and an elf-like lady appeared from the beyond. She exuded an elegance no human woman could, and yet the way she appeared seemed so natural and casual. Looking upon that woman once would imprint within your mind a sight that you could never forget. She was so natural that she blended in with the environment. No other woman looked like this. The woman stepped out from the door and looked at that empty spirit witch that was flying towards her spryly. She smiled and asked, "Will you follow me along the path of evolution?" "Yes," the empty spirit witch calmly replied, as she flew towards the woman. The woman smiled in response. She put out her hand and allowed the empty spirit witch to land on it. But just as she turned around and was about to re-enter the door, she looked down and stopped. She turned back around and looked at Han Sen. The empty spirit witch saw her look at Han Sen, and it made her heart jump with a sudden worry. The woman observed Han Sen lying down on the ground, and she looked surprised. Then, she gazed directly at the red dot on Han Sen's forehead. Saint Fan was here before. This is interesting. If I encounter him, I will not be able to let him go. The woman seemed to be speaking to herself. Han Sen was still being pushed down to the ground, and he was unable to hear what she said. The empty spirit witch did hear, however, and this seemed to bring her relief. She also turned to give Han Sen another look, one of much surprise. She thought the woman had noticed the gourd Han Sen possessed, but was surprised to see the woman was actually taking notice of the man himself. The empty spirit witch would never have considered Han Sen, who was not even a celestial being, to be worthy of the woman's notice. Han Sen felt bad getting crushed into the earth, but soon after, the pressure was removed. The force felt lighter, and he was freed. Then, he stood up. He thought the woman had already taken the empty spirit witch back through the door, but upon raising his head, he was surprised to still see her there, hovering in the sky. The beautiful eyes peered at him, and she smiled warmly. "From now on, you belong to me." Amidst Han Sen's confusion, he had no idea why she continued to stare at him. He too thought she had discovered the presence of his gourd, but then the woman pointed a finger directly at him. Boom! A light cracked the air and struck Han Sen's forehead. When Han Sen's mind returned, the woman was gone. She had already taken the empty spirit witch back through the wooden doors. While the empty spirit witch was in the process of leaving, she looked back at Han Sen's pack as if she really missed the gourd. The old wooden doors shut, then disappeared from the sky. Han Sen had a long sigh. When he touched his forehead, he felt nothing. Taking a peek at himself in his mirror, he noticed that the rouge from earlier had vanished. It had been replaced with what appeared to be the symbol of a lotus, although you'd have to pay close attention to determine what it was. On a passing glance, you would merely assume it to be a dot or pimple. These assholes, do they have nothing better to do than going around leaving stamps on people? Han Sen shouted angrily, but in the next second, that anger was calmed by the sight of the fruit. When he quickly ran towards it, he found that it was ripe and had been cracked open. Although the core was gone, there was still plenty of pulp for him to gorge on. Before Han Sen flew up to the vine to retrieve the fruit, the empty vine began to wither. It was dying before his eyes, and as it did, its leaves turned yellow. Boom! The empty island began to quake, and it soon started to fall apart. With greater haste, Han Sen soared to the peak and snatched the broken empty fruit. Then, he took off away from the island for a safer region of the skies. The giant empty vine started to crumble down to the world below, and the island went with it. Great mountains of stone caved in on themselves, falling to the lands underneath and crushing the vines that once held them aloft. The noise of such natural destruction was deafening. The area soon looked apocalyptic, as if a pillar that once held the world up had now buckled under the weight of the life above. It had broken, and the world was falling into an abyss of ruined earth and craggy rocks. The giant vine fell and the island went with it. It was like the world was screaming, and with the flight of harmony and composure, only chaos would remain to take its place. Han Sen soared through the air, watching it all unfold from above. In the lands below, a black crater with no apparent bottom was formed. Clouds of dust materialized, shrouding the shattered peaks that skirted the mountainous region it had collapsed onto. Those mountains buckled and collapsed under the weight of the lands that fell on top of them, as well. And it disfigured the coarse highlands into a ruinous hellscape. Han Sen waited until all had settled before returning to the lands below. He flew down to observe the place where the island had come down. It was broken, and its hewn mountains had all but crumbled and disappeared, but evidence of its past still remained. Strangely, however, the mountain peak where the 4 fruit were born was wholly intact. The 4 super creatures were there, as well, standing like sculpted fauna. The seedlings on their heads already seemed to be growing healthily. Their roots must have coursed deep into the peak, although Han Sen couldn't guess how far they went. Han Sen took in the sight for a while longer and eventually decided to leave. He was wondering if he'd receive something by cutting the seedlings. But if he did that, the vines would become extinct. And Han Sen was concerned about the likelihood of the vine attempting to protect itself from would-be ruiners, and so he gave up his idea of giving them a shave. Han Sen had already received plenty of rewards from this outing. His gourd had been fixed and he had received the empty fruit. There was no need for him to cut the seedlings. Han Sen tried to nibble a bit of the empty fruit for himself, but it was like sand. It was impossible for him to consume such a thing. But he knew it was quite similar to the holy rhino's meat, which was harmful when he attempted to eat it, as well. The fairy tried to rush out of the shell to greedily consume the fruit, but Han Sen was quick enough to stop her and push her back inside. When Han Sen had needed help in the dire situations that had arisen on this outing, she hadn't helped once. Han Sen was not at all willing to give her a share of the spoils. The silver fox started to show some movement, and it clearly wanted some of the empty fruit, too. He stroked it to comfort it, but summoned his death knell and brought out his gourd to see if they wanted it first. They showed no reaction, so Han Sen cut the fruit into 5 separate portions. He gave 1 piece to the silver fox, 1 piece to the fairy, and 1 to the owl. The last 2 pieces were given to Moment Queen. Moment Queen had proven herself invaluable and had helped out a lot throughout this excursion. Therefore, he wasn't willing to go cheap on the reward he wished to give her. Moment Queen accepted the 2 pieces, and after that, the way she looked at Han Sen was somewhat different. She believed Han Sen would only be willing to give her 1 slice at the most. She was very surprised to receive 2. "If you serve me well, I won't mistreat you. You earned this," Han Sen told Moment Queen. Moment Queen nodded in response and then ate the 2 pieces of fruit. Nothing changed, and so Han Sen returned her to the Sea of Soul. Where is little uncle? Surely he did not get buried beneath the carnage of the island that collapsed, did he? Han Sen was slightly worried by Wang Yuhang's disappearance, and went to look for him. As Han Sen was thinking about where he might dig and search for the fellow, he espied him in the distance. He was waving. Han Sen sighed and went over to meet with him. He gave him directions to a safer place and then returned to Moment Shelter. When Han Sen returned to Moment Shelter, he was greeted with the sound of battle. The noises of a fight clashed against the roaring of Little Black and Big Black. Who dares enter my territory uninvited? Han Sen ran inside and saw the armored phantom fighting the two. Big Black was unable to beat the armored phantom, and Little Black was still recovering from its injuries. And now, they were both bleeding heavily from wounds sustained in the fight. The armored phantom had seen Han Sen about to be trapped by the vine back on the island, so it believed him to have been killed. Therefore, it had returned here to take the shelter. It wasn't expecting his sudden return, and as soon as Han Sen appeared, it attempted to flee. You come here, bully my guard dogs and now try to run. I don't think so. Go get him. Han Sen summoned Moment Queen and the little angel to attack the intruder. The armored phantom was quite powerful, and it lasted a whole hour against them before Moment Queen was able to finish it off. Moment Queen killed the super creature Steel Night King. The beast soul has been gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. You may retrieve the beast soul from Moment Queen. Take it now. Without a second of hesitation, Han Sen immediately took the beast soul. One thing about this latest kill stood out to Han Sen in particular. The Steel Night King was a second-generation creature, and the announcement said he was unable to consume its flesh. If a first-generation super creature could not be eaten, its body would decompose. Strangely, however, this body remained. The green light vanished, but the armor and greatsword did not disappear. Is this its gear? Han Sen picked up the armor and steel greatsword. They were quite heavy, but after giving it a few swings, Han Sen thought the sword felt good to wield. Han Sen tried to simulate the energy flow of the armored phantom, and when he did, the steel greatsword emitted a beam of green light that was a few meters long. The light was much stronger than when he used it on his flaming Rex spike. It seemed to be exclusive gear, and it delighted Han Sen to receive even more good spoils from his recent escapades. Han Sen commanded the others to transfer the armor and the steel greatsword. After this was done, Han Sen went to refine the life geno essence in the spirit hall. The green life geno essence effortlessly dissolved into his body, and as it did, he felt his muscles tighten and his joints strengthen. Steel Night King life geno essence has been absorbed. You have received 1 super geno point. The announcement rang multiple times in his head, and it brought Han Sen much joy every time. He was feeling disappointed at his recent inability to obtain super geno points, and he was delightfully surprised to see the Steel Night King practically deliver itself to him. In total, Han Sen received 8 super geno points from the life geno essence of the Steel Night King. This brought his total tally up to 63. I'll be maxing out soon, for sure. Han Sen's heart was as merry as one could be. After packing up, he used the teleporter at Moment Shelter to return to the Alliance. Back in the Alliance, Han Sen quickly got Ji Yanran on the horn. He told her about his encounter with the blood-horned Shira. Something like this actually happened. I must certainly inform my father about this. Ji Yanran's face looked deathly serious upon hearing what he had to say. If medicine could quickly increase the fitness of humans and allow evolvers to cast elemental powers on a whim, such a concoction would be quite terrifying. I am going to give the sample of the Shira liquid to you, Han Sen said. Okay, sure, come and meet me, I've been meaning to see you, anyway. Ji Yanran nodded. You're in need of me. Why, what is it? Han Sen wondered why she might have been in search of him. I'll tell you in person. Ji Yanran did not answer. Han Sen agreed despite his curiosity, and he then made his way to Ji Yanran's office. If this formula can increase the power of an evolver by that much, it is quite difficult to fathom the changes it could bring. It would be a huge boon to humanity. When Ji Yanran accepted the vial of the Shira substance, she could still hardly believe what Han Sen had told her. Research it first. Han Sen knew what he had stumbled into was something of importance, but making statements about it was pointless until they learned more. If they could reverse engineer the serum and discover what it was composed of, then they could fantasize about it. But if they were unable to recreate it, and its association with the Zhao family became public, Han Sen believed their influence and prosperity would become unstoppable. Anyway, Why were you looking for me? Han Sen asked Ji Yanran. A group of Shira will be visiting the Alliance soon, and I will be attending the feast that we are to share with them. I was hoping you could join me, Ji Yanran said, as she put away the sample. A group of Shira, what are they doing here? Han Sen asked, with much surprise. They are here to discuss a possible truce, Ji Yanran said with a smile. A truce? Han Sen looked shocked. Humanity and the Shira had been locked in conflict for many years now. The fighting had mostly stopped, but there hadn't been any official declaration of peace. Ji Yanran smiled and said, humans have developed too quickly, and our technology has far exceeded the Shira's. Before, humanity and our bodies were much weaker than the Shira. But due to the existence of the sanctuaries, our bodies have been able to evolve. Right now, powerful humans can rival Shira. With everything else we've achieved, we have managed to get ahead and stay ahead of them. Furthermore, the king of the Shira recently died. Many nobles are currently competing for the throne, placing their entire government in turmoil. They cannot spare the time to fight with us while they attend to their own problems. Therefore, it makes sense for them to desire peace. Maybe in a few hundred years, as we develop and our technology continues to advance, we can wipe the Shira out. I suppose you are right, but I don't think that's possible. When Han Sen went to school, he was taught about how cruel and powerful the Shira were. He didn't expect humanity to exceed the capabilities of the Shira. It is possible. Humans are the best in the universe when it comes to learning and adapting. The Shira are too stubborn and closed-minded. What is happening now is to be expected. Ji Yanran spoke as if she was proud to be a human. Han Sen smiled and said, okay, but making peace is a huge deal. It is an issue of diplomacy, so why do you want me there? I am not asking you to be there to discuss the peace. I just want you there to mix and get to know the Shira. Have fun, dance, and party with them. Ji Yanran laughed and squeezed Han Sen's face. Then, she continued to say, my father would never be stupid enough to leave the actual peace brokering to someone as inexperienced as you. No offense. You want me there just to join in the festivities. You can rely on me to be there, eating and drinking. I'm quite experienced in that, I'll have you know, Han Sen said. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes and then looked at him. She said, you think I chose you just so you could eat? If this was about eating, I know a few others I could send their way. My dear wife, I must ask you again, then. For what purpose do you want me there? Han Sen grabbed Ji Yanran's waist and pulled her onto his lap. As he did this, his hands began to surf along her body and into her clothes. Ji Yanran blushed and said, hey, I'm talking about something serious here. Okay, then tell me. Han Sen was clearly not taking things seriously, and his focus on other things was beginning to drain her of interest in the topic, as well. Her face was becoming more and more red. Ji Yanran grabbed the hand that was feeling her up, and said in a begging voice, can we quickly finish this serious subject first? Okay. Han Sen smiled and stopped his hedonistic hand. Shira are a very proud people. Humanity has yet to determine the fate and trajectory of our race, therefore, they cannot give up their pride. Although they have come here to make peace, they will most likely not be able to refrain from finding something to insult us over. Ji Yanran took a breath and then continued to say, Shira always poke fun and laugh at the human body. There will be many young nobles among the Shira entourage. They will find any excuse they can to challenge the combat abilities of our young, and although we have powerful people, few are capable of competing at such young ages. If we sent elderly to fight for us, even if we won, they'd still laugh at us. So, before Ji Yanran finished her speech, Han Sen had realized what she was asking. There was no other human that was as powerful as him at his age. That's it, Han Sen smiled and looked at her. Yeah, Ji Yanran answered. Then let's get down to my business. Han Sen picked up Ji Yanran and tossed her onto the couch. Ji Yanran told Ji Ruijun about the Shira liquid, and he took it for the serious, concerning matter that it was. Ji Ruijun asked Han Sen to tell him about the liquid again, then retrieved the sample on the very same day. The Ji family was taking the entire affair more seriously than Han Sen believed they would. He hoped they could successfully research it, because if they could not, the Zhao family's capabilities would shock the entire alliance. Because Han Sen was getting ready to join the Shira ball, he didn't have time to return to the sanctuary. Ji Yanran began to describe the members of the group of Shira that were coming, presenting him with pictures so he knew exactly who each one was. There are 2 royal families of Shira coming. One of the royal family members is a 4th-rank Shira fighter, and he is the one spearheading the entire collective that will be visiting. He isn't a person to easily lose his temper, but even if he does, others will be the ones to take care of it. It's not up to us to sort that out. After that, Ji Yanran showed him a different picture. It was a picture of a young, handsome Shira. He had a purple horn, and long purple hair. He looked both noble and mystic. It was difficult to find humans that could compare with him. The society of the Shira was built on authority. It had existed far longer than humanity had. The royal monarchy had been established over many generations, and was something no human family could ever come close to resembling. When humanity first began its interstellar era, the Shira provided them with aid because of their similar appearance. Back then, the Shira considered humanity to be inferior. Humans were not as technologically advanced, or as attractive, in their eyes. But they never expected that humanity would grow and achieve so much so quickly, or one day become their greatest enemy and threat. And now, humans were ahead of the Shira. The race of the Shira was now in political turmoil because of their inability to assert a new king for the throne, and had to broker a peace. But the Shira had always been arrogant, and they had never really respected humanity. Despite their advancement, the Shira still considered humans to be an inferior species. The royal Shira had always been a higher class, and every person in their society had to adore them. Human society did not work like that, and it was just another reason for the royals to despise their enemies. This royal Shira is called Yu Qilan. He is 22 years old and is a very notorious member of the Yu family. Our intel states that when the Shira reach adulthood, their fitness level is gauged to be at around 200. If they continue to train and learn their Shira skills, they can become even stronger. Yu Qilan's fitness is estimated to be at around 260. That's not a precise number, but it's an educated approximation from our best information. Ji Yanran introduced the man. He sounds rather powerful, but there should be many human surpassers that are around 20 years old. Wouldn't it be easier for you to just call upon a surpasser? Han Sen asked, with visible confusion. Humans were able to enter the first god's sanctuary when they reached the age of 16. If they were lucky, they'd end up in a grand, populated shelter which offered much help from the larger factions. This saved people much time in collecting enough Geno points to reach the second god's sanctuary. The same thing applied in the second god's sanctuary to becoming a surpasser. Although this did not happen very often, there were many people entering at all times, so a good number did end up being this fortuitous. Well, yes, there are indeed plenty of fortunate young people that are surpassers. And although we are able to call upon them, the royal Shira might not want to interact with them. Ji Yanran gave a wry smile. Why, aren't they just as young? Han Sen asked with surprise. Their identities would be different. Ji Yanran then went on to explain, in the eyes of the Shira, humanity is considered a knockoff of their own kind. They wouldn't say that in front of us, but deep down they disdain us. If Yu Qilan wishes to fight, then he would most certainly call upon someone famous. If he wants someone to fight, he would most likely pick me. Why? Han Sen was becoming even more confused. Ji Yanran was not very popular in the alliance, at all. She may have been the daughter of the president, but she wasn't much of a fighter. With the way normal human logic worked in the alliance, no one would challenge her. Ji Yanran laughed and said, the Shira think differently. To them, our president is the king. As the daughter, that would make me the princess. He is a royal Shira, and he would end up being forced to pick me for a duel as the only half-viable candidate. The Shira know much about our society. If they challenge me, it is not because they don't know that I cannot fight, they would wish to humiliate us. Ji Yanran took a deep breath and then continued, my father asked that you come for insurance. If he asks me to fight, then I would need you to be my champion. You are my fiancé, after all. Shouldn't I be called a prince? The husband of a princess is called prince, if I recall, Han Sen said with a smile. He was very interested in the Shira because he wished to know whether Zero was a human or a Shira. It was one of his biggest unsolved mysteries at this point. When he found Zero, he also found a vial of an unknown substance. Han Sen did not dare show it to anyone, as he wasn't sure what it did. Not wanting to bring him or her any trouble, he placed it in his bank for security. Han Sen guessed that the liquid was most likely related to Zero, but he did not trust any research organization enough to turn it over for examination and testing. Therefore, Han Sen was keen to meet real Shira and see if he could notice a difference between them and Zero if they entered a Shira mode. He thought he might learn something. Han Sen had no problem fighting a royal Shira, as it was a glorious thing for him to be allowed to do. After all, humanity and the Shira had fought each other in this galaxy for many years, and countless victims had fallen victim to their hands. Influenced by their education and environment, it was natural for humans to consider Shira as their greatest enemy. Any triumph over them would be most glorious. Han Sen was not allowed to take part in the meetings between the Alliance and the visiting Shira, in which they sought to broker peace. The introductory meetings took them only 2 days, but it would take at least 2 months to negotiate terms. There were many conspiracies in the works, ones which Han Sen could not understand due to his lack of proficiency in the field of politics. All he did was wait until Ji Yanran was ready for him to go to the dinner. Ji Yanran was very nervous. After all, she was a girl. She knew Han Sen was strong, but the thought of him having to fight for her in such an important battle made her anxious. Such a fight wasn't meant to be life-threatening. The fight did not allow the use of weapons, and elites would be watching the entire proceedings. If things were being taken too far, demigod elites would swoop in and bring an end to the exhibit. But even so, Ji Yanran was worried. She looked for her father, wanting to know if there was a way they could avoid the fight. Ji Ruijun was fond of Han Sen, and he thought highly of him. He told Ji Yanran, "Do not worry for his well-being. He is from the Luo family, he won't lose, not even in a fight against a royal Shira." Unbeknownst to Ji Ruijun, however, Han Sen had refused to learn anything from the Luo family. Had he known this, his certainty in Han Sen's victory would not have been as firm. Despite her intense worry, Ji Yanran did not display it to anyone. She was particularly adamant about not letting Han Sen know how she felt, in case it affected his judgment and performance. Furthermore, she did not want to appear weak and distraught before the Shira. Han Sen met Yu Qilin during the feast, and he was surprised that the Shira looked far more handsome in person than he did in the photo. Humans lacked the ability to maintain the sort of presence that the Shira displayed. But the same was true the other way around. Shira could not mimic the sensibilities of humans. Han Sen preferred humans due to their greater kindness, diversity, and ability to be casual. The royal Shira might have looked handsome and enticing, but he knew he'd have difficulty getting along with them once they were beyond the formalities of the peace-brokering meetings. In the middle of the feast, the Shira suggested a duel. The Alliance had already prepared for this suggestion, and so everyone walked outside towards the plaza. Before the entrees had even arrived, Yu Qilin was already there waiting. Ji Yanran was nervous. She hoped Yu Qilin did not challenge her, for if he did, Han Sen would have to fight. All the humans waited with bated breath for Yu Qilin to name the person he wanted to challenge. If he chose Ji Yanran, although it would not be fair, she would have no choice but to accept the request. Then, as her fiancé, Han Sen would step forward to fight on her behalf as her champion. But there was a problem. If Han Sen lost, and Yu Qilin challenged Ji Yanran again, humans would have lost 2 matches. Such a thing would be a profound embarrassment. Yu Qilin's eyes were like jewels. And with them, he scanned all the young humans that were lined up before him. When his eyes fell on Ji Yanran, they stopped. His steady gaze made the hearts of everyone jump in their chests. Yu Qilin raised his lips in a disdainful smile. Then, he looked away from her. Yu Qilin looked at all the people before him, and said, "I wonder, which one of you is Dollar? I have heard he is the strongest young human by a cosmic mile. I want to fight him." When he said this, everyone froze. No one had anticipated this request. The receptionist ran up and said, "Mr. Yu, I do not know where you have heard about Dollar, but what you say is not true. Huang Shao is our most famous young one." That is strange. Then how did I hear about this Dollar person managing to achieve a position amongst the 10 Son of Gods? As for this Huang Shao, I have never heard of him. Yu Qilin grinned. Huang Shao was very calm. Without any feelings of awkwardness, he said, "Dollar is powerful, but I can provide the challenge you seek." Yu Qilin looked at Huang Shao and laughed. He said, "Okay, then I'll beat you first. After that, I will go against Dollar. But you better find him. For me, you better win against me first," Huang Shao said, bravely. Yu Qilin said nothing in response to this. He merely walked across the plaza with a happy look on his face, and the receptionist confirmed the fight. Huang Shao had already achieved the status of a surpasser. Although he had only just reached the third god's sanctuary, his fitness was over 300. And he was a powerful person, one who should have no trouble beating the young Shira royal. The fact that Yu Qilin had not selected Ji Yanran made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Although Han Sen was not a bad fighter, many people still believed he relied completely on his super pet. They wouldn't feel confident about him fighting against Yu Qilin, mano a mano. Ji Yanran was also relieved. She was not afraid of him losing, but she just didn't want him to shoulder the risk and burden of such a prestigious fight. Han Sen smiled, held Ji Yanran from behind, and said, "It looks like this young Shira noble is, well, noble. He doesn't appear to be obscene and cheap. It's a shame Dollar is not here. If he was here, I am sure he'd teach him a thing or two about combat." Ji Yanran smiled. "So, are you saying Dollar could beat him but not me?" Han Sen looked jealous when he said this, and he noticed it himself. He thought it was weird for him to be jealous of his own alias. "You are the best, but it is better if you remain uninjured. I fret for your safety every time you venture back into the sanctuary," Ji Yanran whispered into Han Sen's ears. Han Sen felt ashamed when he heard this. He realized he had spent too much time focused on making himself stronger, and not enough time with Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran had been busy a lot, yes, but lately, Han Sen had been far busier than she had been. Huang Xiao and Yu Qilin both entered the established battleground at the center of the plaza. An old royal Shira and a demigod stood at each end of the court. If something cruel seemed set to occur, they would step in and put an end to the battle. "You strike first. If I strike first, I'm afraid this will be over before it begins." Yu Qilin looked at his opponent coldly. "Okay then." Huang Xiao looked a little angry at how condescending and rude his foe was being. Although the feast and accompanying battle was not open to the media, many high-class members of the alliance had ways of watching the entire event. Normally, people wouldn't watch a fight such as this. But the people in this fight were special, so everyone of importance was sure to keep an eye on the coming duel. For a long time, the fitness of humans had been nowhere near the heights of the Shira. But humans strived to be better. Generations after their first meeting, the gap in talent between the two species was still unbridged. But then came the discovery of the sanctuaries, and after this, humanity accelerated in strength as if they were cheating. While it did not change the average human elites were capable of becoming stronger than the Shira. Kids and teenagers were still particularly vulnerable, being far weaker than the Shira. Humanity had many goals, and the humans of this universe wanted to develop their kids and teenagers until they were naturally superior to those of the Shira. It was a common desire, shared by not only the average, working citizen but by the high-ranking officers of the Alliance, as well. The latter of which were actively working towards it. Humans below the age of 16 were unable to compete with the Shira. At around the age of 20, people who were fortunate enough could develop the necessary strength to battle them. The Shira that humans most sought to beat were the Royal Shira. They were the cream of the crop, and felling an average Shira fighter paled in comparison to the strength required to take down a Royal Shira. The Alliance had high hopes for Huang Xiao. In combat, talent, and luck, he was the best in his age bracket. He was born a noble but possessed a natural talent. He was very fortunate, also. He spawned in the grandest human shelters in the first, second, and third god sanctuaries. Through this luck, he was able to grow up both safely and swiftly. All of this crafted him into who he had become on this day, and he had been personally picked by the Alliance as the one to beat the Royal Shira Yu Qilin. Many people from the Alliance believed Huang Xiao had what it took to win this fight, and if he succeeded, it would bring great joy to them. The only negative was that Huang Xiao was 1 year older than his opponent. Still, it was an acceptable difference. Huang Xiao was not only lucky, however. He was smart, wise, and composed. Even in the midst of the pressure such a situation could pose, he remained absolutely calm. And even with the added provocation of his foe, he did not display a glimmer of anger. Han Sen waited for the match to begin. He wanted Huang Xiao to win, as well. It was about asserting glory for his entire race, so he did not particularly care for who the fighter was. He who would take the mantle and responsibility of such a prestigious fight as long as they won. "Shall we establish a wager?" Suddenly, a man's voice was heard. Han Sen and Ji Yanran turned around with much surprise to the sight of Tang Junliu and Lin Feng. It was Tang Junliu who spoke. "And what shall we wager?" Han Sen asked, smiling. "Let us make a bet on who will win this battle," Tang Junliu said. "I bet Huang Xiao wins." This isn't a bet, it's a scam, Han Sen said with a wry smile. Tang Junliu laughed, then changed the subject. Han Sen, there is something I would like to discuss with you. I was wondering if you might sell me a life geno essence. And if you can't, lend me your super pet so that I might kill a super creature for myself. The prices of such favors are for you to determine. I have one life geno essence I can sell you, but in the sanctuaries, I am a long, long way from home. It will take me a long time to return. Han Sen did not decline, as first-generation life geno essences had no value to him. That aside, when the Shira liquid became public, the value of life geno essences would drop as it became easier for others to slay super creatures. Holding onto one now seemed pointless considering what lay ahead. Really, where are you? Tang Junliu asked, visibly happy. Let's watch the match first. We can talk more about this later. When Han Sen turned back to look at the stage, the fight had already started. The rules of this fight stated no one was allowed any form of external support. The battle was to be fought mano a mano, with no weapons or armor or anything else. Humans couldn't use beast souls either, so Huang Xiao swung his fist. When Huang Xiao swung, Han Sen was surprised. He had only just become a surpasser, but still, there was fierce weight and strength driving the fist. Huang Xiao's body glowed with gold like a Buddha in the gleaming light that radiated from his raging fist. The Huang family's golden Buddha may not be very well known, but it cannot be any worse than platinum body. It increases your body's vitality as well as its simple power. He seems calm and composed using it. Perhaps it isn't surprising. When he first became a surpasser, no one could beat him while he used it, Tang Junliu explained. Pang! Huang Xiao's fist hit Yu Qilin. The royal Shira did not dodge, but accepted the hit instead. Everyone looked at them with wide eyes, keen to learn the result of the hit. Most people from the alliance believed Huang Xiao had the edge over his enemy. After all, Huang Xiao's fitness level was over 300. This far exceeded Yu Qilin's estimated fitness of 260. By all rights, Huang Xiao should have had a clear advantage over his foe. The result, however, was a little shocking. Yu Qilin somehow evened out the attack, and no damage was delivered to either combatant. In quick retaliation, they both swung their fists. No one expected the fight to be so tense, so shortly after beginning. Yu Qilin and Huang Xiao stood on the spot, their fists flying towards each other in a flurry. The sounds of whipped wind and clubbed bones emanated harshly between the fighters. This is bad. It looks like our intel may have been incorrect. It would seem Yu Qilin's fitness is far higher than what we originally believed it to be. He can compete against Huang Xiao without being at a disadvantage. His fitness must be over 300 for sure. There is no way he can be suppressed or dominated as we initially expected him to be. Tang Junliu frowned. Han Sen frowned, too. The vitality of a royal Shira was naturally very high. Huang Xiao could only keep up because of his usage of golden Buddha. Not even ordinary celestial beings were naturally that strong. It seemed as if Yu Qilin hadn't learned any skills to strengthen his body, which was fortunate. But it was frightening to think his body's vitality was on par with Huang Xiao's, despite being all natural. Everyone watched the match intently, all in support of Huang Xiao. They earnestly hoped he would beat his foe. I really envy the body of a Shira. If humans were like them, our power in the sanctuary would be unrivaled. An old man spoke enviously as he watched a video stream of the fight. Teacher, do you believe Huang Xiao can win? A middle-aged man asked the old man. It is difficult to determine. The old man sighed. The middle-aged man knew the old man very well, but he knew through his response that he actually did not believe in Huang Xiao's ability to triumph over the Shira. The middle-aged man proceeded to say, if there is not much difference between their fitness levels, he could still have a chance. Do not forget, the talents of a Shira rest solely in combat, the old man slowly said. Fists collided against each other in a hailstorm of strikes. Huang Xiao's fist gleamed like a golden hammer. The Shira battled without the flair, elemental, or even magical properties of skills humans employed through their use of hyper-geno arts. The Shira only practiced raw power, and Yu Qilin used the strength derived from his flesh, muscle, and bone to oppose Huang Xiao's golden lights. For him to break each strike as he was doing, it was a testament to how frighteningly powerful he truly was. It is lucky for us that Huang Xiao was the one chosen to compete with him. If that was me up there, the bones in my hands would have been worn down into dust by now. Tang Junliu said, don't say that. When you become a surpasser, you won't be any worse than Yu Qilin, Lin Feng calmly responded. Can Huang Xiao win this fight? Ji Yanran asked with much worry. Ordinarily, Golden Buddha's defense and durability boons provide its users near unparalleled protection. If this continues, he may very well win. But, Tang Junliu was about to say something, but then stopped mid-sentence. His brow furrowed. But what? Han Sen asked. We cannot take stock in any proposed certainties. He is against Ashura, after all. Tang Junliu shook his head, as if he regretted having to admit this. Lin Feng then said, I am afraid Huang Xiao may be at a disadvantage. Han Sen and Ji Yanran looked shocked upon hearing this, and so Han Sen asked, why? Aren't they fairly balanced? Lin Feng was just about to explain, but as he opened his mouth, a sudden explosion came from the battlefield. The fighters had delivered two extremely powerful punches that, upon collision, sent them both reeling backwards. Yu Qilin looked at Huang Xiao and said, your fitness is impressive, perhaps the best young humans can provide. But I must regretfully confess to you that you are inferior to us. Huang Xiao coldly replied, I don't think so. Really? Then I'll show you what the Shira are capable of. Yu Qilin's eyes flashed with a purple light. His body suddenly expanded and his muscles doubled in size. The fine and reserved body that once fought against Huang Xiao had been replaced with a hulking beast. The potential power looked frighteningly high, as if he could walk about sundering any stone he pleased. Shira change. Huang Xiao's face went dim. Shira change. Everyone else's faces changed at the same time, as well, as they exclaimed the same two words in unison. The visiting Shira looked cocky, satisfied with the reaction they had incited from the human crowd. They were proud of what Yu Qilin had accomplished. What is Shira change? Han Sen frowned, having never heard of this before. But seeing Yu Qilin transform, it sent his mind back to zero. There were certain similarities he could not shake. Tang Junliu now looked worried, and he explained, Shira change is their form of hyper-geno art. It is different than what humans do, however. They don't train and practice with the flow of energy, again, they exercise the raw nature of their bodies. When they use Shira change, their powers greatly increase. I had believed him to have already used it. I didn't expect him to have been fighting naked previously. Now, I must regretfully confess, Huang Xiao is doomed. As they spoke, Yu Qilin stepped forward. He was much faster now, powered by his incredible muscles. He dashed towards Huang Xiao and threw his fist into his chest. Pang! Huang Xiao used his arm to block the hit, but his body was knocked back 4 meters as his feet left a deep cleft in the marble plaza they fought upon. Everyone's faces fell. The fist was incredibly powerful, and they no longer believed Huang Xiao had what it took to stay competitive. Do you believe me to be stronger than you now? Yu Qilin did not deliver a follow-up hit, he just spoke in a disdainful manner. Huang Xiao's face contorted for a second, before regaining composure. Coldly he said, strength is not everything, and I am not yet beaten. As he talked, the gold light that illuminated Huang Xiao's body faded away and his muscles relaxed. He looked directly into the eyes of his foe. Yu Qilin smiled and shot another fist in Huang Xiao's direction. This time, he did not want to collide with the punch. Huang Xiao dodged out of its way and quickly tried to deliver a punch of his own into Yu Qilin's belly. Yu Qilin threw another fist in an attempt to hurt his human nemesis, but Huang Xiao dodged once more. Like a willow tree in a hurricane, he weaved around to attack from a different angle. Huang Xiao is good. It is no wonder why he was selected to be our champion. As tough as he can be just as soft. He is smart, as well. Tang Junliu had nothing but praise to offer Huang Xiao. Han Sen believed Huang Xiao to be a good fighter, too. A special balance had been wrought inside him, one between his mind and his power. He could time things very well. His judgment and timing could not be any better. Riding on the whims of changing circumstance, he knew when to strike, how to dodge, and which way to move. Although he was losing, his mind still showed confidence and his resolve was not tarnished by thoughts of defeat. Huang Xiao is a good kid. The old man watched Huang Xiao through the video screen. Teacher, that Yu Qilin used Shira change to become stronger than Huang Xiao, that is in terms of brute force. With Huang Xiao's intelligence, he can still win, can't he? The middle-aged man asked with a hopeful tone. The old man shook his head and said, Huang Xiao is smart, yes. But it seems we have underestimated the power of this royal Shira. I still don't think he has a chance of being victorious. That being said, the alliance has many smart young men. We will be stronger than them, in time. After the years that have elapsed, what is a few additional ones in comparison? Teacher, he really doesn't stand a chance. The middle-aged man asked. He thought Huang Xiao should have at least a 30% chance of winning. This match has already been settled, the old man coldly said. Huang Xiao, you're doing great. In the plaza, Tang Junliu made sure to make his support heard. But Lin Feng said, Huang Xiao is losing, though. How? Tang Junliu asked with much surprise, not able to believe the words spoken to him. Han Sen frowned, as he could tell Huang Xiao was in trouble, as well. At the same time, Yu Qilin took a step back. Then, he spoke to Huang Xiao once more. Are you going to keep on dodging like this? This is a strategy. It is one that takes skill, Huang Xiao calmly responded. Yu Qilin coldly said, well, I just want you to know that these cheapos skills are useless before my power. You are a loser, bringing comfort to yourself and nothing more. After he spoke, Yu Qilin's eyes shone purple again, and blood vessels across his body began to pulsate and stick out. The purple veins decorated each muscle, and it was a scary sight to behold. He didn't look handsome anymore, he looked like a real Shura. Boom! Yu Qilin's body shattered the atmosphere. It was as if he teleported directly in front of Huang Xiao, with his big hand reaching out for the young man's head. Unfortunately, it was too late for Huang Xiao to dodge. It was difficult to comprehend what Yu Qilin had just done all of a sudden. Whatever it was, his speed had increased exponentially. There was nothing Huang Xiao could do. He gritted his teeth as a golden light enveloped his body. His fist gleamed like molten gold as he cast it forward. He was not aiming to deflect Yu Qilin's fist, however, he was aiming for his chest. With his life on the line, he was ready to risk it all for the sake of landing one devastating blow. This Huang Xiao is good. Han Sen and the rest of the crowd were very supportive of his efforts. Huang Xiao's speed and power were lacking against Yu Qilin, but he was adaptive. If he maintained his defensive posture, he'd be delaying an inevitable loss and would never find a chance to strike back. Huang Xiao knew this all too well, and that was why he decided not to deflect whatever Yu Qilin was about to do. He knew his strength and speed weren't a match for his opponent, so he was willing to risk it all for any attack he could make. He was not being reckless, though. Huang Xiao was very good when it came to timing, and he had complete control of his body. His strike would surely land no matter what. Even though Yu Qilin was stronger, Huang Xiao could inflict damage of his own. And at the very least, Huang Xiao had Golden Buddha on his side. Although there was a chance of getting severely injured or even dying, Huang Xiao made this decision of his own volition. This was something Han Sen greatly admired, and he was taken aback by how fearless and devoted to the fight Huang Xiao was. Everyone watched the two fists with their eyes open wide. That single moment seemed to take a lifetime for the people who watched it unfold, hovering at the edge of their seats. This was especially true for the four people who most worried over Huang Xiao's well-being. Their hearts were already pounding heavily, as if for a release from their chests. The demigod human and royal Shura would step in if their people were in danger. But right now, no one knew who was going to emerge victorious. Although the combatants were reaching a critical stage in their fight, all they could do was watch. And furthermore, whichever aide stepped in to help would lead to their fighter's forfeiture. Huang Xiao was already knee-deep in this situation, and stopping him now would be a worse fate than if he were to die. Pang! The moment Huang Xiao's fist struck Yu Qilin's chest, Yu Qilin's fist hit Huang Xiao's head. Arg! Huang Xiao shouted. He fell to the ground with his face drenched in blood, looking grievously wounded. Yu Qilin was hit, but he was still standing tall. He looked at his opponent on the ground with disdain. The demigod stepped forward and called for the immediate aid of a doctor. Everyone's eyes were glued to the stage, and their minds held out hope that Huang Xiao would be okay. Winning was important, but it wasn't worth a young man's life. They all wished him to be fine. Oh, sorry, I believe I may have hit you a little too hard, there. Yu Qilin's words may have sounded apologetic on paper, but his arrogant face betrayed their meaning. You have great skill. We lost, the demigod said, as he coldly looked upon the Shura. Lin Feng, who was standing next to Han Sen, looked murderous and said, that Yu Qilin must die for this. If I ever meet him again, I will kill him. Why is that? Han Sen looked at Lin Feng. He knew him quite well, and thought what he had said was rather out of character. What had happened had occurred in an established match, after all. This asshole should totally die. Tang Junliu was fuming with rage, as well, and the twisted flame of a desire for slaughter was alight in his eyes. Why? Han Sen frowned. Let's check on Huang Shao first, we'll tell you on the way. Lin Feng spoke as they went towards the medical room Huang Shao was taken to. Tang Junliu was furious, angrily grumbling as he walked, that asshole is cheating. What do you mean? Han Sen frowned. He had no idea what he meant. He watched the match just as they did, and Yu Qilin did not break the rules. There were no weapons employed, either. If he was cheating, Han Sen hadn't been able to catch him. Old Han, you have never been to war. You know little about the Shura. They have what is called blood injection. They can inject themselves with the blood of a higher class Shura to temporarily earn their strength. Me and old Lin have seen this occur many times. Yu Qilin most certainly used blood injection, Tang Junliu explained. Lin Feng's face looked dire. He didn't often get mad, but there he was. He coldly muttered, it was okay of him to use blood injection, as that is how they fight. It isn't too dissimilar to our hyper-geno arts. But he held back on it and did not use it during the beginning. He let Huang Shao fill himself with false hope. And just as he was willing to give his life for the fight, that was when Yu Qilin unleashed his power. Yu Qilin attempted to murder him. He could have used it during the beginning and brought the fight to a swift end, or many times during the middle, but he committed to using it during a critical, devastating stage where the demigod had no opportunity to stop such damage from being inflicted. Damn it! When Han Sen heard the explanation, his new understanding led to him being mad, as well. Han Sen had noticed that Yu Qilin became strangely powerful during the final few moments. He thought Yu Qilin was just strengthening his own resolve and preparing to take the fight a little more seriously. He never expected this was the reality of what he had seen. When the four of them reached the medical bay, the doctors had Huang Shao in surgery. Many of Huang Shao's friends nervously awaited him outside. Lin Feng saw a doctor he knew and pulled him aside to ask, Dr. Chan, how is Huang Shao? Dr. Chan had a wry smile and said, if he was injured anywhere else, we could have done an organ transplant. But he received significant blunt force trauma to the head, resulting in severe damage to the brain. He is still in critical condition, but our neurosurgeons are doing all that they can to stabilize him. After a pause, Dr. Chan quietly informed Lin Feng, the punch was far too hard. His skull was split, and it was unable to absorb the entire force delivered. This resulted in his brain sustaining severe damage. Even if he survives, the nerve damage the extent of which we will have to determine later will affect him for the rest of his life. How bad is it? Tang Junliu asked. Paralysis is a very serious consequence of such injuries. If the hit was a touch milder, he might only suffer partial mobility disabilities, or only be affected during certain times or under certain conditions. For example, every now and then he might lose control in his hands. But with the way things are looking right now, there is a high chance of the patient suffering intellectual disabilities, Dr. Chan said. When they heard this, each of their faces went dim. This was worse than death for Huang Shao. Even if his injuries extended no further, he would have lost the ability to fight. It would be impossible for him to adventure through the sanctuaries again. The four of them returned to the plaza in a glum mood. Although they did not really know Huang Shao, they felt awful upon learning what had happened to him. Please, fulfill your obligation and bring me $. He is your strongest young one, after all. Han Sen, upon his return, heard Yu Qilin speaking to the receptionist. FCK, if I was a surpasser, I'd kick his ass so hard. Tang Junliu said, angrily. He wished he was a surpasser, for in his present state, he could hardly lay a finger on Yu Qilin. With Shura change and blood injection, Yu Qilin was already able to beat a surpasser that was a celestial being. The hidden power he possessed was something not even Huang Shao had the ability to overcome. Lin Feng was calm and did not say anything more. The people who knew him well, however, could tell he was suppressing a great fire of anger inside. Han Sen suddenly stood up and walked towards the stage. He was fuming mad, and although he did not know Huang Shao, he despised Yu Qilin enough to know what he had to do. Furthermore, he had repeatedly asked for a fight against $. Han Sen laughed in his heart and thought to himself, you want to fight $, do you? As you wish. Prepare to get spent. Han Sen, what are you doing? Seeing Han Sen approach the stage, Ji Yanran became incredibly worried. Old Han, do not be reckless. We can kill him together, once we become surpassers. Tang Junliu called out, it's only a royal Shura. There's no need for me to wait that long. Han Sen said in response, as his fingers glided across Ji Yanran's face. He then told her, "Sit right there and wait for me to kill this asshole." After that, Han Sen continued his approach to the stage. Tang Junliu still wanted to prevent him from doing this, and Ji Yanran's worry was not alleviated. "If he wants to go that much, he must be confident," Lin Feng calmly said, stopping the two from any further attempts to change Han Sen's mind. As Han Sen neared the stage, Yu Qilin was still requesting that someone find Dollar so that they might fight. "Yu Qilin, right, do you have to fight Dollar to feel good about yourself?" Han Sen said, as he ascended the stage and looked directly at his soon-to-be enemy. Everyone's attention now turned to silently focus on Han Sen, unsure what he was planning to do. "Aside from Dollar, what other challenger can I fight who is worth my time?" Yu Qilin proudly stated. There were others aside from Huang Shao that were willing to fight him, but Yu Qilin declined them all. "Okay, then, you can fight him, but first, you must beat me," Han Sen calmly said. "You, and who are you exactly, chump? I tire of you humans attempting to stall my true desire. How long do you expect me to fight scrawny worthless beings before I can go up against Dollar?" Yu Qilin looked at Han Sen with disdain. "I lost to Dollar once. Dollar took me out in 1.5 punches. If you beat me, I can call upon Dollar to come over here and whip you like a dog. How does that sound?" Han Sen looked at Yu Qilin. 1.5 punches, huh? Is this guy for real? Yu Qilin ignored Han Sen and spoke to the receptionist directly. "Of course, he is my fiancé. He only ever speaks the truth." Ji Yanran stood up and said, "President Ji's daughter. Fine, I'll believe you once more." Yu Qilin looked at Ji Yanran and then returned his gaze to Han Sen. He continued by saying, "If I win, and I am still unable to see Dollar, then tonight's fighting is over. I have no interest in fighting noobs any longer." Han Sen then coldly said, "Humanity is graced with a desire to uphold their word. Furthermore, we are polite. You allowed Huang Shao to strike first in the last match, so allow me to return the gesture. Yu Qilin, I want you to make the first attack." "Good. If you can withstand $1.5 punches, we can quickly determine whether or not you can withstand 1.0 of my punches." Yu Qilin did not waste any time and immediately swung his fist. As he swung, he used sheer change in the wretched power-boosting method of blood injection. He planned to one-hit kill Han Sen. Han Sen had started this match, so he couldn't allow himself to immediately get punched and defeated. If the demigod stepped in now, it would be humiliating not only for him, but for humanity as a whole. Such a tale would be laughed about by the Shira for many more generations. It would be a jest, the story of a proud human that sought to start a fight but was knocked out by a single punch in a single second. The demigod was ambivalent, and wasn't too sure what to think. They couldn't rightly save him, but they did not want him to be killed. As such, they were unsure about what to do. Han Sen is still an evolver. Is he going to be okay? A middle-aged man frowned while watching the video. Unless he is close to the rank of celestial being, even if he was from the Luo family and had learned the falsified Sky Sutra, I do not believe he can beat the Shira. And I say this in the knowledge that the falsified Sky Sutra is an evil and murderous talent. It is truly wicked, but without the necessary power, it won't yield the results he desires. He will die. The old man looked glum as he spoke. He hated Yu Qilin's behavior, and despite his dire prediction, he wanted Han Sen to win. But the power gulf was very wide, and for Han Sen to win, it would require nothing short of a miracle. That was why even this old man's predictions were miserable. On another planet, Luo Haitang watched the fight through a video stream while Luo Li made tea for him. Luo Yin had not found Han Sen, but Luo Haitang believed Han Sen carried the blood and genetic qualities of the Luo family. As such, he didn't think Han Sen had what it took to deny the allure of learning the falsified Sky Sutra. Show me how far your practice of the falsified Sky Sutra has come along. Luo Haitang looked at Han Sen through the video stream intently, earnestly hoping he would retaliate. With the deadly skill, Ji Yanwu and Ji Ruijun were watching the scene, as well, and they looked nervous. Although they had faith in the falsified Sky Sutra, they knew Yu Qilin had blood injection, and they believed the Shira was devastatingly more powerful. The Ning family, the Qin family, the Wang family, the Donglin and Zhao families were all watching the same match. They wanted to see what path Han Sen had decided to follow. They wondered if he'd be more like Luo Haitang, doing so in a bid to impress everyone. Ji Yanran and her friends were extremely anxious. They knew Han Sen was strong, but they were still worried. The power Yu Qilin possessed exceeded the possible power of an evolver by a great extent. As everyone watched with bated breath, Han Sen did not choose to dodge the punch. Instead, he swung a fist of his own. Han Sen aimed for Yu Qilin's head, electing to risk his life to deliver damage just as Huang Xiao had. Many people believed Han Sen would risk his life. After all, the falsified Sky Sutra could only attack and not defend. And the falsified Sky Sutra delivered frighteningly powerful hits. The manner in which a practitioner could exploit and ravage weak spots was ruinous, but it also made it ineffective against behemoths. On the other hand, whether it was used to fight a human or Shira, the damage it would inflict would be enormous provided that the gulf in power wasn't too much. The falsified Sky Sutra could indeed restrain the Shira, which was something many people acknowledged. But unbeknownst to the others, Han Sen had not practiced the falsified Sky Sutra, so when he swung his fist, many people were shocked at the result. Sonic Thunder Punch, why not the powers of the falsified sky? The old man was shocked. Didn't he learn the falsified Sky Sutra? The middle-aged man looked confused. Why Sonic Thunder Punch? Ji Yanwu screamed. It was difficult to believe Lady Lan's son did not learn the devastating skill that was the falsified Sky Sutra and instead opted to use Sonic Thunder Punch. Luo Haitang was the one who was shocked the most, however. Seeing Han Sen not make use of the falsified Sky Sutra, he suddenly stood up, stared at the video, and shouted aloud, why didn't he use the falsified Sky Sutra? Was little Lan truly that cruel? Would she favor the death of her son over his learning of the falsified Sky Sutra? Luo Haitang believed that Luo Lan must have been the reason why Han Sen had not learned the skill he wished him to, and that she had outright prevented him. Otherwise, he really would have learned it. And now, without the ability, there was no chance of him competing with Yu Qilin. Using this punch was practically suicide, or so he thought. It wasn't only Luo Haitang who felt this way, either. Many people expected Han Sen to use it, but were surprised when he did not. At that moment, all their faces turned grim. They believed Han Sen had placed himself in a wretched position. No matter how powerful Sonic Thunder Punch was, it was only a hyper-geno art. There was no way it could fathomably be what was needed to go against Yu Qilin. Luo Li was confused, as well. She did not understand why Luo Lan would not have allowed Han Sen to practice the falsified Sky Sutra. She thought the reason Han Sen challenged Yu Qilin was because he had learned the skill and wished to display its power. Only God could have predicted his decision to waltz into such a fight and use Sonic Thunder Punch, of all things. No matter what people thought, however, Han Sen still focused on his casting of Sonic Thunder Punch. Yu Qilin's eyes were full of disdain. The Shira had researched many of the skills and talents humans possessed, and he had seen Sonic Thunder Punch once used in the war. He believed the skill to be useless, and the thunder would have no chance of destroying his body. It wouldn't come close to numbing him, either. Yu Qilin had come here to impress all who watched the bouts. If he had not, then he wouldn't have tried to kill Huang Xiao. But now that Han Sen was delivering himself to him, Yu Qilin had no hesitation in exhausting all his force and strength into this one devastating blow. A very strong and fast punch. The other royal Shira continued to watch the fight, also of the belief that Han Sen's Sonic Thunder Punch was far weaker than whatever Yu Qilin was about to deliver. It was far slower, and Han Sen's chest would be smashed open before the Sonic Thunder Punch got close. Even if Han Sen could punch Yu Qilin, the power delivered would not be enough to injure him. If Han Sen received a hit, on the other hand, he'd be killed. The demigod still hesitated, unsure whether or not he should step in and save Han Sen's life. It was a tough decision for him to make. The demigod ultimately decided to save Han Sen. It was humiliating, yes, but he did not want to stand by and watch another young man lose his life. But just as he was about to step forward, he noticed something strange and he pulled back. Just as they were about to punch each other, Yu Qilin froze. It was a sudden and short, momentary freeze. In the space of a second, Han Sen's fist sped up and crashed against Yu Qilin's head. Han Sen's eyes flashed blue as thunder flickered across his body. The fist was driven deep into Yu Qilin's forehead. Stop. Upon seeing this, the royal Shira's face completely changed. He wanted to stop Han Sen from delivering his punch, but it was too late. Boom. Han Sen's fist smashed into his opponent's skull. There wasn't much noise, but Yu Qilin's eye sockets began to cascade with blood. The eyes themselves looked ready to eject themselves from the sockets. As blood covered his features, a silver lightning burst forth from his face. Yu Qilin's brain was suddenly turned to mud by the horrible power of the sonic thunder mix. His entire body was electrocuted. And as he convulsed, his body continued standing there like a doll. Yu Qilin was strong, but he was not too far off a human. There were parts of his body that were weaker, and just like a human, one was his brain. The way Han Sen used sonic thunder punch and yin force was enough to destroy the skull-encased organ. It was payback. Yu Qilin ruined Huang Xiao's brain, and so Han Sen was delivering Yu Qilin his just desserts. As effective as it worked even better than Han Sen himself had predicted it would. Yu Qilin's physical abilities were incredible, mostly derived from the blood injection. But while blood injection increased his strength and speed, it did nothing to protect his brain. The royal Shira shouted in his inability to stop Han Sen. So, he swung his fist and attempted to attack Han Sen from behind. What was coming towards Han Sen now was as powerful a punch as any demigod could deliver. The fact that it was coming from behind as a sucker punch shocked all who watched. They did not expect a royal Shira to commit to such a cheap move, and it was also too late to tell Han Sen to watch out. The demigod was infuriated by this action, and so he leapt into the fray to save Han Sen from the royal Shira, but it was too late to do so. Not a single person expected the royal Shira to behave in such an obscene fashion. Han Sen's back was facing the royal Shira, but it looked as if his back grew a pair of eyes. He stepped forward and grabbed Yu Qilin, who was as responsive as a child's doll. He swung around the lifeless body and presented Yu Qilin as a meat shield to block the royal Shira's hit. Squash! The royal Shira almost punched Yu Qilin, struggling to force the wretched power he was about to deliver back inside him. But when that power was pushed back inside, it caused him to cough up blood. All the humans were shocked. They could not believe Han Sen not only punched Yu Qilin and put him in such a state, but was smart enough to evade and force a royal Shira to withdraw his attack. It was like a miracle. Shira, huh, is that it? Han Sen threw Yu Qilin, who was still in a vegetative state, away like a piece of trash. He let him twitch and convulse on the ground as he spoke to the royal Shira with disdain. I am going to kill you. The royal Shira was embarrassed, and his rage was inflamed. He looked as if he was preparing to attack Han Sen again. Please, try to preserve whatever remains of your dignity. The demigod now stood in front of Han Sen with the presence of a mountain. With a look as cold as ice, he spoke to the royal Shira. How dare you kill our royal representative? We Shira will not allow such a slight to slide. This was the Human Alliance, a stronghold where countless humans lived. The royal Shira's anger had overwhelmed him, and in a place such as this, where he was unable to let loose his violence, all he could do was shout in spite. Please, do not forget it was you who requested peace with us. We did not present you with the idea for a truce. If you choose not to abide to the terms of the treaty we established in our discussions, it is no skin off our nose. The demigod spoke aloud, his response fierce. All the other Shira looked on, unable to say a word. Han Sen, follow me in our return. Let us continue the feast. The demigod held onto Han Sen's hand and led him towards the lobby, uncaring for how ill the Shira were looking. Yep, let's celebrate. No one can leave without getting drunk. Tang Junliu shouted out, as he tugged Lin Feng to follow in the same direction. All the young humans left towards the lobby with great joy, while the Shira grumbled angrily amongst themselves. Not bad. This kid is even more amazing than Luo Haitang. He didn't learn the falsified Sky Sutra, and actually used Sonic Thunder Punch to kill Yu Qilin. Haha, this truly is impressive. It is amazing. I would love to see the look on Luo Haitang's face right now. A member of the Luo family has turned away from learning their falsified Sky Sutra. Ha 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 ha. The old man was laughing so hard, tears began to roll. The middle-aged man, by comparison, was frozen. He had followed this man for 40 years and had never once seen him laugh in such a manner. This kid is really good, little Zhang. I would like to meet him, can you sort that out for me? The old man had managed to stop laughing, but he was still grinning from ear to ear. Yes, of course, teacher. Wen Zhang was shocked, as the old man had never requested an audience with someone before. Even if a noble from the alliance came to visit him, he didn't spare the time of day to see them. Now, not only did he want to meet Han Sen, he was willing to go out and pay him a visit himself. Luo Haitang wore a complicated grimace as he sat there in silence. He gazed into the paused video with eyes that did not blink. Luo Li stood in the corner of the room, not willing to speak a single word. She even breathed as gently as she could, not wishing to disturb or rouse the ire of Luo Haitang. She had not seen him in such a state for many years. The last time he appeared like this, he went to a spirit shelter and battled for 4 days straight in a bid to conquer it. Why did he not learn the falsified Sky Sutra? After the long silence, Luo Haitang broke it with this simple sentence, in a voice that trembled with depression. Old Han, good job. I have never given you the admiration you deserve before, but this time I do. This time I, really do. Here, I am going to drink in your honor. Cheers. Tang Junliu, devoid of all manners, picked up 2 cups and filled them both up with wine. He presented 1 cup to Han Sen and lifted 1 cup to his own lips. Quickly, he gulped it down and shouted, awesome. Never since leaving the battlegrounds have I felt so awesome. Awesome, yep, awesome. If this was an average feast, Tang Junliu would have been thrown out on his backside by now already. But today, the higher-ups did not care, and allowed him to be as big a clown as he desired. All the young people were tremendously excited, surrounding Han Sen in celebration of his deed. They weren't going to let him leave without getting him drunk. Ji Yanran, seeing him surrounded by people who were praising his actions, felt overjoyed and proud for him. Of course, most of her joy came from seeing him emerge from the scrap with Yu Qilin unscathed. The fact that she had an excellent, truly powerful boyfriend came second to his safety. Still, who didn't want a hero boyfriend? Although such things were not incredibly important to Ji Yanran, she was starting to feel as if her dreams were coming true. Han Sen was not very good at drinking. It wasn't long before he could not consume any more, and the alcohol had made his head heavy and his stomach upset. It wasn't easy to escape the hounding crowd. He attempted to find somewhere to hide, and just as he found a place, Lin Feng appeared before him out of nowhere, presenting him with another full glass. He said, cheers, brother. Han Sen stood in front of Lin Feng, frozen for 3 whole seconds. Then, he said, blarg, and puked all over him. Tang Junliu, who was catching up from behind, froze as well. All for different reasons, of course. He had never seen Lin Feng in such a mess before, and even across bloody battlefields he had never appeared so disheveled and dirty. Lin Feng was a tidy person, who desired everything to be perfect. When his girlfriend visited his house, she had to remove her shoes, take off her coat, and not lay a finger on any of his belongings. He once had another girlfriend, but he broke up with her after she sat on his clothes by accident. He could never look at her straight after that. Now that Lin Feng had puke all over him, fresh from Han Sen's gut, Tang Junli couldn't fathom how he might react. Will old Lin start a fight with old Han? And if so, who should I support? Bah, who cares? It would only be a fight between 2 elites. I can't care too much about something like that. Tang Junliu's mind raced over the different scenarios that might soon unfold, and then suddenly started to think, fight him. Come on, fight him. Seeing Lin Feng move, reaching his hand out towards Han Sen, the excitement inside Tang Junliu reached greater and greater heights each passing second. Now, his mind said, that's it, they're going to fight. A fight is about to start. They're going to fight. But again, Tang Junliu was delivered a shock that froze him absolutely still. He was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out. Lin Feng, after reaching out his hands, did not hit Han Sen. All he did was take off his puke-covered coat and put it aside. Then he hugged Han Sen, who looked ready to pass out and hit the deck. After that, he dragged him towards a room and shut the door. Holy smokes, are my eyes screwed in right? That couldn't have been Lin Feng. The last time I got drunk in his house, that asshole threw me out the door and made me sleep out in the rain. Han Sen didn't just get drunk, he threw up all over him. And now he is being hugged and taken to a private room. This cannot be. Tang Junliu rubbed his eyes repeatedly, but regardless of who else he thought it might be, deep down he knew that it was undoubtedly Lin Feng. There was no public stream, so ordinary folks of the alliance were unable to watch the fight. But still, news of the fight leaked to the press and caused a grand, delightful shock for the populace. Hearing Han Sen killed the Royal Shira Yu Qilin in a single punch and made a Royal Shira elite cough up blood put Han Sen's name on the tip of everyone's tongue. It was the first time his name had true relevance in the alliance. Chapter 828. Announcing a secret. Every media outlet reported on the event, how a man in his 20s effortlessly beat a Royal Shira. To humanity, this was a tremendously exciting affair. Han Sen, furthermore, was the future son-in-law of the president. Due to his prestige, all the citizens of the alliance developed a keen interest in him. They wanted to learn every detail they could about him, large and small. Many people even questioned the manners and etiquette he employed when visiting the bathroom. Han Sen had been born into an ordinary family, but his father died while he was still young. Therefore, he was raised primarily by his mother. He initially went to a public school, but after much struggle, managed to enter a high-class military school. That was where he met the president's daughter, from which they ignited a spark and kindled a romance. From a middling, lowly heritage to one of great renown, his life was the perfect example of a classic success story. Onwards and upwards, his life and prestige did not seem to slow down. Lin Feng went to visit Huang Xiao numerous times, and when he came this time, he brought with him a demigod healer to aid in his restoration. Over a short amount of time, his wounds sealed and the previous damages weren't very visible. The alliance did everything they could to reduce the damages he suffered, but not all their efforts were successful. His brain had received a cruel amount of damage, and many parts of it had been utterly destroyed, beyond healing or repair. Neither technology nor skills could help. Because of this, Huang Xiao's body suffered a number of problems. However, the efforts of the alliance that were focused on minimizing his lasting disabilities were mostly a success. The biggest problem that remained was his movement. While most of his body functioned correctly, there were occasional issues with his movement that could not be solved or overcome. For example, when he wanted to reach into his pockets, he had trouble guiding his hands into the entrance of his pockets accurately. To a fighter of such caliber, this was disastrous. Do not worry for my future well-being. While my body may remain permanently damaged, my mind and my consciousness are the same as they always have been. Even if I can't fight anymore, I can put this battered brain to use elsewhere. Huang Xiao was more optimistic than was expected. He hadn't been emotionally crushed by what had transpired, and when he spoke, a fire was still alight in his eyes. They told everyone that what he was saying was most earnest and true. After the fight, Han Sen had indeed become rather famous. His feat made others acknowledge his true fitness level, and people now knew it had to be at least over 200. But people also knew that it was impossible for evolvers to go that high, unless he had somehow managed to absorb life geno essences and had earned himself super geno points. People frequently discussed all sorts of topics relating to Han Sen. Officers, on the other hand, were only thinking and whispering of a way in which they might get him to reveal his secret to absorbing life geno essences. Han Sen's communicator hadn't stopped ringing since the night of the fight, so he turned it off. But when he refused to allow his communicator to keep ringing, the same could not be said for others of the Ji family. The rest of the family was pestered by people who wanted Han Sen's knowledge. The reason Ji Ruijun became president was not his own power. He had ties and alliances to many factions, families, and organizations in high places. As a result, he could not deny their requests. Ji Ruijun went to talk with Han Sen and asked him about it. Regardless of whether or not he had absorbed life geno essences, he had to appease the alliance with an answer. He couldn't ignore their inquisitiveness forever. Han Sen did not hesitate or lie in his response. Quickly and affirmatively, he said, "I have obtained super geno points, yes." When Han Sen went to fight Yu Qilin, he deliberated the consequences of revealing so much. Ji Ruijun's question did not come as a surprise, and so Han Sen's response was prepared. Ji Ruijun fell silent upon hearing Han Sen's confirmation. After a certain amount of time elapsed, he said to Han Sen, "Tell me what you can." Han Sen smiled and said, "There is no secret. It is easy to obtain super geno points, you simply need to find the eggs of a super creature. One that is semi-composed inside its shell. Eat it and you will receive super geno points. That is where I get mine from." "Really?" Ji Ruijun asked, shocked. He did not expect the answer to be so simple. "On my own life, I pledge to you that this is not incorrect," Han Sen said. "Good. This is an important discovery, and one that means a lot to the future progression of humanity." Ji Ruijun did not stop there, and he continued by saying, "Do not worry any further. The Ji family will handle all the matters pertaining to this revelation. And the benefits you will receive for this discovery will not disappoint you." Han Sen hadn't planned on receiving any rewards, particularly so since he didn't admit the entire truth. And what's more, obtaining the eggs of a super creature was a good deal harder than killing a super creature outright. Super creatures were not difficult to locate in the second god's sanctuary, but eggs most certainly were. If people wanted to spend their time searching for them, Han Sen didn't believe their efforts would get in his way too much. The chances were extremely low that someone would be lucky enough to find such an egg, and further yet manage to kill the super creature that was guarding it. And maxing out super geno points by going for eggs alone seemed impossible. Back in the sanctuary, Han Sen made plans to leave Moment Shelter. He wanted to look for another human shelter so he could finish his deal with Tang Junliu, by selling him the life Geno essence. After leaving the mountain ranges, it wasn't too long before he found a human shelter where he could finish the transaction. The Tang family gifted him ownership of a whole rare metal mine. It was not Z steel, but the Z alloy you could get from the mine was quite important to have. It was expensive, and people were still figuring out the qualities and properties of the alloy. As such, the price was still on the rise. Inside the Angel Gene office, Zhao Seventh spoke to someone. In the image on-screen stood the royal Shura that had tried to attack Han Sen after the bout. Mr. Zhao, to complete our contract we had to sacrifice one of our royal members. Shouldn't you do something about this? The royal Shura said to Zhao Seventh. Zhao Seventh coldly responded, preventing the establishment of peace is our ultimate goal, and that is not just because of me. Furthermore, Yu Qilin's death was a result of his own recklessness. That is no responsibility of mine. Mr. Zhao, our friend cannot have been slain in vain. Think on it some more, because if you don't make the right decision, we may have to end our cooperative venture, the royal Shura said. Firmly, Zhao Seventh frowned, and a look of anger and scorn consumed his face. It was only for a moment, and then it left as quickly as it came. He smiled and said, General Sha Heng, what is it that you want? I don't care how it is achieved, but the person that slew one of ours has to pay. Han Sen must die. Sha Heng's face grimaced with the ugly look of murder. No problem, that can be arranged without difficulty. Give me a month, and by the end of that time frame, Han Sen will be gone from the face of this world. As for the latest package, please have it delivered on time, Zhao Seventh said. I will await your good news. Until then, consider our deal of cooperation terminated, Sha Heng said. Fine, Zhao Seventh smiled. After their communication, Zhao Seventh smiled. He called up Zhao Lian and coldly told him, take our people to planet Donglong, rob their supplies, and kill the Shura there. Zhao Lian was shocked at the sudden order and asked, Chairman, doesn't that mean we will end up as their enemies? What will happen to our supplies in the future? They are not the only royal Shura there. If our arrangement with them comes to an end, I am sure another family will be eager to take their place. Zhao Seventh coldly smiled. Chapter 829. Little Silver's hunt for treasure. Han Sen ventured back into the mountains in the hopes of tracking more super creatures. Although there were many super creatures, he couldn't just go for any. Furthermore, he had to find second-generation ones, which greatly narrowed those he could deem to be appropriate targets. When will I be able to take down the Devil Blood King's shelter? There must be many second-generation super creatures in a place such as that. Han Sen thought about the prospect with greed. But they were thoughts and nothing more. With his power at its current level, he knew that he would be unable to deal with so many super creatures all at once. Thoughts and fantasies of such a daring venture were all he could conjure about it. Exiting a particular valley, Han Sen noticed he was leaving the mountain ranges behind him. Having searched all that time, he felt disheartened at his inability to locate a second-generation super creature. Just under 40 super geno points to go until I can max it out. Han Sen was hoping to become a surpasser sometime soon, as he was too weak right now and could not compete with the elites of the Alliance. He used all the strength he possessed to take down Yu Qilin, and he had to make use of the power of the Devil Eye Spider. With it, he tricked the Shura's mind for a single moment, enough for Han Sen to deliver the blow that destroyed the royal's brain. If he hadn't done that, then a victory was most certainly not an assured thing. If he became a surpasser, however, such a fight would have been easy. Killing anyone of similar strength would be a trivial accomplishment with the power he'd possess. Leaving the craggy slopes of the mountains behind him, he found himself in the midst of verdant expanses and emerald pastures. The fields were still on a bit of a slant, but they were decorated with an abundance of plants. On the grassy fields, Han Sen saw a single creature chasing away a whole group of lesser creatures. They were like sheep being herded, and there were many of them. The creature that chased them had 6 legs and 2 arms. It was a curious-looking thing, and it was difficult for him to discern what it was or think of another creature that it resembled. Seeing its life force, he realized that it was a sacred blood creature. Han Sen wasn't interested in killing sacred blood creatures, so he planned to fly past the ongoing kerfuffle and save himself the time and energy it would take to dispatch them. But as Han Sen flew over, the silver fox leapt off his shoulder. After it landed, it took off running towards the strange monster. Little Silver hopped onto the monster and quickly electrocuted it, and seeing it do so made Han Sen quite confused. Little Silver never aggressively attacked a creature of its own volition, so he was uncertain why it was doing so now. The sheep-like creatures were weird, too. Their life forces were mostly ordinary, and the strongest amongst them were mutant. Queerly, none of the creatures seemed to flee the silver fox's presence. After the silver fox slew the monster, it did not proceed to slay the sheep. Instead, all it did was gaze at them from afar. Han Sen could only guess why. With a puzzled expression, Han Sen went over to the silver fox and squatted by its side to watch the sheep just as his little pet did. Then Han Sen saw something weird. Ordinary creatures rarely ate plants, or food in general. Only the children of creatures traditionally ate plants, and they were usually super creatures. But the herd of sheep that Han Sen watched graze was entirely composed of ordinary and mutant creatures. It was a curious sight, watching them lower their heads to the ground and consume grass. But aside from that one strange aspect, nothing else stood out to Han Sen. For all intents and purposes, they appeared to be sheep and nothing else. Little Silver, it is time for us to go. When Han Sen told the silver fox it was time to leave, it didn't budge. All it did was continue to lie on the grass and watch the sheep. There was nothing Han Sen could do about its stubborn refusal to leave, so all he did was return to the silver fox and continue watching the sheep alongside it. Although it appeared it'd be nothing, he started to suspect the silver fox had made a discovery of some sort, and Han Sen simply hadn't yet seen it. They spent half the day watching the little creatures, and the entire time they watched, the sheep remained in the area, merrily grazing the hours away. When the sun looked about to set, the sheep began to relocate. One sheep took the lead, and it led them directly up the mountains Han Sen had just come down from. The silver fox followed them, and Han Sen followed the silver fox. Not long after, the sheep entered a valley that was sealed on one end. But this seemed to be where the sheep lived. The silver fox sniffed the ground all around like a little pig, which amused Han Sen. But Han Sen understood this behavior was abnormal for the silver fox. It only behaved like this if it had found something. Therefore, he gave it the time it needed. Is there treasure to be found here, in the mountains? Han Sen bore a look of deep contemplation, but then, he saw the silver fox hasten its pace and proceed further into the valley. Han Sen snapped out of his thoughts and quickly ran to catch up. The silver fox sniffed the ground all along the way, as if it were in search of something. The sheep didn't seem aggressive, and when the duo approached them, all the sheep did was run away. They watched the two that had come to their valley. It is fortunate that they live here, and there are no humans around. They'd all have been slain, if humans were out and about these regions, Han Sen thought to himself. Little Silver continued on its way into the deeper recesses of the valley. It seemed to have been led to the face of a cliff, and it began scraping the stone with its claws. There was a very thin crack where the silver fox was digging. Nothing, save something with the width of paper, would be permitted entry into that crack. What are we doing here? Han Sen approached the wall and took a look at what the silver fox was trying to dig through. From the small crevice, a sort of liquid leaked. It looked like it was providing moisture to the plants in the area, allowing them to grow more quickly. The hasty silver fox had managed to dig a 2-meter hole into the ground. At its bottom, it opened up into a cave. It was massive, and the cavern was furnished with a grand number of stalactites. It was rather humid inside, and in there, you could also hear the constant sound of water dripping. Han Sen saw much water drop from the tips of the stalactites, adding to a pool that had formed below them. The water that babbled out of the mountain must have come from this pool, but it didn't look like anything special. The silver fox approached the pool and circled it numerous times, as if he was looking for something specific. Han Sen followed the silver fox, but before he joined it at the side of the pool, the silver fox turned around, showed its teeth to its master, and growled. Don't be so selfish. Even if you have located something decent, I won't steal it from you. Han Sen might have said that, but it was just a lie. In his heart, he contemplated the manner in which he might steal whatever goodie the silver fox was searching for. But still, with the silver fox behaving that way, Han Sen stayed his approach. He stood a small distance away and observed the silver fox, hoping to catch a glimpse of what it was searching for. Not long after, Han Sen noticed the reason the silver fox had shooed him away. It wasn't because of greed, it was because there was something in the pool that was living. Little Silver was warning him. Han Sen didn't realize this at first, but when the silver fox stopped to observe the pool, he noticed something was amiss. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.